Name Uchiha Nanako. Age 5. Family Uchiha Fugaku Uchiha Mikoto Uchiha Itachi Uchiha Sasuke. Survivor Uchiha Sasuke. The murderers who brought about the annihilation of the Uchiha clan Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Obito. Nanako felt utterly wretched, rubbing her aching head as she stared at the information she had written on the paper, unable to stop worrying about her future. In truth, Uchiha Nanako was not originally a person of the Naruto world, but a 20-year-old from the 21st century, a two-dimensional internet influencer who loved watching hot-blooded anime. Ever since she transmigrated into a member of the Uchiha clan in Konoha village, and even became the younger sibling of Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Sasuke, every day she lived on edge, her heart pounding with fear. Sigh. Uchiha Nanako let out a gloomy breath, utterly at a loss as to what she should do in order to survive the future massacre of the Uchiha clan. After all, in the original story, the only survivor was Uchiha Sasuke. Oh, and the two main culprits. Nanako, why do you still refuse to call me big brother? Also, 5 years old Sasuke handed a toy to Nanako. When his younger brother refused to take it, he pursed his lips in dissatisfaction. Before Nanako could answer, Sasuke followed up with a question that struck straight at her soul. Why are you so cold to me, to big brother, and to father and mother? Nanako could only respond with silence, avoiding the resentful gaze of Sasuke, who now, in this life, stood as her elder brother. Although she was the #1 diehard fan of the popular character Uchiha Sasuke, she still could not sacrifice her life for his sake. Yet whenever she thought of the fate that awaited Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Mikoto, Nanako grew more and more despondent. Faced with the overwhelming power of Uchiha Itachi, what could someone as weak as she possibly do? Thus only by not entangling herself with them could she abandon them and flee to survive. Yet. In her mind surfaced the stern face of Uchiha Fugaku, where a fleeting hint of disappointment would occasionally flash the ever-gentle Uchiha Mikoto, who would unconsciously show a trace of sadness, and Uchiha Sasuke, who, enraged by her attitude, was always calling her a jerk. Never having experienced the warmth of family before, Nanako now gazed at the clearly displeased Sasuke, her face expressionless, as she listened to him pinch her cheeks and shout, Nanako is a jerk. You don't care about us at all. Father and mother are always thinking about you, big brother, and I are always trying to make you happy, but you never treat us like family. Nanako, you're a jerk. Feeling no pain in her face, Nanako did not brush his hands away. Watching Sasuke storm out of the bedroom, Nanako opened her mouth, then closed it again, ultimately saying nothing to stop or comfort him. What use would it be to hold him back? Whether she could survive the massacre of the Uchiha clan was still unknown. In the original work, there was no such character as Uchiha Nanako. Perhaps Kishimoto simply never drew the process of this character's death, which was why in official information, the only younger brother mentioned for Uchiha Itachi was Uchiha Sasuke. But there were still 2 years before the Uchiha massacre. When big brother? No, when Sasuke is 7, the Uchiha clan will be wiped out. Father. No, those two will die as well. She instinctively started to call him big brother, then hastily corrected herself, as though this could mask her supposed indifference toward them. There was still time. Perhaps it would not be too late if she spent a bit longer with them before leaving. Slow footsteps hovered at the bedroom door. Snapping back to herself, Nanako looked over only to hear a snort, dinner's ready. He then walked away without looking back. Yet before leaving, he cast a glance over his shoulder with his dark eyes. When he saw Nanako stand up, a smile slipped onto his face. Nanako failed to notice Sasuke's gaze. One step behind him, she entered the dining room, sat on the chair beside Sasuke, and silently lowered her head, staring at the white rice in her bowl, while avoiding her parents' eyes across the table. Then let's begin. Uchiha Fugaku was as stern as ever. Suddenly more small fried fish appeared atop her rice. She looked up to see Uchiha Mikoto's smiling face. Nanako, this is your favorite dish. If you like it, eat a little more. I want some too, Sasuke cried, as he snatched the little fish from Nanako's bowl, yet did not eat it himself. He never eats this, so Nanako doesn't like it, and he doesn't like us either. At those words, everyone's chopsticks paused in midair. Sasuke, however, poured out all his dissatisfaction in one breath. I just asked him why he doesn't care about us. We're Nanako's family, but he wouldn't say a word and just ignored me. So he doesn't treat us like family at all. For a moment an uncanny silence descended upon the dining table. Uchiha Mikoto awkwardly broke it. How could that be? Nanako would never fail to regard us as family. Sasuke, you're overthinking it. Sasuke stubbornly held his ground and retorted at once, I'm not. Nanako really doesn't like me, doesn't like us at all, otherwise, why would he keep avoiding us? Every birthday, father, mother, and all of us rack our brains to make him happy, but Nanako always hides from us with the excuse that he's going out. And once when we were practicing the great fireball technique, father was teaching him so earnestly, yet, after watching for a bit, he turned and left without a word. And there are so many other times. When I called him to go train with me, Nanako refused, just staring at me in silence. He never thinks of us as family. Nanako is a jerk. A huge jerk. Sasuke's sudden outburst left Uchiha Mikoto at a loss for how to comfort him. Uchiha Fugaku wore an angry expression, yet his voice softened as he said, Sasuke, that's enough. It's time to eat. Sasuke clenched his teeth, shot Nanako a fierce glare, and fell silent. Because it's meaningless, Nanako suddenly said. In Sasuke's ears, and in those of the other three, the word sounded chillingly indifferent. Sasuke slammed his hands on the table, and seized Nanako by the collar, scolding in fury, What do you mean meaningless? Is talking to us really something meaningless to you? What do you take us for, Nanako? Big brother, and I are both your big brothers, and father and mother are your father and mother. Nanako's voice was still childishly soft, yet what she said was something Sasuke could not accept. Pouring feelings into you all will only. If she truly let them into her heart, truly treated them as family, then the future annihilation of the Uchiha clan would only make her all the more tormented. In the 21st century, she had been an orphan. Becoming an orphan again here would make little difference. But seeing the tears on Sasuke's face left her unable to go on speaking. She simply kept silent, avoiding his pained gaze, gently prying his hand from her collar, as she forced her voice to turn ruthless. I'm not your younger brother. Don't flatter yourself. After a long while, Sasuke's voice rang out in the living room, Nanako, you're just a heartless jerk. Nanako sat back down with difficulty, yet her eyes kept straying to Sasuke's expression. When she saw him wipe his eyes and run toward the bedroom, she forced herself to suppress the urge to run after him and hug him, listlessly continuing to eat her tasteless meal. Nanako, I believe you don't truly think that way. There must be some reason compelling you to act like this. But what you should do now is apologize to your brother for saying I'm not your younger brother. Don't flatter yourself. Uchiha Itachi remained objective in this matter. You are our younger brother and father and mother's son. That will never change. Nanako knew in her heart that Uchiha Itachi was right. She had indeed gone too far just now. No matter how much she refused to acknowledge it inwardly, the blood ties between them were an undeniable fact. You've been secretly watching us all this time, haven't you? Uchiha Itachi remarked meaningfully. Nanako looked up in shock, thinking he had guessed that her soul did not belong to this world, and stammered, You know that I actually. Uchiha Itachi showed a faint smile. Father, ever since Nanako could run, there have always been mysterious birthday gifts at home that no one knew who they were from. I've also often seen Nanako sneaking out at night to practice the great fireball technique. So there is no such thing as Nanako not treating us as family. Once Uchiha Itachi exposed the deeds she had done in secret, Nanako's chubby, adorable cheeks flushed a vivid red. She paced about in a panic, and when she saw the relief in her parents' eyes, she fled in embarrassment. Nanako really is a shy child, Uchiha Mikoto said, with a hand over her mouth, her long-held knot finally untied. We should leave some food for them. A faint smile also surfaced on Uchiha Fugaku's usually severe face. When Nanako returned to the bedroom, she saw Sasuke give a loud hum sitting by the bed, with his head turned away, refusing to look at her. She promptly threw herself into his arms, having finally thought things through, and letting her true nature spill out completely. Big brother, I was wrong. I shouldn't have said that. Please don't be mad at me, alright? In the original story, Uchiha Mikoto and Uchiha Fugaku went to their deaths willingly. She could never have saved them to begin with, so why torment herself by rejecting this hard-won affection? As she examined her own heart, she knew she could never truly push away something so beautiful. If she could, she would not have hesitated again and again. So she decided to take things one step at a time. Ouch, Sasuke complained, rubbing the back of his head after it had been bumped against the not-too-hard bed. You're too rough, Nanako. Nanako hurriedly released him, rubbing Sasuke's head as she apologized over and over, as though making up for all the coldness she had shown him by repeating I'm sorry again and again. I'm not mad anymore, Sasuke said, pinching Nanako's tear-reddened cheeks. Just don't ignore me anymore, and don't be so cold to us, okay? Nanako nodded quickly and promised, I want not ever again. Hand in hand, the two of them left the bedroom. When they reached the living room and found that father, mother, and Uchiha Itachi were gone yet food still remained on the table, they sat down together and began to eat. This is so good. Of course. Mother's cooking has always been amazing. After the meal, they walked together to help digest, then headed into the forest and began a long session of training. Sasuke's thrown shuriken and kunai struck the center of the target every time, while not a single one of Nanako's kunai or shuriken hit the bullseye. "Nanako, your aim's not good," Sasuke commented, but he did not mock her. "I'll teach you the method, so listen carefully and watch closely." Nanako put away her disappointment and listened attentively to Sasuke's guidance. "Your stance has to be correct, your attention must be fully concentrated. You also have to adjust the strength according to the distance to the target, and pay attention to environmental factors, like wind direction. Then practice diligently, and you can hit the bullseye every time." After demonstrating with the kunai several times, Sasuke asked, "Your turn. Try it." Nanako memorized Sasuke's posture and method, but still lacked confidence that she could learn it in one go. With a mindset of just giving it a try, she assumed the same stance as Sasuke and hurled several kunai toward the bullseye. Of the 5 kunai, only one hit the target. Nanako thought to herself that she truly needed much more practice. She was a bit tired though. She could always practice again tomorrow. "No, you can't go home until you hit all of them today." Sasuke refused, rejecting Nanako's request to rest. In her previous life, even university never tired her this much, yet now utterly exhausted, she still could not rest. Where was justice in that? But this was the high mortality world of Naruto, not the peaceful era of Boruto, so she could only grit her teeth and keep trying. After many attempts, Nanako's level remained such that she could only hit the bullseye with 2 kunai. Her best record was 3. Utterly drained, Nanako acted spoiled toward her elder brother Sasuke. "Big brother, I want to rest a bit. I'm too tired, I don't want to move." She was already 20 years old, yet here, she was acting spoiled toward a 5-year-old Sasuke. How embarrassing. And yet, it felt really nice. She loved acting spoiled with Sasuke, and only wondered whether he disliked it. If Sasuke didn't like it, she would have to hold herself back in the future. Nanako stole a peek at Sasuke's expression, and saw a faint blush beneath his fair skin, clearly showing he did not resent her coquettishness. She couldn't help but break into a delighted smile. "All right, but only 10 minutes of rest," he conceded. Taking advantage of the break, Sasuke asked with eyes full of expectation, "Nanako, the Ninja Academy will start recruiting students in a year. I'm planning to get in with the top score. Do you want to enter the academy with me?" "Ninja Academy, huh?" Nanako shook her head. "I don't want to go." "You don't want to become a ninja? You don't want to earn father's praise?" Sasuke could not understand Nanako's choice. "If you become a ninja, you'll have to go on missions. As soon as there are missions, a single careless moment can mean death. Between father's praise and dying, I'd rather choose not to be a ninja." Nanako lay on the grass, her black eyes fixed on the blue sky above. "I want to earn father's praise. I want him to say as expected of my child. It's different for big brother. Father has always treated him as his pride," Sasuke muttered gloomily. In the original story, there was indeed such a memory. Nanako consoled him, and it was the truth. "Besides, you'll manage it. Father will definitely say those words to you." "You'll manage it. Father will definitely say those words to you. As long as you learn the great fireball, that will be enough." "Nanako, do you know the great fireball? Father taught you before, but you refused to learn." Sasuke curled his lips in mild displeasure. Nanako, who had already mastered it, lied softly, "I still don't know it. Brother already said I haven't learned it." "I knew it. Once I learn it properly, I'll teach you the great fireball myself." Sasuke's mood brightened at once. In the original story, before the Uchiha clan was annihilated, Sasuke's temperament was in truth sensitive and hungry for attention, sometimes even prone to sulking. After the massacre of the Uchiha clan, however, his personality underwent a drastic transformation. He became cold, withdrawn, and restrained, indifferent to those unrelated to him, rejecting others' approach, his heart filled entirely with vengeance, his sole obsession to kill Uchiha Itachi, and in pursuit of strength walking down an extreme path. Yet in essence, Uchiha Sasuke is someone with an overwhelmingly strong protective instinct, gentle at heart but poor with words. He is also the character I cherish and pity the most. In my idle moments, I always imagine myself bringing him happiness, yet the instant I remember the high mortality of the world of shinobi, I immediately halt the fantasy, and then comfort myself murmuring, "Thankfully, I am a person of the modern world." I never expected that, after simply falling asleep in the modern world, I would die and awaken as Sasuke's younger brother, reality itself startling me to the core. After all, fantasy is fantasy and reality is reality. There is a chasm between the two. At first, I wanted to keep my distance, but after Uchiha Itachi pierced through my little pretenses, with a few subtle gestures my resolve changed completely. I chose to live on, to stay by Sasuke's side, to become the one person who would always stand next to him. Growing stronger, however, was not strictly bound to attending the Ninja Academy, so whether I went there or not became irrelevant. Nanako, what are you thinking about? Why aren't you saying anything? Sasuke poked at Nanako's cheek. Nothing. Nanako snapped back to reality and smiled. I can't keep relying on you to protect me forever. I want to protect you too, brother. Sasuke's gaze swept over the kunai scattered messily across the ground. The meaning in his eyes was too obvious, and Nanako understood at a glance. I've got it. I'll do my best. Puffing with indignation, Nanako picked up the kunai and began practicing with all his might. With Sasuke's guidance, by the time night had almost completely fallen, he'd finally grown proficient, movements flowing naturally. Breathless and exhausted, Nanako collapsed, lying flat on the ground without moving an inch, refusing to budge no matter how Sasuke urged him. Brother, carry me. I'm completely worn out. Sasuke hoisted Nanako onto his back and started toward home, saying, as he walked, your constitution is really weak, and why are you so light? Arms looped around Sasuke's neck, Nanako nestled his small head into the hollow of Sasuke's shoulder, whining softly, maybe I was born early, or my bones are light. Alright, then you'll just have to train properly from now on. When they returned home, Sasuke set Nanako down. Nanako failed to find his footing at once, and had to grab Sasuke's shoulder for support, trailing behind him with effort as they made their way back to the bedroom. The moment he hit the bed, Nanako let out a comfortable hum. Sasuke filled a basin with water and set it on the table, wrung out a towel, and handed it to the languid Nanako. Hurry and wipe yourself off. You're drenched in sweat. I'm going to bathe. Okay. Nanako took the towel and wiped the sweat from his face. A cool breeze brushed over the damp skin, bringing delightful relief. Drowsiness washed over him. Nanako yawned and in a hazy blur drifted off to sleep. After a night passed, Nanako awoke and looked toward the window. The harsh sunlight poured through the panes, illuminating the room. Lowering his gaze, he saw Sasuke sleeping beside him, short black hair sticking up and spilling over Nanako's wrist, while Nanako's arm held Sasuke tightly in an embrace. He poked at Sasuke's face, fair with a rosy tint. That tranquil, sleeping countenance dimpled under his gentle prodding, and Nanako felt both fascinated and faintly unreal. He was actually poking the face of such a popular character. It was utterly unbelievable. Roused by Nanako's endlessly poking fingertips, Sasuke grumbled and sat up from the bed. As he did, Nanako's arm slid down to encircle Sasuke's waist. Just as Nanako was about to pinch Sasuke's stomach, he heard Sasuke's childish voice reach his ears. Nanako, are you lazing in bed? Nanako retracted his hand, at once scrambled up from the bed, then threw himself into Sasuke's arms, clasping his neck with both hands. Too adorable, impossibly adorable. I can't breathe any more. Sasuke tried to push him away gently, but when he failed, he exerted more strength and pried Nanako off in one go. Pouting, Nanako cast Sasuke a resentful glance, only for his own cheek to be lightly pinched in helpless response. If you want to hug me, don't use so much force. I don't want to be strangled to death by my little brother's overflowing affection. Unable to control himself, Nanako reached out and stroked Sasuke's neck, lips jutting, as he said, I'm sorry, brother, I just got a little too excited. Sasuke patted Nanako's head, his smile incomparably gentle. I'm not blaming you. Seeing Sasuke's smile suddenly fade, Nanako asked in confusion, brother, are you not happy anymore? Nanako, I'm very happy that you finally call me brother, and that you're no longer as cold to father and mother as before. So you really see us as family, don't you? Sasuke's words were steeped in unease, and his exposed expression was deeply serious. Nanako was momentarily flustered. After careful thought, he finally laid bare the heart he had kept hidden until now. Actually, I've always liked you, brother, and I've always liked father and mother too. It's just that every time I think that one day I might lose you all, I become terrified. I thought that if I simply denied it, I wouldn't care, but I have been wavering all along. I still can't bear to let go. There were clearly many chances for me to just walk away, yet I couldn't bring myself to. I like you all, but... Watching Nanako on the verge of tears, Sasuke was a little astonished. He had never imagined that his once scolded little brother could cry so easily. He pressed his forehead gently against Nanako's, and said with soft warmth, "So my little brother is someone who likes to cry. What you're worried about will never happen. You won't lose me, and you won't lose our family. We are all right here beside you, so don't overthink it." Nanako was deeply moved by Sasuke's consolation, yet he could not help grumbling inwardly. How could it not happen? When we are 7, the Uchiha clan will be wiped out, and you will even beg for mercy. But Sasuke did not yet know what the future held, so his comforting words were only natural. Nanako stood and straightened his rumpled clothes. After he and Sasuke had breakfast together, Sasuke, brimming with excitement, turned to Uchiha Fugaku and said, "Father, please teach me the great fireball technique." Uchiha Fugaku agreed. Wiping his mouth, Nanako looked toward Uchiha Itachi, who was walking in from the doorway. Seeing him smile as he approached the table, Nanako, with his half-long hair, avoided Itachi's gaze and murmured in a voice as soft as a mosquito's, "Buzz, big brother." Itachi's smile remained as he took in the sight of lively, cheerful Sasuke and the usually silent Nanako now getting along harmoniously, something that had never happened before. "I'm glad you two have reconciled." Nanako gave Itachi a slightly awkward smile without speaking, while Sasuke ran over in high spirits and said, "Brother, father agreed to teach me the great fireball." After speaking, Sasuke pulled Nanako along to follow Uchiha Fugaku to the training ground where the great fireball was practiced. Unlike Sasuke's current excitement, Nanako stood silently to the side, watching Fugaku form hand seals and exhale a massive surge of flame from his mouth. The heat from that fireball was so fierce that even Nanako, standing at some distance away, could feel the scorching wave. Sasuke stared entranced, then declared he wanted to try. He formed the seals and recited the great fireball, but the flame that spurted from his mouth was pitifully small. Uchiha Fugaku was stunned and turned away without saying a word. As he passed Uchiha Nanako, he halted and asked in a voice filled with authority, "Have you mastered it, Nanako?" Nanako did not remain silent as he had before. "I've already learned it, father." "Show me the results of your training." "Father, I told brother that I still hadn't learned it." Nanako hesitated for a moment before continuing. "When you first taught me the great fireball, I watched only for a while before leaving, and later, when I practiced on my own, even forming the seals took a great deal of effort. Brother has already learned the hand seals and can produce flame. He's much better than I was then." Uchiha Fugaku gave Nanako a cool glance and said, "As members of the Uchiha clan, I set the bar high for my children. He indeed needs to work harder, and so do you." Nanako paid little mind to Fugaku's implied criticism. After a brief pause, he added, "Father, I apologize for my previous attitude." "I'm sorry." A hand suddenly pressed down on his head. Just as Nanako was about to look up, the hand was withdrawn, followed by the sound of Uchiha Fugaku's departing footsteps. "What were you and father talking about?" Sasuke's lips bore tiny burns from the fire, and curiosity flickered in his dark eyes. Nanako satisfied Sasuke's curiosity. "I was just apologizing to father for my past attitude. He forgave me." He pulled Sasuke by the hand back to the bedroom, took out the medical box, and applied medicine to the burns. Then he retrieved some adhesive bandages. Unlike the tiny ones in the modern world, the bandages here were all white and covered a larger area, so Nanako used scissors to cut off a small piece and stuck it over the wound. "Brother, does it hurt?" "It doesn't." After tidying up the medical box and pushing it back under the table, Nanako took Sasuke's hand and asked pitifully, "I want to go out and play and buy a little gift for mother. Will you come with me, brother?" "Sure." Sasuke did not refuse. They threaded their way through the busiest street in Konoha village and entered a little shop that sold small gifts. Nanako stepped inside and began choosing in earnest. The shelves were laden with a dazzling array of accessories and gifts. Overwhelmed by the variety, Nanako failed to find anything he truly wanted to give, and his mood sank at once. Sasuke picked up a hair tie. "This one is pretty good." It was a plain black elastic band, just a small loop. Nanako had no desire to buy such a gift for his mother. He turned his head aside and took a step forward, pretending to continue browsing the dazzling goods. "Then how about this?" The hair tie in Sasuke's hand had disappeared, replaced by a pair of wave-shaped earrings. "These are nice. Pale blue waves, and the quality isn't bad." Nanako took out some coins, bought the earrings, and tucked them into his ninja tools pouch. No sooner had they stepped out of the shop than a group of little girls swarmed around Sasuke, chattering as they called his name over and over. Pushed aside, Nanako glared at the crowd of girls in displeasure, but the instant his eyes fell on a particular girl among them, his anger was extinguished. In its place, a different hard-to-define emotion flooded his heart. That girl was none other than the heroine of the original story, Haruno Sakura. At this moment Haruno Sakura wore a red bow in her hair, and sported a short pink hairstyle. Sasuke-kun, what kind of girl do you like? Haruno Sakura's eyes were practically brimming with hearts. The other girls fell quiet waiting for Sasuke's answer. The kind of girl I like. Sasuke did not actually have anyone he liked. Instinctively he glanced at Nanako, who had been blocked out by the girls. Long hair. By now the roots of Nanako's hair already reached his shoulders, silky and smooth though the hair at his temples, and bangs still stuck up in a slightly spiky fashion. The girls let out a collective wow. Those with long hair cheered and danced with joy, while the short-haired girls looked utterly crushed. Haruno Sakura, as if her soul had departed, walked away in dejection, followed by the other short-haired girls. Seeing that fewer girls now crowded around Sasuke, Nanako still had to expend considerable effort to squeeze his way in. Strictly speaking, though Nanako and Sasuke looked similar, Nanako's facial contours were softer and cuter. Previously girls, who liked cute boys, and didn't yet know his disposition, had been fond of him. But after interacting and hearing him bluntly declare, "I don't like you, and I won't like you in the future either," they were all frightened off. So Uchiha Nanako was not popular among girls. "My brother and I are leaving now. Goodbye." After dragging Sasuke away, Nanako could not help complaining, "Why do they all cling to you? It's so annoying." Because his voice was very soft, Sasuke did not catch it clearly. Seeing Nanako's mouth moving non-stop, he pressed Nanako. "What are you saying?" "I don't like them," Nanako said gloomily. "If you don't like them, then you don't like them. I don't like them either." Nanako's mood brightened at once, and his tone relaxed. "Really?" "Yeah. Why should I like people I don't even know?" Nanako froze for a moment, then gave a muffled "oh." "What's going on with you, Nanako?" Sasuke had clearly noticed the shift in his mood. Nanako answered quickly, "I don't like them getting close to you. They separate me from my brother." Sasuke let out a breath of relief, then vigorously ruffled the hair atop Nanako's head, and said helplessly, "Nanako, when did you become so clingy? So this is the real you, huh?" Nanako knew his true self very well. Someone who cries easily, loves to act spoiled, and is keenly aware of his own flaw, his fear of death. He liked Sasuke far too much. Sasuke was so very similar to who he had been in the modern world. The only difference is, at last Zabuza had achieved his vengeance. And as for herself, Nanako gave a self-deprecating smile, her head bowed low, as she silently led Zabuza by the hand homeward. With a dejected air, she handed the gift to Zabuza Momochi. "Mother, this is for you. I'm sorry for everything before." Without waiting for Zabuza Momochi's reply, she turned and retreated into the bedroom. Zabuza Momochi felt both joy and worry furrowing her brow, as she murmured softly, "Zabuza, did you and Nanako quarrel?" Zabuza was equally puzzled. "Mother, we didn't quarrel. I have no idea what suddenly came over her. I'll go check on her." Footsteps pattered outside the bedroom door. Before he even appeared, his voice preceded him. "Nanako, what kind of tantrum are you throwing? You were perfectly fine when we bought the gift." "I'm not throwing a tantrum, big brother. I just want to rest for a while." Seeing his face suddenly loom so close, a crimson flush exploded across Nanako's cheeks, spreading all the way to her ears, like a boiled shrimp. For the first time her spirits lifted considerably. "Are you sick? Why are your cheeks so red?" Nanako averted Zabuza's concerned gaze, but her hands uncontrollably seized him, pulling him into her embrace. Her face buried against his chest, her voice muffled by his clothes. "I'm not sick, big brother. I'm just exhausted from walking." Zabuza still didn't fully grasp the situation, but he was secretly pleased by his younger sibling's reliance. He stroked Nanako's hair and grumbled, "Honestly, there's no helping you." Enough of that. Her life in the modern world was already a thing of the past. What mattered most was the present. Why dwell on such thoughts any longer? Nanako released her grip on Zabuza's clothes and let out a soft giggle. "Big brother, what should I do? I really like you. And mother and father too. I really like them." A blush crept onto Zabuza's face, but it faded quickly. "I like you a lot too. After all, you're my little brother. But don't you like big brother too?" Zabuza. Nanako's feelings toward him were complicated. In a way, it was a love for the greater good that overshadowed personal affection. For the sake of peace, and to make Zabuza stronger, He had sacrificed so much. If the truth were ever exposed, he would be hailed as Konoha's hero. But to her, he was truly terrifying. Nai scratched her chin awkwardly. I guess so. He's the eldest brother after all. No lying allowed. Suizhu pouted. Nai insisted firmly. I'm not lying. I mean it. All right. Suizhu relented. Day after day passed, and soon a year had gone by. During this time Suizhu and Nai spent long hours together, their bond deepening until they became inseparable. In that year Suizhu mastered the great fireball technique and earned praise from Yuzhibo Fuyue, the father of both Yuzhibo Nai and Yuzhibo Suizhu. Truly my son. That day filled Suizhu with immense joy. This year Yuzhibo Nai and Yuzhibo Suizhu turned 6, while Yuzhibo Yu at 11 also joined the Umbu. The Ninja Academy of Konohagakure officially began enrollment. Suizhu took the entrance exam and secured first place, but Nai did not participate. Yuzhibo Fuyue sternly reprimanded Nai for this, but she paid it no heed, instead drifting off, as if listening to an incomprehensible lecture. Clutching his exam results, Suizhu forced a bright smile, trying to divert their father's attention with his own achievement. Father, look! I got first place! I can attend the Ninja Academy! Yuzhibo Meichin watched Nai with concern, but remained silent. Yuzhibo Fuyue cast a cool glance at Suizhu's scorecard, and upon seeing Yuzhibo Yu return said, You come with me! Yes, father. Ignored once more, Suizhu gritted his teeth, his despondency plain. At that moment Yuzhibo Meichin stepped in to console him. Suizhu, your father is simply not good with words. He often tells me how wonderful you are. Taking the scorecard from Suizhu, she saw the red mark of excellence and praised him. Suizhu earning first place is truly impressive. Nai originally reached for sweets, but recalling that Suizhu disliked both sweet things and natto in the original story, she put the sweets down, picked up a small steamed bun she had made, and popped it into Suizhu's mouth. You should be happy about getting first place, big brother. Nai beamed. I don't mind father scolding me like that at all. It's because he loves you that he holds such high expectations. Suizhu seized on the implication, crestfallen. Then Nai, are you saying father doesn't love you, so his expectations for you aren't high? That he has no expectations of me, and doesn't really love me? Crap. She had misspoken. Nai scratched her burning ears, desperately searching for comforting words. Soon inspiration struck. Not at all. It's precisely because father has expectations for me that he scolds me. And because he knew you would definitely get first place, he didn't say anything. Yes, that's it. Mother just said father isn't good with words. Maybe he was about to praise you when big brother came back, and he had other important matters to discuss, so he left. Suizhu didn't want to worry mother, and Nai, so he offered a faint smile. I understand. Nai and Meichin exchanged a glance, then sighed in relief. To truly lift Suizhu's spirits, Nai grabbed his hand, and waved at Meichin. Mother, big brother, and I are going to train now. She pulled a piece of paper from her pocket, folded it into an origami crane, and handed it to Suizhu. Seeing him take it, and fiddle with the crane, such an adorable sight, Nai couldn't resist pinching both corners of his mouth and gently pulling them outward, forcing a smile onto his face. A little gift from me, an origami crane. Does it look like the real thing? Suizhu mumbled. You're pulling my face. Nai giggled, then let go, and rubbed his puffed-up cheeks. How could you tease me like this? I'm your big brother, Suizhu said, pushing Nai to the ground and straddling her. He then mimicked her action, tugging at her cheeks. Nai's contorted smile succeeded in drawing a genuine laugh from Suizhu, and he released her face. Big brother, you could actually ask big brother to train with you. Suizhu's eyes lit up. He climbed off Nai and agreed. I've thought about it, but ever since big brother joined the Umbu, he's been so busy. When would he ever have time to train with me? Maybe today would work. Suizhu asked you to take him training, but only received a flick on the forehead. His disappointment was palpable as he muttered. Big brother always says forgive me next time, but he never actually follows through. Nai stood at the door observing Yuzhibo Yu. His handsome young face softened only slightly with a faint smile when facing Suizhu, but it vanished quickly, replaced by a placid, expressionless demeanor as he turned and left the room. Lost in thought, Nai didn't hear Suizhu calling her. Yuzhibo Yu's inner priority had always been protecting Konoha. He disagreed with the clan's plan to stage a coup, believing it would plunge the village into civil war. Thus he joined the Anbu to secretly monitor the Uchiha clan's movements, using his unique position to relay intelligence to Konoha's upper echelons, especially to his most trusted ally Yuzabo Shisui, in an attempt to prevent the coup from within. The purpose of calling Yuzabo into the room just now was self-evident. Yuzibo's thinking had already surpassed everyone his age. He saw through the clan's narrow vengefulness and obsession with power, and deeply resonated with Konoha's philosophy of peace, for he was a peace-loving shinobi himself. Moreover, he was by no means someone who would subordinate himself to the Uchiha clan's interests. The death of Yuzabo Shisui was the final straw that broke Yuzabo, and he accepted a secret mission. Nine-Eyes knew she could never be as magnanimous as Yuzabo. Killing her own kin for peace was something she could not bring herself to do. That was why she found him so terrifying. Nine-Eyes! Suaju's fair little fingers waved before her eyes. Why aren't you answering me? Nine-Eyes slowly raised a smile. Big brother, let's go buy some sweet treats for mother and father. Why? Suaju frowned displeased. I don't like sweets. Nine-Eyes answered him, while casting a sidelong glance at the closed door behind which Yuzabo Fuyua stood. Oh, they're for mother and father. Then let's go together. Suaju straightened his clothes and pulled Nine-Eyes out of the house. Along the way, Suaju chatted animatedly about amusing events at the Ninja Academy, but received only tepid responses from Nine-Eyes. He pouted. What are you thinking about anyway? Nine-Eyes stopped and abruptly asked. Big brother, are you afraid of being alone? What are you talking about, Nine-Eyes? Suaju didn't understand. He'll always stay by your side, big brother. Suaju gently pinched Nine-Eyes' chubby cheek and replied with a smile. He'll stay by your side too. They bought some expensive sweets and other trinkets Yuzabo Momochi had previously been reluctant to purchase. The two 6-year-old children carried the bags home, calling out loudly, Mother! Father! We're back! Yuzabo Momochi emerged from the bedroom, took the bags, set them on the floor, and rummaged through the sweets inside. Why did you buy so many sweets? Are they for you? Some are for big brother, but most are for you and father, said Suaju, pointing at the bags. Suaju, Nine-Eyes, you're wonderful. Their mother gently ruffled their hair. Nine-Eyes couldn't meet Yuzabo Momochi's dark eyes, her voice choked with emotion. Mother, having you as my mother truly is wonderful. Truly. I'm so glad I'm your son. Yuzabo Momochi pulled Nine-Eyes into an embrace, patting her back with a tenderness that offered silent comfort. Yet that simple hug made Nine-Eyes burst into tears. Suaju was bewildered. He couldn't grasp why Nine-Eyes was crying again. There had been no argument, and no one had bullied her. Before they could speak, Nine-Eyes pulled away from Yuzabo Momochi's arms, wiped her damp cheeks, and forced a bright smile. Mother, I'm fine. Big brother and I are going to our room. These sweets are for you. With that, she grabbed Suaju's hand and fled. Back in the bedroom, she wrapped her arms around Suaju, burying her face in the crook of his neck. Her warm breath tickled his skin, making him gently push her head away. Raising his eyes, he saw that Suaju's originally pale, glowing cheeks were tinged with a faint blush. Rubbing his neck, he said softly, It's a little itchy. Not very comfortable. Clearly he actually liked it. But Nine-Eyes didn't call him out on his pretense. Instead, she pulled him to sit on the edge of the bed, then leaned her head on his shoulder and cooed. Big brother! Big brother! What is it? Suaju sighed helplessly, though inside he was secretly pleased. Nine-Eyes chatted idly about trivial matters. Big brother, are you afraid of pain? A ninja is never afraid of pain. If someone bullied you, big brother, would you beg for mercy? Never. Ah. I believe you. Humph. Time slipped by swiftly, and in the blink of an eye another year passed. During this year, the conflict between the Uchiha clan and Konoha intensified. The news of Yuzabo Shishui's death had already spread throughout the entire clan. Suaju continued his carefree days, studying, training, and spending time with his younger sibling, occasionally complaining about Yuzabo. But Nine-Eyes was different. The days of fear drew ever nearer, and she lived in constant dread. Nine-Eyes, you're getting more and more clingy. Why do you have to hold hands even when going to the bathroom? If I refuse, you fake cry. Suaju appreciated her dependence, but holding hands for bathroom trips was simply too much. Yet whenever he refused, Nine-Eyes would put on a pitiful crying act, and he would helplessly give in. Once he agreed, she would beam and drag him to the restroom, and Suaju Days would realize she had been faking all along. Left with no choice, Zabuza suggested she wait outside the door. I'm clingy because I like you, big brother. Nai blinked. If you don't like it, it'll be more careful from now on. I didn't say I don't like it. Zabuza's voice was as soft as dandelion fluff carried by the wind, barely audible unless one listened closely. Now 7 years old, Nai kept up her responses to Zabuza, but deep down, she was constantly anxious about the impending annihilation of the Uchiha clan. And the time of the Uchiha clan's destruction would be when Zabuza was 7. She couldn't tell them outright, or the Konoha higher-ups would suspect her. How did they know? They will definitely be targeted. What should I do to save my parents? In the original story, my parents chose to die willingly, so would they really abandon their clan and leave the village with me? Impossible. In the original story, Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Mikoto willingly allowed themselves to be killed by Uchiha Itachi. Their only wish was for Itachi to take care of Sasuke. Forget it. I'm off to school now, Nanako. Be a good girl and head home. Sasuke waved goodbye to Nanako. After Sasuke's figure completely vanished, Nanako turned back towards home, glancing back 3 times. The atmosphere at home was drastically different, oppressive to the extreme. After quickly finishing her meal, she said, I'm full, and silently returned to her bedroom. She stared at the family photo on the table for a long time, then with a bang the frame was knocked down by a hand. Outside the window the sky gradually darkened, the wind rustled the branches and leaves, and occasionally the glass of the window was slapped by the branches, making a bang, bang sound. Nanako opened the window and looked up at the dark clouds in the sky. Her heart raced faster and faster, almost leaping out of her throat, her fingers pressed against her chest as she tried to calm her wildly beating heart. Just as Nanako was about to close the window, suddenly a black object flashed by at high speed, startling her into exclaiming awe. She dared not stick her head out to look, and with a bang she shut the window tightly. Immediately after there was another whoosh sound. Nanako turned to see a breathless Sasuke and instantly understood what was happening. The day of the Uchiha clan's annihilation. Are you okay? Sasuke tightened his grip on Nanako's sleeve, his dark eyes scanning her up and down, then he pulled her hand and ran towards their parents' bedroom, his voice urgent and panicked. As long as you're okay. You don't know I saw many clan members dead outside. They are all in trouble. Brother, should we leave? Now! Nanako stopped in her tracks, trembling, as she stood in front of their parents' bedroom door. Sasuke was also terrified, but he comforted Nanako. Don't be afraid, Mom, and Dad will be fine. I will protect you. Without hesitation, Sasuke opened the door. In the darkness, Nanako couldn't see the faces or bodies clearly, only a pair of dark red eyes with patterns. Those were the Sharingan. Those eyes held no emotion, radiating an overwhelming sense of dread. When they looked at her and Sasuke, it was like looking at ants, as if even speaking a word to them was a luxury. The moonlight gradually illuminated everyone in the room. In front of Uchiha Itachi lay 2 fallen figures, Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Mikoto. The blood flowing from them pooled on the floor like 2 small streams. Ah! So this is what a corpse looks like. How could this be? Why must I see the corpses? So terrifying, so terrifying, so terrifying. Dad and Mom are dead. My heart hurts so much. Why does it hurt so badly? So sad, so sad. Nanako sobbed, her tears and snot flowing as her face twisted in despair. Sasuke stood protectively in front of Nanako, stepping back step by step, tears streaming down his cheeks. Why? Why did you kill Mom and Dad? Sasuke in despair covered his head and questioned desperately. Nanako lifted her already distorted face, looking at Sasuke, who was blocking her yet crying out in pain, while covering his head, and at their parents lying on the floor breathless. Her head buzzed, fear, panic, sadness, and anger flickered in her black pupils. The black irises turned into red Tomo Sharingan, pulling the terrified Sasuke to run outside. As they ran, Sasuke shouted in terror. No! Don't kill me! He was so scared. He feared he would die here. Until Nanako saw a shadow standing on a telephone pole, featureless except for its outline. She came to a complete stop, standing frozen in place, her body trembling uncontrollably. Nanako gripped Sasuke's hand tighter. Suddenly their parents' figures appeared before her eyes, repeatedly being killed by Uchiha Itachi. Her pupils constricted suddenly as she turned to look at Sasuke beside her. He was gone, he had disappeared. Her heart felt numb with pain, and Nanako stood there like a soulless being, watching her parents die over and over. Uchiha Itachi slowly emerged from the darkness. His face, no matter how one looked at it, was stunningly beautiful, yet showed not a hint of emotion. His blood-red Sharingan void of feelings exuded an overwhelming pressure. Nanako took a step back, her fear evident in her eyes. "Are you going to kill me?" Nanako's mouth and teeth trembled continuously. Sasuke wouldn't die here, that was an undeniable fact, but she was different. There was no character like her in the original story, so everything was an unknown. What should she do to survive? What should she do? Before Nanako could think of any solution, she noticed that Uchiha Itachi in front of her suddenly vanished. Just as she looked around for him, a heart-wrenching pain stabbed through her abdomen, and blood spurted from her mouth, splattering everywhere. Staggering backward, Nanako covered her stomach and crouched down, in pain, her pale lips stained with bright red. Cough, cough. The dizziness grew stronger, and Uchiha Itachi's figure began to blur in Nanako's vision, his words becoming increasingly cold. "Foolish little sister. If you want to kill me, then hate. Hate. And then live on in your ugliness. I never wanted to kill you," Uchiha Itachi said. "My foolish little sister, have you lost even the courage to hate me? You are utterly worthless." Her body felt like it was floating like a bird, then suddenly it plummeted inexplicably. Bang! Nanako fell to the ground from the indented wall, her body rolling in pain, her consciousness becoming increasingly hazy, until her eyes finally closed. The Uchiha clan was annihilated overnight, leaving only the news of 2 children behind, spreading like a snowball throughout Konoha. At this moment, in a hospital room in Konoha, a Nanako wearing an oxygen mask lay quietly on the hospital bed, while on another bed lay Sasuke, with only his arm inserted with the needle, eyes tightly closed. Surrounding them were a group of students from the ninja school and Irika, who looked at the two on the hospital beds with sympathy. Sasuke was the first to open his eyes, staring blankly at the ceiling. Irika approached with concern. "Sasuke, you are safe now. Is there anywhere you feel uncomfortable?" Sasuke's eyes were hollow, ignoring Irika's concern. At this moment, a student suddenly said, "Is your sister going to die?" Irika's expression turned serious as he quickly reprimanded. "What are you talking about?" The girl students chimed in, offering food and gifts to Sasuke, expressing their affection and concern. The boy student shrank back in fear. The word sister made Sasuke sit up, like a startled leopard, turning to look at Nanako on the other bed. Her cheeks were covered in bruises, and her chest rose and fell very slowly. This scene made Sasuke's eyes widen, as he stumbled to Nanako's bedside, pulling out the needle. "Nanako!" Sasuke's voice was as light as the wind. "Nanako! I'm your brother! Can you hear me?" There was no response, not even a sound of Nanako's breathing. Irika slightly turned his head, unable to bear watching any longer. "Look, even his brother is ignoring him. He must be dying soon." The boy student with a sharp tongue spoke again, but unexpectedly received angry glares from his classmates, breaking out in a cold sweat. He stubbornly retorted, "What did I say wrong? I was just speaking the truth." As black hair rippled in the air before everyone could react, the student, who kept blabbering about the truth, was grabbed by Sasuke, a punch sending him flying to the ground, covering his swollen face, and falling silent. "The one who will die is you." Just as Sasuke was about to hit someone again, Irika shouted, "Stop, Sasuke!" Sasuke ignored him, wanting to continue punishing the trash, who cursed his sister, but unexpectedly several bold students held him back. "Let me go!" No matter how strong Sasuke was, he couldn't shake off the grip of several boys holding him tightly. Irika stood in front of the student being beaten, trying to mediate. "He just said the wrong thing. In reality, he hopes Nanako will wake up. She will definitely be fine." Yes, Sasuke, your sister is so cute. How could she not wake up right?" "Sasuke, he didn't mean it, he's just a bit foolish." Various excuses echoed chaotically in the room. Sasuke gritted his teeth and loosened his strength, no longer struggling. A few students cautiously released their hold, as they saw Sasuke standing beside Nanako's bed, with a cold expression, his black eyes silently gazing at Nanako's pale, almost translucent cheeks. Seeing this, Irika awkwardly explained some patient care matters to him, and led the students out of the hospital room. After they left, the noisy ward became exceptionally quiet. Sasuke quietly observed Nanako's bruised cheeks, and the bandages wrapped around her body, for a long time, before slowly reaching out to arrange her messy hair. Tears slid down Sasuke's fragile face, one by one dripping onto Nanako's face. Leaning down, he pressed his forehead against Nanako's, his choked voice as light as a breeze. "Nanako, you are all I have. I only have you now." He held Nanako tighter, his expression darkening, the Tomo Sharingan spinning rapidly, filled with various emotions. Anger, hatred, pain. I will kill him! I must kill him! Days passed, and the students at the ninja school noticed the changes in Uchiha Sasuke. Once the cool Sasuke would occasionally chat with them, or share training experiences, but now, he spoke not a word, appearing as if he were not even alive, his cold gaze fixed ahead where there was nothing. And the way he faced his classmates was no longer gentle, but carried a piercing chill. Yet even so he remained at the top of his class. Naruto Uzumaki, feeling competitive, took it upon himself to view Sasuke as a rival, challenging him to duels every time, but was defeated each time. Last place. Sasuke felt irritated and confused, wondering why a loser was always looking for trouble. I will defeat you. Idiot. Sasuke shoved his hands into his pockets, the noise in his ears growing louder, his heart feeling restless as he turned to leave. The girls gazed at Sasuke's back, their exclamations of admiration echoing like a wave filled with pink hearts. So handsome! No wonder it's Sasuke-kun. Arriving at the hospital, Uchiha Sasuke walked into the medical ninja's office under the various discussions and sympathetic gazes from passers-by. Are you Uchiha Sasuke? The medical ninja wearing glasses looked at Sasuke, who had no expression, and his hand holding the medical records trembled slightly. Sasuke. What happened to Nanako? Taking a deep breath, the medical ninja explained the situation in detail. Uchiha Nanako has a very weak constitution, so her internal organs are severely damaged. However, her will to survive is strong, and she was saved, but conventional medical ninjutsu has difficulty fully repairing her organs. Sasuke closed his eyes, hiding his black pupils, his heart feeling a pain that was hard to describe. After a long time, when he opened his eyes, they were eerily calm, as if nothing had happened. Only 3 faint words slipped from his lips. Understood. When will she wake up? Sasuke asked next. If lucky, she might wake up this month. If unlucky, she might never wake up in this lifetime. The medical ninja could not meet Uchiha Sasuke's gaze. Sasuke turned stiffly, his footsteps heavy, as he left the medical ninja's office, a manic laughter echoing in the corridor. His hand, which had been resting against the wall, slowly turned into a fist, repeatedly pounding against the wall until his knuckles turned a faint shade of red before finally stopping as he opened the hospital room door. Lying on the hospital bed was a person, their cherubic face looking so cute but devoid of color. Even the rise and fall of their chest was slow, as if they would stop breathing at any moment. Only the machines nearby beat, proving that the person on the bed was still alive, and the motion of their chest was not just Sasuke's illusion. They said if you're lucky you will wake up this month. Nanako has always had good luck, hasn't she? So you will wake up right. Sasuke brushed aside Nanako's hair, which had grown to shoulder length, gently touching it. He touched her skin, which was cool to the touch yet soft, then withdrew his hand to fetch a basin, filled it with hot water, returned to the ward, wrung out the towel, and silently wiped Nanako's body. After wiping her clean, Sasuke tossed the towel into the basin of hot water to rinse and hung it by the window, then carried the basin to the sink in the bathroom and poured out the water. Returning to the ward, he slid the basin under the bed, sat by the bedside, and silently gazed at Nanako. Lost in thought, his hand by his side clenched into a fist, the pressure mounting. Suddenly, the tightly clenched fist was brushed by something. Sasuke was momentarily stunned and looked down in disbelief at Nanako's fingers. A few fingers trembled and moved. Sasuke immediately grasped Nanako's hand, barely able to contain his excitement. Nanako, Nanako, can you hear Big Brother's voice? If you can hear me, move a finger, okay? Nanako's fingertips twitched again. Big Brother. Nanako tried to move her body, but it was as soft as if it had no bones, utterly unable to stir. Her voice came out weak, and feeble darkness flickered before her eyes, and each breath took enormous effort. You're finally awake, Nanako. The feeling of having regained something precious moved Sasuke to tears of joy. His voice was so gentle that it betrayed none of the coldness he showed at school, as he tightly embraced Nanako, whose face was exceptionally pale. Big Brother. I'm here. It'll be fine. Nanako wanted to raise her hand to touch Sasuke's face, which had lost its baby fat and become strikingly handsome, but could only imagine it. Weakness left her arm without strength, so she couldn't lift it at all. So Big Brother, don't cry. I'll be by your side. Sasuke stared blankly at Nanako, whose complexion was so translucent that even her blood vessels were visible. Nonsense. When did I cry? But you looked like you were about to cry, she thought, though her words came out differently. I must have been mistaken. Big Brother didn't cry. Sasuke poked Nanako's cheek and said against his heart. If you say I cried again, I'll hit you. Nanako looked at him pitifully. Big brother, really? A blush immediately crept onto Sasuke's face. He turned his head away, unwilling to meet Nanako's gaze for fear of being led by the nose. Alright, get some rest. I'll go buy some porridge for you. Don't run off. In this state, where would I run? Sasuke pushed open the ward door and left. Lying in bed, Nanako stared silently at the ceiling, her mind flashing between scenes of her parents' death and the original story's episode where Sasuke broke down in tears after being hit by Tsukuyomi. Death. No, maybe they would live on somewhere else, right? Just like herself. Nanako tossed and turned, looking around the empty ward. Only the ticking of the clock on the wall and the hum of the machine accompanied her, as if coming to the Naruto world was merely her illusion, and she was still the solitary person in the modern era. Big brother, come back soon. Time felt like an eternity. The sound of the door sliding open made Nanako lift her head. With difficulty standing by the door was the long-awaited Sasuke. Nanako immediately called out, Big brother! He was holding a coffee-colored paper bag. Carefully he took out the lunch box containing plain porridge and opened it. Knowing Nanako's body was very weak, he personally fed her. Big brother, you're so good to me, Nanako said, slowly swallowing the porridge. Sasuke glanced at her rather helplessly. Obviously. Over the following days, Nanako's condition visibly improved. However, the problem of her damaged internal organs had not been effectively resolved, so she still had to be extremely careful, or death would come sooner or later. In Sasuke's opinion, Nanako needed to remain hospitalized. Nanako disagreed, insisting on discharge, and told him there was another way to treat her, so Sasuke reluctantly agreed. Thus, before being cured, Nanako must avoid strenuous exercise, which also meant no training or ninjutsu practice. After picking up the medicine and leaving the hospital with Sasuke, Nanako looked at the increasingly unfamiliar surroundings. When they stopped in front of a house, she frowned. Where is this? Wasn't she supposed to go back to the Uchiha estate? Sasuke briefly explained. It's the residence the third Hokage arranged for us. But that place is our home. I know, but it was the third's decision. Sasuke ruffled Nanako's hair. Don't overthink it. Let's go inside. Nanako unwillingly followed Sasuke inside. Though it was a one-bedroom new home, it had a balcony and a bathroom, but the overall space was much smaller than their original home. Yet, as the saying goes, small as a sparrow, but with all the vital organs. The necessary furniture was present. Neither of them paid attention to the window, so they didn't notice a crow perched on a branch, flapping its wings and flying into the air, vanishing in an instant. Somewhere unknown, Itachi Uchiha walked slowly along a pitch-dark road. A crow landed on his shoulder, cawed once, and then disappeared without a trace. His expressionless face turned toward the moon in the sky. His voice was faint but carried an inexplicable sadness. As long as you're safe, it's fine. Time slipped away quietly, and in the blink of an eye 5 years passed. Now Uchiha Sasuke and Uchiha Nanako were 12 years old. During these 5 years, Nanako's clinginess towards Sasuke was terrifying to behold, but what left others dumbfounded was that no matter how outrageous Nanako's requests were, as long as Sasuke could fulfill them, he almost always agreed without hesitation. Sasuke graduated from the Ninja Academy with the highest score and became a genin. Today he once again appeared at the academy to attend the briefing session. Nanako watched Uchiha Sasuke walk in before leaving herself. She ran to a secluded spot with no one around and idly wondered. Meanwhile, Sasuke, wearing a dark blue shirt with the Uchiha clan crest, sat in the third row of the briefing room, his chin resting on his hands, as he silently stared ahead. The door was shoved open by a pink-haired girl and a light yellow-haired girl. The two argued over who was first to enter, until the pink-haired one, Haruno Sakura, spotted Sasuke in the corner and beamed brightly. Uzumaki Naruto thought Sakura was looking at him, blushed, and silently called her name in his heart. In a single stride, Sakura stood right in front of Naruto. Naruto, blushing, said, "Sakura." Before he could finish, Sakura shoved him aside and snapped, "Get lost." "Sasuke-kun." When facing Sasuke, Sakura was not so savage. She shyly called his name. Sasuke did not respond until the girls gathered around the third row and started arguing. He closed his eyes in exasperation. "So noisy." Then Naruto picked himself up from the floor and squatted in front of Sasuke, dissatisfied. He narrowed his eyes and looked down at Sasuke, seated, unable to fathom what charm this guy had that attracted so many girls to scream for him. Sasuke thought Naruto was picking a fight again. His brow furrowed, and he stared back at Naruto with ferocious intensity. The gazes of the two locked, crackling with sparks. Just then the boy behind Naruto was chatting cheerfully with his friend, and his elbow accidentally nudged Naruto's rear, causing Sasuke and Naruto to kiss in front of the whole class. All the girls stared at the scene in disbelief and heartbreak, especially Sakura, who opened her mouth in exaggerated shock. Was that my fault? Sasuke and Naruto each clutched their own neck and spat out in disgust. Dead last, he'll kill you. Sasuke wiped his mouth viciously. Just as Naruto was about to retort, the furious shouts of the girls made him turn around in a sweat, and he received a brutal beating. On the other side, Nanako was kicking gravel in frustration, her mind full of the original scene where Naruto and Sasuke kissed. A surge of jealousy flooded her heart. She kicked the gravel hard and then heard an "Ouch! Sorry," Nanako said without much sincerity. A strange old man appeared before Nanako at superhuman speed. He raised his hand, and Nanako floated in midair. The feeling of her feet not touching the ground filled Nanako with unease. Panicked, she said, "I already apologized. Otherworldly person, how about making a deal with me?" "What deal?" At the briefing, Iruka stood at the podium holding a white paper and said, "Next is Team 7 Uzumaki, Naruto, Haruto, Sakura." Naruto raised his hands in joy. "Yes." Sakura drooped her head in dismay. "How can it be?" "Why him?" Iruka continued. "Uchiha, Sasuke. You three are the members of Team 7. Sakura's heart screamed with excitement. She turned around and flashed a V sign at Yamanaka Ino. Naruto pounded the table in protest. His wheat-colored finger pointed at the expressionless Sasuke. "Iruka-sensei, how can an excellent person like me be teamed up with this guy?" Sakura was about to snap at him when Iruka's voice startled them. "Teams are formed based on average combat strength. You're the weakest in the three-person team." After assigning the remaining teams, Iruka added, "Wait here. A Jonin will come to pick you up." One by one, the newly minted Jonin were picked up by the Jonin, who arrived at the briefing. Finally, only Team 7 remained in the room. Sasuke rested his chin on his hand, staring straight ahead, quietly waiting for the Jonin to arrive. Suddenly, Naruto grinned, stood on a stool, and placed a blackboard eraser on top of the door. He declared confidently, "Latecomers deserve to be treated like this." Sakura put her hands on her hips to stop him. "Naruto, do you really think a Jonin will fall for such a childish trick? Better not do it." Sasuke looked away in exasperation, inwardly sneering what Jonin would get caught by such a scheme. Truly a dead last. As Sakura and Naruto argued, a silver-haired masked man holding a book titled "Make Out Paradise" opened the door. The eraser hit him squarely on the head. Sakura's eyes widened in disbelief. She quickly said, "I tried to stop him, but Naruto wouldn't listen." Naruto laughed loudly. "Got him! Got him!" Sasuke sat aloof in his seat, but couldn't help thinking, is this guy really a Jonin? Kakashi didn't seem angry. He scratched his chin and said slowly, "Well, my first impression of you guys is pretty bad." Afterward, the four moved to another spot. The masked man asked them to introduce themselves. "Since you're our supervising Jonin, you go first." The masked man didn't object and began. "My name is Hitaki Kakashi. What I like and dislike, I don't want to tell you. As for future dreams, hobbies, I have many." Sakura sat on the step hugging her knees, and said to Naruto in exasperation, "In the end, we only know his name." Naruto was equally speechless, but quickly started his own introduction. Me. My name is Uzumaki Naruto. What I like is instant ramen, and I especially like it when Iruka-sensei treats me to Ichiraka ramen. I hate waiting 3 minutes for the ramen to cook. My hobby is racing to eat ramen with people. And my future dream is to surpass the Hokage. So I must make the whole village acknowledge my existence." Kakashi nodded knowingly, and turned his deafish eyes to Sakura. "Your turn." Sakura was all smiles. "My name is Haruto Sakura. What I like is... well, the person I like is..." She blushed shyly, stealing glances at Sasuke sitting beside her, letting out a few sounds uncontrollably. "And my future dream..." Probably imagining having children with Sasuke, she covered her face, and went again. "And what I hate is..." she said disdainfully, "Naruto." Naruto was crushed. "Why do you hate me, Sakura?" Sasuke sat on the step, elbows on his knees, fingers interlaced at his mouth, his tone serious and brimming with killing intent. "My name is Uchiha Sasuke. There are many things I hate, but not many I like. And though I don't just want to talk about dreams, I have ambition. I will restore my clan, protect my most important little brother, and then kill a certain man with my own hands. Naruto was nearly breaking into a cold sweat, wondering, is he talking about me? Sakura blushed at Sasuke's murderous aura, so cool. Kakashi's visible eye sharpened, as if confirming something. By the way, be at training ground 3 tomorrow at 5 in the morning. Kakashi turned back before leaving to add, don't eat breakfast. You'll throw up. Nai walked home, pressing a hand to her chest. Her heart pounded loudly within, and a lightness pervaded her entire body. Since her discharge from the hospital, the pain from her damaged internal organs would flare up from time to time, and her frequent admissions had also tormented Sasuke. Sasuke always wanted to take her to the hospital, but her groundless refusals would inevitably anger him. Nai didn't want it this way, but she had no choice. Only Tsunade could perform the treatment she needed. Yet sneaking around to find her proved fruitless. In the original story, Tsunade was often found in Tenzaku Town, a woman addicted to gambling, and Naruto and Jiraiya had easily located her. No matter when she searched, day or night, she simply could not find the legendary sucker. Nai was so frustrated that she could only seek comfort from Sasuke. Had she truly become such a useless weakling, unable to lift a finger? How could she stand by Sasuke's side like this? How could she protect him? But then a turning point arrived, something Nai had never anticipated. The old man with the strange face called her a person from another world, meaning he knew her past life was in modern society. Yet he did not threaten her. Instead, he proposed a deal. When she asked what kind of deal, the old man said mysteriously, "You will know in the future." Then a mysterious force surged into her body, easing the burden on her internal organs and greatly enhancing her physique. When she looked up again, the old man had vanished. Nai could only hope that whatever he would ask of her later would be reasonable and within her power. Otherwise, Nai am back. Hearing Sasuke's voice, Nai hurried out of the room, threw her arms around his neck, and joyfully shared the good news. "Brother, my body has recovered." Sasuke naturally lifted her up and said as he walked, "Get a checkup at the hospital tomorrow, then give me the report." "Won't you come with me?" Nai didn't want to go alone. Sasuke pinched her chubby cheek and said in a flat tone, "I have to be at the 3rd training ground at 5 tomorrow. I can't go with you. Don't you want to go alone?" Nai looked at him pitifully and nodded frantically. He sat her down in a chair and sighed helplessly. "Then wait for me to come back." "Why are you sighing, brother? Don't you want to come with me?" Nai pouted. "No, you misheard." Sasuke didn't wait for her reply. He turned to the refrigerator, took out some seasoned rice balls and tomatoes, heated them, placed them on a plate, and set it out. Nai pouted and snorted. "Did I really mishear?" You did." Well, as Sasuke said so, then she must have misheard. The two ate in starkly different manners. One wolfed down his food, the other chewed slowly and gracefully, a stark contrast between elegance and beast. "I knew you loved rice balls and tomatoes, brother, so I always make extra rice balls and keep them in the fridge. Whenever you want to eat, you can just take them out." Nai spoke while eating, and grains of rice fell from her lips onto the table with each chew. Sasuke couldn't stand her wasting food. He reached over, picked up the grains, threw them into the trash, and frowned. "No one's competing with you. There's no need to eat so fast." Nai licked her now clean lips and used her usual trick. "I'm just really hungry." Sasuke laughed. "Nai, the food you make is delicious." At that, Nai's heart felt as sweet as honey, and she couldn't help but smile. Late at night, Nai and Sasuke lay facing each other on the bed. One hand rested on his waist, her head pillowed on his arm, as she nuzzled it, breathing in the cool scent emanating from him. It smelled wonderful. But soon, she heard his steady breathing, and knew he was asleep. "We'll always be together, won't we?" Knowing Sasuke couldn't hear her, Nai finally voiced her thoughts, then fell into a deep sleep. "Yes." In the darkness, Sasuke hugged the already sleeping Nai tighter, pressing her head against his chest. But she unconsciously rubbed against him, making his handsome face burn red. Fortunately, the room was dark, and no one could see. The morning sunlight fell on Nai's slightly thin, girlish face. She sat up in bed, twisting her neck. Sasuke, who had been sleeping beside her, was already gone. Nai changed clothes and opened the fridge. She found a new dish of scrambled eggs with tomatoes, happily took it out, heated it, and sat down to eat with relish. After eating, she recalled the plot of Sasuke's training at the 3rd training ground, The bell snatching exercise. The rules were fourfold. First, a time limit. The bells must be taken before noon. Second, there were only 2 bells. Third, qualification required. Snatching a bell, those who failed would be eliminated and tied to wooden stakes. Fourth special rule, those who did not obtain a bell could not eat. Anyone violating the rule would be directly disqualified. However, depending on the exam's purpose and the examiner's requirements, the rules might be adjusted. Nai wagged her finger, thought of Kakashi's rules, and shrugged. He would send eliminated ninjas back to the academy. Most importantly, Kakashi explicitly forbade the 3 from cooperating to obtain the bells. How ruthless. During the bell snatching, Kakashi used his overwhelming power to toy with the 3 of them, especially the classic scenes between Uzumaki Naruto and Kakashi. He was tricked 100%, leaving a deep impression. Thinking of Naruto's 1,000 years of death, being hung upside down from a tree, getting caught eating food, and finally being tied to a stake, Nai laughed until tears welled up in her eyes. But then she recalled how Sasuke, relying on his Sharingan, barely kept up with Kakashi, but in his eagerness to score a victory was pulled into the ground by a jutsu, leaving only his head exposed. Sasuke was careless, not that he's weak. Nai clapped her hands, deceiving herself. As for Haruno Sakura, the female lead, she lacked compatibility, and could only stand by anxiously circling around Sasuke. Nai snorted at that thought. A woman intimidated by Kakashi's Jinjutsu, huh? Even though she knew the subsequent plot, she still wanted to see Sasuke. Humming a tune, Nai headed to the 3rd training ground. She happened to see Uzumaki Naruto tied to a stake, while Sasuke and Sakura sat at opposite ends, slowly eating from their lunch boxes. A head poked out from the grass, shaking off a few leaves, and then she spotted Hitaki Kakashi hiding behind a tree. Of course, Kakashi also saw Nai with her messy hair. They silently stared at each other, then Kakashi turned away, as if he hadn't seen her. 2 seconds later, he appeared before Sakura, who was feeding Naruto, and Sasuke, who was on full alert. Suddenly, the blue sky clouded over, thunder roared, and lightning flashed. Without even looking, one could tell how furious Kakashi's face was. Though Kakashi was just pretending. Nai blinked, stunned, as the sky cleared again. Too theatrical. Seeing that the 3 had passed the test, Nai walked over boldly. Just as she reached Sasuke, she heard Kakashi say meaningfully to them, "Those who don't value their comrades are worse than trash." Kakashi's gaze swept over the 4 figures before him, and he had already understood the flaws among the 3 from the battle. Sakura was weak-willed, Naruto was impulsive, and Sasuke was aloof. But now they had come to recognize what was important, and what comrades meant, hadn't they? If Nai could hear Kakashi's thoughts, she would have said, "I know you want to guide Sasuke onto the right path, but the plot won't allow it." But Nai couldn't hear his thoughts. "Sasuke-kun, she looks a lot like you. Is she your sister?" Sakura immediately spoke to him. What kind of eyesight? Nai, as if claiming ownership, wrapped her arms around Sasuke's neck and corrected her smugly. "I'm Sasuke's younger brother. My name is Uchiha Nai." Feeling Nai's hostility, Sakura wondered what's with him. "I didn't offend him." "Nai, why are you running around again? Didn't I tell you to wait at home?" Sasuke pulled at her hands, which were tightening. "You're squeezing too hard." Hearing this, Nai immediately loosened her grip, allowing Sasuke to stand straight. Sakura envied the scene. Nai motioned for Sasuke to lean down. Sasuke stared at her with his dark eyes for a moment, then sighed and lowered his head. Nai whispered in his ear, "Sasuke, I missed you so much, so I came." Sasuke's fair skin flushed as if burned, and he stepped back. Nai, still clinging to his neck, followed. His voice came low. "Nai, so many people are watching. Let go of me now." Not letting go earlier, not letting go later, but telling her to let go exactly when he blushed. He was being coy. He clearly enjoyed hearing her say that. Nai obediently let go, turned to a stunned Kakashi, and said, "Hello, Kakashi. I'm Uchiha Nai, Sasuke's younger brother. Also, my brother needs to accompany me to the hospital later. Is that okay?" "Of course," Kakashi replied. Then she introduced herself to Uzumaki Naruto, but ignored Sakura, as she had already spoken to her earlier. Naruto excitedly pointed at himself. "Since you're Sasuke's brother, you're definitely no match for me. I'm your brother's rival. Remember him, Uzumaki Naruto." Nai, being a loyal fan of Sasuke, would never allow Naruto to brag, even if he was the main character of Naruto. "Sasuke was the top student at the academy and graduated with the highest marks. He won't lose to you." Naruto scratched his head and yelled, "I'm a genius." "Got it." Nai. "Right. You're a genius at bragging. Sasuke, Sakura, and Kakashi. Sasuke held his head in headache, but the corner of his mouth hidden behind his hand secretly lifted, betraying his mood. He dropped his hand, the smile vanishing, and grabbed Nai by the collar as she continued to argue with Naruto. We need to go to the hospital for a checkup. Don't waste time. As she was dragged away, Nai still shouted at Naruto. Sasuke is the best. Naruto roared back. He'll become Hokage one day. Nai had no retort. After observing Nai, Kakashi made a preliminary judgment. She was someone who cared too much about Sasuke and would defend him at all costs. This was quite a headache. Kakashi sighed softly, then took out his Ika Paradise, waved at the two, and left. Sasuke's brother seems to hate me. Sakura worried that Sasuke might dislike her because of him. Naruto called Sakura's name in a steaky tone, and then got a bump on his head. Nai walked out of the hospital with a beaming smile. See, my body has recovered really well. Sasuke finished reading the report and put it in his pocket. His eyes were as tender as drowning water, and his voice was as clear as melting snow in early spring, carrying a faint warmth. Nai, I'm so happy. Hearing his voice, Nai felt her bones go weak. Her cute face flushed like peach blossoms. She took his hand and said shyly, Sasuke, I will always stay by your side. Sasuke tightened his grip on her hand and replied, Okay. After returning home, Nai and Sasuke finished dinner and went to the bedroom early. One was packing clothes, the other sat on a chair staring out the dark window. I have a crank mission tomorrow. Don't run around, Sasuke said, closing the wardrobe door with a concerned warning. The Wave Country mission and the bell snatching indeed happened consecutively in the original story, only a day apart. But in that mission, Sasuke would be seriously injured. If she told him the plot, would he ask how she knew? If asked, how would she answer? Maybe she'd say a god descended in her dream and told her. Just kidding. Who would believe such an absurd reason? Sasuke poked her cheek with his fingertip and looked at her rosy lips moving. What are you thinking? Sasuke, this is not a simple crank mission. Nai rarely spoke with such seriousness, which made Sasuke take notice. Why do you say that? As expected, he couldn't escape being questioned by Sasuke. Nanako hadn't prepared a story. He opened his mouth and closed it again. But upon seeing Sasuke's slightly narrowed eyes, Nanako, like a moth to a flame, threw himself into Sasuke's arms, shaking his head from side to side and speaking in a coquettish tone. Brother, I'll tell you the reason later. First, let me share my thoughts on this mission, okay? Nanako, you know the mission content. Who told you? Sasuke pressed a finger against Nanako's forehead, who was rubbing against his chest, and pushed him away with a little force. Don't act spoiled. It doesn't work on me. Sasuke turned around, covering his slightly flushed face for a few seconds, waiting for the heat to fade. Impossible. Clearly Sasuke was always receptive to this trick of his. Whenever he acted spoiled, Sasuke's attitude would soften. Why wasn't it working today? Then he would just say what he wanted to say, and if he couldn't answer, he would replace it with a smile. Nanako flashed a big smile, answering irrelevantly. Be careful of Haku. He is a ninja with a bloodline limit. Sasuke, the client of the crank mission, lied. Zabuza Momochi and Haku are hired ninjas. Underestimating them will get you hurt. Nanako's heart pounded violently. He swallowed nervously and poked Sasuke's back. His fingertips clearly felt a slight shudder from Sasuke's body, and he immediately worried that Sasuke didn't believe him. When he saw Sasuke cross his arms over his chest, a trace of doubt flickering imperceptibly across his fair and delicate cheek, Nanako immediately spoke. Sasuke, I'm not lying to you. When Nanako chose to answer his question with a smile, Sasuke understood that there might be some reason preventing him from giving a clear answer, so he didn't dwell too much on how Nanako knew the contents of the crank mission. However, what Nanako said next stirred a storm inside Sasuke's heart. This could no longer be explained away by the excuse that someone told him. Sasuke closed his eyes to calm his turbulent emotions while gently stroking Nanako's hair. He tried to keep his voice steady. How could I possibly suspect you of lying to me? It's just, I'll take it to heart. It's already midnight. Go to sleep. Nanako's eyes curved like crescent moons. Feeling the warmth of Sasuke's touch, his heartbeat seemed to skip a beat, beating fiercely. He lowered his head slightly and whispered, then stole a glance at Sasuke, who was about to walk out. Aren't you staying together, Sasuke? Nanako patted the bed. Sasuke leaned against the doorframe, a faint smile curling his lips. I need to organize my ninja tools. Nanako flopped onto the bed and turned over, lowering his eyes with disappointment. Then hurry up, or I won't be able to sleep. Okay. Reassured by the answer, Nanako closed his eyes in peace. Meanwhile, Sasuke went outside, put the necessary ninja tools into his backpack, and sat down. His mind kept echoing Nanako's words. Haku with a bloodline limit and Zabuza Momochi. Sasuke's murmur was especially clear in the empty and quiet living room. After returning to the bedroom, Sasuke sat by the bed quietly gazing at Nanako, who was snoring softly. Carefully, Sasuke covered Nanako with a blanket and turned off the light. In the darkness, he moved lightly and cautiously lay down on the other side of Nanako. His breath grazed Nanako's cheek, causing a faint tickle. Slowly, Sasuke reached out and pulled Nanako into his arms, resting his chin on Nanako's forehead. A faint scent of soap wafted into his nostrils. Sasuke took a deep breath, growing dizzy, and his breathing becoming somewhat erratic. After a long while, Sasuke closed his eyes tightly, and his breathing gradually steadied. A glaring sunlight flickered across the two sleeping in each other's arms. Nanako rubbed his face against Sasuke's chest for a while, then sat up, rubbing his eyes that were still blurry from sleep. Yawning, he asked, Sasuke, what do you want to eat? Anything except natto and sweets, I'm not picky. Sasuke's hand paused on his chest for a moment before lowering. Nonchalantly, he got off the bed, changed clothes, and as he passed Nanako, he quickly poked his cheek and walked toward the living room. Nanako certainly wouldn't refuse such interactive gestures. Instead, he chased after Sasuke to continue the game. Before long, the same spot on his cheek was repeatedly poked by cool fingertips. A faint pain made Nanako grab that finger and pout accusingly. Sasuke, you're doing it on purpose. A light chuckle made Nanako's face flush even more. He quickly let go and ran into the kitchen, looking like he was fleeing in embarrassment. Swiftly, Nanako prepared the meal, packed it into a lunchbox, and thrust it into Sasuke's arms. Today you're going on the mission to the land of waves. Hurry and go. Don't forget what I told you last night, it's very important. Although Nanako's words seemed to be urging Sasuke to leave, he had already made a decision in his heart. Sasuke felt something was off, but he couldn't put his finger on it, so he followed Nanako's wishes and left. Watching Sasuke's figure grow smaller, Nanako stuffed cold rice balls into his mouth like he hadn't eaten in years, his cheeks puffing up like a squirrel preparing for winter. He hastily gulped down some water, chewing with difficulty, while chasing toward the gate of Konoha. When he saw the 5 people still at the gate, he immediately stopped and hid himself. At that moment, Kakashi, who was listening to the argument between Naruto Uzumaki and the client Tazuna, suddenly looked toward where Nanako was hiding. Nanako quickly retracted his head and patted his chest, his eyes full of relief that he had dodged in time, otherwise he would have been discovered. As expected of the copy ninja Kakashi, who in the original story had a sharp mind and high vigilance. But it seemed he had failed before even starting. Would he really avoid being discovered by Kakashi later? In the original story, Haku was defeated by Naruto Uzumaki using the power of the Nine Tails. If he went and killed Haku himself, would he be stealing Naruto's spotlight? That was the first step for Naruto to become Hokage. But the thought that Naruto's first step was built on Sasuke getting injured made Nanako unable to bear it. No. Absolutely not. With swelling confidence, Nanako stuck his head out to look at the gate. The 5 people who had been standing there were already gone. Nanako quickly slipped past the 2 people and 1 dog guarding the gate and chased after them. Someone ran past. I didn't see clearly. Just pretend you didn't. I suppose so. Nanako sprinted along a side path. As soon as he caught sight of their figures, he quickly hid. Even though his physique had improved significantly due to that encounter, how could Nanako, who spent all his time at home without any training, not be exhausted? Nanako collapsed against a tree, his strength failing to support his body as he slid down. He simply sat on the ground panting. With such a physique, how could he even dream of killing Haku? He probably wouldn't last a single round before dying. So weak. How could someone like him protect Sasuke? Suddenly the sounds of battle reached Nanako's ears. He cautiously stuck his head out to look in the direction of the noise. Kakashi was instantly taken care of. Sasuke reacted swiftly, using shuriken to break the chain attack of the Mist Ninja Demon Brothers. Naruto Uzumaki, frozen in shock by the blood gushing from Kakashi, reacted too late. A poison needle pierced his palm, and he fell to the ground trembling, his azure eyes full of terror. Sakura Haruno stood in front of Tazuna with a kunai, cold sweat pouring, but it was useless. Kakashi suddenly reappeared and praised Sasuke and Sakura. Looking at Naruto, who was still trapped in fear, he said calmly, "It seems you still have a long way to go to achieve your dream. Yo, you okay dead last?" Sasuke kicked away an enemy, a sarcastic smirk curling on his thin lips. This deeply provoked Naruto, who had been frightened by the enemy. He quickly stood up silent for a long time. When he raised his head, determination and regret flickered in his eyes. He picked up a kunai and stabbed it into his own injured palm. The red on the ground was glaring. "I won't wait for others to save me anymore. I won't be discouraged or run away. I don't want to lose to Sakura, and I want to be able to protect her. I also don't want to lose to Sasuke. I swear by the pain in my left hand, I will use my ninja shuriken to protect the old man." "The mission continues," Naruto declared loudly. Nanako made no comment. Sasuke snorted dismissively. Sakura was shocked. Kakashi watched the blood streaming from Naruto's palm and said, "Losing that much blood could kill you." Kakashi's way of showing concern for Naruto was truly unique. Just as Nanako was thinking that, a pair of legs suddenly appeared in his vision. Thinking he had seen wrong, he blinked a few times. But the legs didn't disappear. Then Kakashi's voice sounded from above. "I thought it was another hidden enemy. It's you." He jerked his head up and saw Kakashi put his kunai back into his tool pouch. Nanako. Following Kakashi out, Nanako gave Sasuke, who looked surprised, a dry smile. Then, deciding to strike first, he threw himself into Sasuke's arms like a rabbit and said pitifully, "I was wrong. I won't do this again." Sasuke quickly looked around at the others, who were staring at them with various expressions. Heat quickly climbed up his pale skin, spreading to the tips of his ears. Sensing Sasuke wanting to push him away, Nanako hugged him tighter and continued to act spoiled. "Brother, I'm sorry." As expected, as long as he called him brother and acted cute, Sasuke would stop pursuing the matter. "Seriously, you use this trick every time," Sasuke said helplessly, hands in his pockets. "But you always fall for it." Nanako giggled a few times. Remembering that Sasuke was still on a mission, he let go. He waved at them and said with a beaming smile, "Brother Naruto's sister Sakura, Senior Kakashi, and this bespectacled gentleman, let's go." Regardless of the others' reactions, Nanako grabbed Sasuke's hand and led the way forward. Kakashi's questions and Tazuna's honesty reached the ears of both Nanako and Sasuke. Nanako's words were confirmed. Sasuke stopped walking. Nanako, who had been closely watching Sasuke's expression, remained silent as well. "You go home first," Sasuke said gravely. Nanako refused outright. "No." Unexpectedly, Sasuke shook off his hand that was holding his, and for the first time spoke harshly to him. "Nanako, are you always this disobedient and reckless? I told you to go home. Don't you understand?" The four people walking behind were startled by Sasuke's sudden outburst. Nanako hadn't expected Sasuke to absolutely refuse him joining them. But even if he pretended to agree to go home and continued to follow him in secret, Kakashi would eventually discover him, and that would only anger Sasuke even more. "I'm just worried about you. You know Nanako tried to continue persuading, but was coldly interrupted by Sasuke. "Nanako, shut up. Go home." Sasuke had never treated him like this before. Nanako's lips trembled uncontrollably. His heart ached terribly. Tears welled up in his eyes. Sniffling, he threw the medical supplies from his ninja tool pouch onto Sasuke's chest. The bottles and bandages slid down his chest into Sasuke's hands. Nanako covered his eyes and turned to run, shouting as he ran, "Sasuke, you big idiot!" The four watched Nanako leave. Sakura and Naruto were puzzled. Kakashi remained silent. Tazuna, "It was fine just now. Why did they suddenly argue like that?" Sasuke clicked his tongue in annoyance. "You're the idiot." He hadn't expected Nanako to be able to predict future events. If someone with ill intentions discovered this, the consequences would be disastrous. Since the danger of this mission was obvious, he had to consider how to deal with it. But that wasn't the main point. The important thing was to keep Nanako from getting involved. With his level of skill, he simply couldn't survive. If it weren't particularly dangerous, he could protect him. But last night's words from Nanako were still fresh in his mind. He didn't want to lose the most important person to him again while completing a mission. Sakura approached cautiously and asked, "Sasuke, why did you and your brother argue?" Sasuke put the bottles and bandages into his backpack and gave Sakura, who was showing concern, a cold glance. "None of your business." Naruto was dissatisfied and strode up to Sasuke. Sakura is worried about you. Dead last, since you like her so much, why don't you go comfort her? Sasuke was already in a bad mood, so his words were merciless. What did you say? Naruto angrily raised his fist, holding it in front of his chest, but hesitated to swing. Sasuke's dark eyes rested on Naruto for a moment. Seeing that he had no intention of continuing, he snorted and walked ahead without looking back. Kakashi was holding a copy of Make Out Paradise, his one visible eye looking at the fragmented team with a headache. Tazuna let out a and said in shock, Do they always get along like this? Well, not entirely. Kakashi smiled. The journey was calm, with only Naruto chattering endlessly, until he threw a kunai that hit a rabbit. Sakura couldn't take it anymore and said, Relax a bit, Naruto. Just as Naruto scratched his head, Kakashi, who was walking behind, suddenly became alert. The corner of his eye swept toward a tree, then quickly turned back nonchalantly, but the Make Out Paradise in his hand had been put away. Nanako's vision was blocked by the gray mist, making it hard to see the 4 figures in the distance. He understood that this was a ninja technique activated by Zabuza Momochi, meaning a battle was imminent. Nanako, staying put, was not worried. Zabuza's purpose in the first confrontation was to test the true strength of the copy ninja Kakashi, so he wouldn't go all out. He just had to wait here for the mist to dissipate. However, after Zabuza achieved his goal, he was taken away by someone disguised as a mist umbu. It was only later that Kakashi discovered Haku and Zabuza were in league. That meant Haku was currently somewhere in the shadows observing. Nanako immediately became alert, his black pupils shifting into a single tomo as he looked around. The moment he activated the Sharingan, many things slowed down in Nanako's eyes, but no matter how hard he looked, he couldn't find where Haku was hiding. Suddenly Nanako helplessly put a hand to his forehead. He really was too anxious for his own good. The Sharingan's abilities were Insight and Copy. Only the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan could directly sense and see chakra. In the original story, the Land of Waves mission lasted 2 weeks. If he hurried back to find Hyuga Niji to help locate Haku, and then find a way to kill him, Sasuke wouldn't get hurt. But how could he convince Hyuga Niji? His relationship with Niji was average. Why bother pleading? He could simply use his identity as a client to assign Niji to find a person for him. Having figured out a way, Nanako wasted no more time. He deactivated the Sharingan and hurried back toward Konoha. At the gate of Konoha, 2 people and 1 dog were calmly performing their guard duties, until a shadow dashed through the gate with the wind beneath its feet. The figure grew farther and farther away until it disappeared from sight. What happened? Maybe it's a ninja returning from a mission. The dog lay motionless on the ground. Anyway, it couldn't be an enemy. If it were, it would have warned us. True. Standing inside the 3rd Hokage's office, Nanako panted heavily, looking at the silent 3rd Hokage, who was staring at him. After resting for a while, Nanako recovered. He took out some paper and money, and placed them on the desk, saying, I want to assign Hyuga Niji to take my mission. On an empty grass field, Tenten Niji and Rock Lee were training. Or rather, only Rock Lee was diligently practicing taijutsu. Hyuga Niji, the 3rd Hokage wants you in his office. There's a mission for you. After delivering the message, the ninja vanished like a ghost. The 3rd Hokage is calling you. I wonder what kind of mission it is, Tenten said curiously, then added, But since you're so strong, it's definitely not a mission to find a lost cat or dog or a person. Hyuga Niji agreed. With an arrogant smile, he headed to the 3rd Hokage's office. After just a few minutes, Nanako, who was waiting, heard a knock on the office door. Soon Hyuga Niji, wearing white clothes and with the Byakugan, appeared before Nanako. He's here. Nanako curved his lips into a smile, walked up to Hyuga Niji, and lifted his chin at him. Hyuga Niji, I'm your client. Come with me. Niji. After arriving in the Land of Waves on the same day, Naiko and Niji had differing reactions. They had anticipated the poor security of the Land of Waves, but they never expected it to be this dire. An elderly man in tattered clothes and a child huddled close together, with a chip bowl in front of them that held a few coins. The inventory in the dilapidated shop could be counted on 10 fingers. Everyone appeared emaciated, with faces marked by disappointment in their lives. The original text also mentioned that the Land of Waves had become like this entirely due to Kato's oppression. The reason Dezina would be targeted by Kato was that he wanted to build a bridge to help the Land of Waves develop positively. However, that was none of his concern. Those matters could be left to Naruto Uzumaki. As long as Sasuke wasn't hurt, everything else was irrelevant to him. Niji interrupted Naiko's daydreaming, saying, "So far the person you're looking for hasn't appeared." Naiko snapped back to reality, noticing the veins on his cheek returning to normal. Hands on her hips, she looked at him with an air of entitlement, and said, "Of course not. How could the person I'm looking for possibly show up here?" Feeling uncomfortable under Niji's Byakugan gaze, Naiko, filled with anger, explained, "Why are you staring at me like that?" As a talented branch family member of the Hyuga clan, Niji's talent far surpassed that of the main family members. However, after losing his father due to the fate of the clan division, his personality became proud and extreme. He believed that the weak should be eliminated, as a way to vent his frustration with fate. Therefore, when Niji saw the people of the Land of Waves living in dire straits, he displayed an attitude that suggested it was only natural. Although he didn't care about the lives of the people in the Land of Waves, it didn't prevent him from being unable to tolerate Niji. As for why he disliked him, it was likely because Niji's earlier personality was quite similar to Sasuke's. Sasuke was a unique existence, and Naiko did not allow for anyone else resembling Sasuke to exist. However, since Niji's character changed later on, she decided to be a bit more forgiving, and just cause him trouble in the early stages. Thinking about the thing she was going to do next, Naiko couldn't help but chuckle mischievously, giving away her bad intention. Niji saw through Naiko's thoughts at a glance, but given that the mischievous Naiko was a member of the Uchiha clan, he thought it best to give her some face, and warned her, "Put away your thoughts. If there's a next time, I won't hold back." Upon hearing this, Naiko scoffed in displeasure, saying, "I'm your client now. How can you speak to me like that? Clients and ninjas are in a contractual relationship, there's no hierarchy. Our interaction is a normal exchange. You're the one speaking to me with an attitude of superiority." Niji countered Naiko's retort with a "you" for quite some time. She was unable to argue back. Just because she had set aside her thoughts for now didn't mean she wouldn't find ways to trouble him in the future. She was simply outmatched, but once she grew stronger, he would have to deal with her. Naiko, aware that wise individuals know how to yield, still felt anger inside, hands on her hips, as she said, "Let's go to the West Island dock." Niji took the lead, and they quickly arrived near the West Island dock. The two of them hid behind a tree, observing the civilians at the West Island dock, who were busy transporting goods, with armed individuals urging them on aggressively. If the civilians moved too slowly, they would face a beating. They were a rabble, and Naiko pursed her lips, saying, "There's no one I'm looking for here. Let's go to the coastal area." Niji then led Naiko to the coastal area, where they observed a gathering of wandering warriors and ninjas from their concealed position. Seeing that the number of people was far greater than at the West Island dock, startled Niji, veins bulged at his temple. In an instant, as the veins disappeared, Niji cautiously took out a kunai and held it in front of his chest, carefully scanning for hidden enemies to avoid an ambush. Of course, Naiko was unaware of the hidden enemies. Having never been in actual combat, she lacked the awareness to guard against ambushes. Moreover, Niji didn't inform her. "Can you distinguish between the chakra of a bloodline limit and ordinary chakra?" Naiko was filled with anticipation, hoping for a yes in response. Reality slapped Naiko hard. No. Although she had anticipated this outcome, she still felt reluctant to admit she would have to search elsewhere for people. After traveling for so long without finding even a single hair of the person she was looking for, Naiko was exhausted. "Let's go near the big bridge." Niji circled around the hidden enemies, leading the increasingly tired Naiko, who kept saying, "I'm so tired, I want to sleep," to the vicinity of the big bridge. Completely drained, Naiko sat down, in a very ungraceful manner, propping herself up with her elbows, and gazing at Niji, who appeared calm and collected without the slightest sign of fatigue, filled with an unusual envy. Then Naiko pouted and said, "Sasuke surely has better stamina than him. Kato is quite short, and while he's still a child, Zabuza Momochi is injured. I mainly need to find these three quickly. Hurry up and use your Byakugan." Naiko panted as she instructed Niji. Niji calmly stated the facts. "I don't see those three people where I can look." "How can you be so sure? Isn't your Byakugan only able to see the traces of chakra flow, and can't distinguish between ninjas and bloodline limits?" "You're lying to me. No way, I have to go in and look." Naiko schemed carefully. "Uchiha Naiko, I'm only responsible for finding people." Niji turned his back, his Byakugan disdainfully sweeping over Naiko. Damn it. If it weren't for her poor stamina, she wouldn't need to scheme like this. It was still her weakness. Frustrated, Naiko suddenly jumped up, casting a cold glance at Niji, as if to engrave his appearance in her mind. Niji, not one to back down, returned her gaze. Naiko's dark pupils whirled rapidly into a tomo shape, as she pulled out a kunai and hurled it at Niji, immediately following up by running around him. Heavenly Spin. Niji assumed the 8 trigram stance, spinning rapidly, while also catching the 2 kunai that were attacking him. Other kunai were deflected by the Heavenly Spin, and fell to the ground with a crisp sound. The kunai coming towards him seemed slow under the effect of the Sharingan, yet Nanako instinctively narrowed her pupils, rolling on the ground in a panic. The kunai fell to the ground. Uchiha Nanako, does your anger make you lose your rationality? Choosing not to become a ninja was the best decision of your life. Niji mocked from a high vantage point, simultaneously adopting the 8 trigram stance, and rushing towards Nanako, with 8 trigrams 64 palms. Nanako felt anxious, but thankfully possessing the Sharingan made her feel that Niji's attack speed wasn't too fast. Even so, due to her lack of experience and stamina, she was hit several times before barely dodging the repeated assaults. Blood dripped from the corner of her mouth onto the ground, as Niji coldly mocked Naiko's current disheveled state. Uchiha Nanako, you're weak, you can't defeat me. Holding her stomach, Naiko's breathing grew increasingly heavy. Suddenly the corners of her mouth lifted slightly. Niji, your voice is too loud. Niji immediately realized, and turned to see a large group of wandering warriors, and ninjas rushing toward their direction, weapons drawn. Having exhausted herself from the recent fight, and prolonged running, Nanako could not resist as Niji grabbed her by the collar, his voice seething with anger, as he gritted his teeth. Shameless. Nanako laughed nonchalantly. You have 2 choices, either you ignore me, in which case you'll become the murderer who killed me, and Sasuke will not let you go, and you will be blamed by countless people, or you team up with me to kill them. Niji remained silent for a long time, just glaring at Nanako. Although Nanako appeared calm on the surface, she was actually terrified. If she misjudged his choice, she might really end up here. The collar was released, and she plopped down on the ground. Do you have any extra stamina? She had won the gamble. Nanako stood up, twisting her stiff neck, and tilted her head at Niji with a smile. I have enough chakra. She took a few steps forward, and unleashed a great fireball technique at the crowd. A massive fireball roared toward the crowd, igniting the enemies at the forefront. Attacking a large group was not a wise move, so Niji grabbed Nanako by the collar, and quickly escaped under the cover of the fireball. The crowd that had finally managed to break free cursed, and shouted loudly, vowing to kill the damned ninja. Hearing the commotion, Bite, who was standing on a tree, silently watched everything unfold. Nanako, unsure of where she had been taken, angrily shouted, let go of me. She then fell to the ground, wincing in pain. However, she quickly got up, and accused Niji, I put in so much effort, even gambling my life to fight you, and this drew them here. You promised to team up with me to kill them, but instead you ran away with me. Niji crossed his arms over his chest, looking Nanako up and down, refusing to respond, his attitude very cold. Seeing Niji's indifference, Nanako formed hand signs, and attempted to attack him. Enough. Niji stepped out of the shadows. My patience has limits too. Wanting to kill them is your business, while I'm merely the ninja who accepted your commission to find people. Once I find them, I'll let you know. Don't make trouble for me again. Nanako fell silent, biting her lip, as she turned her head away. I want to change the commission details. Niji replied, I won't accept it. She couldn't even defeat Niji, let alone Bai, and she realized her previous confidence was inflated to think she would say she would kill Bai. Moreover, after failing to use Niji, she was scolded instead, and he made it clear he would only act according to the commission details. She had effectively run out of options. Nanako glanced at Niji, who stood straight with his eyes closed. Becoming increasingly irritated, she lowered her head in frustration. Changing the plot was truly difficult. I miss Sasuke so much, I want to hug him and act cute. It has already been a day since she last saw Sasuke, and she had no idea what he was up to. Or was he climbing trees with others? Regardless, the plot time was still long. She should take advantage of this time to properly train her stamina. Let's start with precise chakra control. Nanako found a sturdy tree, focused on gathering chakra at her feet, and began to climb. However, after only 3 steps she fell from the tree, landing hard on her bottom. Even with his eyes closed, Niji could hear the sound of her falling to the ground, and his Byakugan slowly activated as he turned to look at the noisemaker. Her clothes and face were covered in dirt. Exhausted, Nanako took deep breaths, questioning her life after multiple failures. So tired her arms felt like they could barely lift anymore, and why was it so difficult to gather chakra? She might as well practice again tomorrow. As she thought this, the image of Sasuke's tear-streaked face during the Uchiha clan's massacre and his strong desire for revenge surfaced in her mind. Giving up so easily would only cause her to become a burden to Sasuke in the future. Did she really want to become someone who could only rely on Sasuke to live? She didn't want that. Without the ability to stand by Sasuke's side, she was like this mission in the land of waves. Because she was too weak, Sasuke chose not to take her along. Because her power was too weak, even changing the plot became difficult. Being too weak meant she couldn't protect Sasuke. So did she really want to give up just because of a simple tree climb? It was merely exhaustion, not a depletion of chakra. Why was it so easy for her to give up? With such a self, how could she say she wanted to become stronger and protect Sasuke to stand by his side? How ridiculous. It was just exhaustion, not a depletion of chakra. She had to climb until her chakra was completely spent. Naoko took a deep breath, getting up from the ground, her black eyes filled with determination, as if she had become a different person. Once again gathering chakra at her feet, Naoko encouraged herself. While stepping on the tree, due to her strength, a footprint dent formed where she stepped. This time she fell after climbing just past the halfway point, her body plummeting downward. How could one flip in midair? Was she really going to die like this? Naoko couldn't help but sniffle, tears streaming from the corners of her eyes. Don't cry, Naoko, don't cry. Fear could make your brain short-circuit. There are many ways to flip in midair. One method was to use the strength of her waist and abdomen to force her upper body to turn forward, while coordinating her legs to create a compact rotational posture, minimizing air resistance. By controlling chakra at her feet, she would adhere to the ground upon landing, preventing falls. Naoko landed steadily on the ground, her face covered in cold sweat. Looking up at her previous climbing position, and where she currently stood, she couldn't help but feel self-deprecating. Falling would only make her legs numb, she wouldn't die. Learning to flip in midair was due to her fear of dying, leaving her uncertain whether to laugh or cry. Neji leaned against the tree again, closing his eyes. Sunlight filtered through the trees, gradually warming Naoko's face. If one looked closely, they could see the fine hairs on her skin. Naoko rubbed her eyes, rising from the grass-covered ground, and stretched her body, causing her bones to crack with a sound. Feeling refreshed, Naoko broke into a run, finding that she could run continuously until noon without feeling tired, indicating that 10 days of stamina training had yielded evident results. However, she needed to persist long-term, otherwise her stamina would revert to its previous state. Out of nowhere, Neji appeared on a tree branch, saying, "I found them." Upon hearing this good news, Naoko immediately came to a screeching halt, eagerly asking, "Is it near the big bridge?" "In a warehouse near the big bridge. It's very concealed, you wouldn't find it without a close look," Neji replied. "I have completed the commission, am leaving now." "Wait." Neji hesitated, glancing down with his Byakugan, coldly asking, "What else is there?" "Since you said it's very concealed, take me there," Naoko hurriedly said. After a moment of silence, Neji turned and jumped in another direction. Naoko quickly followed Neji to the nearest tree, sneaking beside a window as they approached the big bridge. After leading Naoko to the location, Neji quickly left. On the other side, at the dining table in Ino's home, besides Team 7, there was also the Dazina family, making a total of 7 people. After finishing his meal, Sasuke simply greeted everyone before heading out to find an open space to train, repeatedly thinking about the Bai Naoko mentioned. Bai, who possessed a bloodline limit, could lead to his injury. However, participating in a mission inevitably involved getting hurt. Yet thinking of Naiko's unusually serious face, he still picked up a wind-release shuriken. Everything that followed confirmed the authenticity of Naiko's words. He should inquire more about Bai's information before letting him return home. What kind of bloodline limit did Bai possess? What kind of injuries would cause Naoko to argue with him? Considering one possibility, Sasuke's pupil shrank, and his expression became terrifying as he slammed his fist onto a nearby tree. Damn it! How could he die in a place like this? He hadn't yet succeeded in his revenge. How could he die here? Suddenly Sasuke shot a kunai behind him. While forming hand signs to unleash a great fireball, he saw a ninja he had never encountered before, wearing a Konoha forehead protector. Sasuke lowered his hands, his black eyes scanning the newcomer from head to toe, hands in his pockets, exuding an icy aura. "Are you also here for a mission in the land of waves?" Neji coldly smiled. "No wonder you're an Uchiha, you're much stronger than your brother." Hostility. Sasuke's heart skipped a beat, his brow furrowed, as he stared intently at the newcomer, kunai braced against his chest, his tone colder than before. "Where is Naoko?" Just then Naoko, hiding cautiously by the window, was about to lean closer to observe, when a gentle voice rang in her ear. "May I ask what you need?" Naoko quickly turned her head to see a very beautiful woman. She wore a kimono with long hair framing her face, standing 2 meters away, quietly watching her, as if waiting for her response. While observing the hand hidden behind her back, Naiko reached for her ninja tool pouch to pull out a kunai, smiling sweetly. Actually, I came over to ask you a question.
So that's how it is.
Bei's smile was as gentle as the spring breeze.
Follow me.
Nai paused for a moment, casting a glance at the window, the glass reflecting the sunlight obscuring whether anyone was inside. However, if Bai is here, then Tao Di Zai Bujan must be inside.
If you have any questions for me, please come quickly.
Prompted. Nai withdrew her gaze, and kept a certain distance from Bai as they walked to an open space. Nai got straight to the point.
I will offer you double the price of Kato on the condition that you leave the land of waves. Kato is always several times wealthier than you.
Kato indeed had more wealth than herself, so it was time to find another way.
Do you know the abilities of the Uchiha clan?
Nai pointed at her own eyes.
Of course I've heard of the Uchiha's fame, such as Kakashi's Sharingan, which can see through the movements of Zabuza. I believe you've gained a preliminary understanding of the Sharingan through the battle between Tao Di Zabuza and Kakashi, but unfortunately your knowledge of the Sharingan is still not comprehensive enough.
Nai's blood-red single tomo quickly spun, and came to a stop.
The Sharingan possesses different abilities such as foresight, insight, and replication. Kakashi's Sharingan is for insight, while mine leans towards foresight. I can predict events within 5 days. Just now I used my ability. Do you want to know?
Nai smiled slyly, staring intently at Bai, who had suddenly shown a hostile intent. The success or failure hinges on this moment. She could not show fear. Moreover, this was a way to ensure Sasuke remained unharmed, so even if it meant death, she could not be afraid. Nai forced herself to face Bei's hostility, even taking 2 steps forward, each word bouncing out.
Within 5 days you and Tao Di Zabuza will fight Kakashi, but Kato will not pay you for the hiring, as Kato's true purpose in hiring so many wandering warriors and ninjas is to reap the benefits, and you and Tao Di Zabuza will die at Kato's hands. Bai responded with a smile. I understand. Nai watched him head towards the warehouse, and soon he stopped. It's dangerous here, please do not linger. Just as Nai was about to leave, she felt a hand on her shoulder. Turning around, she found it was Sasuke, whom she had been longing for. Just as she was about to leap into his arms, she noticed the faint scars on his face.
Nai was unusually angry.
This is...
Sasuke shushed her, signaling Nai to be quiet. Nai promptly nodded, obediently suppressing her inner anger. Following Sasuke to the home of Inari, she immediately spotted Naruto, Sakura, and Kakashi sitting. Naruto and Sakura seemed surprised to see her there, but Kakashi with his mask on showed no visible change in expression, his eyes devoid of any emotion. As Nai was about to greet them, she heard Sasuke's voice laced with slight anger.
Nai, come with me.
Realizing she might get scolded, Nai was somewhat reluctant to go, stepping forward and gently shaking his arm, gazing at Sasuke with a pitiful look. Do you know that feeling when a cat looks at you innocently? Sasuke was that feeling at this moment, helplessly lowering his voice.
I'm not going to scold you, just come here.
Nai beamed with joy, happily following Sasuke into an empty bedroom. Sasuke hooked a chair with his foot to straighten it, and nodded his chin towards the bed. Nai obediently sat at the edge of the bed, awaiting Sasuke's judgment.
Nai, don't let others know about your foresight ability.
Sasuke lifted his gaze, leaning forward, and pinched Nai's cheek.
Never let others know. Nai grabbed Sasuke's clothes, her voice tinged with guilt. I told him about my ability. Before she could finish, she was met with Sasuke's abrupt what? Startled, she closed her eyes, speaking rapidly. I lied to him. I changed the prophecy result to Kato will kill. Sasuke quickly understood Nai's intention. You want to stir up their internal conflict. As Nai nodded, while speaking, yes, Kato originally did not want to pay them the hiring fee, so he has a reason to kill Bai. That's why I told him this, to incite their internal conflict, and have them turn against each other.
As she spoke, Nai almost revealed a madman's smile, and only after her smile faded, did she realize Sasuke had not spoken. Nai looked at Sasuke, finding him quietly observing her.
What's wrong, Sasuke? Because I've discovered another side of you and wondering which one is the real you. Nai chuckled, wrapping her arms around his neck and gently caressing his scar, smiling. Because that is the real me, my spoiled side. My obedience is only for you, only you deserve that from me. If there comes a day when I'm disobedient, it must be when you're injured or in danger. I only care about you, Sasuke. I want to be the only one standing by your side, so I will become stronger, and I hope you hold me as the most important person in your heart. I will never betray you. All who have caused you harm should die. Nine-Eyes' fingertips lingered on Sasuke's scars, as she slowly lowered her head, kissing his cheek, and burying her head in the crook of his neck, her voice muted yet filled with malice. Sasuke, so who hurt you? Was it Hyuga Neji? Since she fully realized that Sasuke's life was more important than her own, her determination to become stronger grew exponentially, and Nine-Eyes' mindset underwent a radical change. It's fine.
Sasuke's face flushed slightly, as he turned his head away.
It's just a ninja rivalry.
Nine-Eyes, seeing that Sasuke didn't want to talk, stopped pressing further.
Although I stirred up their infighting, I can't guarantee Kado won't pay them part of the hiring fee to keep them stable.
Nine-Eyes shifted her tone.
So I have another idea to ensure they believe my prophecy. Sasuke disguising as Kado, but...
Nine-Eyes drew Kado's appearance on paper with a pen and smirked. This is what he looks like. Sasuke used the transformation technique to become Kado. A large group of wandering warriors and ninjas from the Kado group moved the goods inside one by one. A short man wearing sunglasses swaggered in. Nine-Eyes, who couldn't use the transformation technique, hid behind a tree with a signal flare in hand. As time passed, Nine-Eyes grew increasingly anxious, almost uncontrollably wanting to rush in to check the situation, when she saw many wandering warriors and ninjas cursing as they left the Kado group, until their figures completely vanished. Did it succeed? Sasuke, having dispelled the transformation technique, emerged with a young man wearing a hat. Nine-Eyes rushed from behind the tree to Sasuke, eagerly asking,
How is it? How is it? Was my method effective?
Did those wandering ninjas and warriors go to kill Bai and Tao di Zabuza?
The wandering ninja behind Sasuke lowered his gaze, cold sweat pouring down. I killed Kado.
Sasuke glanced sideways at the wandering ninja, snorting coldly.
With Kado dead, Bai and Tao di Zabuza have no reason to obstruct my mission. This is indeed a method, but seeing the wandering ninja so close to Sasuke made Nine-Eyes uncomfortable, pouting. Why is he following you out? As she spoke, the kunai in her hand lunged towards the stranger's heart.
Ah! Please spare me.
The wandering ninja fell to the ground, crying and begging for mercy.
When Sasuke grabbed her wrist, Nine-Eyes frowned and looked up at him, hearing his helpless voice.
He is Kado's most trusted wandering ninja. He can prove that what we said is not false. All right, I will listen to Sasuke.
Hearing Sasuke's words, Nine-Eyes, despite her displeasure, had to retract her hand, suppressing her jealousy, kicking the wandering ninja before tying him up. The wandering ninja groaned in pain, which made Nine-Eyes' mood improve a bit. The two dragged the wandering ninja back to Inari's home. The wandering ninja, thrown to the ground, struggled to sit up, only to find Inari's family, including Naruto and Sakura, glaring angrily at him, causing cold sweat to break out on his forehead as he forced a smile. Sasuke said to Kakashi,
I just received intel that Tao di Zabuza and Bai accepted Kado's hiring to hunt down Dazina. The wandering ninjas and warriors are his subordinates. Kakashi stroked his chin. So you broke into Kado's base tonight. Do you realize how dangerous this is?
Exactly. Why didn't you take me along?
Naruto shouted loudly.
Anyone who harms the people is not a good person.
Nine-Eyes quickly explained.
Don't blame Sasuke, it was me who made him do this.
Sasuke pressed Nine-Eyes' shoulder, looking directly at Kakashi. I had Nine-Eyes bring a signal flare. Nine-Eyes nodded frantically. Yes, with Kado dead, Tao di Zabuza will have no more hiring fees. They have no reason to obstruct your missions. Kakashi closed the book with a grin, his dead fish eyes curling up, seemingly smiling. Your thoughts are good, but as a jonin, I must take responsibility for your safety, and I just hope that if you two have any issues, you can discuss it with us together. Sasuke snorted. Understood. Following Sasuke back to the bedroom, Nine-Eyes kicked off her shoes and jumped onto the bed, watching Sasuke carry a basin and walk out, so she followed him.
Brushing teeth, washing face, washing feet, after all the preparations were complete, the two lay on the bed, embracing each other to sleep. In the deep night, Bai and Tao di Zabuza looked at the already dead Kado and the completely emptied Kado group, falling into silence.
It seems there's no need to stay here any longer,
Tao di Zabuza said, carrying his ninja tools and sword, his hoarse voice echoing in the empty hall.
It seems that kid deceived you. Bai gently gazed at Tao di Zabuza. Indeed. A few days passed, and Inari's family lived peacefully, with wandering warriors and ninjas around the bridge, and the western island dock diminishing significantly. Of course, during these days, Nine-Eyes sought Sasuke's guidance, learning all the basic ninja techniques, while she frequently attempted sneak attacks on Kakashi, but was always countered, which only fueled her determination. Thus, accumulating a lot of experience, Nine-Eyes could hold her own against Kakashi for increasingly longer durations. You're working hard and your talent is quite good, Nine Z. Why not choose to become a ninja? Kakashi greeted Nine kunai with his own.
You're getting stronger, that's impressive.
Nine attacks on Kakashi's hand were almost like shadows, her black eyes filled with determination, showing no signs of retreat, as she answered Kakashi's question. Back then, I was afraid of dying, so I didn't want to be a ninja.
After all, at that time she didn't prioritize Sasuke's life above all else. Even during Uchiha Itachi's massacre, she used the plot as an excuse to mask her fear, only thinking about surviving. However, when genuinely caring for someone, even knowing the other won't die, one would unhesitatingly go to protect them. 12 years of companionship wasn't in vain, it was just that she had only now come to terms with these matters.
But what if I don't become a ninja?
Nine, seeing that her attacks hadn't grazed Kakashi at all, quickly retreated to dodge his punch.
Fire release, great fireball technique.
Watching the fireball rush towards Kakashi, she heard him release a fire technique. The two large fireballs collided with Kakashi's fireball, evidently superior. Nine formed hand seals to dodge.
Substitution technique.
Suddenly appearing beside Kakashi, Nine said, while aiming her kunai at his arm.
As long as I am strong enough, Sasuke won't be harmed, because only I can stay by his side now.
Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura all watched with bated breath. Sakura and Naruto exclaimed,
"Is Kakashi-sensei going to be defeated?"
Sasuke, when did Nine grow so quickly? Bang! Nine's kunai struck a piece of wood just as she turned to look back. A hand pressed down on her head, and a kunai was held against her neck.
If you were an enemy, you would already be dead.
Kakashi released her. Nine took a deep breath, raising her hands in surrender.
I lose. Now is the first step to becoming stronger. Losing is just losing, and the goal is merely to learn practical experience.
Nine, seeing Sasuke nearby, ran up to him with a big smile, but when she saw Sasuke's silence, she became nervous.
Sasuke, what are you thinking?
Sasuke shook his head.
It's nothing.
Without any surprise, the affectionate paradise had long appeared in Kakashi's hands, and he smiled, saying,
Let's head back to Konoha, the mission is over. Naruto called out, Hey, what about the bandaged guy and the masked strange fellows? Kakashi-sensei, you said they were enemies. Where did they go?
Kakashi replied. He looked at Naruto's impatient expression and continued.
They have already left the land of waves, so they are no longer enemies. Naruto responded with a few O's. Changing the first plot involving Sasuke, he was unharmed and things were resolved perfectly. The smile on Nine's face finally appeared remarkably genuine.
Of course, this was the first time for those unfamiliar with Nine, for in others' eyes, the smiles Nine showed were always particularly false, making one unable to help but feel goosebumps. Especially the girls, who had a crush on Sasuke, had the most to say. Sakura commented,
Yes, I often feel this way. I don't know where Nine's hostility towards me comes from.
The five who returned to Konoha each went home. Sakura shyly glanced at Sasuke, twiddling her fingers as she called out his name. Sasuke stopped, hands in his pockets, impatiently asking,
What is it?
Sakura blushed, lowering her head, shyly closing her eyes.
Sasuke-kun. Aye. Nine unceremoniously blocked Sasuke's front, scrutinizing Sakura, who would become Sasuke's future wife. The smile on her face vanished and her gaze turned cold. What do you want to say to my brother? Looking as if she would say, If you dare confess, I will make a move. Sakura was startled by Nine's sudden change, and lost her courage to confess, stuttering nothing. Nine instantly shifted from gloomy to sunny, beaming. Then Sakura, hurry home, it's almost night. If you don't go back, your parents will be worried, right?
Seeing Sakura's retreating back, Nine felt much more at ease, but turning around, she found Sasuke tilting his head, paying attention to them. Sasuke had heard her words. Nine worried that Sasuke might have feelings for Sakura, jumped on his back, saying particularly sweetly,
Sasuke, I scared Sakura away, you want blame me, right?
Her breath brushed against Sasuke's ear, causing his heart to thump loudly, and even his breathing became erratic.
You're my sister, how could I blame you?
Nine giggled, refusing to get off his back despite Sasuke's protests, playfully making noise as they returned home. In the following days, Nine either spoiled Sasuke or worked tirelessly to solidify her basic ninja skills, seeking someone to learn physical techniques, building her strength until both her chakra and stamina were depleted, collapsing into bed at home. Soon the plot arrived at the Chunin exam. Nine packed the prepared with fish rice balls and tomatoes into a lunch box, handing it to Sasuke, then quickly pecked him on the cheek. The Chunin exam is coming up, hurry and go. Just as Sasuke focused entirely on the lunchbox, Nai-Nai's expression darkened. The arrival of the Chunin exam also meant that Orochimaru had set his sights on Sasuke's body. Although Orochimaru granted Sasuke considerable power, it also caused Nai-Nai-Z to feel exceptionally displeased. After all, Orochimaru was a cunning scientist coveting Sasuke's body and eyes.
Sasuke, I'm stepping out for a moment. I'll be back shortly.
In with the Chunin exam still days away, Sasuke immersed himself in rigorous training, while Nani, seeking a day's respite, strolled idly through Konoha village. She entered a newly opened shop, glanced listlessly at the menu, and ordered a meal before settling in to wait. As she waited, memories of her former life surfaced. She had been only 10 years old then, her parents deceived by so-called friends into crushing debt, forcing the family into desperate flight, never knowing a single day of peace. Her father stood atop a rooftop, his eyes hollow with despair, a sight she would never forget. Without hesitation he abandoned her and her mother, leaping from the towering building and shattering instantly upon impact. Her mother, unable to bear his loss, descended into madness. When Nani returned home from school that day, her mother's body had already been removed by authorities, leaving her no chance to see her mother's final face. She survived on welfare as an orphan, fatherless, motherless, mocked by classmates, and tormented relentlessly. The very act of resistance only deepened the cruelty she endured. In adulthood, she possessed neither the means nor the strength to avenge her parents, drifting aimlessly through life until its end at 20. And that was her entire existence.
Hello! Here's your Lanzhao Lamian.
In the clatter of bowls and chopsticks snapped Nani back to reality, and she lifted her gaze toward the boy seated across from her. He wore a blackened half-length tunic over blackened shorts, his hair cut neatly at ear level, his features refined and delicate. Yet his slouched posture and careless demeanor obscured his appearance, making him seem little more than a directionless delinquent. Nani ignored him entirely, snapping her chopsticks apart and devouring the noodles with ravenous haste.
How can you pretend I'm invisible?
He swung one leg lazily.
I'd truly like to be your friend.
Nani remained silent, offering no reply. The boy grew bolder.
We're from the same world. Surely we ought to connect as fellow countrymen.
What
exactly do you want?
Nani set down her chopsticks and fixed him with a frustrated stare.
Because we're both modern-day transplants, must I therefore engage you emotionally? Can't you see I have no desire to speak with you?
Don't be so cold, friend. He slapped the table, laughing heartily.
My name in the modern world is Tsuyu. Here I'm the son of a chef named Kobayako Akosho.
At that name, Nani lowered her head, hands pressed tightly over her mouth, shoulders trembling faintly. Kobayako Akosho frowned in bewilderment.
Why are you crying? Surely not.
Not surely not, but utterly devastatingly so. This wasn't sorrow, it was exhilarated laughter surging within her. Suyu, the son of Suihong. Nan Suihong was the so-called friend who had swindled her parents into ruin, the architect of their utter devastation. She had believed vengeance forever beyond reach, until heaven itself delivered this gift. Truly the heavens saw clearly, placing Suihong's son within her grasp, granting her the chance to avenge her parents.
You've mistaken me, Tsuyu.
Nani blinked slowly at him.
Do you know Gunanzi?
Kobayako Akosho shook his head.
No, I don't. Is that your name? It's someone I know, someone who often spoke of a man named Tsuyu. I assumed you two were acquainted.
A subtle knowing smile played on Nani's lips. She placed banknotes on the table and added,
Since we hail from the same world, let's step outside. There's much to catch up on.
They arrived at an open field, secluded and rarely visited, an ideal place carefully chosen by Nani for their conversation.
People in the modern world are restless and impatient. At my job, colleagues constantly gossiped about me, even though I held proper certification and lived a disciplined 3-point routine home office home. My salary, a mere 8,000 yuan. This world is far better, free, unbound, blissfully unrestrained.
Kobayako Akosho rambled on without pause.
Is that so?
Nani drew a kunai and pressed its tip against his throat.
Then how truly exhausting it must be, for I too once lived such hardship.
His very presence resurrected the cruelty her parents had suffered at the hands of their betrayer, and yet the son knew nothing of Gunanzi. She would kill him. She would slaughter him. As Kobayako Akosho turned to respond, his pale green eyes reflected Nani's image, her left hand raised high, a kunai gleaming in her grip, her Sharingan activated with twin tomos swirling in her gaze.
Why do you want to kill me?
He twisted sideways, but the kunai still sliced a long shallow gash across his neck. Nani spared no words. Her hands flew through seals then pressed to her lips as she roared the jutsu's name.
Great fireball technique!
Kobayako Akosho had already seen her hand signs. Panicked, he scanned frantically for cover, finding none, and fled forward instead. Glancing back as he ran, he froze at the sight of the colossal fireball hurtling mere inches behind him, spurring him into even faster flight.
Help!
His shriek pierced the sky, startling flocks of sparrows into sudden chaotic flight. Nani closed the distance in moments, driving a kick into his ribs that sent him skidding several meters. As he struggled to rise, still intent on fleeing, she sneered, disdainful and cold. Several kunai shot toward his writhing form.
Help! Help! Why? Why do you want to kill me? You at least owe me the truth before I die.
His legs numb and immobile, facing certain death, he clung desperately to one final demand, the reason behind his execution. Fearing error, Nani withdrew black iron wire from her ninja pouch, flicked it toward the paralyzed boy, and yanked it taut, binding him completely. Then hand sealing once more.
Fire release Phoenix Sage fire technique. Rotation.
Nani cartwheeled backward, evading the kunai aimed straight at her. One hand braced against the earth, one leg rigidly extended, the other bent to steady her upper body. Her teeth clenched, her glare locked fiercely upon Hyuga Niji, who had just ruined everything. Kobayako Akosho's face glistened with cold sweat as he gasped, staring at the figure now shielding him.
Thank you.
Niji stepped forward slowly, brow furrowed.
He is merely an ordinary citizen of Konoha.
Nani rose, a mocking laugh curling her lips.
So what? Hyuga Niji, I advise you not to interfere in my affairs.
Niji assumed the 8 trigram stance, his temples pulsing with veins, his Byakugan locked unwaveringly onto Nani. The Hyuga clan's rotation and gentle fist were close-range techniques capable of perceiving chakra flow, offering full 360-degree defense and notable resistance to Genjutsu. A formidable obstacle indeed. In essence, the Byakugan countered the Sharingan. Her earlier confrontation with Niji had been sheer folly. In time to withdraw, Nani cast one last contemptuous glance at Kobayako Akosho, and walked away without looking back. Once Nani vanished, Kobayako Akosho exhaled sharply, then called after Niji, who was already turning to leave.
Thank you for saving me. I'll repay you, I swear.
Niji rested one hand on his hip, and replied coolly.
No need.
Before departing.
Wait. I fear he'll return the moment you're gone. Could you please escort me home?
Niji for once showed mercy.
He's gone, and won't return. But his intent to kill you remains potent. He'll seek you again. Reflect carefully. Damn it. Damn it.
Nani snarled, then drove her fist into a sturdy tree trunk, shattering bark, and wood alike with a thunderous crack. After finally encountering her past life nemesis, she'd expected swift, effortless retribution, only to have fate intervene with an unexpected, infuriating obstacle. Enough. Niji could shield him once, but not forever. Opportunities would arise again. She needed new jutsu. Her chakra affinity lay in water and fire. She recalled canonical water and fire-based techniques. She must master them before the Chunin exams. In power, she must attain power. Had she possessed true strength today, Hyuga Niji would lie dead upon that field. And had she possessed strength,
transmigrant soul,
an ancient voice murmured from behind her.
Do you recall our pact?
It was him. Nani turned to face the eccentric elder, robed in bizarre attire, his visage strikingly unusual.
I remember.
She leaned against the tree, a sardonic smile twisting her lips.
So what task do you require of me? If I am able. No, I only ask whether you recall.
The elder offered a cryptic, enigmatic smile. In what game was this old man playing?
If you harbor no further purpose, why appear before me now?
Nani cut straight to the point. Suddenly the elder lunged, swift as a leopard, materializing inches from her face. Before she could activate her Sharingan, a wrinkled hand clamped over her mouth and forced it shut. Nani choked, coughing violently, but failed to dislodge his grip. She hadn't imagined an elder could move with such speed, or possess strength surpassing her own. Why did every newcomer eclipse her power, while the one weak enough to fall before her Sharingan was protected by the very technique designed to counter it? Fury boiled within her.
What did you feed me?
And was it a control pill? A lunar poison that would erupt each full moon? The elder grumbled.
You'll understand soon enough.
And she'd already swallowed it, arguing served no purpose. and she would watch, and wait. Her internal organs convulsed as if crushed. Agonizing pain sent her writhing on the ground, teeth-gritted eyes burning with hatred, as she glared at the elder still calmly stroking his beard.
What was it you gave me? This suffering is fleeting. You will thank me for it.
The elder teased, withholding the truth.
Our agreement's terms have not yet matured.
After hours of torment, Nani staggered upright, only to find the elder vanished without trace. With the pain gone, a flood of jutsu knowledge surged into her mind. Not only canonical techniques, but novel ones unknown even in the Naruto world. Her body too had undergone profound refinement. An unfamiliar energy now coursed through her veins. But why had the elder done this? Why conceal the pact's terms? What hidden objective guided his hand? Could she bear whatever price he demanded? No, this was no time for speculation. First master every technique lodged in her mind. Then execute Tsuyu. 20 long days passed. Nani mastered all fire and water-based jutsu, including 2 unprecedented techniques native to no known canon, and honed her taijutsu and speed without neglect. She believed herself terrifyingly powerful, yet lacked real combat experience. She needed sparring partners. Still, one matter took precedence. Training could wait. NSUU, your time has run out. Nani rushed to the shop where she'd first met Kobayako Akosho. She stepped inside, and approached the woman behind the counter, tapping lightly on its polished surface. The woman didn't lift her gaze, pen moving steadily across ledgers, eyes darting between pages, thick lips parting without pause.
Menus sit on the tables. Call for Naya if you wish to order. I'm a friend of Kobayako Akosho. Where is he?
And the woman paused mid-stroke, then looked up at the young man before her.
Kosho does love making friends. What's your name? Uchiha Nani. I require urgent words with him. Please tell me where he is.
He's
staying with the Hyuga clan these days. Says he's deepening bonds with friends.
Armed with that answer, Nani turned and leapt across rooftops toward the Hyuga compound. NAS, a branch family member Niji, resided on the outer perimeter of the main estate, charged with guarding the main house. From every vantage, status, duty, privilege, the branch family stood worlds below the main house.
Void, formless dissolution.
In her hand, seals were unlike any known. Within a second her body dissolved into nothingness. Inside a modest house, on the Hyuga compound's outskirts, sat 2 figures, one sprawled carelessly on the floor, the other kneeling formally on a cushion.
20 days, and still no sign of her returning to kill me. Could you have misjudged? Perhaps she's forgotten me entirely.
Kobayako Akosho swung his legs, palms open in casual dismissal.
Then cancel the commission.
Niji replied, tone flat and detached. Just as he opened his mouth to retort, Kobayako Akosho frowned, staring at shimmering translucent bubbles blooming inexplicably within the room, swelling rapidly to fill nearly its entirety.
What is this?
He reached out, only to freeze at a sharp command.
Touch it, and you choose death.
Ni's fingers jerked back. He dared not look again.
This is...
The balloon burst mechanic from Boruto, which meant she was surely outside. Suddenly the bubbles coalesced into a massive sphere of water, intelligent, deliberate, as it surged directly toward Kobayako Akosho. Niji seized the petrified boy and vaulted upward, landing atop the roof just as the water sphere struck below. Then in one fluid motion, he dropped back down, eyes locked grimly on the colossal orb now racing toward them anew.
Rotation. Is it really that outrageous? This water ball can actually lock onto a target on its own.
Little Chao Chuan Xiaoxiu was so surprised that he couldn't close his mouth. The explosion of the water ball was stopped by the barrier of Huiqian, and a large splash of water drenched them completely. Drenched from head to toe, little Chao Chuan Xiaoxiu glanced around, but apart from Hyuga Niji, he saw no one else. Void Wuxiang is a ninjutsu that does not exist in the Naruto world, capable of temporarily erasing the existence traces of oneself or others, including chakra, making them a part of the void. In this state, even the Byakugan cannot perceive one's existence, making it a highly suitable ninjutsu for stealth or reconnaissance. The only drawback is that it consumes a tremendous amount of chakra. The chakra one possesses can only sustain it for 2 minutes at most. A minute has already passed, and he can only use that one technique. Whether it succeeds hinges on this moment. Nanako's gaze shot towards little Chao Chuan Xiaoxiu like a blade tempered in ice, as she swiftly charged towards him, her hand seals becoming increasingly rapid.
Void beast trapped.
Killing intent. Hyuga Niji's kunai stabbed into the empty space beside little Chao Chuan Xiaoxiu with bright red blood dripping onto the ground. Little Chao Chuan Xiaoxiu seemed to be trapped by an invisible force struggling against it, his delicate face contorting in pain.
Ugh, it hurts. What is pressing against me? Save me! Save me, Hyuga Niji! Feeling a sudden breeze behind him, Nanako jumped to avoid Hyuga Niji's attack.
8 trigrams 34 palms. Hyuga Niji's arm almost became a blur, illustrating how fast his palm technique was. A minute had already passed, and Nanako finally revealed herself, deftly dodging all of Hyuga Niji's palm strikes under the scrutiny of her double Tomo Sharingan. Hyuga Niji's elegant brows furrowed tightly.
8 trigrams 64 palms.
Nanako's retreat matched his palm strikes in speed, the smirk on her lips becoming more pronounced.
I told you Hyuga Niji today is different from the past. Do you really think your gentle fist can hit me?
Hyuga Niji maintained his distance, indifferent to Nanako's cold taunts. Not seeing him flustered, Nanako felt quite displeased, but thinking of her purpose for being here, she suppressed her thoughts about Hyuga Niji. Suyu had already been trapped by her. She needed to resolve this quickly before her chakra ran out, and could not linger too long with Hyuga Niji.
Void!
Before she could finish, she heard a bustling sound causing Nanako to halt her hand seals. The head of the Hyuga clan stepped forward upon seeing this situation, looking at Nanako's hand seals. After a moment's pause, he took on an imposing stance.
Uchiha brat, what are you doing here?
With so many 8 trigrams techniques, she couldn't handle them all. Nanako wore her signature smile.
I came to spar with Hyuga Niji for a bit. Help me. It hurts.
Little Chao Chuan Xiaoxiu's situation was dire. If it weren't for the hardness of human bones holding him together, he would have been crushed into meat paste by now. Nanako felt it was a pity it was so close. Just a little more, and Suyu would have died. The Hyuga clan had not noticed little Chao Chuan Xiaoxiu's condition at all. Upon hearing his cries for help, they finally turned their attention to him, whispering among themselves in surprise at the oddly shaped little Chao Chuan Xiaoxiu.
He is bound by some kind of force.
Hyuga Hayashi observed little Chao Chuan Xiaoxiu's condition with his Byakugan, then shifted his gaze to Nanako, knowingly asking,
Uchiha girl, you seem familiar with this kind of power. Perhaps you have a way to break it right.
Nanako gazed at little Chao Chuan Xiaoxiu's pained expression, and after a long moment, she smiled slightly.
Release.
Instantly the compressed little Chao Chuan Xiaoxiu lay flat on the ground, but his complexion was pale, and his breathing was rough and heavy, clearly in poor condition.
Then I will take my leave.
Nanako cast a cold glance at the little Chao Chuan Xiaoxiu on the ground before departing. Hyuga Niji's peripheral vision fixed intently on Nanako's retreating figure, and after she disappeared completely, he clenched his fists tightly, returning to his room without a word.
Please, take me home. My father is at the warm noodle shop.
Little Chao Chuan Xiaoxiu fell unconscious before finishing his words. Once back home, Nanako called out Sasuke's name. Not hearing a response, she figured he was still training, so she made some mung bean soup and small dishes, put them in a lunchbox, and headed to the training ground. Seeing Sasuke, who continued to train despite being drenched in sweat, Nanako's eyes sparkled with affection as she hurriedly called out,
Sasuke, come drink something.
As Sasuke fanned his collar to cool down and wiped the sweat from his face, Nanako took out a handkerchief she had prepared earlier to help him dry off.
What?
Nanako beamed as she took the food out of the lunchbox.
It's mung bean soup and small dishes. Hurry and eat. I worked hard to make it.
After Sasuke slowly finished eating, he set down the lunchbox, wiped his mouth, crumpled the tissue into a ball, and tossed it into the disposable lunchbox, standing up with a handsome smile on his face. After Nanako finished eating, she licked the corner of her mouth, took Sasuke's hand, and stood up, steadily walking home together with him. However, as they turned the corner, they heard Naruto's voice, and in his black pupils reflected a figure with red hair carrying a gourd. It was Gaara of the Sandstorm. Nanako pursed her lips, reached out to hold Sasuke's hand, but her gaze remained fixed on the red-haired figure. Sasuke thought Nanako was scared, ruffled her hair, and comforted her.
It's fine, this is Konoha. They are here for the Chunin exams.
In the Chunin exam, Sasuke had initially overwhelmed Gaara of the Sandstorm with his speed, but later, as Gaara was injured and retreated, Sasuke, eager to win, chased after him, and was defeated by the fully tailed beast form of Gaara. Nanako was so caught up in the original plot that she didn't hear Sasuke's voice. It wasn't until her cheek was pinched that she came back to her senses, instantly revealing a bright smile.
What's wrong, Sasuke?
Sasuke gave a soft hum, putting his hands in his pockets, his tone laced with mild discontent.
It's nothing.
Nanako hugged Sasuke's neck tightly, gently rubbing against his neck, speaking pitifully.
Brother, don't be angry, I was just too lost in thought. You're so good to me you won't blame me, right?
Sasuke's cheeks flushed as he lightly pushed her away, with his fingertips on her forehead, looking quite helpless.
Stop messing around.
Nanako chuckled softly at his words. At that moment a gruff voice reached their ears.
You two hiding behind, aren't you coming out?
Upon Nanako and Sasuke's appearance, they saw Kankuro, who was carrying puppets, sneering disdainfully, while Temari stared at Sasuke for a good while with indifference. Sasuke's deathly charm, it was as if everywhere he went girls adored his face. Thinking of this, Nanako crossed her arms and sighed, but then recalling Temari's earlier gaze, she pouted in displeasure and huffed. Fortunately in the plot, Sasuke and Temari had little interaction, otherwise she really wouldn't be able to resist taking action. Temari had no idea what Nanako was thinking. If she did, she would surely refute that she was merely admiring a handsome guy for a little while longer.
So it's you two hiding behind trying to ambush us?
Sasuke completely ignored him, his attention solely on Gaara of the Sandstorm, wearing an eager expression. Gaara of the Sandstorm, just like in the original story, was also quite interested in Sasuke, but nothing showed on his face.
Hey, what's your name? Are you asking me?
Temari's face flushed.
No,
Sasuke replied swiftly.
Gaara of the Sandstorm, I'm interested in you too. What's your name?
Gaara of the Sandstorm's voice was hoarse and slow.
Uchiha Sasuke.
Naruto pointed to himself, shouting towards the already retreating figure.
What about me? What about me?
Gaara's dismissive reply of, not interested, caused Naruto to glare at him in discontent.
I'm leaving Nanako.
Nanako waved goodbye to Naruto and the others as she and Sasuke returned home.
I'll be participating in the Chunin exams in 7 days, so who did you fight today?
Sasuke had already noticed Nanako's disheveled clothing and asked while ruffling her hair. Just as Nanako was about to say not to mess up her hair, she heard Sasuke's question and let out a guilty "Ah," her hand quietly slipping off Sasuke's arm as her eyes involuntarily looked to the right. Sasuke immediately noticed Nanako's unease, saying irritably,
So you fought with Hyuga Neji in the Land of Waves, and I haven't scolded you yet. You didn't lose again, did you? How did you know I fought him in the Land of Waves?
Nanako's eyes shifted to the right again, as if realizing something. She immediately focused her gaze on Sasuke.
Could it be that your previous injury was caused by Hyuga Neji?
Sasuke paused for a moment, then replied, gritting his teeth.
He just wanted to see how strong I was. It was a normal spar. Alright, I understand.
Nanako secretly glanced at Sasuke, noticing his gloomy expression, and changed the topic.
Just now you said I didn't get scolded for fighting with Hyuga Neji. What did you want to scold me for? You lost the fight.
Sasuke answered succinctly, suddenly flashing a hint of tenderness in his eyes.
But now you've won, haven't you? I thought you would blame me for fighting with Hyuga Neji.
Nanako's smile blossomed like a flower.
What's there to blame about fighting? The main thing is to win.
Sasuke interrupted her. Nanako wholeheartedly agreed.
Yes, winning is the best way to honor one's strength.
Time flew by, and in no time, the 7 days had passed. Sasuke raised his hand to shield his eyes from the glaring sunlight, and after a moment, he opened his eyes. Gently pushing away the arms that were wrapped around his neck, he extricated his legs trapped by Nanako, and got out of bed. After changing his clothes, he glanced at Nanako, who had changed her sleeping position, smiling fondly.
Still love to sleep in, and cling to me like this.
Of course Nanako, who had not yet woken up, did not hear him, otherwise she would have surely hugged his waist, and showered him with kisses on his face. At 9:30 in the morning, Nanako sat up from bed, covering her mouth, rubbing her eyes with one hand, while the other felt around for something beside her.
Looks like they've already gone to the Chunin exams.
Staying at home, Nanako decided to start learning the void-type ninjutsu she had in her mind. While studying, a special chakra flowed throughout her body. This special chakra should be related to the pill the old man had given her. His identity must not be simple. The next time she sees him, she will definitely have to ask for clarity. However, this special chakra is limited. The void-type ninjutsu can only be used 3 times at most. If she can't refine the special chakra, then she will try refining the ordinary chakra. She remembered that the method for refining chakra in the original story was to concentrate and sense the Bodhi's energy, guiding and mobilizing the spiritual energy, then fusing the 2 energies in a certain ratio. Since it was her first time refining chakra, the imbalance in ratio led to a failure in refinement. Finally, after repeated attempts, her chakra was finally enhanced. Nanako spent the entire day refining chakra, forgetting to eat, her stomach growling from hunger. She decided to go buy something to eat. She headed straight for the warm noodle shop, not only to eat, but also to see whether Suyu was dead or alive.
Signature Lanshout pulled noodles.
Nanako weakly spoke. Little Chow Chuan Na-yi placed the bowl in front of a customer, with both hands, and upon seeing Nanako clutching her stomach in hunger asked,
"What do you want to eat?" "Lanshout pulled noodles." "Alright, coming right up."
20 minutes later, after Nanako had her fill, she felt revitalized.
"Time to settle the bill."
After paying, Nanako called out to little Chow Chuan Na-yi, speaking to her as if she were a regular.
"Wasn't Xiao Xiu the one serving noodles before? What happened to him?"
Little Chow Chuan Na-yi forced a smile and said,
"I don't know, I just came to work part-time, and I don't know this person at all. You look a lot like Xiao Xiu."
Nanako supported her head, immediately piercing through her lie.
"Don't tell me you don't know little Xiao Xiu, tell me, where is he?"
Little Chow Chuan Na-yi dropped the act.
"Why do you want to kill my brother? Are you just bullying civilians because you're a ninja?" "I'm not a ninja. Do you see any forehead protector on me? If I told you the reason, would you be able to stop me from killing your brother?"
Nanako asked herself.
"You don't have the ability to stop me. It seems your brother's condition isn't good, otherwise you wouldn't be questioning me like this, you'd be running away from me instead."
There isn't anyone who wouldn't be happy upon learning that their enemy's son ended up in this situation. Nanako's eyes glistened with tears of joy, indicating just how delighted she was. Little Chow Chuan Na-yi bit her lip, desperately wanting to beat up the person in front of her, but thinking of her brother's condition and her family's decision, she suppressed her anger and said,
"I wish you a pleasant meal."
Nanako paid no mind to little Chow Chuan Na-yi's fury, humming a tune as she left the noodle shop. Looking at the lightning flashing in the pitch-black sky, she couldn't help but exclaim,
"The weather is really nice today."
While heading to the 44th training ground, 9iz immediately selected several void-style ninjutsu to learn and quickly mastered a few. In contrast, 9iz was puzzled, for although chakra was involved, learning ninjutsu from the Naruto world had always been fraught with difficulty, requiring many days of arduous effort. Yet this void-style ninjutsu she could learn after just one glance, and the theories explained were remarkably easy to understand. How strange! Could it all be due to that pill? Meanwhile, before the Forest of Deaths was Yu Chunaying and Xuanhua Mingren had obtained the Heaven Scroll and signed their names on the Pact of Life and Death. Seeing the examinees enter the Forest of Death one by one, 9iz used void formlessness to conceal her presence. After successfully infiltrating, she revealed herself only when Mitarashi Anko was no longer in sight. Leaping among the branches without encountering a soul, she opted to crouch on a tree and wait, hoping to ambush the one she sought. There was a question she wished to ask Zhuozhu, and his answer would determine her next course of action. Suddenly the sound of combat reached her ears, and she turned her gaze toward the noise. To the left, faint smoke rose. Recalling that Zhuozhu had been attacked by Rain Village ninjas shortly after entering the Forest of Death, 9iz hurried over.
"Listen carefully, the code is..."
On next would be Xuanhua Mingren, unable to hold it and sneaking off to relieve himself in front of Chunaying, only to be driven away by her punch. When he returned, it was actually Orochimaru disguised as Xuanhua Mingren. Sure enough, after Xuanhua Mingren returned and repeated the code Zhuozhu had said, Zhuozhu sent him flying with a punch, crashing into a tree behind.
"Zhuozhu Mingren already said the code,"
Chunaying said, utterly bewildered by Zhuozhu's attack on a comrade.
"That's precisely the problem,"
Zhuozhu replied, clearly understanding the real Xuanhua Mingren.
"Do you think the guy could memorize such a long code?"
Chunaying caught on, and then regarded the false Xuanhua Mingren warily. The impostor stood motionless, listening to how they saw through the transformation technique. 9iz was not idle either. While Zhuozhu and Chunaying talked, she formed hand seals.
Void formlessness.
The false Xuanhua Mingren licked his lips, revealing a sinister grin.
"I see."
After the transformation technique dissipated, Orochimaru revealed his true face, adjusting his hat. 9iz reached out, touched Orochimaru's garment, then quickly retreated and formed a seal.
Void erosion.
This technique she had just learned and was not yet proficient, but anyone hit by it would inevitably be injured, and it consumed little chakra. As for why it guaranteed injury, combat inevitably involved contact with limbs or objects, and the contacted area would have its life force destroyed by chakra for 1 second. Once mastered, and with sufficient power, it would cause continuous damage for 5 seconds. Though 5 seconds was the upper limit, it was not unreasonable, otherwise it would become a glitch. After all, greater power often came at a greater cost.
"You?"
Orochimaru suddenly felt his life force draining from a spot on his back, his brown eyes filled with disbelief and caution.
What ninjutsu did you use?
Nine-Eyes did not answer. Just as she was about to strike again, Zabuza pulled her behind him.
Nine-Eyes, why are you here?
Chunying chimed in.
Yeah, it's dangerous here. We should get you out soon.
Nine-Eyes ignored their questions, instead staring warily at Orochimaru, whose face had turned exceptionally dark as he swallowed the scroll. At that moment Orochimaru unleashed his killing intent and Genjutsu simultaneously. Zabuza vomited frozen in terror, while Chunying wept in fear. Though the Genjutsu lasted only an instant, Nine-Eyes stumbled, startled by its vividness. She was truly poor at Genjutsu. She would need to overcome this hurdle somehow. Orochimaru approached step by step. Zabuza and Chunying were paralyzed with terror.
Fire style, great fireball technique.
As the fireball surged toward Orochimaru, Nine-Eyes grabbed Zabuza's hand and placed it on her own neck, then supported his waist. Glancing at a slumped Chunying, she hauled the latter up by the collar and leaped into the trees with both of them.
Swoosh!
Hearing the faint rustle of a kunai slicing through the air, Nine-Eyes, burdened with two others, could not dodge despite her strength. Just as she was about to hurl Chunying away, the clang of kunai colliding rang out behind her. Nine-Eyes looked at Zabuza's pallid face and asked anxiously,
"Zabuza, are you okay?"
Receiving no reply, Nine-Eyes said no more and swiftly left the area. Finding a hiding spot, she set them down. Chunying let out a long sigh.
Nine-Eyes, you saved us. Thank you.
Nine-Eyes cast her a glance and smiled faintly.
Sister-ing, you don't need to thank me.
Her gaze fell on Zabuza, who remained silent with his head lowered. Guessing his thoughts, she chose not to comfort him.
I'll be back, Zabuza. We need a plan to deal with him.
Chunying fell silent too.
Zabuza,
realizing after what had just happened that his opponent was far stronger, said,
"His goal is the scroll. We can trade it for our safety."
Nine-Eyes approached Zabuza, leaned close to his ear, and posed the question.
"Brother, if one day you could gain power, but the price was leaving the village, would you take it?"
Zabuza's answer was as Nine-Eyes expected.
"Is that even a question, Nine-Eyes?
In that case,
brother, then prove your strength to him."
Zabuza's cheeks flushed and his ears turned crimson, but on hearing Nine-Eyes' words, his pupils contracted and all stray thoughts vanished. Zabuza too caught on and turned to look at the solemn Nine-Eyes.
"That person just now." "You're not wrong, Zabuza."
Nine-Eyes confirmed his suspicion.
"So we must devise a tactic to counter his ambush, so he can witness the power of the Uchiha clan. Before that, Nine-Eyes, why have I never seen your ninjutsu before?"
Zabuza suddenly asked.
"He'll tell you after you pass the exam. Now let's focus on how to deal with him."
Nine-Eyes replied hastily. Seeing no objection from Zabuza, Nine-Eyes explained earnestly.
"My ninjutsu leans toward support lacking offensive power. Later, well."
Chunying, seeing them exchange smiles after their discussion, felt inexplicably excluded. Dejected, she stepped forward and stammered.
Zabuza, Nine-Eyes, is there anything I can do?"
Nine-Eyes thought for a while before replying.
"Sister-ing, just act according to the situation."
Having said that, Nine-Eyes ignored Chunying and heard a complaint.
"You all ran off here. Somehow I got knocked out, and when I woke up I came looking for her."
Schwanwa dashed right in front of her.
"Hey! Why are you here?"
Zabuza grabbed him by the collar.
"Come here, don't worry about that now."
Nine-Eyes watched Zabuza speak seriously to Schwanwa. A breeze stirred, and leaves fluttered down lazily, but as they reached midair, they were sliced in two and fell.
Shing shing shing.
Nine-Eyes and Zabuza simultaneously activated their Sharingan, dodging the sudden hail of kunai and shuriken. Orochimaru's legs, like a serpent's, hung from a branch, then he dove toward them at incredible speed. With her Sharingan, Nine-Eyes could track his movements. She charged forward, first forming hand seals as she ran.
Void submersion.
Against the treacherous Orochimaru, she had to be fully alert. Suddenly Nine-Eyes turned into a white light and dissipated. Orochimaru was taken aback, and as he tried to use sensory abilities, Zabuza seized his collar, leaped upward, and slammed him headfirst into a tree. Knowing the plot, Nine-Eyes held back, aware that Orochimaru had already used an earth clone. A barrage of kunai and shuriken flew straight toward Nine-Eyes and Zabuza, who were concealed. They dodged left and right, then formed seals simultaneously.
Void Ghost hands.
Long hook-like nails extended from Nine-Eyes' hands. After Orochimaru used wind style, she swiftly evaded. Before Orochimaru could react, she appeared behind him, and sank her claws into his flesh, immobilizing him.
Fire-style great fireball technique.
Orochimaru suddenly twisted his head 360 degrees and spoke.
Aren't you going to let go?
The heat grew intense. Nine-Eyes sneered.
That's none of your business. Heh heh heh.
Suzu watched Orochimaru nervously. Suddenly Orochimaru's neck stretched, biting Nine-Eyes' neck, while simultaneously the fireball struck them.
Nine-Eyes!
Suzu screamed in terror when she didn't emerge. But at that moment Nine-Eyes appeared beside him, and said,
Suzu, I'm here.
For the first time Suzu embraced Nine-Eyes tightly, saying nothing. She didn't push him away, her head buried in his shoulder, but her eyes fixed on Orochimaru's slightly pale face, as she cast a body-binding technique. Suzu was instantly immobilized, still holding Nine-Eyes, his peripheral vision, frantically searching behind him. Chunai and Xuanwamingern were also frozen in place.
I am Orochimaru. Nine-Eyes, I had planned to seek you out for a match later, but encountering you here delights me. Suzu, Nine-Eyes, if you wish to see me again. They don't want to see you,
shouted the immobilized Xuanwamingern furiously, his blue eyes turning crimson. Yet he still couldn't break free from the body-binding technique. Orochimaru's head elongated like a snake, turning into a serpent's head that lunged towards Suzu and Nine-Eyes.
Release. Void Sealing Gate.
A white barrier enveloped Suzu and Nine-Eyes. Orochimaru bit down on the barrier. After 3 seconds the barrier vanished. Still in Suzu's embrace, Nine-Eyes looked up at Orochimaru, whose head had retracted.
Don't be so disgusting, Orochimaru. Whether to see you is up to Suzu.
These ninjutsu consumed so little chakra that she could use them indefinitely. Though their duration was short, the effect was decent. Catching Orochimaru's nauseating gaze, Nine-Eyes released Suzu from the body-binding technique, though inwardly, she regretted not being able to enjoy his embrace longer.
Suzu, do you have enough chakra? Enough?
Nine-Eyes trusted him completely, and formed a seal.
Void Entanglement.
This technique was an extremely powerful control. If she used it now, her special chakra would be depleted. Orochimaru's expression turned grave, and he quickly retreated, but nothing happened.
Your chakra.
Seeing Nine-Eyes panting heavily, Suzu stepped forward with concern.
Rest now, Nine-Eyes. Leave the rest to me.
Lying on the ground, Nine-Eyes smiled with relief. As long as the vines restrained Orochimaru, and the blooming flowers entered his stomach, he would fall into a deep sleep. The plan succeeded. Now she could rest easy. This would prove Suzu's strength. From here on, it's up to you, Suzu, my brother. Suzu stood protectively in front of Nine-Eyes, kunai in hand, locking onto Orochimaru to prevent any attack.
It seems Nine-Eyes' chakra is almost.
Orochimaru trailed off, sensing something amiss. His eyes darted downward. A few thin vines entangled Orochimaru's feet, then grew rapidly. Within seconds, massive vines tightly constricted his entire body, leaving only his head exposed. A flicker of surprise crossed Orochimaru's eyes. What power was this? It had restrained him so silently. No matter how he struggled, he couldn't use ninjutsu force to remain bound. Chunai, seeing this, ran to Nine-Eyes and said to Suzu,
Nine-Eyes has fainted.
Suzu gazed deeply at Nine-Eyes' face, then told Chunai,
I know. Take care of her for—
At that moment, Xuanwamingern had fully broken free of the body-binding technique and charged at Orochimaru with a roar. In the monitoring room.
Isn't that Suzu's little brother? How did he sneak in?
Shin Uchiha was baffled.
He's not a shinobi. But he possesses the qualifications of a shinobi. His ninjutsu are unlike any seen before, and his hand seals are unknown. Could they be Uchiha clan secrets?
Observed Gongzi Tai with more insight. Mirashi Anko's attention was wholly fixed on Orochimaru, her eyes flickering incessantly. As the sky deepened by a faint firelight, Nine-Eyes let out a soft groan and opened her eyes.
You're awake, Nine-Eyes. Is it Sister Sakura? Did Sasuke and the others win?
Nine-Eyes' first concern was the outcome of that battle. Sakura Haruno sobbed uncontrollably. Could it be that the original plot where Sasuke was bitten on the neck hadn't changed? Thinking this, Nine-Eyes quickly turned her head and saw Sasuke lying next to Naruto Uzumaki, his eyes tightly shut. Nine-Eyes hurriedly stepped forward and pulled open Sasuke's collar, revealing the heavenly curse mark on his neck. She slammed her fist into the ground in frustration.
How did Orochimaru escape from my jutsu?
Sakura Haruno wiped her tears and said,
It was an Earth clone. Orochimaru fought Sasuke, and Naruto bit Sasuke, defeated Naruto, said some incomprehensible words, and then left. I'm sorry, I failed to protect you.
No wonder Orochimaru, one of the three Sannin, was so cunning. Her ultimate technique had only restrained a mere clone. Truly, Nine-Eyes felt deeply ashamed and couldn't help but press her forehead. She decided to tell Sasuke how to alleviate the pain of the curse mark later.
Don't blame yourself. You couldn't have helped Sasuke anyway. But thank you for taking care of him.
Although Nine-Eyes disliked Sakura's infatuation with Sasuke, she still offered her thanks upon seeing her remorse, though her gratitude lacked sincerity. Sakura Haruno, surprised that Nine-Eyes thanked her, quickly replied,
No need to thank me. It's only right.
Only right? I am Sasuke's younger brother. Taking care of him is my duty. What does it have to do with her? Nine-Eyes shot her a displeased glare, then took the cloth from Sasuke's forehead and waved it, smiling at Sakura Haruno.
I'll take care of Sasuke now. You go look after Naruto.
Sakura Haruno.
Oh. All right.
Sasuke's body trembled continuously, and sweat beaded on his face. Nine-Eyes tirelessly wiped it away. Meanwhile, Sakura had fallen asleep from exhaustion. After an unknown amount of time, she let out a startled cry and looked anxiously at Sasuke and Naruto.
Sister Sakura, what's wrong?
Nine-Eyes asked.
I had a nightmare.
Sakura replied, lifting her head to gaze at the sky.
Is it already dawn?
Nine-Eyes responded with a faint Just then rustling came from the grass. Sakura tensed, turning toward the sound with a kunai raised. A cute squirrel carrying food appeared and ran toward them. Sakura lowered her kunai in exasperation.
What? It's just a squirrel.
As the squirrel drew closer, Sakura seemed to sense something and threw her kunai, a glint of caution in her eyes. Nine-Eyes already prepared formed hand seals.
Void sealing gate.
A white barrier enveloped Nine-Eyes, Sakura, and the two unconscious boys. At the same time, the thrown kunai was intercepted by the barrier and fell to the ground. The squirrel also collided with the barrier and fainted, while the sound of explosive tags detonating echoed. Among the three hidden in the shadows, only two revealed anticipatory smirks. Sakura urged urgently.
Remove the explosive tag from the squirrel and drive it away.
Nine-Eyes looked at her with a sweet smile.
Why should I save a squirrel?
That smile seemed so insincere to Sakura.
It's a life.
Nine-Eyes said impatiently.
What does a squirrel's life have to do with me? I didn't put the tag on it.
Sakura's green eyes flickered.
How could you? Boom!
A massive explosion erupted. The three hidden figures emerged from the shadows. Zaku proudly stared at the smoke.
I thought they were formidable, but they're nothing special.
Unlike Zaku and Ken's arrogance, Dosu remained composed, watching the smoke with a thoughtful expression. When the smoke cleared, Nine-Eyes Sakura and the two unconscious boys appeared completely unharmed. Sakura stared in shock, unable to comprehend where they had come from. Nine-Eyes, however, showed no surprise.
What? How is this possible?
Zaku explained incredulously.
They were hit by the explosive tag.
Ken gritted her teeth in frustration. Dosu,
the white barrier protected you, didn't it? But why couldn't the kunai that girl threw earlier leave the barrier? Could it be?
Dosu was indeed calm and quick-witted. Nine-Eyes held the kunai in front of her chest and sneered.
Since you've already figured it out, I won't hide it anymore. Void Sealing Gate is a defensive jutsu. Once I use it, the enemy cannot attack us, but we also cannot attack you. So that's it. Just as I thought.
Dosu's voice was slow.
What exactly do you want? I know Orochimaru is pulling the strings. What is that pattern on Sasuke's neck?
At that moment, Konoha ninjas drawn by the explosion observed everything from afar. Ino Yamanaka.
Why is Uchiha Nine-Eyes here?
Shikamaru Nara.
What a drag.
Choji Akimichi remained silent. Niji Hyuga stood on a tree branch frowning.
Uchiha Nine-Eyes. This guy.
Rock Lee.
You know him.
Tenten.
For Niji to wear that expression, he must be on par with Niji in strength.
Shino Aburame. Kiba Inuzuka.
This guy actually has some skills.
Hinata Hyuga.
Mom.
Nine-Eyes glanced around, finding it strange. Logically, Rock Lee, who had a crush on Sakura, should have appeared and fought them. But Lee hadn't shown up, and she wondered if Sakura had set her traps. Was it because of that squirrel? So now she was replacing Lee to protect Sakura. Thinking this, Nine-Eyes felt indescribably exasperated, since the one who caused the squirrel to be blown up was herself.
Who are you? What do you want? Is Orochimaru behind this?
Sakura demanded. Dosu.
What is that person thinking?
Zaku suddenly sneered and turned to Dosu.
I'm going to kill that woman. Nine-Eyes and Sasuke are mine.
Nine-Eyes knew Zaku's attack style, and sneered dismissively. Meanwhile Sakura kept her eyes fixed on them, as if she didn't believe they could kill her. Dosu, his face wrapped in bandages, with only one eye visible, stared intently at Nine-Eyes and blocked Zaku's path.
Zaku, stop. What are you doing? Don't forget why we're here.
Zaku snapped at Dosu. Dosu stepped forward and stood on the ground that looked different from the surrounding area.
Such an obvious trap. That woman must have set it.
Sakura, seeing they had discovered it, clenched her teeth nervously. Then Dosu began mercilessly taunting Sakura.
So boring. The kunai she threw earlier was to prevent the squirrel from stepping into the trap. I thought she had noticed the explosive tag.
Zaku curled his lip in disdain.
We must be careful of Uchiha Nine-Eyes. He used his jutsu without noticing the explosive tag.
Dosu warned Zaku.
He's very dangerous.
But Zaku dismissed it, brimming with confidence.
You underestimate me. No one can escape my attack.
Zaku and Ken leaped toward Sakura and Nine-Eyes. Dosu noticed Nine-Eyes was smiling as if eager to engage, and immediately shouted.
Zaku! Ken! Stop!
Rock Lee, seeing Sakura about to be attacked, panicked, and rushed out despite Tenten's protests. Zaku taunted Nine-Eyes.
What strength do you have that makes Dosu so wary? Let me see.
He spread his arms, revealing his modified arms.
I'll show you my sound waves.
Zaku boasted.
Palm-shattering wave.
A powerful blast of air shot from the hole in his palm, heading straight for Nine-Eyes.
Ha ha ha. Scared stiff, huh? Dosu, this is the guy you were wary of.
Zaku laughed maniacally. Dosu.
Did I overestimate him?
Watching from afar, Ino Yamanaka.
Is he that strong? Sasuke's little brother, you'd better be careful.
Kiba Inuzuka.
Is this idiot not dodging? Does he want to die?
Akamaru, on his head, let out a tiny whimper. Tenten.
He's not even dodging. Is he that confident?
Niji Hyuga, veins bulging on his forehead, watched silently. Nine-Eyes, struck by the palm-shattering wave, vanished with a poof, leaving a log on the ground.
Void Beast Cage.
Zaku's body suddenly curled up, as if an invisible box was squeezing him. Nine-Eyes appeared out of nowhere, stepped on Zaku's head, forcing him to bow, and looked at his pathetic state with excitement. When Zaku struggled to lift his head, Nine-Eyes stomped on it, repeatedly mocking him with laughter.
Zaku, do you realize how pitiful you are?
Pitifully reduced to a pawn of Orochimaru, yet still serving him loyally. But that's none of her business. Anyone who opposes her deserves it.
Watch my palm-shattering wave.
Zaku, unable to bear it, unleashed his jutsu without hesitation. At the same time, Nine-Eyes flashed a satisfied smile.
Void Sealing Gate.
Rock Lee, who had been defeated by Dosu, saw Zaku's state, and urgently called out.
Zaku, stop. Don't use your jutsu. He's deliberately provoking you.
Too late, Dosu. Nine-Eyes' eyes never left the screaming Zaku. Zaku's agonized screams made Ken stare at Nine-Eyes in terror, the pink strands of hair falling from her hand.
That guy! Actually.
Meanwhile, the Konoha ninjas observing the battle were astonished by Nine-Eyes' methods. Only Niji Hyuga remained silent. Ino Yamanaka.
He looks so cute, but enjoys tormenting his enemies. Is he really Sasuke's little brother?
Shikamaru Nara.
Another troublesome person. He deliberately enrages the enemy into using jutsu, then traps them with an unbreakable gate to prolong their suffering. Another troublesome person.
Kiba Inuzuka.
Just take the scroll while you can.
Shino Aburame.
He's not a ninja, taking the scroll is meaningless. What?
Tenten.
He's that strong.
Nine-Eyes again put her foot on Zaku's head, arms crossed, looking down at him.
Do you surrender? If you do, I'll let you go.
Ken and Dosu exchanged a knowing glance, then charged at Nine-Eyes without hesitation. Sakura, covered in scratches, had tears in her eyes, and called out worriedly.
Nine-Eyes! Watch out!
Rock Lee lay on the ground, bruised and swollen, his eyes filled with doubt and disappointment in his own strength.
Seriously, am I going to have to fight 3 against 1?
Nine-Eyes sneered at Dosu and Ken, attacking her.
Even if you defeat me, you can't break my jutsu.
Her words were honest but laced with threat.
Void Beast Cage Stasis.
Nine-Eyes sat down on an invisible block and lowered her hands from the seal.
This is my sincerity. If you take another step, it'll kill him.
Zaku, almost crushed into a meat patty, finally stopped howling. Dosu and Ken halted their attack, engaging in a silent standoff with Nine-Eyes. Zaku's arched back was pressed down by Nine Eyes' weight, causing him to yelp again.
Dosu. What do you want? A scroll. I can give it to you on the condition that you release Saku.
Ken disagreed.
Dosu, how can we give it to him? Kill him and take Saku back.
Dosu turned and glared at Ken, whispering.
Are you sure you can kill him? If not, just negotiate.
Ken gritted her teeth and turned away. At that moment, Sasuke, hidden under the tree, exuded a terrifying aura, half his face covered in dense black spots. On the other side, Dosu had already taken out the scroll, but didn't throw it directly to Nine Eyes. Nine Eyes didn't need the scroll. Sasuke would obtain it himself. Nine Eyes shook her head, indicating that wasn't what she wanted, and looked at Dosu.
I hate Kirin. How about you kill your comrade for me? Oh, and Kirin can't attack you, of course.
Ken shouted furiously.
What did you say? Dosu, just kill him.
Dosu ignored Ken and after a moment of silence asked.
Do I have to kill him?
Nine Eyes smiled cunningly at the enraged Kirin.
She wants to kill me, so naturally you have to kill her too for my safety. I also want to kill you. Why don't you let Kirin kill me?
Dosu pressed.
You could have made us fight each other.
He saw through it.
Because I think you treat your comrades decently and know when to compromise.
Nine Eyes answered honestly.
Otherwise, I wouldn't have let you stall for time with questions.
Dosu, Ken, Sakura. The others far away.
Where did she get that impression?
At that moment, Haruno Sakura bit her lower lip as she watched Nine Eye effortlessly hold her own against 3 opponents. Nine Eye ignored Sakura, entirely failing to notice the scratches her nails left in the soil until Sakura charged recklessly with a kunai aimed at Ken, who had her back turned. At the very least, she could protect Sasuke's younger brother. All she had to do was eliminate Ken, who threatened his life. Nine Eye formed hand seals.
Void sealing gate.
Sakura instinctively fell back, raising her hands to block the area Ken was about to strike, but upon seeing the white barrier before her, she drove her kunai toward Ken's heart without hesitation. Ken, startled to find her kick aimed at Sakura blocked by an inexplicable barrier, immediately retreated and hurled Saban needles at Sakura while dodging. 3 seconds had passed, so the barrier vanished from Sakura's view. Realizing this, Ken burst into arrogant laughter.
I'll kill you first, then kill Uchiha Nine Eye.
Sasuke, who had already awakened, heard those words, and his gaze turned icy cold. Just then, as Sakura was about to use the substitution technique, a layer of white barrier wrapped around her again. Protected by the barrier, she deflected the Saban and drove her kunai viciously into Ken's hands. If she could render her unable to use ninjutsu, Sasuke's brother would no longer be attacked by Ken, and he wouldn't have to resort to such cruel methods to torment his enemies. This won't do. If Sakura gets hurt, Sasuke will go berserk for her. No, I don't want to see that. Otherwise, I'd be unable to stop myself from attacking Sakura too.
Void sealing gate.
Nine Eye repeatedly used the technique to protect her from harm, so that Sasuke wouldn't go mad for her. TOS was about to help Ken when she was at a disadvantage, but Saku's sudden scream made him halt his attack on Sakura.
TOS, Saku is my hostage. You can't make a move.
Nine Eye smiled at him. A demon. That was the only word TOS could think of to describe Uchiha Nine Eye.
What exactly do you want?
TOS suppressed his anger and asked in a low voice. Nine Eye rose from the invisible cube and looked at Sakura, whose hair was again grabbed by Ken. Just a few words exchanged with TOS and Sakura was already defeated. Then Sasuke would. Nine Eye turned to see Sasuke already awake and ran over joyfully to grab his hand.
Sasuke, when did you wake up? Do you feel unwell anywhere?
Sasuke's blood-red eyes were full of aggression, his cold gaze sweeping back and forth over TOS, Ken, and Sokka, finally locking onto the terrified Ken.
You wanted to kill Nine Eye.
Ken was so intimidated by Sasuke's oppressive aura that she couldn't speak. Her pupils trembled and her hand grabbing Sakura's hair released shakily. Sasuke's lack of concern for Sakura made Nine Eye's lips curl up quickly.
She can't kill me, but TOS will attack her. Look, Sasuke. Void cage flow. Huh? TOS, if you don't want Saku to die, attack Ken immediately.
Invisible forces began to crush. A crisp cracking sound accompanied Saku's wail.
My bones. Ayah!
TOS shouted.
Stop. Stop. Whatever you want, just release Saku. I'll attack Ken, right? Is that all? Is there anything else?
Ken.
TOS. Heh.
Nine Eye was still watching the scene with interest, but when she heard Sasuke's voice, she shifted her gaze to him. What kind of smile was that? So wicked and full of oppressive force. Nine-Eye's heart raced so loudly that even her ears could hear it, and her cheeks flushed crimson. Sasuke is so handsome. And this handsome Sasuke is still my brother. How wonderful.
Power keeps surging within me.
Nine-Eye was about to reply to Sasuke when she realized he had already vanished. Remembering the look he had given TOS and the others, she quickly turned to look. She saw that Sasuke had somehow appeared behind Ken, stepping on her back with one foot before she could react, while his hands twisted her arms backward, producing a series of cracking sounds from her bones. Sakura, both terrified and worried, stared at this suddenly transformed Sasuke. Seeing his terrifying smile again, she mustered her courage and rushed forward to hug him from behind.
Sasuke, don't be like this.
Nine-Eye, wait, who allowed you to hug Sasuke? The scene of the cursed seal vanishing did not occur. Sasuke pushed Sakura away, his face clearly showing disgust.
Don't touch me.
Though Ken lay on the ground unable to move, Sasuke's release of her gave her a moment to catch her breath. Seeing that Nine-Eye's attention was all on Sasuke, TOS took out the Earth Scroll and placed it in the center. He grabbed Ken's body and moved towards Saku, but found he couldn't lift him, as if some invisible force was preventing it. Nine-Eye had noticed Top's movements long ago, but she was in such a good mood that she didn't bother with him and released the jutsu on Saku. The invisible force vanished and Saku fell to the ground like a limp pile of mud. TOS glanced at Nine-Eye, and seeing no intention to attack, he was relieved and lifted Saku. Just as he was about to leave with the two, Nine-Eye called out,
TOS.
TOS stiffened, turning his head like a robot.
Is there anything else you want?
TOS was calm, quick-witted, worldly-wise, and good to his comrades. These qualities alone were enough to make Nine-Eye want to give him a warning. Nine-Eye stepped forward, patted Top's clothes, and whispered a piece of advice.
Don't fight Gaara of the Sand.
TOS stared at Nine-Eye's face for a long moment before leaving. At that moment, Sakura saw how much Sasuke resisted her, and her pupils involuntarily contracted. Then she lowered her hands in disappointment, but quickly pulled herself together.
Sasuke, please don't be like this. You weren't like this before.
Tears rolled down Sakura's cheek and dripped onto the ground. Sasuke ignored Sakura's words, his cold gaze fixed on Top's retreating figure. The negative emotions in his heart grew stronger.
Did I say you could leave?
Sasuke's voice was full of menace. Suddenly he closed his eyes tightly, gritted his teeth, and clutched his forehead. His entire body trembled slightly, and from time to time he let out painful groans. Just moments ago, she had thought Sasuke was so handsome that she forgot the pain the cursed seal brought him. Nine-Eye felt both guilty and heartbroken. She stepped forward, took his hand, and pressed her forehead against his neck, hoping to comfort him. Nine-Eye's soft, tender voice seemed to be coaxing.
Brother, those three will be dealt with by someone else, so please don't let your negative emotions grow, okay?
Cold sweat kept streaming down Sasuke's forehead. Hearing Nine-Eye's voice, he grabbed her hand, as if it were a lifeline.
Everyone was killed. Nine-Eye, you can't die. That person, she dared to threaten to kill you in front of me. She deserves to die.
Nine-Eye squeezed Sasuke's trembling hand in return.
I won't die. I won't leave you, brother. I'm right here. I'll stay with you. Whatever you want to do, I'll support you. Even if one day you come to regret it, I'll find a way. So, brother, don't be afraid. I'm still here, safe and sound. I won't die. Nine-Eye.
Nine-Eye hugged Sasuke, who had slumped against her, gently patting his back and humming a soft tune. It was a song she had heard in the modern world when she was little, and she loved it. The Konoha ninjas hidden in the distance widened their eyes in disbelief. Unlike the others, Hyuga Nizi wore a stoic expression.
My God! What a pain! As expected of Sasuke, his brother is also incredibly strong.
Meanwhile, TOS was moving through the forest with the injured Ken and Saku. Ken suddenly spoke.
Why did you save me? Have you forgotten our purpose, TOS? No, our mission is to kill them,
TOS said.
But as you saw, none of us three could match Uchiha Nine-Eye. In that situation, saving you or not would both lead to death. I might as well save you and figure something out.
Ken.
Then have you thought of a plan?
TS.
Ken, do you want to die? Of course not. Then how can I complete the mission if I'm dead? To complete the mission, you need to stay alive. Didn't you say you'd find a way to complete the mission?
TOS found a hidden spot and set them down.
Uchiha Nine-Eye is not a ninja, so we probably won't run into him anymore. We can focus our target on Uchiha Sasuke.
Kin had no objection. Meanwhile, Nine-Eye saw that Sasuke had stabilized, so she waved to the wounded Sakura.
"It'll go now, Sakura-ni."
Sakura nodded and watched Nine-Eye leave. Once home, Nine-Eye plunged into the bathroom for a comfortable bath, but suddenly heard a suspicious noise outside. Nine-Eye dried herself dressed, and walked toward the living room, while rubbing her hair with a towel.
"Who is it? Coming to my house so late?"
She turned on the light, and recognized the visitor.
"It's you. You know me."
How could she not know Kodomaru, who nearly killed Hyuga Niji in the original story?
"I know. Did you come for me or for Sasuke?"
Nine-Eye's harmless appearance surprised Kodomaru. That person had said Uchiha Nine-Eye had a very bad temper, so Kodomaru had come prepared for battle at any moment. Of course, not having to fight was also good. Kodomaru chuckled.
"I'm here for both of you. Do you want to come with us? That person said you can have anything you want. Is that so?"
Nine-Eye placed the towel on the rack.
"If Sasuke goes with you, he'll go with you. Taking both of you at once would be too conspicuous. There's always a risk of being discovered while moving you out."
Kodomaru still wore a smiling face.
"I see."
Nine-Eye handed Kodomaru an apple.
"So how do you plan to take us? You're a civilian in Konoha, so your supervision is relatively lax. Sasuke is different. He's a Konoha ninja. To leave the village, he must submit a request to the higher authorities and get approval. So Nine-Eye, you can come with me first. Someone will pick you up later. For Sasuke, we have another method."
Sure enough, the method to take Sasuke away was to make him take a fake death pill. Hearing this, Nine-Eye kept a faint smile on her face, but inside, she was seething with rage. Yet she quickly suppressed the urge to attack Kodomaru and tried hard to recall the relevant plot about Sasuke being taken away by the Sound Four. Orochimaru didn't know that his hands would be sealed, so he was very confident the plan would succeed. But the Konoha Crush plan failed miserably, so he urgently needed a vessel. Sasuke was the vessel Orochimaru had chosen. He ordered the Sound Four to take Sasuke away, and make him take a fake death pill to leave the village. It must be noted that Sasuke willingly defected to Orochimaru. Even without the fake death pill, he wouldn't have returned to Konoha with the ninjas. In the original story, Orochimaru said the purpose of giving Sasuke the fake death pill was to help him awaken Curse Seal State 2 smoothly, but he never mentioned the side effects. That was that it would rapidly consume one's life force, leading to death. If it weren't for Sasuke's good luck, and the Konoha ninjas buying time so that Sasuke didn't make it in time for Orochimaru's reincarnation, Sasuke would have become Orochimaru's vessel. If she agreed to go with him now, Sasuke would probably choose to defect to Orochimaru early. Then after Orochimaru's Konoha Crush plan failed, Sasuke would most likely become his vessel. She had fought Orochimaru once, and was no match for his battle-hardened experience. She must accumulate more practical experience. Orochimaru's hideout would be a perfect battlefield. No matter how many thoughts swirled in her mind, they all condensed into a single moment in reality.
Nine-Eye, you should have made up your mind by now. Your aim is to take me away. I agreed, but when I leave is up to me.
Nine-Eye tapped the table. Kodomaru got his answer. He placed a whistle on the table.
When you find a secluded place, blow this, and they'll come to pick you up.
Nine-Eye's smile didn't reach her eyes.
Fine.
To ensure Sasuke's absolute safety, Nine-Eye now craved power desperately. She scoured her mind for all the void-type ninjutsu she hadn't yet mastered, then eagerly began learning them. It wasn't until the end of the second Chunin exam that Nine-Eye gradually became proficient in the void-type techniques. With her chakra depleted and physical strength nearly exhausted, Nine-Eye wiped the sweat from her forehead with difficulty, and sat on the ground to recover.
Nine-Eye, I knew you'd be here,
Sasuke said, leaning against a wooden stake with his hands in his pockets.
It's so late, aren't you going home?
Nine-Eye didn't have the energy to pounce on Sasuke. She lay motionless on the ground, but raised her arms.
Sasuke, I'm so tired. I want you to carry me home.
On Sasuke's back, Nine-Eye gently rubbed her head against the back of his neck.
Is the second exam over? What's the format for the third exam?
Nine-Eye asked, knowing the answer.
A 1v1 preliminary match. I won. Sasuke, you're amazing. You're really incredible, I'm in awe. Huh? Nine-Eye, you're exaggerating.
But a smile slowly crept onto Sasuke's lips. We're home. Nine-Eye lay on Zabuza's back, her arms wrapped tightly around his neck, refusing to come down, no matter how much he coaxed her. Seeing the redness on Zabuza's ears, Nine-Eye felt an indescribable joy, and couldn't help poking his cheek.
Don't touch your brother, Nine-Eye.
Zabuza's face was flushed crimson, his heart thumping wildly. Even his ears were red. yet he still spoke hypocritically, telling her not to touch him. Nine pouted, and before Suju could react, she turned his head sideways toward her, and gave him a smacking kiss. Suju, like a startled rabbit, set Nine down on the ground and looked away.
Nine, what are you doing? How can you? Like this?
Zuoza's mind went blank, and his body tensed up. Nine sat down, resting her chin on her arm on the chair, blinking, like a cute innocent little animal, as she looked at Suju.
Brother used to love poking my face, so I want to poke yours too. You can't.
Suju started to retort, but seeing Nine's expression, he changed his tune.
From now on you can only do that if I agree. I don't want that.
Nine pouted discontentedly.
I like it. Nine, don't talk nonsense. Am not. I really like you.
Hearing Nine's words, Suju felt a secret delight, but quickly turned his head away, covering his completely flushed face, and retreated to the bedroom, with faltering steps, almost like a fugitive fleeing. Nine rested her chin contentedly, her eyes fixed on Zuoza's retreating back, as he entered the bedroom. Awkward Suju was so adorable, she really wanted to keep teasing him like this forever. But unfortunately, the future Suju would seldom wear his emotions on his sleeve, and then she would never see him like this again. Ah, so sad. Nine let out a long sigh to the sky. The door clicked open, and a crisp, pleasant voice reached her ears.
I'm sleepy.
Nine immediately jumped up, and rushed to the bedroom, squeezing into Zuoza's arms. He pushed her away a little, but soon she squeezed back in. After 2 or 3 attempts, Suju gave up, and stared at the ceiling helplessly.
Suju, what are you thinking?
Suju glanced at Nine's delicate, lovely face. A flash of panic crossed his eyes, and his words came out stammering.
Nothing. Go to sleep. Suju, I've poked your face before, and you weren't like this. Why today? Enough. Stop talking. Go to sleep.
Suju simply closed his eyes, trying to escape Nine's questioning.
Brother is clearly happy inside. Why won't you admit it?
Nine obviously wasn't letting Suju off the hook. Suju turned over, reached out to cover Nine's eyes, and stared intently at his own fingertips, feeling as if he were looking at her eyes through them.
Nine, don't ask any more.
Only when Nine's breathing became deep and steady did Suju remove his hand. Waking up at dawn, Nine stretched and climbed out of bed, reaching out with no expectations to touch the usually cold bedding beside her. The warm touch made Nine turn her head in disbelief, because in Zuoza's biological clock, waking up late was simply impossible. He always went to bed early, and woke up early, made breakfast, then went out for walks and training. On mission days, he got up even earlier. Today, however, he was out of character, sleeping late for the first time. Did he not sleep well last night? Rubbing her sleepy eyes, Nine went to the kitchen, prepared breakfast, and brought it to the table. Meanwhile, Suju, who had already opened his eyes, stared at the door. After thinking things through yesterday, he had come to realize many things, but the most important thing now was revenge. And Nine couldn't keep touching him wantonly, he had to make her behave. Just then footsteps sounded outside the door.
Suju, time to eat.
Seeing Suju silent, Nine couldn't understand what was wrong with him. She had thought he was just being hypocritical, but his subsequent behavior seemed more than mere awkwardness.
If Suju doesn't like it, I won't do that to you anymore.
Nine sat on the edge of the bed, giving her assurance with deep disappointment.
It's not that I don't like it,
Suju said, getting the answer he wanted but not feeling happy.
From now on you can only do that if I agree.
Hearing these words, Nine immediately understood what he meant. No matter how dissatisfied she felt to make Suju comfortable, she had no choice but to agree.
I'll listen to you.
The two went to the table one after the other to eat. During the meal, Nine kept stealing glances at him.
Why are you always staring at me?
Suju was flustered by her furtive gaze. Nine.
Can't I even look at Suju anymore? TCH.
Suju quickly finished the grilled rice ball, but his face quietly reddened. Before leaving the house, he reminded Nine worriedly.
In a month is my official match. I'm going to train with Kakashi.
Seeing Suju about to leave, Nine ran in front of him and tried to take his hand, but he pulled it back. Tears welled up in her eyes. Yesterday everything was fine, but today it suddenly became like this. Can't look, can't hold hands, even poking his face requires permission. This time Nine was truly heartbroken. She wiped her tears and asked sobbingly,
Why are you treating me like this, Suju? You're my brother. Why have you suddenly changed like this?
Suju had never seen Nine cry like this. He panicked instantly, all his thoughts flying out the window.
Nine, don't cry. It's not that I won't let you hug.
Nai sniffled.
Really?
Suju let out a soft long sigh as if conceding something, and pulled Nai into his arms.
Really? I give up.
Nai curled up in Zuoza's arms, the corners of her mouth rising higher, and higher, her body trembling slightly.
So don't cry anymore.
Nai hummed in agreement, wiped her tears, and backed out of his arms, saying,
I want cry.
Zuoju studied her carefully, and seeing that she truly wasn't crying anymore, he said,
I'm leaving then. Be good, okay?
Nai nodded and agreed.
Come back early.
Zuoju wanted to ruffle her hair, but in the end, he lowered his hand and turned to leave. Only the deep red of his ears betrayed him. A month passed quickly. During this time, Nai mastered many void-type ninjutsu, and Zuoju learned Chidori from Kakashi. Nai sat early in the arena's spectator seats, watching Xuanhua Mingren below being knocked into the field by a cow.
Unexpected number 1. Brother Mingren lives up to his reputation.
Nai propped her forehead with one hand, unable to suppress her laughter. Even though she had seen the scene many times in the anime, it still made her laugh every time. Shanzhong Jingya, sitting next to Chu Naing, jabbed at Nai.
That kind of smile doesn't suit someone who loves tormenting others.
Nai put on a fake smile.
If you don't like it, you can fight me. I want to attack the villagers of my ninja. You underestimate me, Zibo Nai.
Shanzhong Jingya raised her fist abruptly, but ultimately lowered it, because Nai was a civilian. Chu Naing tugged at Shanzhong Jingya's sleeve.
Jingya, he is Zuoza's younger sibling. Suju cares deeply about him. So what's Xiaoying?
Shanzhong Jingya looked at Nai contemptuously.
Fighting is not for venting personal desires. His methods of tormenting others make me disgusted. Jingya, we can talk things out properly. Don't say such harsh words.
Although Chu Naing also couldn't approve of Nai's behavior, she instinctively defended him, because he was Zuoza's sibling. Shanzhong Jingya, frustrated, wanted to argue with Chu Naing. Nai found it boring, and turned his attention to the match. Xuanhua Mingren, Rishiangning Woluo, and other ninjas, who had passed the preliminaries, stood before Bizihuo Xuanjian, listening to him explain the rules. Nai didn't spot Tuosa's figure in the stands and let out a soft,
"Ah."
Did that guy still go to challenge Xiaobao Wolu alone? Truly wouldn't listen to advice she had kindly warned him. The first match was Xuanhua Mingren against Rishiangning. Nai concentrated on the battle, putting Tuosi out of her mind. After all, he wasn't worth noticing. Watching Rishiangning get beaten was far more exciting. As expected, Rishiangning was defeated by Xuanhua Mingren, who had borrowed the power of the Jiuwei. Nai burst into hearty laughter. Shanzhong Jingye shuddered and rubbed her goosebumps.
His laugh makes me uneasy. I feel like he wants to torment someone again.
Nai pretended not to hear, but still shot a cold glare at Shanzhong Jingye. Chu Naing looked at them awkwardly.
You'd better focus on the match.
The second match was Yunu Jinai against Kanjilang, but Kanjilang forfeited to conserve his strength. Yunu Jinai had become wary after overhearing the cryptic conversation between Kanjilang and Shoju, and Kanjilang's forfeit now made him suspect it was related to some so-called plan. The third match was between Niliang Luan and Shoju. Shoju lost due to Niliang Luan's intellect. Nai couldn't help wondering,
why didn't she attack while Niliang Luan was thinking of a strategy? The fourth match was Xiaobao Wolu against Suju. Nai already knew the outcome, but she still wanted to experience it in person, which was why she was in the stands.
But the My Collapse plan was about to start, wasn't it? Just as she thought, that Suju and Kakashi appeared in the center of the field at the last minute. As soon as she saw Suju, Nai threw the damn plan out of her mind and shouted excitedly,
"Go, Suju! Go! You will win!"
What did it matter knowing the result? She had to give Suju enough emotional support.
Your younger sibling has high expectations for you,
Kakashi said. Suju let out a light chuckle, but didn't reply. After Kakashi left, the battle officially began. Nai watched as Suju initially gained an advantage in speed, pressing his attack with Chidori to break a hole in Xiaobao Weiluo's absolute defense. In the end, Suju was startled by Xiaobao Weiluo's semi-tail beast transformation, and used Chidori again. At that moment, many feathers floated above the stands. Having watched the anime, Nai knew this was an illusion cast by Yao Shirdo. There were only a few ways to dispel Jinjutsu. Although there were similar techniques in the Void system, the cost was too high for her to bear at the moment. Then there was only one way. Nai drew a kunai, spun it in her hand, and stabbed it into her own thigh. Blood sprayed out, and fell to the ground.
So painful!
Outside my village, the Sha ninjas had used summoning techniques to summon a massive three-headed snake that attacked the village. The third Hokage, seated in the high seat, was taken hostage by Dashyuin disguised as the Kazekage. The Umbu all pursued them. Nai didn't care about the movements of others at all. She stared straight at the three Sha ninjas surrounding the agonized Shabao Wolo, who clutched his head arguing incessantly, and at Zuoju, who looked bewildered behind Buzihu Xianxian. Leaping down from the stands, she walked to Zuoju.
Looks like the Chunin exam is interrupted. Even if it's interrupted, I still want to continue fighting him. Then. Alright.
Kanjilang and Shoju each grabbed one of Shabao Weilua's arms, and turned to leave. Seeing this, Zuoju roared,
Our match isn't over yet. Running away.
Nai followed closely behind Zuoju, who pursued relentlessly. At that moment, the third Hokage, held hostage by Dashuan, stood on the rooftop, while the Umbu stood motionless outside the huge four violet flames formation. In the stand, Xuanhua Mingren, who had dispelled the Jinjutsu, looked around at the fighting ninjas bewildered.
What's going on? Mingren! Watch your back!
Chu Niang shouted urgently. But Meitikai was faster. He punched a ninja against a wall, which collapsed into a circular hole under his strength. Nai saw Zuoju crouch down, grab a handful of dirt, examine it for a while, then reveal a look that said,
You want to escape from under my nose?
He snorted with a laugh and pursued.
Zuoju, later I'll restrain them, and you take the chance to defeat them with Chidori. How about that?
Nai asked for Zuozu's opinion.
This is my fight. Don't interfere.
Zuoju was very competitive, and didn't want Nai to get involved. He didn't want to see Nai faint in front of him again. If something happened, Nai would end up in the hospital like last time, unable to wake up. That feeling Zuoju didn't want to experience a second time. Especially later when Nai lost chakra and fainted after fighting the guy. If that person had murderous intent at that moment, Nai definitely wouldn't have survived to this day.
So just hide nearby and watch me win.
The confidence on Zuozu's face mesmerized Nai. Only after Zuoju stopped speaking did Nai silently look ahead. Anyway, it's impossible to watch you get hurt. I'll adapt on the fly.
Ding!
The sound of a kunai piercing a tree made Temari and Kankuro halt their steps.
Finally caught up to you.
Temari and Kankuro turned to face their pursuer. Kankuro gritted his teeth.
Damn it! This is as far as you go. Uchiha. Sasuke.
Temari's expression grew wary. Nanako, perched on a nearby tree, watched Sasuke brandish his kunai, a smirk curling at the corner of her lips.
I won't let you escape anymore.
Her gaze slowly shifted from Sasuke to the unconscious Gaara of the desert, supported by Kankuro and Temari. Strike while the iron is hot. This was the perfect opportunity. Just as Temari raised her fan to attack Sasuke, while covering Kankuro, Nanako's eyes turned sharp. She practically couldn't wait to form hand seals.
Void gravity cage.
This technique instantly increased the enemy's body weight, restricting their movement, and it was a crowd control ability. However, her chakra could only sustain it for 5 seconds. Beyond that time limit, her chakra consumption would double. Another drawback was that she had to maintain the hand seal. Kankuro, who was about to leave, suddenly felt an unnatural heaviness in his body, as if something had pressed down on him in an instant. Kankuro struggled, refusing to yield, but still knelt on the tree branch.
Damn it, damn it!
Cold sweat trickled down his forehead.
Who is it?
Temari also fell from midair to the ground, her knees scraping against the earth, leaving bloody streaks. Yet she didn't utter a word, her eyes darting around as if searching for something. The Gaara of the desert, who had been supported by Kankuro, also tumbled from the tree. Nanako hid behind a tree, maintaining her hand sealed to keep the technique active. On the roof of the Konoha arena inside the four violet flames formation, the first and second Hokage had been reanimated by Orochimaru. The third Hokage, tears streaming down his wrinkled face, gazed at his former comrades.
You truly look just as you did in life.
Orochimaru's pale, sickly face twisted into an abnormally sinister grin.
This is a special gift I prepared for you, a surprise meant just for you. Enjoy it to the fullest.
The reanimated first and second Hokage, now like two mindless corpses, advanced toward the third Hokage. They paused briefly before the coffin, then suddenly accelerated, charging at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen watched as one came along the eaves, and the other rushed straight at him. Blocking their coordinated attacks one by one, Sarutobi Hiruzen stared solemnly at the two opponents and unleashed a technique without hesitation.
Fire release, fire dragon flame bullet.
The flames from his mouth surged toward the reanimated first and second Hokage. Orochimaru stood by like an indifferent spectator, the massive blaze illuminating the smugness on his face. Unexpectedly, the reanimated second Hokage countered the third's fire with a water release technique. The third Hokage halted in place, watching the second Hokage clasp his hands together to perform
water release water formation wall.
The third Hokage quickly countered with earth release earth-style wall, summoning a massive earthen barrier before him to block the water assault. Immediately afterward, the third Hokage launched a fire release attack at the approaching first Hokage, but the first Hokage deflected it all with a blank expression. Meanwhile, in the forest near the arena, Sasuke noticed the odd behavior of the two and realized Nanako had used a technique behind his back. Though slightly annoyed by her disobedience, he seized the opportunity and used fire release great fireball technique. Temari, who was on the ground, naturally wasn't caught in the blast. She screamed in terror.
Kankuro!
Kankuro, like a headless chicken, knelt on the ground watching the fireball draw closer. At the last second, he released Gaara of the desert. It seemed Kankuro was doomed. Contrary to Nanako's cute face was her utter indifference toward anyone's life except Sasuke's. Temari stared blankly at Kankuro disappearing into the sea of flames, tears uncontrollably streaming down her cheeks.
Uchiha Sasuke! You killed Kankuro!
Fueled by sorrow and fury, Temari seemed to break free from the gravitational suppression. But just a second before she could use her technique, a long hooked nail caught her slender neck.
Don't move! If you move again, your life ends here!
Nanako smiled sweetly, but her words dripped with menace. Seeing Temari remain silent, Nanako knew she was analyzing her weaknesses, trying to find a way to counterattack. In the original story, Temari was skilled at analyzing opponents' weaknesses, and could calmly plot a counter even when at a disadvantage. Having used Void Ghost Hand, Nanako curled her lips in mockery.
You can't break free from my technique. If I notice any suspicious move, I'll end you without hesitation.
Sasuke stared intently at the flames until Kankuro's figure vanished completely, then shifted his gaze to Nanako, who was threatening Temari on the ground. After leaping down, Sasuke shot Nanako a look that was both reproachful and resigned. He crouched and reached out toward the unconscious Gaara of the desert. That's it, Sasuke. Strangle him now, so you won't be defeated later. Temari's fingernails scraped 10 deep furrows into the ground, but her face remained calm.
Uchiha Sasuke, I advise you not to get close to him.
Nanako immediately took offense and sliced a wound on her neck.
How dare you threaten Sasuke?
The hooked nail dug deep into the wound. Nanako let out a joyful hum at the sight of Temari's silent agony, and was about to strangle her when she suddenly heard a
clatter clatter
behind her. Releasing the burden in her hand, Nanako retreated, while using a kunai to deflect the blades emerging from various parts of the puppet.
Nanako!
Called Sasuke and Kankuro simultaneously.
Temari, I'm not that easy to kill. Take Gaara and go first.
Temari nodded, cast a worried glance at Kankuro, then carefully lifted Gaara of the desert, and fled without looking back. Seeing Nanako under attack, Sasuke formed hand seals, and charged toward Kankuro.
Fire release great fire!
Kankuro immediately withdrew his puppet and hid. A smile spread across Nanako's face, as she quickly pursued Temari's direction.
Sasuke, you fight him! He'll go see where they've run off to. No way I'm letting you chase after them.
Kankuro aimed the puppet crow at Nanako's back and activated its mechanisms. Nanako glanced back from the corner of her eye. Sasuke, in his black bodysuit, was using a kunai to block the successive waves of blades from Crow. Her heart clenched, fearful that something might happen to him. But then she remembered that Sasuke's current opponent was Kankuro, and she relaxed. Why wasn't she worried? Because Nanako believed Kankuro relied too heavily on his puppet and lacked personal strength. At that moment, Naruto Uzumaki and Sakura Haruno were advancing behind Pakken. Meanwhile, the reanimated first and second Hokage failed to stop the third Hokage's summoning beast from transforming into the adamantine staff. In response, Orochimaru opened his gaping maw. A black snake head emerged from his mouth, and the snake head spat out a sword. Thus the battle entered its climax. The third Hokage and Orochimaru exchanged blows, but the third also had to fend off intermittent attacks from the first and second Hokage. The third Hokage pasted a talisman on the first Hokage while dodging an attack, but the second Hokage quickly launched another assault. He hastily applied another talisman to the second Hokage, only to be met with another attack. Caught off guard, the third Hokage took a solid punch, blood spilling from his mouth. Seeing this, Orochimaru rushed in from a distance and unleashed a relentless barrage on the third Hokage. The third Hokage's fall convinced Orochimaru that the Konoha Crush plan was in his grasp, emboldening him further. He grabbed the third by the collar and mocked him without restraint. Faced with his summoning beasts questioning, the third Hokage remained silent. His wrinkled face turned toward his once beloved disciple, now hideously transformed, and tears welled up in his eyes.
Orochimaru, you fool!
The third Hokage's enraged roar echoed through the air, and he sent a stunned Orochimaru staggering back several steps. The transformed Enma, now the adamantine staff, seized the opportunity to grab Orochimaru by the neck.
Orochimaru, it's over for you. I'll snap your neck.
Meanwhile, as soon as Nanako spotted Temari's back, she unleashed void gravity cage on her. Instantly, Temari, who had been closing the distance, fell from midair to the ground, unable to lift her body, no matter how hard she tried. After restricting the enemy's movement, Nanako formed hand seals at lightning speed.
Void trap beast!
Temari and the now awakened Gaara were instantly trapped by an invisible force.
Ninja art clone technique!
Nanako walked toward Gaara, while her clone approached Temari. Gaara of the desert fixed his gaze on Nanako, his eyes devoid of warmth, filled only with boundless killing intent. This unwavering determination to kill was even more profound than what she had seen in the anime. The one-tailed Jinchuriki, the ninja who had caused harm to Sasuke. Trap beast could only confine the target, slowly crushing their body until death. However, its drawback was that if the trapped person possessed vast chakra, they could burst the cage. In other words, Gaara of the desert in a partial tail beast transformation could crack the cage, but it would still hold. However, once he fully transformed, the cage would be shattered. But that didn't matter. Gaara of the desert still had some time before he could fully transform. Nanako's pupils dilated as she aimed her kunai at Gaara, trapped within the inescapable cage, intending to slit his throat.
Nanako, I told you, this is my fight!
Somehow Sasuke had caught up and stopped her, gripping her hand. It seemed Aburame Shino had caught up with Kankuro, allowing Sasuke to arrive so quickly.
Sasuke!
Nanako called his name, about to say something, when Gaara of the desert's voice interrupted them, silencing their conversation. Gaara of the desert's face had transformed into a partial one-tailed form, and cracks appeared on the invisible cube that trapped him.
This is...
Sasuke's pupils flickered as he pulled Nanako backward. Gaara of the desert fixed his sinister gaze directly on her. Nanako, no longer as assertive as she had been with others, watched him warily.
Sasuke, you see what he's become now. This is not an opponent you can defeat alone,
Nanako said.
2 Chidori are your limit, right?
Sasuke knew Nanako was telling the truth, but he clenched his fists in bitter unwillingness. The sound of the cage breaking made Nanako instantly realize that Gaara of the desert had fully transformed. As the tail beast's arm emerged, she grabbed the stunned Sasuke and leaped to another tree trunk, escaping the arm's attack range.
So this is his true form?
Paralyzed with fear, Sasuke didn't even hear Nanako's shout. But when he saw the tail beast's arm reaching for Nanako, he shoved her away and dodged behind a tree, nervously observing Gaara's movements. After being pushed away, Nanako immediately used her technique.
Void gravity cage.
Instantly, the body of the small Shikaku, still under Gaara's consciousness, was weighed down by an immense force, bending until it stopped crouched.
Sasuke, hurry! Use whatever means you have, but don't use Chidori.
Nanako shouted frantically, sweat dripping from her forehead. Sasuke, who had been about to use Chidori, hesitated, then changed his hand seals and used fire release great fireball technique. But as the fireball headed toward Gaara, Nanako's hand seals gradually loosened. Gaara of the desert, who had been bent over by the gravity, slowly straightened up. How could this be? Nanako bit her lip and forcibly tightened the seals, forcing Gaara's body to lower again. He must be hit by the great fireball. Must. Gaara of the desert cried out in pain as the fireball struck him, and Nanako, gasping for breath, released the hand seals maintaining the gravity cage. Sasuke carried Nanako's body and hid behind a tree, watching Gaara descend into a frenzy due to his injury. He cursed under his breath.
Damn it!
Gaara of the desert roared as he searched for them.
Uchiha, Sasuke, and that arrogant brat, why won't you come out? Are you too scared and ran away?
Hidden behind the tree, Sasuke and Nanako were not provoked by his words. Gaara of the desert laughed maniacally, his thick arms smashing the surrounding trees one by one. Nanako and Sasuke quickly retreated to a farther tree to conceal themselves. While Gaara was rampaging, Nanako and Sasuke had already devised a plan to deal with him. Although they couldn't completely defeat him, a safe retreat was feasible. Sasuke's appearance drew Gaara's attention, and he lured him to where Nanako was as planned. Meeting Gaara's gaze, Nanako slashed his face with a kunai, and then immediately unleashed a technique she had never used before. Void symbiosis. The prerequisite for this technique was to obtain blood, and the cost was that whether it succeeded or failed it would consume several times the normal amount of chakra. Once she used void symbiosis, her current chakra would be completely depleted. In the end, the problem was still that her chakra reserves were too small. Colorless chakra turned into fine threads that pierced into Gaara of the desert's body. One end of the white chakra thread was inside Nanako, the other inside Gaara of the desert. Both ends tightly gripped each other's hearts. On the rooftop of the arena in Konoha village, the third Hokage and his two shadow clones stood with three death gods behind them, gripping three enemies. The souls of the first and second Hokage were being dragged away by the death god through the third's clone. Thus the first and second were sealed, but when it came to extracting Orochimaru's soul, it required immense effort, and only succeeded in sealing his hands. As he lay dying, the third Hokage watched Orochimaru, who was cursing him, suddenly transform into a quiet child. The disciple, who was once so adorable, now reduced to this state.
Lord Hokage!
The Umbu outside shouted in concern as the third slowly collapsed. In the forest near the arena, Nanako crouched in pain, clutching her chest as the chakra threads tightened around her heart. A pain groan escaped her throat. Across from her, Gaara of the sand also felt his heart constricted, the agony driving him into a frenzied roar. He lashed out aimlessly like a madman. Sasuke's black pupils dilated instantly as he grasped the situation. In a flash, he appeared at Nanako's side. As Sasuke lifted her arm and moved her away from Gaara, sweat trickled from her temple down to her chin. When she opened her eyes, she caught a glimpse of his slightly angry face and let out a helpless soft laugh. Her goal was to prevent Sasuke from fighting Gaara, because in his current state, he was no match for Gaara. Nanako could well imagine how Sasuke would feel if he later witnessed Naruto battling Gaara after failing to defeat him himself. Originally, she had planned to kill Gaara while he was unconscious, saving Sasuke from both physical harm and the blow to his pride. But that plan was no longer viable. So she would use the fact that she was willing to die with Gaara to force Sasuke to retreat, even if he would be furious at her deception. She had made up her mind, but when she saw Sasuke's angry face, guilt washed over her. Still, she had no regrets. If given another chance, she would do the same. Her heart was squeezed viciously again. Nanako cried out in unbearable pain.
Ah! It hurts so much!
Sasuke scooped Nanako into his arms and rushed back the way they came, ignoring Naruto and Sakura, who were approaching.
Looks like Sasuke is heading back on his own, so we've completed our mission. Naruto, let's return to the village,
Sakura said, looking at Naruto. Naruto stared at the smoke ahead and muttered to himself.
That guy! And me!
Sakura saw Naruto charging forward and hesitated for a second before rushing after him.
Naruto, other Jonin will handle this. Don't be so impulsive. Come back to the village with me. Our goal was just to bring Sasuke home. Naruto!
The dog wearing a headband watched them recede into the distance with a look of exasperation. At Sasuke and Nanako's home in Konoha, Nanako curled up on the bed, clenching her teeth as she endured the stabbing pain in her heart.
Why did you lie to me?
Sasuke asked coldly, placing a wrung towel on her forehead.
Can the jutsu be undone?
Nanako let out a silly hee-hee to avoid his reproach, then answered.
If I told you not to trouble Gaara, you wouldn't listen to me anyway.
She bit her finger and formed hand seals.
Void symbiosis release.
After the jutsu was undone, her heart twitched slightly. The pain lingered, but it was no longer the crushing agony from before.
Drink some water.
Sasuke helped her sit up against the bed. She reached for the cup, but he moved it away, then pressed the rim of the glass to her lips.
Don't move.
Sasuke shot her a glare. She sipped the water, slowly stealing glances at his cold face, then guiltily lowered her eyes. After that, no matter how Sasuke scolded her, Nanako obediently nodded and made promises readily. Whether he believed her or not, she wasn't sure. After several days of rest, Nanako's body and chakra fully recovered, thanks in no small part to Sasuke's attentive care. They also had a heart-to-heart conversation. Nanako recalled that night when Sasuke held her face, and she glimpsed a flicker of sorrow in his eyes. His voice trembled.
Nanako, can you promise not to lie to me anymore? Can you stop making decisions on your own? You know you're the most important person to me now. You know. You know you're the most important person to me now.
When he said that, her heart ached unbearably. She couldn't meet his eyes and stammered.
You wouldn't have agreed to what I did so. So you struck first because you figured I would give up fighting Gaara for you, didn't you?
Sasuke sat on the edge of the bed, with his head bowed, his expression hidden from her. After a moment of silence, Nanako said,
Yes. Gaara would have hurt you, and I didn't want you to get injured. That's why I did it. I'm sorry.
Sasuke leaned over her, pressing one hand against her neck to keep her still.
Nanako, this is the first and last time. If you ever gamble with your own life again, it'll give you exactly what you wish for.
Nanako's heart skipped a beat. She swallowed nervously and stammered.
Brother, you wouldn't write.
Sasuke grabbed the corners of her mouth and pulled them apart roughly, his face terrifyingly fierce.
I would. So you better not do it again.
Nanako felt so guilty that she quickly agreed never to do it again, which calmed him down. In response, Sasuke set 3 rules for their agreement. If she broke them, he would punish her accordingly. As for the punishment, Nanako preferred not to dwell, hearing a knock at the door.
Coming!
Nanako glanced at Sasuke, who was picking out 2 pieces of clothing, then scurried to open the door, like a little hamster. Naruto and Sakura stood outside.
Today is the funeral of the 3rd Hokage. Nanako, Sasuke, please join us.
Sakura said, her green eyes filled with unspoken sorrow. Naruto was different from usual, standing outside in the rain, gazing at the gloomy sky without a word.
Oh sure. Wait for us,
Nanako replied. She dashed into the bedroom, changed into a black one-piece suit, tied her hair into a high ponytail, and pulled Sasuke out the door. The 4 of them made their way to the cemetery. Nanako stared silently at the black and white photo of the 3rd Hokage. After offering her flowers, she said to the picture,
3rd Hokage, rest in peace.
The rain grew heavier, as if heaven itself wept for the 3rd's passing. It was also the first time Naruto truly understood what death meant. Nanako looked up at the gradually parting clouds and the emerging sun.
The rain has stopped.
After the 3rd's funeral, life returned to normal. Ninjas resumed their missions, civilians carried on as before. Nothing seemed to have changed. But when Sasuke heard that Naruto had defeated Gaara of the Sand, his attitude toward Naruto underwent a dramatic shift. Naruto had always been the dead last, the one for whom Sasuke cleaned up the messes. And now he saw the gap between them. But that didn't mean he had lost to the dead last Naruto. How could Sasuke accept that? If he couldn't even match the dead last, how could he ever take revenge? Nanako noticed Sasuke's face growing darker each day and worried deeply.
Damn it!
Sasuke suddenly slammed his fist on the table, as if a thought had struck him. Nanako bit her lip.
Maybe we should go to Orochimaru.
Caught off guard, Sasuke said.
Ah. You think so too?
Nanako nodded.
I think so too, but Sasuke, are you sure you won't regret it later? Are you saying I will?
Sasuke asked sharply. Just as Nanako was about to tell the truth, her vision went black, and she collapsed onto the table. Startled, Sasuke looked around but saw no enemy. He shook her shoulders.
Nanako! Nanako, wake up!
A blood-red moon hung like a lantern in the dark night, with a few crows flying past. Crows were the symbol of Itachi Uchiha. Nanako activated her Sharingan and demanded,
Itachi Uchiha, why did you pull me into your Jinjutsu?
Itachi, wearing a black cloak with red clouds and a rogue nin headband, stood before her.
This is not a Jinjutsu. If not Jinjutsu, then what? What do you want with me?
She always felt uneasy around him, because he was too perceptive. In his presence, she felt she had nowhere to hide.
Nanako Uchiha,
he said,
I hope you won't do anything unnecessary. Revenge is the only choice Sasuke can make.
For the first time in her life, Nanako raised her head and met his Mangekyo Sharingan directly.
Sasuke has always admired you, Itachi Uchiha. To know that the brother he worshipped is the one who killed the entire Uchiha clan, including our parents, how much pain do you think that caused him? Back then, I couldn't stop you, not just because I was weak, but because I wanted to survive. But now Sasuke is the most important person in my life. I don't want him to regret his choices in the future. You forced revenge upon him. I want to know what Sasuke himself wants.
Itachi pressed his thumb against her forehead.
You cannot achieve that.
Nanako reached for a kunai to stab her thigh, but her arms were bound by an invisible force, halting the motion. Her entire body immobilized, she tried to bite her tongue, but Itachi's hand clamped her jaw before she could.
Just sleep.
Let me go! Her eyes screamed the message, but her mind grew heavy, as if she were about to drift off at any moment. Sasuke, who had been anxiously calling Nanako's name, suddenly collapsed into unconsciousness as well. He found himself back on the day the Uchiha clan was wiped out. He witnessed his parents' deaths again, and then Nanako appeared beside him crying and pulling him to run.
Brother, Mom, and Dad are dead. What do we do? I want to live. What do we do? What do we do? Brother, let's leave this place. Take me away. I don't want to.
Sasuke followed the little Nanako as she ran. Just as he was about to answer, a flash of sword light caught his eye.
Aw. It hurts so much. Brother, it hurts.
Sasuke froze, watching little Nanako fall into his arms, blood splattering across his pale cheeks. His black pupils reflected Nanako, who was coughing up blood and crying out in pain.
Nanako!
The little Nanako in his arms suddenly grew up. The red on her cheeks was vivid, and the hatred in her eyes pierced Sasuke's heart deeply.
Why didn't you save me? Why didn't you save me? Why? It's all because you're too weak. You couldn't protect me at all. Sasuke, you're useless. Utterly useless. You can't even protect me. No, no. It'll get stronger. I will get stronger.
Sasuke gasped, sitting up in bed, his clothes soaked with cold sweat. Was it a dream? That's right. Nanako had collapsed earlier. Had something happened to her? Sasuke jumped out of bed and ran to the living room, where he found Nanako sleeping soundly on the sofa. He stepped on some wood splinters, frowned briefly, then ignored them. He scooped Nanako into his arms and laid her on the bed. Yes, only by becoming stronger could he protect Nanako, restore the Uchiha clan, kill a man, and avenge his parents. He couldn't go on living in a daze. With power, he could achieve all of this. After a good night's sleep, Nanako rubbed her eyes and looked out the window. Seeing that it was still pitch black, she wondered,
I've slept so long. Why is it still dark?
A whistle fell out of her clothes with a soft clatter. Sasuke picked it up and asked,
Nanako, we don't have a dog. Why did you buy this whistle?
Nanako yawned.
Someone gave it to me. Kidamaru said I could blow it to summon him if I wanted to find Orochimaru.
Sasuke seemed to remember something and asked,
Nanako, earlier you said I might regret something later. What would I regret?
Nanako looked puzzled.
Did I say that? I don't remember, Sasuke.
Sasuke shook his head.
Forget it if you don't recall.
Nanako wrapped her arms around Sasuke's neck, her soft breath tickling his skin. In a gentle voice she asked,
So Sasuke, when should we go find Orochimaru? Tomorrow.
Late at night, Sasuke stood aside with a backpack while Nanako blew her whistle, waiting for Kidamaru's arrival. The Otogekure force soon appeared before them.
Sasuke, you're a leaf ninja. If someone finds you leaving the village, it'll cause trouble. So you'll have to stay in the barrel and we'll transport you. As for your younger brother, another person will take him.
Kidamaru patted the barrel beside him. Nanako crossed her arms, dissatisfied with the arrangement.
No, I'm going with Sasuke. Kidamaru.
This barrel can only carry one person. Someone else is waiting at the gate to take you away, Nanako. You can go to the village entrance and follow him. Just as Sasuke was about to speak, Nanako stepped in front of him and said to Kidamaru and the others,
Who is that other person? Tosu.
Nanako nodded, pulled Sasuke aside, and whispered in his ear,
Sasuke, if they try to give you fake death pills, think carefully. A mistake could kill you. Don't rely too much on the power of the curse mark.
Sasuke knew what kind of person Orochimaru was, but to achieve his wish, he had to go there to gain the power to kill Itachi Uchiha. Yet Nanako possessed the ability to prophesy, so his words could not be ignored.
I understand. I'll handle it, Nanako. Don't worry, I won't get into trouble.
Nanako said, and glanced at the smiling Kidamaru before running toward the village gate where Izumo was standing guard. Soon Nanako saw that a white-haired boy with 2 red dots on his eyebrows had knocked out Izumo, and the dog that was about to bark. Standing beside the white-haired boy was Tosu. Nanako walked up to him without a word, and the white-haired boy nodded politely to him.
Follow me.
Tosu greeted him like an old friend reunited after a long time.
Long time no see. Don't worry, Kagaya, and I will safely deliver you to the destination.
Nanako was somewhat surprised to see Tosu still alive.
Oh, you're still alive.
He had thought Tosu would ignore his advice and insist on fighting Gaara alone.
Come with us first,
said Tosu. Without further ado, Nanako followed them out of Konohagakure. On Sasuke's side, no one discovered him, and he left Konohagakure under the cover of night. By noon the next day, Naruto Uzumaki and Sakura Haruno having taken on a mission, went to Sasuke's house, but found no one. After searching the village for a long time, they realized something was wrong. Naruto Uzumaki clenched his fists.
What the hell is he doing? If he has a problem with me, he can fight me.
Kakashi reported the matter to the higher-ups of the village, but with the third Hokage just dead, and no new Hokage appointed, the higher-ups were overwhelmed and had no time to deal with it. Yet they couldn't ignore it either, for the two missing persons were the last survivors of the Uchiha clan. If they were taken by someone with ulterior motives, the consequences.
We must find a way to bring them back. Kakashi, find someone to retrieve the Uchiha survivors,
the higher-ups of Konohadakure commanded. Jiraiya, who had been standing by, spoke after they finished.
I'm not suitable to be the new Hokage. I'll take responsibility for bringing Tsunade back. Naruto Uzumaki will come with me. As far as I know, a certain organization has its eyes on him.
The higher-ups.
Could it be? You're thinking right, so Naruto Uzumaki will be with me.
Kakashi hastily found the relevant personnel and issued the mission to retrieve Sasuke Uchiha and Nanako Uchiha.
Summoning technique.
Kakashi summoned the 8 tracking dogs. Nanako following behind Tosu, and Kimimaro Kagaya kept thinking about his own unusual behavior. For instance, why was he so indifferent to the idea of Sasuke taking fake death pills? And why, despite not wanting Sasuke to go to Orochimaru, and instead wanting to go to Orochimaru's hideout himself, did he not stop him? Moreover, he had proposed the idea himself, completely neglecting that Sasuke might later regret it and become obsessed with the truth. Suddenly his mind went blank. Nanako stared ahead blankly, as if the thoughts had been crushed and twisted out of existence by some force. Another layer of memory overwrote Nanako's thoughts. The truth was that Itachi Uchiha had slain the Uchiha clan, and Sasuke must avenge them. Nanako had to obey everything Sasuke said. This was the only truth. Nanako's gaze gradually became resolute. Yes, that was the truth. The only truth. Nanako and his group encountered no obstacles, and arrived smoothly at Orochimaru's hideout. The environment was as gloomy and damp as it was in the original story. In the center of the hall, Kabuto Yakushi smiled innocently.
Nanako, I've been waiting for you.
It was him, Orochimaru's subordinate, and a spy for Sasori of the Red Sand. Nanako cut straight to the point.
Where's Orochimaru?
Kabuto Yakushi replied with a beaming smile.
Orochimaru-sama is conducting research. Please take them inside.
Kimimaro led Nanako to Orochimaru's laboratory. Nanako looked around but saw no horrific human experiments. It seemed Orochimaru hadn't started experimenting yet.
Nanako Uchiha.
Orochimaru licked his lips, his eyes filled with sinister intent.
I'm curious, how did you destroy the curse mark I gave you?
Had he also placed a curse mark on him during the Chunin exams? Nanako smiled enigmatically.
I have my own methods.
The pointless exchange delighted Orochimaru, as Nanako's replies always cut off his question. Kabuto Yakushi adjusted his round glasses, finding it hard to believe that Orochimaru remained so patient despite Nanako's provocation. Perhaps he was more interested in this child. Would Orochimaru have the same interest in the other Uchiha? Probably. After all, they were both bloodline limit lineages. Having two at once was not a loss. Nanako glanced at Orochimaru's motionless hands, at Kabuto Yakushi observing the lab instruments, and at Kimimaro Kagaya standing respectfully behind, then grinned. Suddenly appearing behind Orochimaru, Nanako grabbed his neck, his expression as cold as if looking at a corpse.
You're in urgent need of a vessel, aren't you? You gave the fake death pills to Sasuke, planning to let him die from the side effects of the curse mark and the fake death pills, so you could take over his body. Guess will I let your plan succeed?
Seeing Kimimaro Kagaya about to attack, Nanako suddenly dug his nails into Orochimaru's flesh.
Kimimaro Kagaya, do you believe that the moment you attack me, your lord will be strangled to death?
Kimimaro Kagaya stopped in his tracks, gritting his teeth.
Whatever you want, my lord will grant it. Please remove your hand that threatens his life. Nanako, you're very clever.
Orochimaru said, seemingly unfazed by Nanako's audacity, even delighted.
I'm more and more satisfied with you. The powerful bloodline of the Uchiha clan, the ability to see through my schemes. You're even more tempting than that brat Sasuke. If I didn't need a body right now, I wouldn't choose to take over Sasuke's body right away. Raising you both and then selecting the best vessel would be a better choice. I'm looking forward to seeing which of you becomes more outstanding. Really, I can't wait.
Nanako only sneered at these words.
Tell that to the ghosts. You're desperate for a body, yet you talk about raising us. If you don't do what I say now, you'll die here. Once a member of the legendary Sannin Orochimaru, it must be unpleasant to lose your ninjutsu. Can you still fight me now? After all, you haven't fully studied my techniques yet. Guess after all these days have I learned other ninjutsu you've never seen before. Want to bet with me?
Nanako was certain that Orochimaru now wary would not dare provoke him rashly. Orochimaru's sinister laughter echoed in the lab.
Kabuto, let them fight each other. Only the last survivor will be allowed to leave. Are you satisfied, Nanako-kun?
Nanako and Sasuke had left the village very early. Even if Konoha Jinin tried to stop them, Sasuke would still make it in time for Orochimaru's body-snatching ritual. So this was the only way. Thank the third Hokage for crippling Orochimaru's hands, otherwise Nanako would have had to rack his brains to figure out how to defeat him. Under Kimimaro Kagaya's furious glare, and Kabuto Yakushi's slightly surprised gaze, Nanako released his grip on Orochimaru's neck.
Then he'll take my leave, my lord.
Kabuto Yakushi turned and left to deliver Orochimaru's orders. Kimimaro Kagaya said coldly to Nanako,
I will not forgive your disrespect toward my lord.
Nanako glanced at Kimimaro Kagaya.
You're no one to me. Whether you forgive me or not, what's it to me?
Kimimaro Kagaya's eyes filled with hostility toward Nanako. Nanako turned and cursed at Orochimaru.
Is this the talent you've cultivated? No manners at all.
Orochimaru's sticky cold laughter echoed in the lab, giving Nanako goosebumps.
All right, Kimimaro-kun. Nanako-kun is still a mischievous child. Don't bother with him.
Kimimaro Kagaya.
Yes.
Nanako provocatively glanced at Kimimaro Kagaya, whose mouth kept twitching. Kimimaro Kagaya pretended not to see.
I'll go meet Kidamaru and the others.
With Orochimaru's permission, Kimimaro Kagaya's and Nanako's eyes seemed to engage in a crackling battle.
Hey Orochimaru, I want to go too.
In the original story, Sasuke fought Naruto and arrived at Orochimaru's base badly injured. Although the timeline had shifted, Naruto hadn't left the village yet. To prevent Sasuke from getting hurt, Nanako insisted on going. Orochimaru laughed a few times before speaking.
Then go with Kimimaro Kagaya.
Before leaving, Nanako passed by a man with light green hair who was heading in with Kabuto Yakushi. Nanako and Kimimaro Kagaya traveled together, bickering all the way until Kimimaro Kagaya admitted defeat to Nanako's eloquence and fell silent. After that, no matter how much Nanako provoked him, Kimimaro Kagaya remained aloof and polite. Nanako.
You're so boring.
Kimimaro Kagaya.
Thanks for the compliment.
Nanako.
Do you know I'm insulting you?
Kimimaro Kagaya.
Thanks for the compliment.
Nanako, shut up. When they saw Kidamaru and a fat tall man carrying a barrel toward them, Nanako watched Kimimaro Kagaya leap from above onto the barrel lid, spin around, and land steadily.
Leave the rest to me. You handle the pursuers.
The Otogekure 4.
Yes. There are two more.
Niji Hyuga said, veins bulging at his temples.
One of their chakras is Nanako Uchiha. They really know how to cause trouble.
Nanako realized that Orochimaru had already taken over someone else's body as a vessel, so Sasuke would be safe from that danger. His earlier reluctance to let Sasuke go to Orochimaru vanished. After all the potential threat had been eliminated, Sasuke could handle the remaining dangers on his own, so Nanako didn't need to worry. Now he just needed to enjoy watching how Kidamaru would suppress Niji Hyuga. He wanted to see Niji's panicked expression. Niji Hyuga, who had saved Kobayakawa Koshu, deserved 1,000 deaths for that. But Nanako didn't want to provoke the hostility of the Hyuga clan, since he lived in Konoha. If he acted, he would be targeted, so he had endured and remained patient. Now that he could see his old enemy suppressed by Kidamaru, how could he miss the chance to enjoy the show? Seeing the Konoha ninjas standing opposite in battle formation, Nanako's smile was especially fake.
I planted this tree, I opened this road. This road is closed.
Niji Hyuga.
Nanako Uchiha, are you leaving the village because of our conflict?
Nanako wagged his finger.
That's not the reason.
Seeing Niji Hyuga about to say more, Nanako clicked his tongue.
Kidamaru, your jutsu and intelligence are enough to defeat this Bikugan brat. He'll help you if necessary.
The three stayed behind, while the Otogekure ninjas turned and left. Niji Hyuga told his teammates he would hold off Kidamaru and guarantee to bring Nanako Uchiha back to the village, so the other Genin chased after the Otogekure ninjas. Strange, Naruto Uzumaki wasn't in this pursuit team. That meant no battle at the Valley of the End. Fine by him.
Let me exchange a few moves with him first. I want to see what he's got.
Just as Kidamaru was about to act, Nanako interrupted him.
Kidamaru, I've fought him before. Don't underestimate him.
Nanako looked at Niji Hyuga, whose brows were tightly furrowed, and smirked.
The Hyuga clan's Bakugan, you should know its abilities. 360-degree vision, and their clan's defensive technique Kaiten. I see. Watch me.
The battle between Kidamaru and Niji Hyuga ended, as in the original narrative. Kidamaru emerged victorious. Both fighters collapsed utterly spent. As Nani Uchiha moved to finish Niji, a blinding flash of white light erupted before her eyes, forcing her to break her hand's seals and shield her vision. When the light faded, Niji had vanished without a trace. After a moment's silence, Nani approached Kidamaru, checked his pulse, still faint but present, and hoisted him onto her back, hastening toward Orochimaru's hidden base. Elsewhere, the rescued Niji lay slumped across Kushikawa Koshu's shoulders. How did you find me here? Kushikawa Koshu glanced repeatedly over his shoulder, only exhaling once. He confirmed Uchiha Nani was nowhere in sight. I came to save you. That Nani Uchiha despises me, and I've learned she holds grudges fiercely. So naturally she'd harbor deep resentment toward you, the one who saved me. I simply wish to repay the debt. Receiving no reply, Koshu glanced back again, only to find Niji already unconscious. He fell silent, and broke into a sprint toward the village. Nani dragged Kidamaru into the training hall of the base, and dropped him unceremoniously onto the floor. Turning to the waiting Kabuto Yakushi, she demanded, has Sasuke arrived yet? He has, room 2 on the 3rd floor. So soon? Nani murmured, smoothing her hair. Of course, she hadn't spotted Naruto Uzumaki among the pursuing Konoha shinobi. Thus the Valley of the End confrontation never occurred. No wonder Sasuke had arrived so swiftly. Upon reaching his room, she rushed forward, like a lover reunited, after years apart, throwing herself into his arms, with breathless cries. Sasuke. Sasuke. I've missed you so terribly. Clinging to him, like an octopus, she seized the moment to press a swift kiss to his cheek. We've been apart less than a day. As Sasuke wrapped both hands around her hips, he slowly guided them toward the bed. Though inwardly elated by her words and affection, his expression remained impassive. Her fingers traced the cursed seal coiled around his neck. The faint tingling contact sent a delicate flush rising to Sasuke's cheeks, though in the dim chamber Nani failed to notice. Sasuke, you must master your negative emotions, or the cursed seal will erode your mind. Prolonged exposure will strip you of self-awareness entirely. The seal weakens when emotion remains tempered. Once you master the Susanoo, it shall shatter completely. Sasuke nodded gravely. I understand. Nani blinked, lifting her gaze to meet his. Yet the room was steeped in shadow, firelight carved only his silhouette from darkness, leaving all else swallowed in obscurity. She pushed Sasuke backward onto the bed, letting candlelight illuminate his features, then straddled him, palms planted firmly upon his chest. Sasuke, I'll stand behind every choice you make. I know. Sasuke, I'll remain at your side, always. I know. Sasuke, I love you, truly, deeply. I know. Her voice softened into silence as she drifted asleep atop him. His fingertips lifted a strand of her hair. In the hush of the chamber his murmur rang unnervingly clear. Nani, if it doesn't hinder my vengeance, I'll grant any request you make. Including... But Nani, already lost to slumber, heard nothing. Time surged forward. 7 years vanished in the blink of an eye. Within Orochimaru's secluded lair, Nani and Sasuke trained with merciless devotion, treating their own lives as trivial sacrifices on the altar of power. Nani's battlefield intuition sharpened, her chakra reserves swelled, and her mastery over jutsu combinations grew seamless and instinctive. Sasuke too mastered numerous rank and strength techniques, his synergy with Nani's jutsu flawless, his command over the cursed seal absolute. Consequently his demeanor transformed visibly, hesitation vanished, replaced by unwavering resolve. In combat, they no longer fought as separate entities. A single glance sufficed, a shared understanding forged in fire, allowing them to dismantle adversaries with terrifying synchronicity. Especially 4 years prior, Orochimaru's body began rejecting Hashirama's cells while his vessel, Hokuryu, suffered catastrophic rejection. Desperate, he ordered Kabuto to secure either Uchiha Sasuke or Uchiha Nani as his next host. Kabuto selected Uchiha Sasuke. As he departed, his peripheral gaze flickered briefly toward Nani. Then he followed Kabuto into Orochimaru's laboratory. Only after their silhouettes dissolved into distance did Nani activate void formless dissolution. Once this technique drained her chakra reserves to near collapse, hence her reluctance to use it. Now its cost was negligible. Veiling her presence, she infiltrated Orochimaru's lab, and at the precise instant he raised his hand to seize Sasuke, she formed the seal void cage beast. Orochimaru's body contorted violently, curling like a prawn boiled alive. A void-affiliated jutsu. Unprecedented in recorded history. His rasping voice seeped from within the binding for years. I have labored tirelessly, finally attaining clarity. Are you not curious? Release me, and I shall tell you everything. Nani materialized, unmoved by his enticement. Orochimaru, such matters need no further attention from you. Sasuke, shall we end him? Seeing his gambit fail, Orochimaru turned once more to Sasuke. Sasuke, you still hunger for strength, and I can bestow power far exceeding what you wield now. Sasuke stepped from the shadows, his three-tomo Sharingan locked unblinkingly upon Orochimaru's grotesque form. Orochimaru, you are obsolete to me. Lightning crackled in his palm. His killing intent solidified into palpable force, as he drove Chidori current straight into Orochimaru's frail body. Ah! Ah! Heya! Nani, release the cage beast. Instantly she dispelled the technique. Orochimaru erupted into a colossal white serpent, jaws wide, seeking to consume Sasuke whole and enact the impure world reincarnation ritual. Sasuke stood motionless, gazing up at the towering beast. Uchiha Nani, Sasuke's body belongs solely to me, and yours shall follow. Watching his arrogance bloom, Nani offered only a faint knowing smile. After years of close observation, Orochimaru understood them well enough. Would Nani, who valued Sasuke's life above her own, stand idle before such a threat? The answer was unequivocally no. They possessed contingency plans. Had his hands not been crippled by the third Hokage, had Kabuto not vanished without trace. Realizing this, Orochimaru writhed to flee, only for Sasuke to vanish and reappear inside his gaping maw. Within the spiritual realm, a titanic white serpent lunged towards Sasuke, seeking to devour his consciousness. Yet Sasuke instantly subdued Orochimaru's psyche with Jinjutsu. Nani knelt beside the convulsing serpent's body, and gradually its massive form dissolved into shimmering white motes of light. Sasuke stood in scathed violet markings resembling Orochimaru's eyeshadow, briefly flaring at his temples, then fading. Nani, follow me. He ruffled her hair, then strode forward without glancing back. She smoothed her tousled bangs and hurried after him. Are we forming a new team next? Since you've already foreseen my intent, further explanation is unnecessary. Sasuke fully grasped her precognitive ability, but chose not to probe deeper. Yet if danger looms, warn me immediately. No more solitary decisions, like when we were children. Nani laughed softly, looping her arm through his. Having absorbed Orochimaru's knowledge and memories, Sasuke knew precisely where to locate the others. Nani asked no questions about their destination. She trusted implicitly that Sasuke would shield her from harm, and that obedience was her safest path. In childhood, she'd acted alone, shouldering burdens without consulting Sasuke, convinced she could bear them all. Only when nearly dying in Orochimaru's stronghold did his furious rebuke awaken her. That was the sole occasion Sasuke ever struck her. Recalling the raw fury in his eyes, she shuddered involuntarily. From that moment onward, she became unfailingly obedient, leaving every decision, every strategy to Sasuke alone. She refused to relive the anguish of her recklessness, of Sasuke's wrath, his desperate fear, his look of wanting to obliterate her utterly. Now 20 Nani strolled through a bustling village, buying trinkets with the wide-eyed delight of a child. Beside her, Sasuke stood silently, until a cluster of women swarmed him, chattering incessantly. His Sharingan snapped open. Leave. Instantly they staggered away, vacantied and disoriented. Nani approached, lollipop in mouth, and casually shoved a wooden fish rice ball into Sasuke's mouth. Hey, this isn't really your style. Try this instead, it's better. A familiar voice cut through the air. Nani dropped Sasuke, instantly shouldered past bystanders, and seized the black-clad man Kushikawa Koshu. I didn't expect to find you here. The face that turned toward her bore none of Koshu's refined features. Sasuke's voice materialized behind Nani, his dark pupils fixed upon the bewildered slender man. Do you intend to kill him? I've done nothing to provoke you. Why would you kill me? The man shrieked, recoiling step by step from the pair, tall and short, eerily alike, radiating lethal stillness. Nani scanned the surroundings, finding no anomaly, then shook her head and took Sasuke's hand. I mistook him for someone else. Let's go, Sasuke. Sasuke's Sharingan lingered a heartbeat on the trembling man, then withdrew, dismissing him as utterly inconsequential. The man exhaled in relief, darting into a nearby alleyway. Koshu, the two are gone. Come out now. Wiping sweat from his brow, he called out. Father, is it truly safe? Kuishikawa Koshu emerged cautiously with his sister. Thank Kami they didn't spot us, else we'd be fighting right now. What's there to fear? Your boyfriend is a Hyuga prodigy. His strength rivals theirs. How did you even cross paths with him? I never meant harm. I merely wished to befriend Uchiha Nani. Instead, friendship curdled into enmity. Koshu rubbed his arms, then led his sister and father toward the inn. Meanwhile, Nani walked the street, brow furrowed, her troubled expression prompting Sasuke to ask, what troubles you? I heard a voice, deeply familiar, yet the man I pursued wasn't who I expected. Could it have been a transformation technique? Nani, it seems your understanding of the Sharingan remains incomplete. Sasuke spoke calmly. True, you devoted yourself to void-affiliated jutsu and combat pragmatism within Orochimaru's lair, neglecting foundational theory and Sharingan lore. Flustered Nani offered a sheepish grin. Mastering its application suffices for me. The Sharingan perceives and replicates, but perceive what? Replicate what? She paused, stealing a glance at Sasuke's unreadable face, unable to gauge his mood, much like a student facing a stern teacher. Replication copies an opponent's jutsu outright, as Kakashi does. Perception allows one to discern the trajectory of incoming attacks. Sasuke pinched her baby soft cheek, voice cool and even. So you do understand. Then why did you neglect to activate it just now? Well, there was no battle underway, so I simply... Sasuke tapped her temple. Hence you're left speculating, wondering whether a substitution deceived you. Nani clung to his arm, swaying gently. When we parted earlier, I saw you deactivate your Sharingan. So, did he employ a substitution? No. Sasuke bit his fingertip and pressed it to the ground. Black sigils bloomed outward from his palm. Summoning technique. Lord Sasuke. A colossal purple serpent materialized with utmost deference upon the bustling street. The surrounding pedestrians immediately shrieked and fled for their lives. In an instant, the once clamorous thoroughfare lay utterly deserted. Aside from Nanako and Sasuke emerging from the swirling dust, their bodies shedding the last of the white light. The sealing technique is quite handy. Lady Nanako is here as well. The azure serpent said, bowing its head respectfully. Lord Sasuke, what do you require of me? Sasuke proffered an object for the serpent to sniff. Find the one who used this. Nanako uttered a soft, and tucked the claw strip back into her sleeve. Within a small in the Kobayakawa family had unanimously decided it was best to flee, hastily packing their belongings. Kobayakawa Koharu suddenly noticed two missing patches of fabric on his father's back. Dad, are you still wearing that torn shirt? Mom must have ripped it off. Impossible, impossible. I checked carefully before leaving, my clothes were all fine. The slender man waved dismissively. Kobayakawa Nana, as if struck by a sudden realization, shot up and flung open the door. Leave the belongings. Hurry! Kobayakawa Koharu instantly grasped the situation and yanked his bewildered father toward the exit. The sharp shatter of glass echoed behind them. Nanako crouched on the windowsill, beaming at their frozen bodies. Kobayakawa Koharu, where are you off to? Shouldn't you catch up with an old friend? Kobayakawa Nana pulled her brother behind her, gritting her teeth and glaring at Nanako. Koharu is no friend of yours. Sasuke leaped through the window, hands on his hips, surveying the three before him. He advanced step by step until they cowered in a corner, trembling. Three ordinary people. Utterly losing his combat motivation, Sasuke's grip on the Kusanagi loosened. Nanako, can you handle it alone? Nanako's black eyes transformed into the Tsutomu Sharingan as she gave a decisive answer. Killing an ordinary person who doesn't know ninjutsu is simple. I thought so. Sasuke said no more and stepped aside. Run, you two! Kobayakawa Koharu cried, his fear overshadowed by his determination not to involve his new family. He's after me. Go! He shoved his father and sister, who refused to leave, and stood trembling yet defiant, shielding their stumbling retreat. Nanako had no interest in dragging powerless bystanders into her vendetta. Kobayakawa Koharu, let's settle our old score now. What old? Before he could finish, Kobayakawa Koharu sensed the activation of Uchiha Nanako's void formlessness, and was cut off. Unable to see any trace of his opponent, Kobayakawa Koharu flailed like a headless fly around the room, only to be slashed by Nanako's kunai from nowhere, leaving wounds across his body. Blood sprayed from his body, painting the room with streaks of crimson rain. His gaze fell on the closed door behind Sasuke, and hope for escape dwindled. No, I can't die here without knowing why. At the very least, I need to understand why Uchiha Nanako wants to kill me.
Uchiha Nanako, when we first met, I only wanted to be your friend, but you tried to kill me.
A fierce punch slammed into his cheek, sending him flying. His entire body crashed into the wall before sliding to the floor. Kobayakawa Kohara wiped the blood from his lips.
The second time you stormed into the Hyuga clan's territory just to kill me. When I asked why, you refused to say a word.
Sasuke's tightly shut eyes slowly opened.
Today is our third meeting, and you still won't let me go.
Kobayakawa Kohara coughed a few times, clutching his kick stomach. The once clean floor now bore a pungent crimson stain.
You can kill me, but I deserve to know why before I die, right? Give me at least a reason.
Nanako revealed herself, her crimson eyes fixed unblinkingly on the battered Kobayakawa Koharu.
The reason? I told you.
Nanako stepped forward and grabbed his hair.
You just never took it to heart.
Growing angrier, she formed a single-hand seal.
Fire release.
A sharp aura suddenly appeared beside her. As she turned to defend, a flash of sword-like passed before her eyes. The clash of the Kusanagi sword and kunai drew her attention to the assailant.
You again, Hyuga Niji.
Nanako gritted her teeth, glaring at the one who had thwarted her twice. While Sasuke engaged Niji in combat, Nanako, seeing Niji occupied by Sasuke, turned her gaze back to the silent Kobayakawa Koharu.
Since you're a modern person like me, I'll be merciful and let you leave a last word.
Nanako raised her wrist, aiming at Kohara's heart, her fingers cracking ominously.
What is Gunanji to you?
Kobayakawa Koharu suddenly posed a question. But Nanako did not answer. She said coldly,
Have you remembered who Gunanji is? My father rarely spoke about his own past. I just racked my brains to recall. When I was 8, I overheard my father mention the name Gunanji in his study. It's been so long that I forgot until now.
Seeing that Nanako did not attack again, Kobayakawa Koharu gathered his courage to continue.
But now I remember. That day I went to ask my father to celebrate my birthday, but I overheard him say Gunanji, and then apologize repeatedly. I thought he was in a bad mood and didn't want to celebrate, so I left.
Kobayakawa Koharu, trembling with fear, stared at Nanako's merciless blood-red eyes, and asked nervously,
What happened to Gunanji?
Nanako's expression resembled a demon crawling out of hell, as she bared a sinister grin.
He's dead. You talk so much, making me think there was some conspiracy behind Gunanji's death, but you were just stalling for time. What a waste of my time.
Nanako lost all patience, and decided to finish him off.
Fire release.
Before she could complete the jutsu, she caught sight of 3 figures bursting in through the window. 2 of them were Sasuke's comrades from Konoha, Uzumaki Naruto and Haruno Sakura. The third was Sai, who wore a fake smile just like her own. Has the plot deviated? Uzumaki Naruto and Haruno Sakura weren't supposed to find Sasuke in this setting.
Nanako, what grudge do you have against him to torture him like this?
Sakura clenched her fist and swung it at Nanako.
That's my business.
Nanako dodged the blow. Sakura's fist struck the floor, shattering it like an earthquake. Sasuke didn't call my name, so he doesn't need my help. So I'll just focus on myself. The 3rd floor collapsed into rubble. Even if I go to the 2nd floor, the debris falling from above would severely wound me. But if I use the ceiling technique, he'll have to leave Kobayakawa Koharu here, and he'll hide behind the leaf ninja. Then it'll be even harder to kill him. Should I use it or not? Nanako couldn't bear to waste the hard-won opportunity. She grabbed Kobayakawa Koharu's hair and dragged him toward the window.
That hurts. Let go.
Kobayakawa Koharu grabbed Nanako's wrist, trying to dig his nails into her skin to make her release him.
8 trigrams or palm.
The Kusanagi sword pierced Hyuga Niji's body, but a transparent ball of chakra flew toward the leaping Nanako. Sasuke withdrew the Kusanagi sword and sheathed it, kicking Niji away before swiftly chasing after Nanako. He pulled Nanako into his embrace and escaped the air palm's attack range. Standing on the rooftop, he quietly observed Nanako's hands still clutching Kobayakawa Koharu's hair.
Nanako!
At the sound of Sasuke's voice, Nanako turned her head, without guard, seeing only a pair of 3-demo blood-red eyes in the dark. Before she could react, a powerful dizziness overwhelmed her. Within seconds, she lost consciousness, and her grip on Kobayakawa Koharu's hair gradually loosened. Uzumaki Naruto leaped, and caught the screaming Kobayakawa Koharu as he fell. When he looked up at his former comrade, the figures had already vanished.
Sasuke, Nanako.
Naruto whispered their names, his eyes clear with shock and pain. Sakura wiped away her tears. Without time to console Naruto, she ran toward Hyuga Neji, instructing,
"Ill-treat Neji. Naruto, check on that man."
Naruto.
"Oh, right."
Meanwhile, Sasuke summoned the Azure Serpent, and stood on its head, with the unconscious Nanako at his feet.
"That man. Nanako tried to kill him 3 times and failed. Lord Sasuke, is there a troubling problem? Perhaps I can relieve your worries."
The night wind lifted Sasuke's hair, revealing his perfect profile. His gaze fell on Nanako's soft and adorable face, and he fell silent. After a night passed, Nanako pulled the coat from her eyes, only to be blinded by the harsh sunlight, causing tears to stream. Rubbing her eyes, Nanako looked at Sasuke leaning against a rock.
"Sasuke, why did you use Jinjutsu on me?" "Nanako, what is your relationship with that man yesterday?" "No relationship at all."
Nanako tried to evade, but Sasuke's icy stare made her abandon the thought.
"I just want to kill him. I have to kill him."
"Because he is the son of my enemy." But Nanako dared not tell Sasuke the truth. If Sasuke discovered that her soul was not his real brother, how would he treat her? The mere thought of Sasuke treating her like a stranger pained her deeply. So Nanako cautiously approached, searching for the right words.
"Sasuke, that man is not as important to me as you are. You are the only important person in my heart."
Sasuke replied faintly, a strange emotion stirring within him. A warmth slowly crept up his pale cheeks. The shadow of the massive rock behind him concealed his flushed face. Nanako looked at him with pitiful eyes.
"Sasuke, you know I've always been with you. I've never thought of leaving."
Sasuke, who had always been powerless against Nanako's expression, averted his gaze from her face, and gently ruffled her slightly disheveled hair.
"Don't say that."
Sasuke snatched the coat from Nanako's hand, and draped it over her sparkling eyes, leaving only her pointed chin visible. With her vision obscured, Nanako didn't remove the coat. She tilted her head, seemingly puzzled as to why Sasuke had covered her face. Suddenly her lips met a cool, soft touch. Her heart began to race. Without any resistance, she eagerly wrapped her arms around Sasuke's waist.
"I'll kill him for you."
His magnetic voice echoed in her ear. Instantly a tingling sensation spread through her body. Flustered, she buried her face in the fabric of his chest.
"I want to kill him with my own hands."
Sasuke said no more, gently pushing her head back.
"Let's go."
Nanako took the coat off her head and followed Sasuke step by step toward their destination. The first member Sasuke intended to recruit was Suigetsu. Their destination was a northern base near the Tenchi Bridge, one of Orochimaru's hideouts. Nanako and Sasuke stepped onto the long corridor. Even the smallest footsteps echoed loudly in the silent surroundings. The walls were made of rough rock lined with blazing torches. Their faces flickered in the firelight, alternating between light and shadow. Sasuke closed his eyes and opened them again to reveal 3 tomo. Nanako looked around like a restless child, tapping on walls and pulling torches off their mounts to toss away.
"Nanako, be quiet."
Having caught Sasuke's attention, Nanako smiled and said,
"Okay."
When they reached a closed door, Sasuke showed no interest and turned the other way. Nanako, intrigued, pushed the door open and entered. Sasuke glanced sidelong at her.
"Don't take too long."
Nanako's reply rang out quickly in the empty base.
"Okay, I'll be right there."
The room was filled with various instruments, containers, scrolls, and documents. Nanako immediately recognized it as Orochimaru's laboratory. She picked up a few scrolls and files, but quickly lost interest. They all contained data on reincarnation and research into void-type techniques.
"Studying my techniques for ages, and they haven't figured out a thing."
Nanako tossed the documents aside casually.
"Boring. Time to find Sasuke."
The cells held all kinds of test subjects, their eyes devoid of hope, sitting numbly in corners, indifferent to everything. The moment Sasuke's figure appeared in her pupil, a smile curved on Nanako's lips. She ran over to him joyfully.
"Go kill someone. I'm not particularly interested in what you're saying."
Nine-Eye looked at Hozuki Suigetsu, who spoke with a teasing tone. Hozuki Suigetsu was completely submerged in a massive water tank, only his head visible, surrounded by sealing talismans. Sasuke paid no heed to Suigetsu's taunt. The hand he raised crackled with blue-white lightning, cleaving the water prison apart. Hozuki Suigetsu's jagged teeth clattered as his laughter filled the cell.
"Your laugh is awful,"
Nine-Eye said, tilting her head behind Sasuke. Her crimson eyes locked onto his teeth as she grinned.
Why are your teeth so sharp? How much skill do you Uchiha brats really have?
Hozuki Suigetsu ignored Nai-Nai's trivial question and launched an attack instantly after speaking.
Nai-Nai. Understood.
Instantly grasping Sasuke's intent, Nai-Nai dropped her playful demeanor, her entire aura undergoing a dramatic transformation.
Void Trap Beast.
Hozuki Suigetsu's body constricted. He quickly used a water transformation technique to liquefy his entire form, grunting in confusion.
What is this? Hey, you little shrimp, that trap beast of yours. Where's the beast? I don't see any animal.
Called a little shrimp, Nai-Nai stormed up to the cheeky Suigetsu and roared.
I'm not a shrimp. Trap beast, you're the trap beast, aren't you?
Sasuke's delicate brows furrowed.
Nai-Nai, move aside.
Sensing the shift in Sasuke's tone, Nai-Nai stepped aside to see him lowering one hand, blue-white lightning roaring with a deafening rumble. The liquefied Hozuki Suigetsu tried to break free from Nai-Nai's trap beast, but found no escape. Helpless, he watched as Chidori struck his watery body.
Arg!
Suigetsu's body convulsed from the electric current, letting out a miserable scream. His water transformation technique undone, he writhed and curled within the shrinking transparent cube.
Nai-Nai. Understood.
Void Trap Beast stasis. Sasuke looked down at the twitching Suigetsu as Chidori still crackling, as if to say the next strike would show no mercy. Nai-Nai crouched beside the suspended transparent cube, gazing at Suigetsu's contorted face.
So am I still a little shrimp?
Suigetsu's purple eyes rolled slowly, finally fixing on the smug Nai-Nai.
Little shrimp.
Enraged, Nai-Nai kicked the trapped Suigetsu hard several times.
Ow, that hurts. Little shrimp, you're kicking me. Ow. Ow.
Each attack was dodged via his water transformation technique, and his mouth kept running, calling her a little shrimp. This shattered Nai-Nai, who hadn't grown an inch since she turned 18. She cursed at Suigetsu but had no way to retaliate. She couldn't kill a teammate Sasuke had chosen. What if Sasuke got angry? Sasuke. Nai-Nai's vision suddenly rose. Turning, she saw Sasuke lifting her by the collar, staring at her expressionlessly.
Sasuke.
Nai-Nai blinked her big eyes, looking like a harmless little rabbit. Sasuke nodded towards Suigetsu.
Don't waste time on the main task, Nai-Nai. But he called me a little shrimp. I'm not a little shrimp. Yes, you're not. I really am not a little shrimp. Yes, you're not.
They exchanged a brief stare, and Nai-Nai eventually backed down. Hozuki Suigetsu, like a spectator, stayed in the transparent cube, only missing snacks and a drink.
1.62 m, you're a little shrimp. Some people just lie through their teeth.
Suigetsu added fuel to the fire. Sasuke shot him a cold glare.
Shut up.
The rising crackle of electricity made the ever-cheeky Suigetsu quickly say,
Right, he's not a little shrimp.
Nai-Nai, pouting, glared fiercely at Suigetsu.
Void Trap Beast release.
Hozuki Suigetsu dropped from the air and exaggeratedly cried.
Ow, little shrimp, you hurt me with that fall.
I'm so mad. Nai-Nai rolled up her sleeves to hit him. Sasuke again lifted the fuming Nai-Nai, his icy gaze sweeping over Suigetsu.
Do you want to die?
Suigetsu immediately shut his mouth. Set down, Nai-Nai glared resentfully at Sasuke, who stood in front of her.
I want to punch him. He keeps calling me a little shrimp, I'm not.
In her modern life, she had been 1.80 m. Sasuke, as if not hearing, reassuringly ruffled her hair.
Go play. I don't want to play now. I want to hit him, Sasuke.
Sasuke ignored her dissatisfaction and coldly dismissed her.
You're too noisy. Go play outside.
Nai-Nai. She wanted to say more, but seeing Sasuke's unyielding gaze, she knew there was no room for negotiation.
I really want to be with Sasuke.
Nai-Nai's eyes suddenly twinkled, and she was about to use her usual tactics when Sasuke's hand covered her cheek.
Alright, I know what you want to say, but not now.
Sasuke, who was quite susceptible to this, felt his cheeks warm, and quickly stopped her. Since Sasuke had said so, Nai-Nai had no choice but to leave, looking back every few steps. In the barren canyon, she hung her head, and idly kicked stones at her feet. Why did Sasuke say she was noisy and chase her out to play? And what did not now mean? Could it be that he was jealous because she bickered with Suigetsu and ignored him? And when Sasuke said not now, with a blush, did he think she was about to make a certain kind of request? Thinking of this possibility, Nai-Nai's face turned as red as a monkey's, but in her whole body flushed. Lost in her thoughts, Nai-Nai heard Sasuke call her name and turned even redder. Stop thinking, focus on the main task. Shaking off the wild thoughts in her mind, Nai darted in front of Sasuke, ignoring Suigetsu behind him, and blurted out incoherently.
Sasuke, I like. Let's go to the next destination.
Strange. She used to say she liked Sasuke fluently, but now that she knew he was jealous, she stammered. She stole a glance at Sasuke, and saw an indescribable emotion swirling in his black pupils. Her heart pounded like a deer in headlights.
Hey, aren't we going to the next place to find others? How long are you two going to stand there?
Hozuki Suigetsu, unable to bear their atmosphere, cruelly interrupted them.
Sasuke, then we...
Nai fidgeted with her clothes, not seeing Sasuke's slightly red face, as she lowered her head.
Yes, we'll recruit the others.
Hozuki Suigetsu, hands behind his head, walked ahead lazily and shouted.
I'm not waiting for you two freaks.
But no one paid attention to his words. The three of them traveled with dust and weariness, arriving at the southern base. This was also one of Orochimaru's hideouts, and a place where Sasuke often trained. Nai and Suigetsu followed Sasuke into the labyrinthine hideout, heading straight for the area where Karen was imprisoned with clear purpose. Inside the maze were many prisoners and test subjects, but the oppressive aura emanating from the three intimidated them, so no one dared to confront them. Thus no one blocked their path to Karen's area.
Give it back!
Karen was pinned to the ground, being punched and kicked by two men, while another grabbed her food. In no time, her body was covered in bruises.
It's Uchiha Sasuke and Uchiha Nai. What business do you have here?
The three guards were extremely respectful, clearly unaware of Orochimaru's demise. Otherwise, they wouldn't have reacted this way. Karen seized the chance to snatch back her food and wolfed it down. Nai, seeing her like that, couldn't help but think of her own eating habits. Did she eat like a refugee too?
Are they acquaintances of yours?
Hozuki Suigetsu easily defeated the three guards. Sasuke and Nai ignored him. Suigetsu clicked his tongue and stopped talking. Karen, with rice grains on her lips, stared blankly as the three guards writhed on the ground. When she looked up, she saw that the newcomers matched the descriptions of Uchiha Sasuke and Uchiha Nai, but she was instantly captivated by Sasuke's handsomeness and powerful aura. Nai hadn't missed Karen's change in expression. Seeing her indeed make a lovesick face at Sasuke just like in the original story, Nai's brows twisted like a pretzel. She stepped in front of Sasuke, hands on her hips.
Hey, what's that look on your face?
Then she pushed the amused Suigetsu toward Karen and declared,
The one who saved you is this guy. If you want to pledge yourself to someone, it should be this shark-toothed fellow.
Hozuki Suigetsu and Karen stared at each other. Indeed, Sasuke hadn't even lifted a finger, he just stood there. Why was she acting like a love-struck girl over him? Sasuke was hers, and he wouldn't like Karen. Nai, as if claiming ownership, wrapped her arms around Sasuke's waist and turned to challenge the bewildered Karen.
Sasuke is mine. That shark-toothed guy is yours. If you try to take him, he'll beat you until you lose your teeth.
Sasuke turned his head, slightly curling his fingers into a fist against his lips. The laugh was so soft that only Nai could hear it.
Without Sasuke, this white-haired brat couldn't have saved me.
Karen strode dramatically up to Nai.
And you're Sasuke's younger brother, right? You look just like him. But your temperaments are worlds apart. I still prefer the powerful Sasuke.
Nai.
Can't you see my point? I liked him first. He's mine. I like him more. Sasuke will like me in the future. Sasuke won't like you. Sasuke sleeps with me in his arms. Sasuke never yells at me. That's just because you're his little brother.
Meanwhile, Hozuki Suigetsu stood lazily near Sasuke.
Your little brother's arguing with that girl, and you seem pretty happy.
Sasuke's voice was icy as winter wind.
Which eye of yours saw that? Do I need eyes to see? I remember the look you gave me when your brother bickered with me. You wanted to kill me.
Suigetsu's shark teeth showed.
But look at you now. No killing intent at all. You're probably laughing inside. Shut up.
Sasuke drew his Kusanagi blade and slashed Suigetsu's arm. The liquefied Suigetsu immediately shut his mouth. Karen's words.
Sasuke only sees you as a little brother.
Silenced Nai instantly, because she herself wasn't sure what kind of affection Sasuke held for her. If it was really like Karen said, and Sasuke only thought of her as a brother. Sasuke's affection was just brotherly love. The mere thought of this made Nai's heart ache as if pierced by 10,000 needles. She didn't want to be just a little brother, she wanted something unspeakable, something more than a brother.
You're lying.
Nai's Totomo Sharingan spun rapidly, and when it stopped, the two Tomo had become three. Clearly her emotions were extremely agitated, even giving rise to negative thoughts.
Voitsu. Nai, we need her power.
Sasuke's low magnetic voice calmed Nai. Meanwhile Karen of the Uzumaki clan was frozen stiff by Nai's suddenly violent gaze. Still Nai's eyes remained hostile toward Karen, who was a potential rival in love. But thinking that Sasuke had chosen Karen as a member of the Hawk team because he valued her power, and that was why he stopped her, Nai felt a bit relieved.
Karen, we need your power.
Sasuke's tone was icy and purposeful. Karen almost without hesitation accepted his invitation.
Yes, please take care of me.
Nai pouted but said nothing. However, when she saw Karen reaching out with a lovesick look to hug Sasuke, Nai immediately grabbed his arm first.
This arm belongs to me. Get lost.
Nai kicked Karen away. Hozuki Suigetsu, watching the two argue over an arm again, found it utterly ridiculous, and turned away in disgust. He just felt his eyes were polluted. A faint, barely perceptible smile tugged at the corner of Sasuke's mouth as he silently watched Nai's angry face. At night, a massive stone block burned with a bonfire. 4 people surrounded the fire, each with a different expression. Nanako's cheeks flickered in the warm yellow light, while Sasuke silently leaned against the stone. Kado Mizuki quietly inched closer to the secretly staring Xiangling next to her.
What's wrong with him?
Xiangling cradled her chin, her eyes sparkling with hearts that nearly blinded Kado Mizuki. Hearing Kado Mizuki's question, Xiangling turned her head to sparkle in her eyes gone, and replied irritably.
How would I know?
Suddenly, she cupped her face, drooling from the corner of her mouth. Kado Mizuki shivered, hurriedly rubbing her goosebumps, her expression reflecting sheer disgust. Nanako was preoccupied with her thoughts, and didn't notice Xiangling's infatuation with Sasuke. Otherwise it would have been impossible for her to be so quiet. Nanako buried her head in her knees, peeking at the silent Sasuke with half of her face exposed.
What's wrong?
Sasuke's gaze fell on the glum Nanako. She wanted to ask him what kind of feelings he had for her, but was afraid he wouldn't answer at all. Nanako opened her mouth, but ultimately closed it again, dejectedly burying her head deeper, leaving only the back of her head visible.
It's nothing.
Nanako's voice was muffled. The sound of footsteps reached her ears, followed by a slight rustling. Nanako turned to see Sasuke staring intently at the bonfire.
What do you want to ask me, Nanako? I want to ask.
Nanako stammered, her nervous hands trembling yet unable to voice it. How could this be? Why couldn't she ask just whether Sasuke liked her? Why was she so scared?
Actually, what I want to ask is, Sasuke, do you like?
Nanako abruptly closed her mouth, her heart racing, nearly jumping out of her throat. Sasuke knew what Nanako wanted to ask. A blush crept under his fair skin, even his ears began to warm up.
I couldn't hear you clearly, Nanako. Can you say it again?
A momentary panic flashed in his usually cold eyes, as Sasuke instinctively glanced elsewhere, his lips tensing uncomfortably. But he quickly couldn't help glancing at Nanako, who was secretly watching him. Sasuke was startled, fearing Nanako might see his current state, and hastily shifted his gaze to the 2 people across from them. Nanako didn't expect to be caught in her sneaking glance. Her eyes darted as she replied to Sasuke.
I don't have anything
to ask. Ah.
Sasuke's expression became a bit vacant upon hearing Nanako's words, clearly not expecting the usually straightforward Nanako to back down.
Is that so? Nanako softly replied with a small Upon hearing this sound, Sasuke curled one leg up, his arm limply resting on his knee, his entire face nearly hidden in shadow. This was a sign of sulking, and Nanako panicked, unsure of what she had done wrong.
Sasuke!
Not receiving any response, Nanako called out again. Sasuke.
Oh!
Nanako. What should she do? Waiting online. Meanwhile, Kado Mizuki, curious about the strange atmosphere between the 2 brothers across from her, darted behind Nanako and poked her shoulder hard.
Hey, you 2 are acting strange. What's going on? Tell me.
Nanako and Sasuke turned their heads in unison, their expressions dark, as if to say that if Kado Mizuki said another word, they would beat him up. Kado Mizuki surrendered, awkwardly retreating to her previous spot. Although Xiangling was quite fond of the handsome and strong Sasuke, she was perceptive enough not to provoke the 2, who were clearly in a bad mood.
Serves you right. Who told you to be so mouthy?
Xiangling had disliked Kado Mizuki the moment she saw him. Kado Mizuki rolled her eyes at Xiangling.
Wow. I saved your life, and you're willing to hurt my feelings like this. You were just spying on Sasuke, weren't you? Must have enjoyed it, huh? Such a pervert. You? Get lost. Die! Xianglin shouted in anger, punching Keido Mizuki, splashing water everywhere. Keido Mizuki fell silent. Nanako and Sasuke seemed oblivious to Xianglin beating up Keido Mizuki, lost in their own world. As the night deepened, Keido Mizuki and Xianglin fell asleep on the ground. In front of the bonfire, Nanako's eyelids grew heavier, her head bobbing up and down repeatedly until she could no longer resist the drowsiness and completely closed her eyes. Suddenly her whole body leaned forward on the verge of falling into the bonfire, when Sasuke swiftly caught Nanako and stood her on the massive stone. A night passed, and the glaring sunlight made Nanako wake up with a frown, unconsciously emitting a lazy grunt. So sleepy! Nanako yawned, tears forming at the corners of her eyes, and after wiping the tears, she lowered her hand. But when her hand touched Sasuke's knee, her mind went blank. She opened her eyes wide, and saw Sasuke shrouded in dazzling sunlight, his face indistinguishable. Looking down again, Nanako finally realized she had slept with her head resting on Sasuke's leg last night. Her face instantly flushed with heat, and she instinctively patted her face, trying to cool down the warmth. You're awake! Sasuke's fingertip gently poked Nanako's flushed face, just like when they were kids. Then let's set off. Feeling the long-lost happiness of being poked in the face, Nanako's neck turned completely red as she hurriedly jumped off Sasuke's leg. Aren't you angry anymore, Sasuke? Nanako's body was tense. Sasuke stared at Nanako's head, and the fingers sliding across her clothes. For a moment, noticing her nervousness, his lips curved slightly. I am not angry. But you clearly were angry yesterday. Nanako sensed the difference in Sasuke's tone compared to last night, and knew he was genuinely not angry now. Nanako immediately relaxed a lot. Like a cannonball, she dove into Sasuke's embrace, pitifully whining. What did I do wrong last night? Why were you angry with me, Sasuke? Sasuke's silence made Nanako anxious again, loosening her grip around him. After recalling when Sasuke had been angry combined with his awkward and proud character, she suddenly understood. Nanako's trembling fingers wandered over her clothes, finally gathering the courage to ask the question that had long troubled her. Am I special to you? Not just a little brother. Without receiving an answer, Nanako bit her lip. Could it be that she was really just a little sister in Sasuke's eyes? But her soul wasn't related. She and Sasuke weren't siblings. No. Nanako, don't you understand me? Sasuke slightly tightened his lips, crossing his arms, and shifting his gaze away from Nanako's hair. Let's go. What kind of answer is that? Nanako, taken aback, followed Sasuke's footsteps in confusion. On the other side, Xianglin screamed upon seeing the two getting further away, delivering a heavy punch to the still sleepy Keido Mizuki. Keido Mizuki was hit in a way that instantly soaked him, but he continued sleeping peacefully. Xianglin was furious. How long are you going to sleep? Sasuke has already gone far. Keido Mizuki. ZZZZ. Meanwhile, Nanako walked behind Sasuke, continuously pondering his earlier answer, not noticing when he stopped, crashing right into his back. We've arrived. Nanako followed Sasuke's gaze to the prison embedded in the mountain ridge. No, rather than a prison, it's more like a tomb. The prison's outer walls were covered in moss, some walls made of unpolished concrete, while others were coated with riveted alloy steel plates, and even the seams radiated a chill. Many guards stood at the entrance of the gate. The place where the two stood was high up and concealed their presence, so the guards had not detected them. This is the place where Ju is imprisoned. Nanako had foreseen this, and Sasuke had known it since he was a child. Thus for Nanako, who could name the members Sasuke wanted to recruit, he merely replied with an indifferent Nanako, make your move. As the sound of Chidori faded further away, Nanako understood what she needed to do, and charged boldly towards the guards. Who goes there? The guard shouted loudly at the approaching duo. As the guard's pupils widened, Nanako and the Sasuke, whose hands sparkled with lightning, reflected closer, accompanied by the sound of Nanako's voice reaching their ears. Void Gravity Prison. It's Uchiha Sasuke and Uchiha Nanako. Run. We can't deal with that Sharingan. Some guards were terrified, only thinking of escape. We have so many people, are we afraid of just two of them? What cowards. We are the guards of Lord Orochimaru. Some were unafraid and charged forward. But whether they wanted to flee or fight, they all realized one thing. What's going on? Why can't I move my body? Damn it! Let go of me, you bastards!
The guards looked in panic at Sasuke, who leaped and aimed Chidori at them, shouting for Nanako to release them. Listening to the wails of the guards, Nanako disdainfully looked at the terrified guards.
You are the first ones to make me use a large-scale control ninjutsu. Thank me.
Just then Xianglin and Kaito Mizuki arrived, witnessing Nanako and Sasuke fighting side by side, and involuntarily shivered.
The little one's ninjutsu is quite special.
Kaito Mizuki's sharp teeth were clearly visible.
It seems there are no offensive ninjutsu, ugly monster. The little one can't beat you, huh?
Upon hearing this nickname, Xianglin instantly erupted. She was about to punch Kaito Mizuki, but he dodged with his liquid-like body.
What nonsense are you saying, fish-faced freak? He only used one ninjutsu. He looks so easy to deceive.
Xianglin's red hair seemed about to explode.
Do I look like someone who's easy to fool? Ugly monster. Fish-faced freak.
The argument escalated, and Xianglin was the first to stop, adjusting her glasses as she looked down to find Sasuke's figure had already vanished, and she screamed again.
It's all your fault, fish-faced freak. Ah.
By now the two had already found the key to open the heavy door from the guard's clothes. After opening the massive door, Nanako and Sasuke walked in together. The interior corridor was long and damp, the only light source hanging overhead, elongating their shadows on the cold metal walls. In the silent corridor, the hollow sound of their footsteps echoed.
There are so many guards outside, yet there's not a single person inside.
Nanako tilted her head.
Orochimaru really fears him. With Sasuke having Orochimaru's memories, he said nothing more and led Nanako to the entrance of a gigantic cave.
It's so high I can't see the top. Nanako looked up at the dark expanse above. Sasuke replied with a symbolic
"Amen."
Then expressionless walked in, with Nanako hurriedly following. What came into view was a vast space, in the center of which was a very tiny, but eye-catching cage. Nanako looked around at the walls and the ground, which were covered in shocking claw marks and uneven cracks seemingly caused by impacts. The sound of dripping water echoed in the quiet space, making it particularly clear. Nanako, like a fearless child, lifted her leg to run towards the central cage.
Nanako!
Abruptly halting, Nanako turned back, feigning ignorance.
What is it, Sasuke? Come here! Receiving Sasuke's glare, Nanako obediently walked back, albeit at a very slow pace. Fortunately, Sasuke was very patient with her.
Joe harbored hostility towards their intrusion, especially sensing the familiar curse seal chakra from Sasuke. A heavy and terrifying growl emanated from his throat, as his body distorted from expansion. A gigantic, hideous monster appeared before Nanako and Sasuke. The scattered tubes on the ground were remnants of the destroyed cage. Nanako also realized the seriousness of the situation, and in an instant her previously cute demeanor vanished, emanating a readiness for battle. In an instant both of them transformed their black pupils into Sharingan. The monstrous jaw lunged at Sasuke with terrifying power, and speed, its claws sharp enough to ensure certain death with a mere scratch. However, Sasuke and Nanako were no longer the children they once were. Such an attack was something Sasuke could easily evade with the inside of his Sharingan. Unexpectedly, after failing to strike, Sasuke charged at Nanako, its claws aimed directly at her vital point. Nanako's speed had undergone a revolutionary transformation. She evaded Choji's beast-like blows with effortless grace, even weaving hand seals mid-dodge.
Void gravity prison.
As soon as Sasuke saw Nanako forming the seals, he lunged toward the monstrous Choji, his palm crackling with a piercing cry of Chidori. Under the oppressive influence of the gravity prison, Choji's massive frame grew immeasurably heavier, bound tight by countless invisible white chakra threads. No matter how fiercely Choji struggled, his raw, untamed strength proved utterly incapable of breaking free. His entire body remained utterly immobilized. These chakra threads were nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. Only Nanako, their wielder, could see them clearly.
Chidori spear.
Seizing the opening, while Choji remained trapped, Sasuke extended the Chidori from his palm into a razor-sharp cobalt and white lance, and drove it with blinding speed through Choji's shoulder. A guttural scream of agony echoed across the vast chamber, followed by the thunderous crash of his collapsing body.
Who are you?
Choji lay sprawled on the ground, his strength utterly spent, breath ragged. Sasuke approached slowly, gazing down upon him, now reverted to human form, with cold, unblinking eyes.
We need your power.
Nanako crouched beside Sasuke, her voice calm and resonant.
Your strength is invaluable to us. Join our team. Power.
Choji let out a bitter, self-mocking laugh. Nanako watched their exchange in serene silence, until Suigetsu's taunt,
"Shorty,"
shattered her composure entirely.
I've told you, I'm not short. I will reach 180 centimeters.
Nanako gritted her teeth, glaring furiously at Suigetsu's sharp-toothed grin.
Whoa, really? Really?
Nanako heard the mockery plain as day. She drew a slow, deep breath, and chose not to engage further.
Male height typically continues developing until age 25, but given his physiology, he won't reach 180 centimeters within 5 years,
Karen declared with clinical precision.
Based on historical growth data, Nanako's height will likely increase only 3 to 5 centimeters more.
She then glided forward in quick, delicate steps, straight towards Sasuke, who stood motionless beside Nanako, utterly unruffled. Nanako instantly stepped protectively in front of Sasuke, but futilely, even shielding him with her body. Sasuke's head remained fully visible above her shoulder.
Sasuke! Sasuke, you're unbelievable. So strong. So dazzling. Just one move.
Karen had already begun rushing forward for an embrace. Rejection be damned. Suigetsu too stared in stunned disbelief at the grievously wounded Choji. His smirk-dissolved mouth slightly agape, he whispered,
"This can't be real."
Nanako fixed Karen with sharp, wary eyes.
"Karen, stop! Not another step, or you'll regret it. Come on! Come on! Ugly freak, go on, cheer. Shorty truly stands no chance against you."
5 stood now, 3 bickering like merchants in a bustling market, 2 conversing quietly, untouched by chaos, serene as still water. The contrast was stark, 2 extremes coexisting in perfect dissonance. Meanwhile, in Konoha village, Kosakura Kosaku sighed deeply as she prepared gifts for a sick friend, her home now quiet since Sasuke Uchiha and Nanako Uchiha had departed, urging her family to return.
"You plan to visit Hyuga Niji with this?"
Her father, a slender man, frowned at the meager offerings on the table.
"He's of the Hyuga clan after all. Dad, last time I didn't argue, not because I agreed, but because I was fleeing Nanako Uchiha, who was hunting me. I simply didn't hear you. Though I've told you before that I prefer men. Niji and I are merely close friends. Please don't misunderstand." "Impossible. Absolutely impossible."
Ryukiai Kosaka protested vehemently. Kosaku ignored him entirely, picked up the package, and walked out.
"I'm visiting a friend, no more talk." "What friend stares at you that way? My oblivious son."
As she strolled toward Niji's residence, her thoughts drifted, puzzling over the name Gunanzi and his connection to Nanako Uchiha.
"It's someone I know. He often mentioned a person named Tsuyu. I assumed you two were acquainted. I suffered greatly too."
These were Nanako Uchiha's words during their first meeting.
"He's dead. You never cared enough."
These were her words during their third encounter. Gunanzi was someone Nanako Uchiha had known in the modern era, thus a bond existed between them. Undeniably, it was profound. Her father Suihong had once murmured Gunanzi's name aloud in his study, then repeatedly apologized. Coupled with Nanako's words, "He's dead," it confirmed Gunanzi's demise. And her later confession,
"I suffered greatly too,"
carried haunting weight. No, surely not. Could Father Suihong have caused Gunanzi's death, explaining Nanako's relentless hostility?
"Impossible. My father would never harm anyone. There must be a misunderstanding." "Yes, that's it. Once clarified."
Kosaka gnawed her thumbnail, when a hoarse, grating voice sounded behind her.
"Hello."
She whirled around, startled.
"You? Who are you?"
Impossible. In the canon he was long dead, so why did he stand before her now? Meanwhile, Nanako turned to the silent Sasuke.
"Our squad is assembled. Have you decided on a team name and uniform?" "Uniform."
Sasuke tilted his head, puzzled.
"Yes, uniform."
Nanako's eyes sparkled.
"Matching attire, identical down to the stitch."
Sasuke regarded the notion with detached indifference.
"Decide for yourself."
Nanako herself had no desire to search, so she gestured toward the 2 still trading nicknames.
"Go check for suitable weapons and clothing."
Under Sasuke's chilling, unyielding gaze, Suigetsu and Karen had no choice but to obey, and departed to scavenge supplies. Choji stood apart, lost in thought. Nanako meanwhile replayed Sasuke's earlier words.
"Don't you know me yet?"
turning their meaning over in her mind. They'd grown up together, and in the modern world she'd followed his every move. How could she not understand him? Sasuke, the solitary, stubborn loner, would never have kissed her if he truly saw her only as a younger sibling. For him silence was consent. His quiet acceptance spoke louder than any declaration. Realizing this, Nanako touched her lips dazed, as if drifting through a dream. Yet almost unconsciously, she flicked her tongue across her lower lip, savoring the memory. When her peripheral vision caught Sasuke staring unblinkingly at her face, her cheeks flared crimson, and suddenly her hands and feet felt alien misplaced.
I'll go find a weapon I can use.
She seized the excuse, fleeing with frantic stumbling steps, as if chased by ghosts.
Won't you follow her?
Choji watched Nanako vanish.
She seems unsettled. No need. There's no danger here,
Sasuke replied coolly. Once inside a room, Nanako exhaled shakily, and gently patted her burning cheeks.
Sasuke was watching me the whole time.
A soft, breathless laugh escaped her, her expression pure unguarded adoration.
Ahem, right. Weapons first.
She stifled her elation and began searching the room with meticulous care. After hours of fruitless searching, Nanako sighed and turned to leave, when a voice rang out.
Traveler from another world, long have we waited.
That old man's voice. A flood of questions surged, too many too fast, prompting the elder to wave them off, palms up.
Ask me one at a time, I'll answer each. Begin again.
Nanako posed her first question.
Who are you? You'll learn in time. Can I fulfill our pact? You can, and only you can. Are you ally or enemy?
Nanako's gaze sharpened, scanning the strange-faced elder with rapid probing intensity. He met her scrutiny without flinching, his lips stretching into a ghastly, unsettling smile.
Neither foe nor friend.
Her fingers hovered near the kunai pouch at her back, yet her eyes never left his.
One final question: did you seek me out, intentionally? Uchiha,
Nanako instinctively responded.
What is it?
Then, realizing her mistake, she hurled a kunai straight at him.
Who are you, and how do you know my name from the modern world? I've never spoken it to another soul.
Sasuke strode to the last unsearched room, and kicked the door inward with brutal force. He scanned the space, cluttered with mismatched weapons, nothing suspicious. Releasing his grip on the Kusanagi blade, he stepped behind Nanako, and studied the crown of her bowed head.
Found something you like?
Nanako held out the weapon in her palm for him to see. It had been tossed to her by the elder, who'd murmured.
It was always yours.
She had no memory of it, yet deep within a quiet resonance stirred like greeting an old friend. Why this feeling? Why this familiarity? The question defied logic. Sasuke lifted the black iron needle, thick at the top, tapering sharply downward, with two fingertips, examined it closely, then placed it gently back in her palm.
Not to your liking.
Nanako scratched her head.
It's not that I dislike it, just that it seems useless. Couldn't even kill an ant. Then discard it.
Yet Nanako hesitated, unable to ignore the deep instinctive pull, and refused his suggestion. Only when Suigetsu and Karen burst into view roaring with laughter did Nanako hastily conceal the black needle.
Oh ho, shorty and tiny weapon. Perfect match.
Suigetsu's jagged teeth gleamed. Karen clapped both hands over her mouth, biting back giggles, determined not to appear undignified before Sasuke. Choji gazed silently skyward. Sasuke's icy rebuke cut through the noise.
Enough.
Suigetsu snapped his mouth shut, and mimed, zipping his lips closed. Karen breathed.
So handsome. Sasuke.
Nanako, preoccupied and irritable, didn't retaliate as usual. She tugged lightly at Sasuke's new black cloak adorned with crimson clouds.
Wait for me. I'll change, then help Suigetsu find his great sword. I'll come with you.
Sasuke moved ahead, guiding her toward another chamber. Karen blinked, baffled.
Why not change here? You wouldn't understand, ugly. This is the bond of brothers.
Suigetsu teased again, his fist dissolving into water.
Strange. How did he know about my deal with Sasuke, when he wasn't even present? They're close. They must have spoken when you weren't looking.
Karen stated it with absolute certainty. After changing, Nanako glanced again at the black miniature weapon resting in her palm.
It was always mine,
she murmured. Sasuke ruffled her hair, voice low and steady.
Now, it belongs to you. I don't know how to use it.
Nanako confessed, frustration simmering.
What is this thing capable?
Sasuke lowered his gaze, brows faintly furrowed, then smoothed.
There must be a unique method to awaken it. A unique method.
Nanako nodded. Perhaps it required a catalyst. Light dawning, she rose onto her toes, and wrapped her arms around his neck, radiant with joy.
Sasuke, I'm so glad you're mine.
Sasuke accepted her embrace without resistance, bending gently to hold her clothes warm fleeting in his eyes. His lips slowly neared her temple. Nanako sensed his intent, and waited hard soaring, until Suigetsu and Karen crashed in unannounced.
What are you doing, Sasuke?
Karen shrieked, her heart shattering like glass, as she yanked Nanako from his arms. Sasuke exhaled a sharp irritated
TCH.
Dizzy from Karen shaking, Nanako cried.
Stop it, void gravity prison.
Suigetsu grinned wickedly at the immobilized Karen.
Whoa, ugly. You're about to get it.
Karen couldn't move, but her voice burned with fury.
Shut up, fish face.
10 seconds later her limbs regained freedom. Fists clenched, knuckles cracking, she gave chase, pummeling Suigetsu as he fled in panicked zigzags.
Silence. Now!
Exasperated, Sasuke unsheathed the Kusanagi blade, and fixed Karen with eyes black as frozen void. Suigetsu.
Wait, Sasuke, Nanako was just as loud earlier. Why no sword then?
Karen.
So gorgeous.
But why me? Was it just because I shook Nanako? Yet, this terrifying Sasuke is so breathtaking. Crimson blood trickled from Karen's nostrils. Feeling the coolness of Sasuke's palm atop her head, Nanako beamed, hugging his waist tightly, nuzzling softly against his chest. Then with deliberate triumphant flair, she arched a brow at Karen's jealous scowl.
Sasuke, mine!
Karen recoiled as if bitten.
You're grown. Why do you still act like a child? Nanako, don't delay. We must go.
Sasuke's expression remained impassive, but his voice betrayed subtle urgency. Nanako understood instantly. She grinned inwardly, and fell into step beside him. Spotting Choji standing obediently by the doorway, she called out.
Let's move. And you too, hurry up. Or do you want to miss finding your great sword?
In the land of tea, Nanako and Sasuke's group sat down in a small shop.
Hurry up and come here.
Nanako rhythmically knocked on the table.
A guest has arrived, why aren't you coming to greet them?
The surrounding crowd wore solemn expressions, silently staring at the particularly flamboyant Nanako. Xianling quickly spoke up to stop this troublemaker.
Don't say anything.
Unmoved, Nanako pressed her constantly growling stomach and huffed heavily at Xianling.
Why can't I speak?
Xianling replied.
We're here to steal a knife, so tone it down a bit.
But Nanako disdainfully said.
If I'm this loud, they definitely won't think we're here to steal a knife.
Xiangling's fists creaked as she clenched them, her teeth almost grinding together.
Toning it down means not getting into conflicts with bystanders and conserving chakra for the real target.
Nanako's gaze fell on Xiangling's fists, and a malicious smile appeared on her face.
I know, but you're here, right?
After all, she wasn't going to leave Sasuke, which made her quite unhappy, but thinking of Sasuke's true purpose for keeping her around eased her mind. After all, in Sasuke's eyes, she was just a super medical station and a mobile blood bank. Gueging Shui unusually refrained from bickering with Xiangling. Xiongwu looked at the deep blue sky and the birds flying freely outside. Xiangling turned her head, tears streamed down her face like a river.
Sasuke! Look, Nanako doesn't care about the team at all.
Sasuke lowered his gaze to sip tea.
Xiangling, have you found their traces?
Sasuke's response made Xiangling feel quite downcast, but hearing the name, Xiangling, come from the person she liked, immediately sparked a heartwarming glow in her eyes.
They!
The bird in Zhonghua's hand was startled and flapped its wings, flying into the sky. He looked at the man with bandages on his face, and the masked man, caution evident in his eyes, yet his voice remained calm.
Who are you?
Tao Dizai Bujan coldly stared at Zhonghu. The man beneath the mask revealed a beautiful face, and gently answered Zhonghu's question.
We mean no harm. I believe I haven't seen you before. Are you passing through here?
The four people sitting inside the shop put down their food, especially Nanako and Sasuke, who immediately went on high alert upon hearing the familiar voice. Xiangling said.
One has a dark chakra, and the other has a cold yet clear chakra. It must be them. They are outside.
Nanako excitedly remarked.
Gueging Shuyu, your dream of collecting 7 knives has already taken its first step.
Gueging Shuyu's eyes sparkled with excitement. A strange laugh echoed in the shop.
Little shorty, you're right, I'm going to steal them.
After saying that, Gueging Shuyu's figure dashed towards the door. Tao Dizai Bujan and Bai. Without slowing down, Nanako rushed out, observing by engaging in combat with Zhongwu and Gueging Shui facing off against Tao Dizai Bujan.
Long time no see, Tao Dizai Bujan. How did you know I've seen you, Uchiha kid?
Nanako smiled brightly.
Of course, it's because you spotted me back when we were in the land of waves.
Tao Dizai Bujan, inexperienced
Wing Ghost Man.
found it normal to notice him. Back then, he was so anxious because of Sasuke boasting that he wanted to kill them was truly overestimating his abilities. Bai had taken him away because Tao Dizai Bujan was about to attack, though his primary purpose was to extract information. But Bai had indirectly saved him. Otherwise, how could the proficient murderer Tao Dizai Bujan let him go so easily?
Kato indeed, as you said, does not intend to pay the bounty you. Tao Dizai Bujan chose his words carefully.
Are you here to collect information fees from us? Nanako certainly understood what information meant. Just as she was about to speak, Guigang Shuiwei interjected.
So you know each other then, ugly uncle, why don't you just hand over your big knife to me, consider it your payment for the information?
Tao Dizai Bujan glanced at the big knife on his back.
No money, no knife.
The shop owner and the surrounding crowd had long seen the situation turning bad, and fled, leaving only Sasuke and Xianglin. Sitting silently, Sasuke elegantly sipped his tea. He appeared to be indifferent to the commotion outside, yet his slightly backward glance revealed him. Xianglin became increasingly entranced by Sasuke's flawless face, unable to help but confess.
Sasuke, you're really handsome, I want to be with you, do you like me?
Sasuke ignored her words, closing his eyes in annoyance.
Go help Nanako.
Xianglin. Outside the small shop, Zhongwu was trapped in the center of Bai's magical mirror ice crystal, his body moving rapidly within the mirror. Suddenly thousands of shurikens shot toward Zhongwu from all directions. Zhongwu became increasingly agitated as the shurikens bombarded him wave after wave, involuntarily entering sage mode. By witnessing all this, in the mirror was taken aback.
How is this possible? The injuries.
Soon countless shurikens densely flew towards Zhongwu's body. The standoff between the three outside the magical mirror ice crystal had reached a tense state. Tao Dizai Bujan quickly utilized the
Queen technique,
spreading mist that obscured the clear sky.
It seems the negotiations have failed.
Nanako's expression hardened as she issued a direct order.
Guigang Shuiwei, go for it.
Guigang Shuiwei stepped forward to stand in front of Nanako, pouting as he complained.
Little shorty, I'm not your meat shield.
Xianglin, who had been kicked out by Sasuke, said to Guigang Shuiwei.
The dark chakra is above you. Very well.
Nanako quickly formed seals.
Void sealing gate.
A white protective shield enveloped her as she glanced at Guigang Shuiwei, who didn't even bother to dodge. Hidden in the mist, Tao Dizai Bujan changed direction the moment Xianglin announced his location and dispelled the Wuyin technique. After all, with a sensing ninja, the Wuyin technique was utterly ineffective. As he slashed at Guigang Shuiwei with the broken blade in hand, Tao Dizai Bujan's pupils constricted sharply.
Water! The Guigang clan!
Guigang Shuiwei scoffed.
Useless uncle!
Tao Dizai Bujan quickly retreated, realizing that the white-haired kid before him possessed a secret technique just like Bai.
The Guigang clan! Then ordinary physical attacks are ineffective.
Nanako watched the scene with excitement. This was a plot that hadn't occurred in the original story. Who would win this battle? However, upon seeing Xianglin prepare to give a hint, Nanako stopped her.
Don't say anything, I want to see their battle.
Xianglin.
All right.
At that moment, Tao Dizai Bujan performed a ninjutsu.
Water release, great waterfall technique.
A giant water sphere surged toward Guigang Shuiwei. Guigang Shuiwei excitedly charged toward the exposed Tao Dizai Bujan, drawing out a regular knife and stabbing at his throat.
Uncle, I told you water release doesn't work on me.
Nanako leaned against the door, watching the reckless Guigang Shuiwei stab repeatedly at the vital points of Tao Dizai Bujan.
Every stab is fatal, yet none hit.
Nanako observed as Tao Dizai Bujan used the broken blade to block Guigang Shuiwei's attacks, occasionally managing to wound Guigang Shuiwei's body with the broken blade. After liquefying, Guigang Shuiwei launched an unexpected attack on Tao Dizai Bujan from an angle. Xianglin exclaimed.
At this rate, the fish-faced freak will lose. If he loses, it's because of his insufficient strength.
Sasuke lifted the door curtain, his expression emotionless, as he watched the battle between Zhongwu and Guigang Shuiwei. Nanako unhesitatingly chimed in.
Exactly, if his dream can lose, it shows his strength doesn't match his aspirations.
Xianglin speechless. Guigang Shuiwei could immunize against physical attacks, while Tao Dizai Bujan was experienced, leading to a deadlock in the battle.
My swordsmanship is the strongest.
Guigang Shuiwei charged forward again, roaring, as he severed Tao Dizai Bujan's neck. The broken blade also fell to the ground with a thud. Guigang Shuiwei laughed heartily.
I won.
Only Xianglin joyfully shouted.
Hooray!
On the other side, Jungwoo had gone berserk, furiously roaring within the magical mirror ice crystal.
Death sentence. Execute the death sentence.
Jungwoo furiously smashed the mirror surrounding him, causing fine cracks to appear in the ice mirrors under his brute force.
Such terrifying brute force. No, I can't let them have Zabuza's sword.
Bai accelerated his pace in the mirror, darting back and forth, with shurikens pouring in like rain, wave after wave, targeting Jungwoo. But now Zongwa's recovery was incredibly strong. Even when pierced, his wounds would heal. Some shurikens that struck him were even pushed out of his body by newly grown muscle. This scene made Bai's expression turn more cautious. Guigang Shueyu, believing victory was in his grasp, had let down his guard, stopping on the water's surface. As he bent down to pick up Tao Di Zaibuzan's broken blade, Nanako's voice reached his ears.
Water conducts electricity, you know. Little shorty, why are you copying my tone?
Guigang Shueyu only noticed Nanako's tone. Sasuke glanced at Nanako.
Although you reminded him, it also equates to revealing his weakness to the enemy. I know.
Nanako had already entered battle mode.
It's just because he usually calls me Little Shorty, I'm just teaching him a lesson.
Xianglin, I can't afford to provoke. Sasuke is still handsome. He doesn't hold grudges at all. Behind Guigang Shueyu, Tao Di Zaibuzan, laying on the water's surface, transformed into water and merged into the liquid. Xianglin widened her eyes, no longer able to adhere to Nanako's command of not speaking, and shouted loudly.
Fish-faced freak. Watch your back.
Guigang Shueyu, who was holding the big knife, turned around in confusion, his purple pupils constricting, as he looked in disbelief at Tao Di Zaibuzan, who was entirely soaked in water. The broken knife in his hand also made a splashing sound, as it fell into the flowing water on the ground. Facing Guigang Shueyu, Tao Di Zaibuzan's black form had his pupils filled with murderous intent, the speed of his hand seal surpassing that of the land of waves.
Lightning, release lightning. Void gravity cage.
Nanako successfully formed the seal, just before Tao Di Zaibuzan used lightning release. Tao Di Zaibuzan's legs suddenly knelt to the ground, his body feeling extraordinarily heavy as he fell. He was in disbelief, but unwilling to concede, exerting all his effort to bring his heavy palms together.
My big knife. I absolutely won't give it to you, lightning. Oh my god. Lightning release.
Hearing the term lightning release, Guigang Shueyu instantly turned into a startled puppy, running away at an incredible speed. Only Xianglin breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Guigang Shueyu escape the range of Tao Di Zaibuzan. The effect of the gravity cage lasted only 10 seconds, but in less than 10 seconds Tao Di Zaibuzan surprisingly managed to form seals under the pressure of gravity. Truly remarkable willpower. However, time was still within 10 seconds. As long as he didn't escape the influence of gravity, Sasuke would definitely defeat him. Sasuke, who instantly activated his Sharingan, had an exceptionally cold expression, as if he was not entering a battlefield, but walking into a garden with ease.
Chidori sharp spear.
Under Nanako's watch, the massive lightning in Sasuke's hand compressed into a slender spear. Meanwhile, the battle between Jungwoo and Bai had reached its conclusion. The magical mirror ice crystal shattered in pieces in the water. Under Zongwa's furious blows, Bai was knocked down by the massive fist, his body sliding back into the water like a stone. The victor was already determined. As the heart of Tao Di Zaibuzan was about to be pierced, his speed in forming seals slowed significantly until a slender shadow appeared before him. Nanako shouted Sasuke's name loudly.
Stop! Bai saved me!
The Chidori sharp spear halted at Bai's forehead, the blue-white spear not dispersing. Thus Bai was still in danger. Sasuke's voice remained unwavering.
Is that so?
Nanako replied to Sasuke while pressing down on his wrist.
When I went to leak information to them in the land of waves, I was discovered by Tao Di Zaibuzan. If Bai hadn't taken me away, this uncle would have killed me. At that time, how naive I was to even think of instigating them.
Just as she was reminiscing about her past self, Nanako heard the crisp sound of a blade being drawn. She looked up to see Sasuke's Kusanagi sword aimed at Tao Di Zaibuzan's neck. Nanako didn't want to stop Sasuke from killing the ghost man Zaibuzan, but thinking about how Bai would block the knife for him, she once again intervened. There was no helping it, she didn't want to be ungrateful.
Sasuke, don't kill him. This person once wanted to kill you, Nanako.
Sasuke's speech became extremely slow, each word like an ice pick. Nanako smiled sweetly as she emerged from behind Sasuke, bending down to look at the pained Bai, who was clutching his abdomen, and the cautious eyes of Tao Di Zaibuzan.
This uncle once wanted to kill me, but his companion saved me.
Nanako closed her eyes and smiled.
So now that my brother wants to kill him, I saved his life, so he must be feeling quite miserable, right?
Indeed, as soon as Nanako finished this sentence, there was nothing but pure anger in Tao Zaibuzon's eyes. Sasuke, looking down from his height, sheathed the Kusanagi sword, sneering contemptuously at Tao Zaibuzon, and fell silent. Only then did Nanako's gaze sweep to the broken blade beside Tao Zaibuzon.
My sword will absolutely not be given to you,
Tao Zaibuzon, perceiving Nanako's intent, firmly declared. Although he knew there was no hope of defeating Nanako and Sasuke.
Bai's life is in your hands, Tao Zaibuzon.
Nanako squinted her eyes.
I have already repaid the debt of gratitude he owes me.
Nanako straightened her body and revealed an extremely provocative smile.
The choice is yours.
Tao Zaibuzon's pupils suddenly constricted, his entire hand clenched into a fist, while his body trembled from restraint. So if you don't cut the peach, how will you choose? Will you sacrifice the one who has always protected you for that blade, or will you give up your blade for the one you protect? This is your last chance. Nanako raised her head, her pupils narrowing like needles fixated on Peach's figure. Peach was not intimidated by Nanako's gaze, engaging in a silent battle of wills. After all, in the original story, Peach did not admit that White was important, but deep down he thought otherwise. Threatening Peach with White's safety to willingly hand over the broken blade was indeed a very advantageous situation. Even if they wanted to resist, they couldn't defeat him and Sasuke. However, based on Peach's experience, he would not engage in a futile fight when he knew he would lose. Nanako's thoughts swirled in her mind.
This is mine.
Before Peach could finish his sentence, Nanako's cold laughter interrupted him.
That decision is not up to you.
To force Peach to hand over the broken blade as quickly as possible, Nanako pulled out a kunai from her tool pouch, preparing to jab at White's chin. However, Nanako could not accomplish this because she was too short to reach. The atmosphere suddenly fell silent. Xianglin. Kagutsuchi Mizuki. Wow, just after Sasuke had subdued the rampaging Yugo, he couldn't help but smirk at Nanako's predicament. But soon, he composed himself, staring coldly at the incapacitated Yugo.
This is where it ends. I do not need a wild beast.
Nanako clearly heard their laughter, and with a somewhat embarrassed cough, pretended not to notice their reactions. With a blank expression, she once again pressured Peach.
I advise you not to value your blade too highly, Peach. My patience has run out. Then kill me.
White's actions made Nanako's expression darken.
Void gravity cage.
In an instant, the kunai aimed at White's throat made his whole body feel immensely heavy. The kunai splashed water on the surface. Kagutsuchi Mizuki placed his hands behind his head, elbowing Xianglin beside him, saying mischievously,
This scene is really entertaining, ugly monster. What are you watching now, so perverted, peeking at Sasuke again?
Xianglin's glasses glinted with a cold light as she pushed her frames up and glared with murderous intent at Kagutsuchi Mizuki, who had started teasing again.
Such a perverted, ugly monster. Sasuke, look at him.
Xianglin tried to get Sasuke to join her in condemning Kagutsuchi Mizuki. Sasuke chose to ignore her, not wanting to waste more time here, and slowly walked to Nanako's side, reaching one hand behind his head, locking around her neck, and pulling her back.
Nanako, don't waste time on meaningless things. We have other matters to attend to.
Sasuke's voice sounded calm, but Nanako sensed the discontent hidden within. The meaningless things referred to Kagutsuchi Mizuki, and the waste of time was directed at her. Sasuke. He was jealous. Sasuke was displeased that she had wasted so much time trying to help Kagutsuchi Mizuki steal the blade. Nanako nodded obediently, no longer keen on tormenting Peach, and lowered her head toward Kagutsuchi Mizuki.
Shorty, your head is about to drop off.
Nanako still relished Sasuke's earlier words, indifferent to Kagutsuchi Mizuki's provocations. At this moment, Sasuke, with his 3-Tomo Sharingan activated, slowly drew the Choji gigantic sword. Peach hurriedly closed his eyes, but the speed of his hand seals could not match Sasuke's. Nanako quickly provided assistance.
Void beast trap.
White's pupils suddenly constricted. He wanted to block the blade, but restrained by gravity, and devoid of all strength, he couldn't even rise. In just 1 second, the neck of the trap Peach was pierced by the Choji gigantic sword.
Lord Peach,
I'm so useless.
A brief whimper escaped his throat, and his trembling hands finally regained their mobility after 10 seconds.
He pressed his mouth tightly to suppress the broken sobs, turning them into a stifled gasp.
I will kill you.
I will kill you.
White, with a death-seeking expression, unleashed a secret technique, his brown eyes flickering with pain.
Nanako looked at the magical mirror ice crystals surrounding them and sighed.
But I don't want to kill you, it is your leader's choice.
Not wanting Sasuke to think she was a nuisance, Xianglin declared.
I want to be useful to Sasuke, so I'm not afraid.
Kagutsuchi Mizuki, completely unafraid, as physical attacks were ineffective against him, even laughed maliciously.
Ugly monster, it's not good to deceive yourself.
Xianglin roared instantly.
Fish-faced monster, shut up.
Nanako noticed Xianglin's hand gradually reaching towards Sasuke, and angrily pushed her behind Kagutsuchi Mizuki.
I won't let you have a chance to hug Sasuke while hiding behind your fish-faced monster.
In the mirror, White watched the absurd scene in the center, with no reaction, muttering to himself.
I am Lord Peach's weapon.
Now that the user has perished, the weapon should not survive. However, I must tear you apart. This statement made Xianglin, already frightened, scream even more.
Sasuke, save me! Save me!
Kagutsuchi Mizuki's harsh laughter drew a fierce glare from Xianglin. Thousands of blades shot out from all the mirrors. Nanako and Sasuke simultaneously activated their Sharingan, and bit their fingertips to draw blood. The difference was that Sasuke performed a summoning technique, while Nanako invoked a summoning jutsu.
Summoning technique. Heed my call, Xianglin.
Everything happened quickly, and Nanako did not notice the black iron needle hanging around her neck flickering slightly. Sasuke glanced at the weapon Nanako was wearing. After the smoke cleared, a deep purple giant python and a massive light blue fox instantly shattered the magical mirror ice crystals. Xianglin and Kagutsuchi Mizuki ran frantically away from the danger zone, during which Kagutsuchi Mizuki did not forget to pick up the broken blade that had been forgotten.
Ha ha ha, this is mine.
I only need 6 more blades to collect them all.
After White fell out of the shattered mirror, just as the fox's claws were about to rise, its master Nanako stopped it.
Xianglin, I don't want to kill him, stop.
Okay.
Xianglin lowered its claws. Meanwhile, the giant snake twisted its body, its eyes looking up at the man above, arrogantly saying,
Little brat, I want 1000 living sacrifices. If you don't give them to me, I'll eat you first.
Sasuke ignored the snake's demands and directly cancelled the summoning technique. The giant snake instantly transformed into white smoke and disappeared with a bang. The first time Xianglin saw its master bargaining, it was dumbfounded.
You can leave now, Xianglin.
Nanako voluntarily released the summoning technique and walked toward the nearly lifeless White lying on the water. Xianglin respectfully lowered its massive fox head.
Okay.
It transformed into light and gradually dissipated at the spot. The other world was now a pitch-black night sky with neither moon nor stars.
Xianglin, has your master remembered?
Asked a man with an exceptionally enchanting appearance. Back in the spirit beast den, Xianglin maintained its form, lying on the ground gazing at the darkness.
No, the master has forgotten everything, but fortunately he is still alive. Suddenly the man transformed into a black fox lying beside Xianglin, sighing.
Indeed, but I am still curious about what transaction you made with that old man to make him willing to help you. Xianglin simply shook its head, remaining silent. At this moment, Nanako squatted in front of White, watching him mechanically repeat a phrase.
As a weapon.
As a weapon, failing to protect the user is the weapon's fault. Nanako, it's time to go.
Sasuke gently stroked Nanako's hair.
Nanako stood up, beaming, wrapping her arms around Sasuke's, but always intentionally or unintentionally casting glances at White's despairing face. Sasuke covered Nanako's eyes and said flatly,
Nanako, we still have things to do. I understand.
Nanako cheerfully responded. Kagutsuchi Mizuki walked past White carrying the broken blade, while Xianglin desperately chased after Sasuke's back, calling loudly.
Sasuke, wait for me.
Sasuke.
But no one paid her any attention.
Kagutsuchi Mizuki grinned widely.
Sasuke won't pay attention to you, a pervert who likes to peek at him.
Nanako chimed in.
Exactly, Xianglin, just give up. Sasuke won't like you. Just because Sasuke doesn't like me now doesn't mean he won't like me in the future. I will definitely win Sasuke's heart.
Xianglin's eyes sparkled with love, nearly bursting out to give it to Sasuke immediately. The three of them created a ruckus. Sasuke, irritated by the noise, shot a glance at Kagutsuchi Mizuki and Xianglin.
Shut up or I will kill you.
Kagutsuchi Mizuki and Xianglin's spines instantly chilled. Nanako smiled triumphantly at Xianglin.
I told you Sasuke wouldn't like you.
Xianglin was very sad.
Why doesn't Sasuke say he'll kill you instead?
Kagutsuchi Mizuki lovingly stroked the broken blade.
Ugly monster, are you stupid? This is a bond between brothers.
Nanako rolled her eyes and quietly retorted.
They are not brothers.
Not wanting to engage any further, Nanako saw Sasuke discussing matters with Yugo, and seized the opportunity to jump onto his back, wrapping around his neck, curiously asking,
"Is the next step to kill?"
But when the name Uchiha Itachi was mentioned, a sudden sharp pain shot through Nanako's head. Why does it hurt so much? What is going on? Confused, Nanako held her head, groaning in pain. Sasuke hurriedly picked up the almost falling Nanako and laid him flat on the ground, ordering Xianglin,
"Come over and see what's wrong with Nanako."
Xianglin reluctantly walked over. Sasuke's gaze instantly filled with murderous intent, almost spitting each word.
"Hurry up."
Xianglin's body instantly stiffened, her world seemed to shatter, but she dared not stop her steps, her lips trembling.
"I'm sorry, I didn't do well enough, it's my fault."
Sasuke did not want to hear her nonsense, coldly staring at her.
"Shut up, treat him properly."
Xianglin anxiously scratched her arm to let her blood drip at Nanako's lips, seeing him refusing to drink, while tightly closing his mouth. She quickly glanced at Sasuke, then lowered her head in panic.
"You have to drink. You'll feel better if you do." I won't drink."
It felt like there was something I forgot. What did I forget? It hurt so much, my head hurt so much. Sweat dripped from her forehead onto the ground. Sasuke, who always walked steadily, now appeared somewhat anxious, frowning, as he pried Nanako's mouth open. With his other hand, he positioned Xianglin's wound toward Nanako's mouth. Nanako grasped the strong arm, trying to push Sasuke's hand away from her mouth. But not only did she not manage to push it away, she received a cold glare from Sasuke, and her mouth was even pinched painfully. Nanako suddenly recalled a phrase in her mind. Sasuke would not regret, he would be happy, extremely happy to gain power. His future would see him return to Konoha as a hero. You cannot stop Sasuke's choice. No, no, no. Sasuke.
Drink.
A voice cold yet tinged with concern reached Nanako's ears, pulling her from her daze. Xianglin's blood dripped one drop at a time down Nanako's throat. Eventually, Nanako's struggle against the illusion hidden within her body came to an end.
"What happened to me?"
Nanako blinked confusedly, looking at the very tense Xianglin and Sasuke, who was touching his forehead.
"Does it still hurt?"
Nanako shook her head, and when she saw Sasuke merely staring at her, she smiled brightly.
"Sasuke, I'm really fine. What should we do next?"
Sasuke lowered his hands, his eyes ablaze with intense hatred.
"Kill our common enemy, Uchiha Itachi."
Nanako smiled in agreement.
"Okay."
Xianglin stood in a daze, murmuring,
"It must be my fault, otherwise Sasuke wouldn't want to kill me."
"It's my inadequacy. That made Sasuke treat me this way."
Kagetsuchi Mizuki glanced at Xianglin speechlessly.
Yugo looked up at the birds in the sky, reaching out to catch one. Nanako looked at Xianglin, smiling brightly.
"You will be responsible for gathering information on Uchiha Itachi, Xianglin."
Kagetsuchi Mizuki stepped forward a few paces, dissatisfied, as he plunged the broken blade into the ground.
Hey, I want to collect 7 ninja blades, and I've only got 1 so far."
Nanako put her hands on her hips.
"I will definitely help you get them, so don't worry."
"That's a lie. In the original story, you only got this 1 blade, and the others either temporarily acquired or failed." Xianglin, with a blank stare, paid no attention to Nanako's words. Sasuke, seeing that Nanako was not affected by the earlier headache, felt relieved, and began to walk forward, ignoring Xianglin's state. It felt like in Sasuke's eyes Xianglin was truly as uncaring as in the original story. Nanako was very happy inside. Her attitude towards Xianglin softened considerably.
"Sasuke wants you to gather information on Uchiha Itachi. Don't delay his matters."
Upon hearing Sasuke's name, Xianglin nodded vigorously.
"I definitely won't."
In a small town of the Land of Fire, Karen obtained Uchiha Itachi's fingerprints at an inn and committed them to memory. Through Karen's report, the 5 of them made their way to the Land of Fields. This was a small country, mostly rural and wilderness, where Orochimaru had once established the Hidden Sound Village. After many detours, they had returned. Nanako stuffed wooden fish rice balls into her mouth, her eyes darting around as she admired the scenery. But she ate too quickly and choked, clutching her throat while flailing aimlessly and coughing. Sasuke sighed helplessly, gently patting Nanako's back until she finally swallowed the rice ball before asking, "Feeling better?" Nanako nodded vigorously. "Much better. I'll never eat that fast again. It was awful." Sasuke pinched her puffed cheeks, a look of confusion gradually appearing on his cold face. "Really?" It was clear Nanako often said this, but always broke her promise. Behind them, Karen, whose chakra was depleted, shed envious tears. "I wish Sasuke would pat me so gently too." Suigetsu's broadsword rested steadily on his shoulder, as he mercilessly shattered Karen's fantasy ugly monster that's impossible. Give it up. Karen mustered her last bit of strength to punch Suigetsu, who predictably liquefied and reformed the struck area. Yugo gazed gently at the free-spirited birds. Karen, continue. Sasuke's command was succinct. Karen complained tearfully, my chakra is exhausted. But to earn Sasuke's recognition and affection, Karen gritted her teeth and extended her sensory perception to a radius of 15 kilometers. No anomalies detected. After hearing that, Sasuke turned and walked away, completely indifferent to Karen, who collapsed from depleted chakra. Nanako, who hadn't moved, tugged at Sasuke's hem, blinking her dark eyes at him. I'm tired of walking. I want to rest. A shadow fell over her face, as she felt a weight on her shoulder, and Sasuke's cool breath whispered in her ear, really tired of walking. Sasuke's presence enveloped her. This. She loved it. Nanako's face flushed crimson, her hands flustered, and finally pressed against her chest to calm her racing heart. She turned her head, and quickly planted a kiss on the face, so close to her. Sasuke, I really like you, always have, always will. The kiss caught him off guard. But now Sasuke could face it calmly. Hearing Nanako's confession, he chuckled lightly. Then let's find a small shop to rest for a while. You're so good, Sasuke. I really like you. Nanako hugged Sasuke's arm, and leaned her head on his shoulder, but her half-closed eyes were fixed on Karen lying on the ground, as she slowly mouthed something. Karen, too exhausted to pass out, understood what Nanako said. Suigetsu looked puzzled at Karen's sudden terror. Ugly monster, is there an enemy attack? Why so scared? Did the little runt catch you peeping? Ha ha ha. Karen burst into tears. That girl said Sasuke will never look at me, that he'll never have Sasuke, and that Sasuke is hers. Suigetsu gloated and mocked her, who would hand over their brother to a peeping pervert. Right, pervert. Karen could only glare at him fiercely. They're far away now. Hurry up, and take me to rest, fish-face freak. By evening, Karen had recovered her chakra. Just as she opened the door to go eat, she saw Sasuke with a tail behind him. Nanako leaned against the doorframe, watching Karen as if enjoying a show. Sasuke, why are you here? Could it be? Could Sasuke be here to confess his feelings to me? Nanako was about to argue with Karen when she heard a voice full of annoyance. Spare me the nonsense. You know why I'm here. Nanako stopped in her tracks, quietly staying aside, staring thoughtfully at Karen. Karen was visibly dejected as she performed the sage art mind's eye jutsu, saying, it's great, Sasuke needs me. As long as I do a little more for you, Sasuke will like me. I didn't find Uchiha Itachi's chakra. Upon hearing the answer, Sasuke turned and left without hesitation. It was then that Nanako said to Karen, you know Sasuke is using you, yet you always make excuses for him. I've told you before, Sasuke will never like you. Of course I know, but if I do more for him, Sasuke will definitely fall in love with me. He will see me, and then my efforts will be worth it. Sasuke is mine, Nanako said, cutting off Karen's attempt to interrupt, knowing exactly what she wanted to say, speaking faster. I mean, not as a brother. He's mine as a lover. Karen stared at Nanako, as if struck by lightning, wondering if her ears were poisoned to hear something so absurd. You. She could barely form a coherent sentence. Nanako, unperturbed, watched Karen, who was pulling her hair in utter despair, and repeated, Sasuke is my lover. Don't get any ideas. Karen was in absolute existential crisis. Her body felt as fragile as stone, as if one touch from Nanako would shatter it. Nanako, in high spirits, raised an eyebrow at Karen and walked out. Leaning against the doorframe, Sasuke was waiting for Nanako, with his arms crossed, a flicker of light in his dark pupils. Nanako naturally sensed Sasuke's subtle attitude. Sasuke. Sasuke closed in on her until her back met the wall with a soft thud and a faint grunt. Nanako. His cool forehead rested against the crook of her neck, which tickled a little, and she couldn't help but raise her hand. Then she felt Sasuke's breath on the back of her hand, and amid her pounding heart, she heard the sound of his palm pressing against the wall. Sasuke. Nanako called out nervously. She was being cornered. Too much. She liked it. Nanako hooked her little finger around Sasuke's free hand, and whispered, Let's go back to the room, Sasuke. Sasuke's little finger twitched, and his eyes, hidden in the crook of her neck, were full of possessiveness. Karen, eavesdropping behind the door, clutched her head in agony. How can this be? They really are. Carried all the way back to the room by Sasuke, Nanako was extremely nervous, sitting on the edge of the bed, as still as a statue. Scared. Nanako stammered in denial. No. Hearing his magnetic chuckle, her heart raced. Nanako, are you nervous? The tips of Sasuke's fingers gently traced her cheek, and Nanako's eyes half closed her cheek, unconsciously nuzzling his fingers. The weather is really nice today. Sasuke looked at the raindrops outside. How nice. So nice, I just want to sleep in. Meanwhile, Kohayawa Wakoshu was lying in the hospital in Konoha village. You're saying Dosu attacked you? Yeah, I'm really unlucky, there are always random people coming to attack me. How strange. That Uchiha Nanako thinks my father killed his father, so attacking me makes sense. But this character who should have died long ago came to attack me. What's going on? Did you find out anything? Koshu eagerly wanted to know why Dosu attacked him. I heard from Yamanaka Ino that the attacker said nothing. The plot had already deviated. Perhaps this was the butterfly effect caused by Uchiha Nanako. Wasn't Uzumaki Naruto always trying to bring Uchiha Sasuke and Uchiha Nanako back? And since Orochimaru was Dosu's superior, Dosu would surely return to Orochimaru's base. Maybe Dosu was a good lead to get information on Uchiha Sasuke and Uchiha Nanako. Finding Uchiha Nanako could provide an opportunity to resolve the hatred between him and Uchiha Nanako. Take me to where Dosu is imprisoned. I have something very important to ask him. A night passed. Sasuke slowly got out of bed and opened the window. Raindrops kept pattering down, accompanied by a cool breeze that tapped against his face, his black hair swaying in the wind. Feeling the wind on her face, Nanako pulled the covers over her head and fell back into a deep sleep. Sasuke glanced at her curled up in bed, then turned his gaze to the window, lost in thought. He then closed the window to block the wind, put on his clothes, and began to straighten them. When Sasuke's hand touched the black collar, his fingers awkwardly slipped inside, lightly brushing the skin there. Then he quickly withdrew his hand and pulled the collar a little higher. The faint sounds from time to time woke Nanako. She rubbed her eyes and threw off the covers. When Sasuke saw a few marks on Nanako's body, he hastily tossed the clothes in his hand onto her head. The hem of the clothes swayed back and forth, and once they settled covering the mark, Sasuke said, "It's cold. Put it on." Nanako, not understanding, obediently put on the clothes, while muttering, "I'm not cold." At that moment, Uchiha Itachi, walking on a remote path, stopped and slowly looked up at the gray sky. His tall figure stood silently in the rain as droplets trickled down the strands of his hair onto his pale, weary cheeks. "Are you crying?" Hoshigaki Kisame's hoarse, rough voice sounded behind Uchiha Itachi. Seeing Itachi remain silent, Kisame snorted, "Itachi-san, your little brothers seem abnormal. Itachi-san, all your actions are very unusual. Though I don't know your true purpose, you are a very admirable partner." Uchiha Itachi. Inside the inn room, Nanako caught the water bottle Sasuke tossed to her. As she opened the lid, Sasuke was already near the door, glancing at Nanako drinking water as he left. "I'm stepping out." Knowing what Sasuke planned to do, Nanako nodded and put down the water glass after his figure disappeared. A black crow pecked at the window. Nanako stared into the crow's eyes, and the moment it spread its wings to fly away, she quickly opened the window, leaped out of the inn, and chased the crow at a sprint. Uchiha Itachi. His purpose in coming to find her now. Nanako stopped, her eyes scanning the surroundings. Seeing no one else, she fixed her gaze on Uchiha Itachi standing opposite. "Uchiha Itachi, when did you discover?" Nanako's 3-tomo Sharingan spun. "That I am not your brother." Uchiha Itachi showed no surprise as calm Mangekyo stared straight at the little brother before him. "Tsukuyami." Assuming he was about to cast a genjutsu, Nanako hurriedly formed hand signs, but stopped at his next words. "When you were 7, I used Tsukuyami," Itachi said flatly. "I saw your world and the memories deep within your soul." Nanako pressed her lips together, remaining silent. After a long while she sneered, "Why are you telling me this? Even if you expose me to Sasuke, I won't leave him. And Sasuke won't believe you." Uchiha Itachi did not hold her misunderstanding against her. "Nanako, your memories have deceived you." Nanako's head shot up, disbelief in her eyes. "What do you mean? Your memories are all real, yet you are also blinded by them. You have two true worlds." Before Nanako could react, the Uchiha Itachi before her turned into a flock of crows and flew into the sky. After returning to the inn, Nanako sat by the bed, pondering the deeper meaning of those words. Since her memories were all real, why would she be deceived by them? And what did two true worlds mean? What did the memories deep within the soul represent? Completely clueless, Nanako angrily pounded the bed. Passing by, Yugo tilted his head and then knocked on the door. Nanako opened the door and saw Yugo. She pouted. "Is something the matter? I heard noises from your room, so I came to check." Yugo looked around Nanako's room. Nothing's wrong, don't worry. With that she slammed the door shut. After closing the door, Nanako frowned in frustration, trying to decipher Uchiha Itachi's words. But no matter how she guessed, she just couldn't figure it out. Maybe she should ask Sasuke. He might understand Uchiha Itachi's thoughts. After all, they were blood brothers, perhaps their way of thinking had similarities. Just then Sasuke's voice came from outside the door. Nanako, I found traces of Uchiha Itachi. Time to move. More than chasing after Uchiha Itachi right now, Nanako wanted to understand the meaning of his words. She looked up, meeting Sasuke's eyes. Sasuke, there are many things I can't figure out right now. I don't want to look for Uchiha Itachi yet. What things? Sasuke asked simply. If a person's memories are all true yet that person is deceived by those true memories, why would that be? Uchiha Nanako couldn't find Sasuke at home, feeling bored, as she posted a message on her social media. Where has Sasuke gone? Soon a flood of unread messages appeared, and Nanako clicked to check the comments. The first reply was from Sasuke, near you. Nanako hurriedly looked around but couldn't find him, so she left a disappointed message. Are you playing hide and seek with me? Sasuke replied quickly, no, I have something to take care of. She then clicked on Sasuke's profile picture and typed a message in the chat box before sending it. Uchiha Nanako. Sasuke sure is busy, must be dealing with something. Then Nanako opened her social media again, clicking to see the comments, wondering, when did so many people comment on my post? Xianglin, do you really think you have the right to inquire about Sasuke's whereabouts? Nanako, hearing that tone, felt furious, and replied under Xianglin's comment, get lost. Xianglin replied quickly, I'm just curious what a nobody like you wants with Sasuke. A nobody? Nanako pouted and replied to Xianglin, would Sasuke still say that if he knew? Xianglin replied, You are not allowed to go. Jealousy has distorted your appearance, Xianglin. How dare you call yourself a nobody? Using Sasuke to take down Xianglin would be satisfying, making her mood quite cheerful. But that wasn't enough, she needed to vent. She opened the previous chat with Sasuke and selected screenshots that would be advantageous to her, then clicked on Xianglin's chat box. Uchiha Nanako, let me show you a picture. Xianglin, what picture? Nanako sent the screenshot. Xianglin, what is this? Xianglin, Sasuke in. How infuriating. Uchiha Nanako, am I a nobody to Sasuke? Xianglin, that was just in the heat of the moment. Xianglin, why is Sasuke always so concerned about you? Uchiha Nanako, I'm going to tell Sasuke. Xianglin, no. You can't go. I said it was a joke. Nanako laughed mischievously, while also sending the content of the chat box to Xianglin. I don't think you were joking. Xianglin, then what do you want? I'm just too jealous of you, can't you understand me? Understanding is one thing, but seeing you unhappy makes me happy. Xianglin, you need to understand yourself too. Uchiha Nanako, I can keep it from Sasuke unless... Xianglin, unless what? As long as you don't mention this, I'll do whatever you want. Uchiha Nanako, alright, you said it. Nanako began to ponder what exactly to make her do. That's it. Just like that. Xianglin, but you can't go back on your word. You can't mention this again. Uchiha Nanako, sure. As long as you post on social media. Lady Nanako, I was blind to the greatness of the mountain, I was wrong. Xianglin, Lady Nanako. I was blind to the greatness of the mountain, I was wrong. Uchiha Nanako. Uchiha Nanako, get it straight, it's a social media post, what are you doing here? Xianglin, I posted. I already made a post on social media. If you don't believe me, go check. Nanako opens Xianglin's social media, but saw only 2 unrelated posts. I was played. Nanako, fuming, opened the message record with Sasuke, took a bunch of screenshots, and sent them all to Xianglin. Then she sent a whole bunch of messages to her. Xianglin, I'm so jealous. Sasuke must be enchanted by you. Sasuke will definitely notice how good I am to him. Then he will like me. Uchiha Nanako, what are you talking about? The one Sasuke likes is me, the screenshots are proof. Xianglin, I don't want to hear it. Nanako smiled triumphantly, ignoring the bombardment of messages from Xianglin, and clicked to check the comments. Nara Shikamaru, I don't know. Uzumaki Naruto, that guy Sasuke. Should be in the village, right? Nanako, are you looking for him? Uchiha Itachi, what do you need Sasuke for? Haruno Sakura, how would I know? Hyuga Niji, Sasuke. Maybe you can check the training ground. Kozakura Shoshio, why are you looking for Sasuke again? Seeing the replies from Kozakura and Hyuga Niji, Nanako's fingers paused for a moment, but she still replied to both of them. Hyuga Niji, why suddenly looking for Sasuke? Is there something going on? Kozakura Shoshio, no. I can't beat you if you can't find him. I definitely can't help you find him. How about I let Hyuga Niji help you look? Uchiha Nanako replied to Kozakura Shoshio, no need. Kozakura Shoshio, alright. As for Hyuga Niji's reply, Nanako chose to ignore it. In the other replies, Nanako responded to Uzumaki Naruto, yes. Uzumaki Naruto, you should check Uchiha's territory, that guy likes to hang around there. Ah, no wonder he's Naruto's best friend. Nanako didn't reply to Uzumaki Naruto again. Uchiha Nanako replied to Haruno Sakura, it's just as well that you don't know. Uchiha Nanako replied to Uchiha Itachi, it's nothing. At that moment a notification sound rang out, and Nanako hurriedly opened it. A large gift box appeared on the screen with small text below it saying, may our love be as eternal as family legacy. Nanako clicked to open the gift box, and a shining ring popped out. The corners of her mouth involuntarily lifted. Just then Sasuke's figure appeared at the window. Nanako, let's go train. It's a date. Nanako excitedly agreed okay. That night Nanako lay beside Sasuke holding her phone to check Sasuke's social media. There were only a few posts on social media, just 2. Both of these posts were related to her, and the likes and comments were only from her Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Itachi. The replies in the comments section were also just from those 3. It seemed he had blocked everyone else. Nanako chuckled lightly, exiting Sasuke's social media and opening her own, quietly reading aloud what she typed. Sasuke is so handsome. Along with a picture of Sasuke's sleeping face. Beside her, Sasuke's breathing was steady. He turned over gradually, seemingly not hearing Nanako's words. Xianlin all. So handsome, so handsome. Damn it. Hyuga Niji, Haruno Sakura, Kakashi, Yamanaka Ino, you're Sasuke's little brother, of course you'll sleep beside him. Uzumaki Naruto, ha, is that guy Sasuke really that clingy to you? Hinata replied to Uzumaki Naruto, Naruto-kun. Uchiha Nanako, I'm the one clinging to Sasuke. Suddenly a hand snatched the phone away, and after the screen turned black, that same hand pulled Nanako into the blanket. Time to sleep.
Who told you that?
Should I tell him? Knowing his personality, once he hears the name Uchiha Itachi, he'll probably fly into a rage, and demand to know where he is.
Nanako, who told you these things?
Sasuke grabbed Nanako's shoulders.
Apart from staying with me, who else have you met? Who else could you possibly know? Is it the person you tried to kill before? Or Uchiha Itachi? That kind of person doesn't seem capable of saying something so ambiguous. It's Uchiha Itachi. It's him. Where did you see Uchiha Itachi, Nanako?
Amazing. Before I could say anything, Sasuke had already deduced it. True, aside from Sasuke and the Hawk Squad, the only other person in my social circle was Kohayaku Akoide. Who else could it be? Nanako decided to stop hiding it and nodded.
Where is he?
Sasuke's emotions were running high. His grip on Nanako's shoulder was already painful. She let out a soft cry of pain. Sasuke finally realized he was being too aggressive, let go, took a deep breath to calm himself, and asked coldly again.
Where is he? Sasuke, even if I tell you Uchiha Itachi is no longer there.
Nanako said, taking Sasuke's icy hand.
So first help me think about what those words mean, okay?
Sasuke didn't argue. He lowered his eyelids, his long lashes casting faint shadows on his pale cheeks, and slowly withdrew his hand from Nanako's.
Are you angry, Sasuke? If you don't want to tell me, I won't ask.
Sasuke said, his knuckles turning white from tension.
Maybe your memories aren't completely real.
Nanako refuted Sasuke's speculation.
No, my memories are flawless, they are completely real.
The memories of my life in the modern world and my arrival in this world after death had no discrepancies whatsoever. So there was no deception at all, yet Uchiha Itachi was so certain. Why was he so certain? His abilities could never achieve this. Nanako thought of that old man again. Could it be that he had made some deal with Uchiha Itachi, making Itachi so confident? Damn, my head is about to explode. Let's take it one step at a time. Calm down. Solve the immediate problem first before thinking about the rest.
Were my memories wrong from the very beginning?
Nanako murmured almost to herself. The people who knew she was from the modern world were Kohayaku Akoide, and that old man, maybe Uchiha Itachi, had found out too. Kohayaku Akoide definitely didn't know, asking him would be useless. That old man had blurted out that she was a modern person from the very start, and now it was possible he had made some deal with Uchiha Itachi. She had met that old man in Konoha village, so if she went to Konoha, she should be able to find him, right? But Sasuke's voice interrupted Nanako.
But your memories can't be wrong, Nanako. We've always been by each other's side. My memories are your memory. So I'm certain your memories are correct. Uchiha Itachi must have lied to you to get his hands on you. Don't leave my side for a while, Nanako, do you hear me?
Caught off guard by Sasuke, Nanako guiltily looked away.
I want leave.
Yeah, right. I have to figure this out, and it'll kill that Kohayaku Akoi while I'm at it. Sasuke reached out and gently stroked Nanako's hair.
Be good. Don't cause me any trouble.
Nanako nodded.
Okay.
That night, after Sasuke's breathing had steadied, Nanako opened her eyes, gently pushed aside the arm coiled around her neck, stood by the bed, and gazed at Sasuke's sleeping face for a moment, then walked toward Hozuki Suigetsu's room.
What's up, shorty?
Hozuki Suigetsu covered his mouth, but couldn't hide his wide grin. Suppressing the urge to punch him, Nanako lowered her voice.
You're coming with me to Konoha village. Let Sasuke go with you, I want to sleep.
Nanako wouldn't take no for an answer. She grabbed Suigetsu by the hair and dragged him out of the inn.
Hey, shorty, did you and Sasuke have a fight? Did he kick you out? That's it, right. If I weren't so curious, I wouldn't let you drag me around like this, spill it.
Nanako brushed him off impatiently.
Yeah, hurry up. Ha, shorty, even you have your days.
If I didn't need some firepower and Sasuke wouldn't let me leave his side, would I have thought of you? And you dare to laugh at me. When I get back, I'll make Sasuke teach you a lesson. At that moment, Sasuke stood by the window of the inn, his black eyes fixed on the two receding figures, his aura already dropping to freezing point. His black eyes gradually turned into blood-red, 3-tomo Sharingan flickering with an eerie red light in the pitch-black room, exuding a chilling coldness.
Uchiha Nanako.
He covered half of his face with one hand, his knuckles bending with unusual force, the 3-tomo in the gap between his fingers staring at the vanished silhouette, and he gritted his teeth and repeated,
Uchiha Nanako, you.
Unfortunately, eager to understand the meaning behind Uchiha Itachi's words, she was unaware of Uchiha Sasuke's transformation. Otherwise, Nanako would never have done this. After a mad dash, the two stopped under a large tree beside Konoha village. Nanako gave Suigetsu a simple, brutal order.
You'll sneak and you find your own way in. Wait.
Without waiting for Suigetsu's reply, she used void stealth to hide in the darkness, and walked straight through the main gate.
There's a dog at the gate.
Suigetsu's hand reached out like a dramatic farewell. Nanako ran wildly, chased by the dog, with a ninja guarding the gate chasing desperately after her. When she stood on the rooftop, the dog stopped its 4 paws, and the ninja grabbed it, and kept barking at Nanako from the wall below.
There's no one there. Are you crazy?
After the ninja dragged the leash and left, Nanako jumped down from the eaves. Hozuki Suigetsu, having liquefied, reformed into human form in the moonlight, and laughed mockingly.
Shorty, you're especially pathetic today.
Meanwhile, Kohayaku Akoi was at Hyuga Niji's house discussing the content Tosu had entrusted.
I must report this to the 5th Hokage,
Hyuga Niji said.
No.
Kohayaku Akoi slammed the table in anger.
If the higher-ups find out, especially that Shimura, the Konoha higher-ups won't spare Uchiha Nanako. Kohide, he's not related to you yet, he's obsessively trying to kill you. Why do you want to protect him?
Hyuga Niji frowned, his eyes full of disapproval.
Well?
Kohayaku Akoi laughed awkwardly.
There must be a reason.
Hyuga Niji put down his teacup, stood up, and leaned against the window to observe, but saw nothing. The corners of his mouth tightened instantly, the veins beside his eyes bulged, and his Byakugan scanned everywhere, until he saw on the rooftop a faint blue chakra flow in the shape of a human figure brandishing a large blade aimed at Kohayaku Akoi inside the house. And there was another faint killing intent beside him.
Void gravity prison. Crash.
Kohayaku Akoi stared blankly at the collapsing ceiling above him. As an ordinary person, he couldn't react at all. Amid falling bricks, a cloud of dust rose into the air.
Cough, cough.
Kohayaku Akoi was pulled away from danger by Hyuga Niji's arm. Covering his mouth and nose, he asked,
What happened? Why did the ceiling collapse? There are 2 people here to kill you. The only one with a grudge against you is Uchiha Nanako. She must be here to cause trouble.
Hyuga Niji stood in front of Kohide, drawing a kunai to prepare for the coming battle. Nanako decided to stop hiding her presence, as Hyuga Niji's intuition was too sharp from the start.
It really is you, Nanako. Listen to me.
Kohayaku Akoi clearly wanted to say something, but Nanako ignored him.
Hozuki Suigetsu, you hold off Hyuga Niji.
Nanako's command quickly reached Suigetsu, who was carrying a large sword and grinning wildly.
Shorty, I get nothing out of it and not doing it.
Nanako immediately turned and snapped.
You?
Then Suigetsu's massive blade swung toward her, stopping beside her ear just as a kunai clattered to the ground with a
thud. I just saved you, shorty.
Nanako shot him a glare, then turned and ran straight toward Koide right under Hyuga Niji's nose, as if she wasn't worried about him causing any trouble for her.
Koide!
Hyuga Niji tried to rush to Kohyakawa Kohaide's side, but was blocked by a blackened clouded robe. Hozuki Suigetsu hoisted his sword, with an excited expression.
No wonder you could sense me. You have the Bikugan.
Nanako was fast. Kohyakawa Koide didn't even have time to react before a hook-shaped claw grabbed his neck, while another claw thrust a kunai straight toward his forehead.
You're finished. Gushiyu. I'm your biological brother.
Both voices rang out almost simultaneously, and Nanako's hook claws, and the kunai in her hand stopped abruptly. She twitched her mouth and sneered.
Still trying to stall me. Don't even think about it. I won't be fooled by you.
As she thrust the kunai at Koide again, he shouted in a hoarse, almost hysterical voice.
I'm not lying. Uchiha Itachi told me. I know the whole story. If you want the truth, don't kill me. I really am your biological brother.
Uchiha Itachi.
You think I'd fall for that? You've watched Naruto. If you're going to bring up someone, at least pick Sasuke. Die.
The tip of Nanako's kunai stopped just a few centimeters from Koide. Only because Koide closed his eyes and yelled.
It's true. He told me everything about my life exactly as I remembered, except for one thing I'm not sure about. He described my entire childhood in detail, so I believed him. I swear I'm not lying if I am not human.
Hyuga Niji and Hozuki Suigetsu also heard Kohaide's words. One was deeply shocked. The other, extremely cocky, said,
What was that guy spewing nonsense out of fear? Could he be Sasuke's long-lost brother? No way, he hasn't even opened his eyes. How cold.
Of course they didn't know that Koide and Nanako were modern people, so Suigetsu's assumption wasn't surprising. Nanako sneered coldly, grabbed Koide by the hair, and dragged him away from Hyuga Niji's territory to a very remote place. She threw him to the ground, stepped on his chest, and said,
How did your father kill my father?
Kohaide's back was soaked with sweat. Trembling, he looked at Nanako's expression that said,
If you lie, I'll kill you,
and swallowed nervously before calming down.
My father didn't really want to kill your adoptive father.
Koide flinched, his neck retreating as far as possible from the kunai. Nanako didn't believe him.
Killing someone and not meaning it. What kind of trick are you pulling? I'm not playing tricks. Erase the story. Uchiha Itachi told me that when you were still a baby, a strange man snatched you away from my father. My father spent a long time tracking you down. When he finally found you and asked for you back, your father refused. My father got angry and set your father up to jump to his death.
Koide blurted out the whole story in one breath.
Liar! If it's as you say that Suihong tried to take me back for 10 years and couldn't find me. And even if he is my biological father, he's still the murderer of my father. I won't forgive him.
Even as Nanako said this, the hand holding the kunai hesitated to cut his throat. Clearly Nanako was wavering. After my father jumped, my mother moved us far, far away. After changing schools, she became insane, and I was bullied because of my gloomy personality. So it was plausible that Suihong couldn't find me in 10 years. Though it was understandable Suihong was still the murderer of my father Gunnanji. Seeing Nanako hesitate, Koide gathered his courage to continue.
But I'm innocent. I never bullied you, I never knew Gunnanji, and I never harmed your father. My father did what he did because Gunnanji refused to give you back. If he hadn't started it, my father wouldn't have done anything to him. Don't you think?
Receiving no answer, Kohaide's eyes welled up with tears, but he persisted.
My father once gave you a name, Sulu. Do you think? It sounds nice.
Nanako gave him a long, hard look.
I don't know if it sounds nice, but I won't call you brother.
With that she put away her kunai, glanced at Koide, who sat motionless on the ground, twitched her mouth in disdain, and quickly left. As she ran, she repeatedly replayed Kohaide's words in her mind and rolled her eyes. He's not my brother. How could someone so pathetic be my brother? But he was right about a few things. I had indeed taken my hatred for Suihong out on Koide, who knew nothing about it. Now he knew because Uchiha Itachi had told him. If what he said was true, then Suihong killed my father because of me, making me the root of this whole affair. But I truly couldn't bring myself to kill myself to avenge my father. If I had no ties, dying would be easy. But now I have Sasuke, I won't die over this. If he was lying, just trying to stall me with that nonsense, I'll never let him deceive me with sweet talk again. So the only way to confirm whether his words were true or false was to find Uchiha Itachi and ask him directly. After running only a few steps, Nainizi turned back. Because confronting Uchiha Itachi later would require bringing Zaya's Hakuin Shiashio along. If Uchiha Itachi denied it, she wouldn't have to waste time searching for Zaya's Hakuin Shiashio again. She could kill him in the blink of an eye. She knocked out Zaya's Hakuin Shiashio, who had his back to her, and reluctantly carried him on her back to Hyuga Niji's territory. She said to Hozuki Suigetsu, who was still fighting Hyuga Niji,
"Let's go!"
Without another glance at Hozuki Suigetsu, she prepared to leave, but Hyuga Niji's kunai came straight for her neck. Nainizi was ready. She positioned the unconscious Zaya's Hakuin Shiashio in front of Hyuga Niji's kunai. The kunai stopped abruptly. Hyuga Niji swiftly retreated to evade Hozuki Suigetsu's blade and demanded,
"Where are you taking Shiashio?"
Noticing Hyuga Niji's unexpected anxiety over Zaya's Hakuin Zioxia's safety, Nainizi sneered.
"What are you to him? Why do you care so much?" Hozuki Suigetsu retreat.
Hozuki Suigetsu shouldered his blade and drawled,
Got it, what's the rush, shorty?"
Nainizi didn't want to linger. The commotion would soon draw reinforcements. She might even run into Uzumaki Naruto, Haruno Sakura, and Hitaki Kakashi. She was merely a control-type support, and Hozuki Suigetsu, as a damage dealer, was hardly formidable. Getting captured would be a loss. Thus eager to leave, Nainizi, seeing Hozuki Suigetsu's confident expression, unhesitatingly took the unconscious Zaya's Hakuin Shiashio and fled Konoha. Along the way back to the inn, Nainizi's arm grew sore, so she dumped Zaya's Hakuin Shiashio onto a tree branch.
"So heavy!"
She kicked Zaya's Hakuin Zioxia's waist in disdain, incredulously muttering,
"I didn't strike that hard. Why isn't he awake?"
Not wanting to carry him anymore, Nainizi bit her fingertip and pressed it against the tree stump.
"Heed my summons. Qianling."
A massive pale blue fox appeared before Nainizi.
"Too conspicuous. Take human form, Qianling. As you wish."
The pale blue fox swiftly transformed into a tall, curvaceous woman in a dark cheongsam. Without waiting for Nainizi's instruction, she perceptively helped Zaya's Hakuin Shiashio up from the branch.
"Wait for me, shorty."
Hozuki Suigetsu's voice sounded behind her.
"Whoa, who's this, your little girlfriend? Mind your tongue." "Shut up."
Nainizi snapped fiercely at Hozuki Suigetsu, her face sour, as she dashed toward the inn. Qianling supported Zaya's Hakuin Shiashio and followed Nainizi alongside Hozuki Suigetsu.
"Who are you? What's your relationship with the shorty? You better watch out for her brother. This is an Ancient Millennium-friendly reminder."
Qianling glanced at Zaya's Hakuin Shiashio and answered only the relevant question.
"I am my master's summon." "Whoa, so you're like Hugo, a wild beast."
Qianling fell silent, not knowing what to say. Back at the inn, Nainizi cautiously opened the door. In the pitch-black space, Nainizi could only see a pair of crimson threedomos slowly rotating, and the very air seemed heavy with a dark, sinister aura. Sasuke's gaze was chillingly oppressive. Nainizi felt both nervous and strangely excited.
"Sasuke!"
Just then Qianling entered Sasuke, and Nainizi's room, placed Zaya's Hakuin Shiashio at Nainizi's feet, and bowed her head awaiting orders.
"Your summon tried to attack me. Or was it you?"
Sasuke's hand slowly moved to his sword handle. Nainizi voluntarily dismissed the summoning, ignored Zaya's Hakuin Shiashio entirely, and paced over to Sasuke. She pressed her hand over his, which rested on the Kusanagi sword.
"Why would I ever attack you? I never will."
Nainizi blinked, clutching his sleeve tightly, looking utterly pitiful.
"Don't be angry, okay? I just stepped out for a while. I would never leave you."
Sensing a faint contraction of Sasuke's pupils, Nainizi quietly pressed her head against his chest and nuzzled gently.
"I won't do this again. From now on I'll tell you everything, Sasuke, as long as you don't blame me."
Out of the corner of her eye she stole a glance at Sasuke. He tilted his head, his gaze wavering, his entire demeanor unnatural. Clearly he was beginning to waver. Nainizi grew bolder. Before he could react, she threw her arms around his neck, turned his face toward her, and continued her pleas, staring into his eyes.
"Sasuke, I promise it will never happen again. Forgive me."
Tears glistened in Nainizi's eyes, making her look like an innocent child who had only cried after making a mistake.
"Wipe your dirty face."
Taking the handkerchief Sasuke threw at her, Nainizi knew from his awkward concern that his heart had softened. Emboldened, she pouted and said,
"If you really aren't angry, kiss me."
Such a brazen demand made the tips of Sasuke's ears burn, the flush spreading across his entire face. Though in the darkened room Nainizi couldn't see it, or she would have made a dozen more demands. She had expected Sasuke to yield as usual, but instead a cold hand covered her face. Nine-Easy froze. The body in her arms pulled away, and then Sasuke's cold voice came.
Is he the one you wanted to see?
Her promise to Sasuke was still fresh. Nine-Easy hesitated, then said,
I was planning to find someone and also kill him on the side.
Sasuke towered over her, using the Kusanagi sword to lift the unconscious Zaya's Hakuin Zioxia's face.
On the side. Who is this person you were looking for?
Seeing the glint of the sword, Nine-Easy lunged and grabbed Sasuke's arm, speaking rapidly.
It's a weird old man. I have many questions for him, but I didn't find him in Konoha, so I went after Zaya's Hakuin Xiaoxiao instead. Stopping me. Nine-Easy, you once wanted to kill him badly.
Sasuke said, confused, then a flash of anger crossed his eyes.
Why did you change your mind?
She had just promised to tell him everything, but how? How could she explain this? If she spoke the truth, Sasuke would surely find it absurd, think she was lying, and kill the source of the
lie.
His second reaction would still be disbelief, and he would demand proof. If she provided it, he might see her as a monster who had killed his brother's soul, and then kill her. Alright, there was another solution. Sasuke didn't know her original reason for wanting to kill Zaya's Hakuin Xiaoxiao. She could just change her story. Nine-Easy quickly crafted an excuse.
I wanted to kill him because I disliked him, but when I went to do it, I overheard him defending me among the Konoha higher-ups, so I changed my mind. The Konoha higher-ups.
Sasuke's eyes dropped thoughtfully, as he studied Zaya's Hakuin Xiaoxiao on the floor. Seeing Sasuke sheath the Kusanagi, Nine-Easy sighed in relief. Her gaze shifted to Zaya's Hakuin Xiaoxiao, now puzzled. It was just a light chop to the neck. How could he have been unconscious for so long?
Sasuke, is he faking?
Sasuke grabbed Zaya's Hakuin Xiaoxiao by the collar roughly, his cold eyes meeting the other's faintly trembling pupils.
Nine-Easy, he woke up the moment your summon put him down.
So he had been awake even then. Chastened, Nine-Easy could only let out a rueful laugh.
It'll change. No. Nine-Easy, tell your brother to stop. Don't put that sword against my neck. He'll tell you everything you want to know.
Xiao Zhaochuan Xiaoxiao, terrified by Sasuke's even more intense killing intent, could no longer pretend to be unconscious. Sasuke's eyes were sharp and contemptuous.
The Konoha higher-ups aren't just targeting Nine-Easy, are they? And what's your purpose in protecting her?
The Kusanagi had already drawn blood. Just at the mention of the Konoha higher-ups, Sasuke had begun to suspect the truth about the Uchiha clan and their true motives. Zaya's Hakuin Xiaoxiao quickly glanced at Nine-Easy. Seeing her standing still, he knew she had no intention of stopping Sasuke. Indeed, the bond between brothers separated from childhood could never compare to the bond forged through years together. Still, the fact that Nine-Easy hadn't targeted him, as before, was the best outcome.
Dosu is still alive.
The abrupt statement made Sasuke frown.
Who's that?
It was the same Dosu he had once kindly warned.
Sasuke, we met him before, fought him during the Chunin exams. You once said to him, was that your prophecy?
Sasuke quickly connected the words Nine-Easy had spoken to that person.
So that person was captured. I was interrogating Dosu at the time. The Konoha higher-ups also came. They heard him mention your brother's prophetic ability. I didn't want to be killed by your brother for no reason, so I defended him then. No one came after us. What did you prophesy that made the higher-ups trust you more?
Sasuke's Kusanagi scraped against the scabbard with a harsh sound. He had guessed so swiftly that she had used the plot to divert the Konoha higher-ups' attention.
Uchiha Itachi is their pawn.
Zaya's Hakuin Xiaoxiao said, lifting his eyes to stare directly at Sasuke, gauging his reaction. Hearing this, a strange light sensation spread through Nine-Easy's body, fleeting and inexplicable. She dismissed it as mere fatigue from the journey. Sasuke, hearing the same words, lowered his eyes, hurled Zaya's Hakuin Xiaoxiao aside, and coldly addressed Karen, who was spying from behind the door.
Karen, get him out of here.
Caught, Karen hurriedly dragged the stumbling Zaya's Hakuin Xiaoxiao away. Her excited voice echoed down the hallway.
I helped Sasuke again. He'll surely come to like me.
Nine-Easy had no reaction to her words now. Sasuke's state was far too unsettling. Pain, anger, and fear flickered in his eyes, as he stood silently by the window, deep in thought. Nine-Easy took a few steps and stopped before Sasuke. She knew he was likely determined to find Uchiha Itachi. Trying to console him, she said,
Sasuke, Uchiha Itachi must have his reasons right.
Finally, Sasuke closed his eyes and reopened them, clearly having made a decision. His expression became unnaturally calm. Then Ninese heard Sasuke call her name with surprising gentleness. She looked up at him without suspicion. Crimson Sharingan stared straight into her eyes. A sudden dizziness overwhelmed her. Why? Why would he use Jinjutsu on her? Wasn't Sasuke planning to take her along to find Uchiha Itachi? How else would she confirm whether Zaya's Hakuin's Ioxius words were true? She couldn't pass out here. As Ninese tried to use physical pain to resist the Jinjutsu, her arms were trapped in an embrace. Tutomo's Sharingan slowly met Threetomo. At last the Tutomo eyelids drooped and closed completely. Sasuke picked up the unconscious Ninese and carried her to Karen's room, his face expressionless as he said,
"Go summon Hozuki Suigetsu and Yugo. We're heading to Orochimaru's base."
Karen's heart raced inwardly. She screamed, Sasuke's cold demeanor is devastatingly handsome. The way he holds his little brother is so captivating. She glared enviously at Ninese in Sasuke's arms.
Sasuke hasn't even held me yet.
Sasuke's icy gaze swept over Karen, whose teeth were grinding.
Shut up. You want to
Karen was startled into stillness. She pushed up her glasses, quickly assessed the situation, and sensed something was wrong. Without further questions, she carried out Sasuke's orders. Yugo arrived and silently observed the scene in the room.
It's not even dawn. Why did you call me out again? What's up with the shorty? What's with that sour face of yours?
Sasuke didn't even warn him. He moved like lightning, striking Hozuki Suigetsu's abdomen with the hilt of a kunai. Simultaneously a menacing threat.
Say your tongue is unwanted and ill-obliged.
Hozuki Suigetsu raised his hands in surrender, backing away with a nervous laugh.
Just kidding. Shut up.
Karen adjusted her glasses and looked toward the dazed man, asking Sasuke for instructions.
What about this one? Bring him.
Orochimaru had many old bases, but Sasuke chose a very covert small stronghold, his only option. The dim room was sparsely furnished. Ninese, having endured several Jinjutsu consecutively, was laid on the bed by Sasuke. Outside the door, Zaya's Hakuin Shiosho, under constant surveillance, was shoved in by Hozuki Suigetsu and stumbled to the bedside. Soon, trembling under Sasuke's murderous glare, he backed away fearfully, until he hit the wall, glancing around nervously. Sasuke walked slowly to the door, looking down at Hozuki Suigetsu.
You three take care of Ninese. He is not to leave this room.
A soft moan. Naiko touched her neck and woke up from the hard bed, saying,
Really? Even if you don't want to take me to find Uchiha Itachi, there's no need to use illusion techniques.
Upon opening her eyes, she saw a large face, and at the same time the voice of Chikawa Koji echoed in her ears.
You're awake. Do you want some water?
Even though she was very thirsty, Naiko stubbornly refused him.
Hey, if you're thirsty, you need to drink water. Look at your lips, they're already cracked.
Chikawa Koji brought over the food and water from the table.
I'm not eating, and I'm not thirsty. Go away.
Naiko's mind was filled with the thoughts of Sasuke abandoning her, leaving her with no mood to eat. The more she thought about it, the sadder she became, and Naiko's tears were welling up in her eyes. Not wanting Chikawa Koji to see, she buried her head in her knees. Chikawa Koji had never seen Naiko in such a vulnerable state, leaving him at a loss for words, and he didn't dare to easily comfort her. If comforting her didn't work, he might end up getting beaten, which would be counterproductive. So he thought he should distract her with something else.
Guji Yao.
Chikawa Koji called Naiko's real name mysteriously. Naiko glared at him fiercely.
Did Uchiha Itachi tell you that name too? Yes, according to the original character setting of Uchiha Itachi. Do you think he would lie to me?
Chikawa guided Naiko to think. Naiko snorted and said,
Is there any need to say this? Uchiha Itachi's life goal is to protect Konoha and Sasuke with utmost efficiency and methods, and extremely suppressed emotions. Moreover, although Uchiha Itachi is a spy sent by the higher-ups of Konoha, as long as you, a mere passerby, do not affect his plans, he wouldn't bother with you at all.
Implying that he wouldn't even care to lie to you.
So do you think a passerby would affect his plans?
But upon seeing the smile at the corner of Chikawa Koji's mouth, Naiko quickly realized.
What you're trying to say is that a passerby wouldn't affect his plans, so Uchiha has no reason to deceive you. What you really want to say is that you are indeed my brother, right?
Naiko understood instantly. Chikawa Koji handed the lunch box to Naiko and continued.
I believe Uchiha Itachi told me these things for another purpose.
This time Naiko didn't refuse to eat. She quietly listened to his analysis.
You can put it on the table. I'm not hungry yet. Please continue.
Chikawa Koji smiled and placed the lunchbox down. Chikawa Koji said,
Based on my analysis of Uchiha Itachi's character, even if he knows your soul isn't his brother, he would protect you, because your body is his brother's, but he would never tell such things to a mere passerby. Now there's a decision that is completely opposite to his character. Gu Zhiyao, don't you find that strange? Have you ever seen an old man?
Naiko pursed her lips.
All of my ninjutsu was taught to me by that old man, and I learned it very quickly, much faster than the ninjutsu I learned in this world of Naruto. I've seen him twice. He left those things in your mind, right? I have them too, but I didn't learn them.
Chikawa Koji pointed at the table.
Do you also suspect that this old man has met Uchiha Itachi? That's why I want to find Uchiha Itachi, planning to ask him clearly. As long as I confirm that Uchiha Itachi didn't lie, I won't kill you. Sasuke left you here for me to deal with as I wish.
Naiko raised an eyebrow. Chikawa Koji shrugged.
I know, Gu Zhiyao, I'm your brother.
Just now, I helped you analyze so much. Are you still going to kill me?
Naiko sneered.
I won't kill you now. I'm going to find Uchiha Itachi, and you have to come with me. Chikawa Koji advised Naiko.
It's better not to go out. Then you are lying. Everything you said is false. You don't dare to confront Uchiha Itachi. Your analysis just now is also nonsense.
Naiko was very excited, and the weapon on her neck swayed with her agitation floating in the air. With the disappearance of the red light, a black long sword appeared. It spun rapidly in the air, its slender tip facing down with two black and white gems embedded between the hilt and blade, emitting a crisp jingling sound, and a black pendant hung from the hilt. Naiko grabbed it in one hand, pointing the blade at Chikawa Koji, and lunged forward. Chikawa Koji was taken aback.
Sister, how can you turn against me just like that?
Naiko was even angrier, shouting.
I'm not your sister. Don't call me sister, you smooth-talking liar. Watch out for my wrath.
In a flurry of attacks, the wall was left in tatters, and Chikawa Koji was also exhausted.
Go, I'll go, but how do we get out? I don't know ninjutsu. Uchiha Sasuke ordered his 3 subordinates to watch you. That's more like it.
Naiko raised an eyebrow, and inserted the sword into her waist.
Those 3 can't keep an eye on me. I can leave with void formlessness. You, on the other hand, might not be able to.
Now Sasuke doesn't have the Rinnegan. Even with Orochimaru's knowledge, he wouldn't use sensing barriers and defensive barriers. He couldn't even contain himself, which is why he had those 3 watching him.
You can't just leave me behind, Gu Zhiyao. I'm your brother.
Chikawa Koji, indeed, was a master at playing the pity card, just like Naiko. Naiko stared at him in disbelief, completely taken aback by how thick-skinned he was as he clung to her leg. Then she suddenly kicked him away, forming seals in silence without even calling out the name of the jutsu. Naiko's figure vanished from the room, leaving only a voice urging.
Go find Mizuki. Tell him I sent you to find him. He enjoys courting death. All right.
Chikawa Koji, unable to see Naiko, had no choice but to agree.
But be careful, you know we've already exposed the ability of prophecy.
Naiko, hidden from sight, understood it was a kind warning, but still worried about Sasuke's safety, as she left Orochimaru's base without looking back.
Void formlessness is so useful. Even Kaguya, who has such strong sensing abilities, couldn't detect me, let alone the hidden surveillance from root.
Naiko moved her body, the bones cracking with a sound.
No wonder I hardly use my abilities in front of them. Sasuke should be in Konoha village gathering intel on Shimura Danzo, right? Or is he going to confront Uchiha Itachi about the massacre of the Uchiha clan?
That crafty Shimura Danzo has so many Uchiha clan's eyes on his arm. Now that Sasuke hasn't activated his Mangekyo Sharingan, can he defeat Shimura Danzo? My abilities can definitely help, so Sasuke doesn't need to worry too much about being confined. After finding Sasuke, I can communicate my thoughts with him, and then he won't punish me, right? Forget it, even if he punishes me, I'll accept it. It's not like it hasn't happened before. I can just act a little spoiled later. After all, Sasuke is quite susceptible to my charms. Naiko unhesitatingly took out a small item that Sasuke usually uses. But to avoid misjudging Sasuke's plans, Naiko took out the small item he usually uses and formed seals.
Void White Fox.
2 glowing foxes circled around her once before stopping. Naiko smiled and brought the item closer to them. The foxes sniffed and then ran in another direction, and Naiko quickly followed them. Meanwhile, in Orochimaru's base, Chikawa Koji didn't plan to follow Naiko's instructions to find Hozuki Suigetsu. Previously, to divert the attention of Konoha's higher-ups, he had told Shimura Danzo some of the prophecies. Since Hinata Niji was present, Shimura Danzo only set Root to monitor him.
If I go out, I'll be found by Root. It's better to stay here and wait for Hinata-Niji to come to me. Kagaya has such strong sensing abilities, she will definitely discover the root hiding nearby.
Chikawa Koji leaned against the wall muttering to himself.
And she will also find out that Gujiya has run away. If they know, it means Uchiha Sasuke will know too. Uchiha Sasuke, in a fit of rage, will definitely vent his anger on me. I can't just sit here and wait, I need to think of a way to escape.
Nearby the base, several masked ninjas were killed.
So weak, how could so many Ambu suddenly appear?
Hozuki Suigetsu and Jugo removed the masks from the ninjas' faces, and upon seeing that they wore the Konoha symbol, with a scratch they exchanged glances. Hozuki Suigetsu, wielding a bloodied sword, said,
How could they appear here? Is this the reason why Sasuke locked the short guy here? I can't sense Naiko, he's gone. Sasuke will definitely kill us.
Kagaya, panicking, opened her Byakugan.
It must be that a stronger enemy bypassed your sensing and launched a surprise attack.
Hozuki Suigetsu certainly understood the seriousness of the situation.
Is that kid still around? He's running this way,
Kagaya responded. The three who were already suspicious were instantly filled with rage, and hurried after the direction Chikawa Koji fled. Jugo violently slammed him to the ground, and Hozuki Suigetsu's sword was already pressed against his neck. The gleaming tip of the sword sparked intense fear in Chikawa Koji's eyes.
Where do you think you're running off to? It's definitely related to you. What did you do to Naiko?
Kagaya's voice was particularly piercing. Hozuki Suigetsu, as if enjoying the show, mockingly said,
Oh, were you sent by the higher-ups of Konoha, or have you been bought off? If you confess honestly, I can make your death a bit quicker.
Jugo pressed Chikawa Koji's arm down, and its features were almost showing signs of curse-sealed transformation. Chikawa Koji did not resist Jugo displaying absolute compliance and harmlessness. He needed to stabilize them. Before Uchiha Sasuke arrived, survival was paramount. So he had to give them a completely believable motive that they could understand.
I was running away. I'm scared of you, but I'm even more afraid of Uchiha Sasuke.
The three were visibly taken aback. Seeing this, Chikawa Koji pressed on.
Naiko is missing regardless of the reason. Based on Uchiha Sasuke's character, he needs someone to bear all his wrath, and I'm the only one here. Do you think he will listen to my explanation? This statement was directed towards Hozuki Suigetsu. He could definitely understand it, because he was a self-serving person. Killing me brings you no benefits. It will only leave Uchiha Sasuke's anger with no outlet, and the final outcome will also affect you. Conversely, keeping me alive means I can help you. I know Naiko left on his own, but I don't know where he went. We can totally cooperate. Before I get killed by Uchiha Sasuke, we can find Naiko first. This is the only way to calm his anger, and it's beneficial for you, isn't it?
Chikawa Koji's words elicited mixed reactions from the three members of Team Hulk. Hozuki Suigetsu smacked his lips, lazily pointing his sword at Chikawa Koji, but his words were filled with threatening undertones.
Kid, you better not play tricks. If we can't find him, or discover you're lying, I will personally turn you into a puddle of water. Kagaya's doubts and jealousy instantly peaked. She absolutely didn't believe this person. However, the goal of finding Sasuke's brother to calm his anger was too attractive for her to refuse.
Thus Kagaya tightly bound Chikawa Koji with chakra chains, threateningly saying,
If you dare to make any suspicious moves, I will use this to cut you in half. Jugo wavered between Hozuki Suigetsu's rationality and Kagaya's suspicion. After a long time, he had an idea, believing that he was the source of Naiko's disappearance, but agreed with Hozuki Suigetsu's plan to find Naiko first. Lead the way. If we can't find him, your value will be nil.
Following closely was Hozuki Suigetsu's inquiry.
Hey, you said he left on his own. Which direction did he go?
How would Chikawa Koji know? Naiko used ninjutsu to become invisible. When he left, he didn't even see a shadow. But he couldn't lie or he would die. So he immediately discarded the thought of randomly naming a direction.
I don't know, because he disappeared right in front of me. It might be some special teleportation technique, probably a space transfer ninjutsu. Although I don't know, I do know that Naiko went to find Sasuke.
Chikawa Koji guided them to think in this direction. Uchiha Sasuke had left a long time ago. His personality likely allows him to control his chakra without leaving traces. No matter how strong Kagaya's sensing ability was, tracking faint residual chakra was bound to fail.
Sasuke!
Nainatsu's voice made Sasuke lift his head. Yet to his surprise, the Sasuke beneath the tree had vanished. Just as confusion set and a hand clamped over his mouth. Nainatsu tried to speak, but couldn't, her eyes pleading for Sasuke to release her.
Shut up!
Sasuke's cold voice bewildered Nainatsu as she desperately clawed at his arm. She wanted to explain that she had only run out because she was worried, but Sasuke gave her no chance. Meeting Sasuke's 3-Tomo Sharingan, Nainatsu instantly fell under his Jinjutsu. Her consciousness growing hazy, Nainatsu's hands were restrained by Sasuke's other hand, and unwilling to truly harm him, she struggled in vain until she slipped into unconsciousness. Sasuke lifted Nainatsu and swiftly returned to the former base of Orochimaru. After laying her on the bed, he stepped out, closed the door, and silently awaited the return of the Hawk team, who had been searching for her. Yet the lowered eyelids and the frost flickering in the depths of his gaze betrayed the turmoil within Sasuke. Meanwhile, the Hawk team out searching for Nainatsu walked in heavy silence, their hearts trembling with fear of what Sasuke would do to them upon his return. Moreover, each of the three held different thoughts. Karen, who never trusted Kobayako Akosha, naturally used a communication talisman to inform Sasuke of the situation. Suigetsu noticed, but did not stop her. Sasuke would eventually find out anyway. Their decision to collaborate with Kobayako was merely an attempt to make up for their negligence. Yet Suigetsu could not prevent Karen from secretly contacting Sasuke. She was far too emotional. Receiving Sasuke's communication talisman, they returned to the base in trepidation, only to be met by Sasuke's suffocating disdain and boundless killing intent. They had no chance to retort. A piercing screech exploded, and savage blue lightning indiscriminately lashed at them. Ah! All three collapsed, their bodies paralyzed and muscles twitching uncontrollably. Kobayako Akosha bound felt his heart race as he realized he was next. He hoped that his earlier dealings with the Hawk team had shown Uchiha Sasuke his value and would earn him mercy. Sasuke stood motionless, coldly gazing down at the three, writhing in agony, his 3-Tomo Sharingan utterly devoid of emotion. Does your perception fail you only at critical moments? Sasuke's voice was exceptionally harsh, his gaze shifting to Suigetsu, who had turned into a pool of water. A useless wretch, who cannot even watch over Nainatsu, is your decapitating carving knife merely an ornament? Your promises are as laughable as your strength. Sasuke's eyes fixed on Yugo were not only icy but carried contempt. After a long moment, he curled his lips into a mocking sneer, belittling the very existence of the Hawk team. Gathering you all was my mistake. The physical pain and verbal humiliation left the three groaning in agony, unable to meet Sasuke's gaze, which filled them with terror. The sound of thunder and lightning crackled again. Ah! Ah! Screams rose and fell in succession. This scene made Kobayako Akosha tremble, his heart filled with doubt. Would his earlier efforts bear fruit? Would Uchiha Sasuke truly spare him for his value? Kobayako Akosha was riddled with uncertainty. He lowered his head, praying that Hyuga Neji would find him soon. Noticing Sasuke's gaze fall upon him, his body shook uncontrollably. Sasuke's eyes no longer held indifference, they were now filled with an icy, piercing, murderous intent. This made Kobayako's previous efforts seem utterly ridiculous. I find it strange. Nainatsu wanted to kill you so badly before, and I placed you before him. If he had only ordered them, you would have died without a burial. Yet not only did he not kill you, he kept you alive until now. He even managed to toy with my team. The 3-Tomo Sharingan spun wildly. Kobayako Akosha quickly shut his eyes to avoid the gaze, but a blow struck his abdomen, sending his body crashing into the wall. Blood spurted from his mouth onto the floor. Cough, cough. SP. Spare me. I know all the plans of the Konoha High. You can use me to obtain the information you want. Just spare me. Overwhelmed by Sasuke's immense power, Kobayako Akosha no longer concealed the plot, begging only for survival. And a trace of regret welled up inside him, regret for having tangled with the Hawk team, all for nothing. He could only use his prophecy to barter for a chance to live. In the room, Nainatsu's first reaction upon waking was to go find Sasuke and explain. Midway down the corridor, she heard the screams of Karen, and the others paused briefly, then quickened her pace. Seeing the three lying haphazardly on the floor, Kobayako Akosha's disheveled state, and Sasuke's icy stare sweeping over her, Nainatsu instinctively avoided his gaze, unable to meet his eyes. Sasuke! Nainatsu stepped forward and tightly wrapped her arms around his waist, burying her face in his chest. Sasuke, don't look at me like that. I was worried about you. So I went out to find you. I'm sorry, forgive me, okay? I won't run away again. Nainatsu tried to appease Sasuke's anger through apologies and promises. What she received was not Sasuke's embrace, but a long oppressive silence. Why won't he speak? Sasuke had locked himself away to prevent the Konoha higher-ups from finding her, and she understood he was protecting her. But she had already apologized for leaving without permission. Why was he ignoring her? What more did she need to do? Nainatsu's eyes were red and wet. She cautiously looked at Sasuke, her gaze filled with grievance.
Why won't you talk to me?
Yet what she saw was not a softened expression, but Sasuke's blood-red Sharingan staring fixedly at her. Almost instinctively she lowered her gaze, then couldn't help stealing a few glances upward only to find his eyes tinged with scrutiny. What's going on? Before he would at least hold her, and then he would forgive her. Nainatsu reached out a trembling finger to tug at the hem of Sasuke's clothes. Seeing that Sasuke didn't shake her off, Nainatsu grew bolder. She touched the back of his hand with her fingertip, then quickly withdrew, secretly observing his reaction. But Sasuke's gaze and silence remained unchanged. Nainatsu loosened her arms around him, and her tentative subtle movements gradually ceased. Nainatsu couldn't help but sob quietly, not a loud cry but a choked suppressed weeping. Sasuke's silence was his answer.
Sasuke, I'm sorry.
Nainatsu crouched down, burying her face in her knees, her body occasionally trembling.
Stand up.
Nainatsu obediently rose, but dared not lift her head again. Then Sasuke's cold fingers gripped her chin, forcing her to look up, her tear-filled eyes meeting his ruthless Sharingan. Sasuke's voice was low and steady, each word like a knife piercing Nainatsu's grievance.
Do you think your mistake was simply leaving without permission?
Nainatsu was puzzled, even a little lost. Wasn't Sasuke angry because she left? Then what was it?
Your greatest mistake is your lack of trust.
What? She didn't trust him. Impossible.
No, I trust you completely, Sasuke, I really do.
Nainatsu retorted.
You don't trust my power to protect you, you don't trust my judgment is correct. With your foolish actions you have questioned everything about me. Even now your apology is only regret for the act of leaving without permission. When I point out your problem you argue with me, you haven't truly realized your mistake. So you are not worthy of forgiveness.
Understanding Sasuke's thoughts, Nainatsu declared firmly again.
I apologize for not trusting you to protect me, Sasuke. I truly won't think that way again. I was wrong, Sasuke, I'm sorry.
The invisible Kobayakawa Koshu and the Hawk team.
There is only one way to prove your mistake: absolute obedience. From now on you need not think, need not judge. You must execute every command of mine, that is your only guarantee. If you truly know you are wrong, accept the consequences you deserve willingly.
Consequences? Wasn't it just that she would have to obey obediently from now on, and not defy his orders? She would just be good from now on. Nainatsu nodded.
Good.
Then his hand gripped her neck, and pressed her against the wall. Sasuke's face drew extremely close, his blood-red Sharingan spinning. Nainatsu saw an illusion of Sasuke being captured by Konoha higher-ups because of her departure and dying. The content was too real, her pupils instantly dilated, and her Tutomo Sharingan transformed into 3.
No! Don't! You can't die! Sasuke, I won't let you die! I will avenge you! I must avenge you!
Nainatsu's reaction surprised Sasuke. In his eyes, she had always been a lover who loved to act spoiled and cry. Sasuke had expected her to submit in guilt, and fear becoming more dependent on him. The spark of revenge was dangerous, meaning Nainatsu might foolishly challenge Konoha in the future. The thought of Nainatsu breaking free from his control reignited Sasuke's barely suppressed anger.
Who do you want to avenge? With your strength.
Nainatsu, seeing the living Sasuke before her, immediately realized she had been under a genjutsu. Without anger, tears welled in her eyes. She raised her hand and touched Sasuke's slightly distorted face.
Thank goodness you're fine.
Nainatsu's pure love and concern cracked the icy mask on Sasuke's face. An uncontrollable warmth surged in Sasuke's heart, nearly drowning him. His throat tightened, and he instinctively wanted to lean into that tender touch. All his prepared words froze in place. Sasuke closed his eyes, suppressing the impulse. He must not indulge, must not be soft. He had to regain control, make her understand that only obedience would keep her alive.
Thank goodness. You saw the pain of the illusion, and that is all you drew from it. This ninth conclusion.
Nainatsu felt deeply aggrieved and retorted loudly.
You clearly like me doing this, I can tell you like it. And you also liked all my care and concern for you before.
These words pierced through all of Sasuke's earlier pretense. His hand gripping Nainatsu's neck loosened momentarily, his pupils slightly contracted, and a hint of embarrassed irritation flickered in his eyes. He hadn't been using much force anyway, so it didn't matter whether he let go, Nainatsu thought silently. But soon all outward expression on Sasuke's face rapidly retracted, replaced by a profoundly complex look.
So it seems you know me better than I know myself.
Sasuke spoke these words softly and slowly with a hint of self-mockery. Nainatsu of course noticed his self-mockery. She hesitated but didn't speak, though in her heart she believed she indeed knew him well.
So now you are using my liking for you as a weapon to attack me.
Sasuke stared at Nainatsu, releasing his grip on her neck.
If you feel satisfied by seeing through my liking, then suit yourself.
How could Sasuke ever openly admit his liking for her? He would never say it. Had she provoked him into losing his senses? Nainatsu stole a glance at Sasuke, and saw a flicker of suppressed pain in his eyes, which tore at her heart. A wave of panic and guilt washed over her.
No, I didn't mean to attack you. I just couldn't help saying it. You have to believe me, Sasuke, I really didn't attack you.
Nainatsu couldn't believe it, yet she had to admit that Sasuke was now in pain. She fell into self-doubt. Was she truly that cruel? Had she really done wrong? Had she truly attacked Sasuke? Was his pain her doing? She had never wanted to hurt him.
Sasuke, you'll be good from now on.
The invisible Kobayako Akoshu had already guessed Sasuke's aim, and sighed inwardly for the naive girl who had so foolishly stepped into the trap. Kobayako Akoshu stared calmly at the dim firelight. Whatever they did, just don't drag him into it again. Karen of the Hawk team felt jealous, but dared not speak. When would Sasuke ever be so vulnerable with her? She would treasure it dearly. Suigetsu and Yugo.
Nainatsu, only you would say these things to me, trying to see through this version of me.
Sasuke's words were fatal to Nainatsu. Because this was him personally acknowledging her uniqueness, meaning she was his belonging, and he needed her. Nainatsu's earlier anxiety was drowned out when she saw the sudden loneliness and exhaustion in Sasuke. Thoughts flooded her mind.
I can't leave him. I must understand him. Only I can be with him like this.
As the thought grew stronger, Nainatsu heard Sasuke say,
Nainatsu, if you can't accept this version of me, you can leave.
Nainatsu desperately grabbed Sasuke's arm, her voice choked with sobs.
I'm not leaving. I never thought of leaving you. I've told you before I won't leave you.
The corner of Sasuke's mouth twitched upward briefly, then quickly retracted unnoticed by the flustered Nainatsu.
Then stay where I can see you, or follow my arrangements until I forgive you. That will be enough.
Nainatsu looked up, saw the fragility in Sasuke's now black pupils, and nodded vigorously, saying firmly,
I won't go anywhere. I'll stay by your side.
Her own background, the Konoha higher-ups, none of it mattered. She only needed to obey Sasuke. Sasuke suddenly grasped his own wrist, his grip neither too firm nor too light, just enough that Nanako could not break free. Nanako felt no pain, quietly following Sasuke's steps into another room.
Get in.
Sasuke's command was simple, and brooked no dissent. Nanako obediently stepped inside. A single glance revealed the room's furnishings were sparse, much like the previous one. The difference was that after this she would be alone. Nanako tightly clutched Sasuke's sleeve, gazing at his back, and asked in a cautious voice,
Sasuke, I don't want to stay here alone.
Sasuke stepped forward, expressionlessly closing the distance between them. His tall figure completely enveloped Nanako, his cold body temperature and faint scent consumed all her senses. Seeing Sasuke slowly raise his hand toward her face, Nanako tilted her head up, expectantly ready to receive his caress. But that hand with a whoosh bypassed her cheek. With a heavy thud it slammed against the wall beside her ear, trapping her completely between Sasuke and the cold wall. Ah! Nanako's heart skipped a beat, then pounded even more fiercely. This was not fear. When she opened her eyes, she saw Sasuke's scarlet eyes mere inches away. Nanako turned her head slightly, afraid to look again, yet a blush crept onto her cheeks.
Listen carefully, Nanako.
Sasuke's voice was extremely low, each word hammering deep into her mind.
Stay here. Don't leave. Don't respond to anyone except me until I return.
Nanako nodded without hesitation.
I'll wait for you as long as it takes.
When she saw Sasuke about to leave, she quickly grabbed his sleeve and asked,
Sasuke, where are you going now? Are you going to find Itachi Uchiha? I'm going to deal with a threat.
Sasuke pointed meaningfully at Nanako's heart. A threat? Nanako asked worriedly.
Do you need my help? Did you forget what I just told you?
Nanako immediately shook her head, obediently released her grip, and sat on the chair, idly tracing patterns on the table with her fingers.
I haven't forgotten. I'll wait for you here.
Sasuke gazed at Nanako's disappointed face, pressed his lips together, and left the room
Returning to his previous position, Sasuke coldly stared at the Hawk team lying on the ground. When his gaze fell on Kobayako Akoshu, a sneer curled at the corner of his mouth. This man possessed intelligence about Konoha's higher-ups, knew the truth of the Uchiha clan, and could make Nanako change her mind. Someone who had toyed with the Hawk team. He must not be left alive. But before killing him, he had to measure this man's importance in Nanako's heart and extract all intelligence. In the room, Nanako lay bored on the table, her eyes fixed on the flickering flames on the wall. Around her only her own breathing and her shadow cast by the firelight. The sound of the door opening drew Nanako's peripheral gaze. When she saw the figure behind Kobayako Akoshu, she shot up from her seat.
Sasuke, you're back so soon.
Nanako then looked at the pale-faced Kobayako Akoshu, turned to Sasuke with confusion and asked,
Sasuke, are you locking him in here with me? Nanako, kill him.
Kobayako Akoshu and Nanako were not brothers, who grew up together. Nanako felt no fraternal bond toward him. She had let him go before only because he claimed to be her biological older brother, and said that Itachi Uchiha had told him so. That was why Nanako spared him. But compared to Sasuke's command, Kobayako Akoshu was insignificant. Nanako drew the sword at her waist almost without hesitation, aiming for his heart. But just as the strike was about to land, Sasuke swiftly caught Nanako's wrist. Kobayako Akoshu, his heart pounding, seemed to have lost his soul, staring blankly at Nanako. Nanako glanced at him, then looked away, feeling Sasuke's hand rest on her head.
It's enough, Nanako. I've seen your resolve.
Still not fully understanding Sasuke's intent, Nanako asked puzzledly,
Why did you stop me? He still has value.
Nanako gave an "oh" and said nothing more. Sasuke withdrew his hand from her hair, his scarlet eyes fixed coldly on Kobayako Akoshu, who was already drenched in cold sweat.
Sasuke Uchiha, I fully understand you, and I bear no ill will toward your brother.
Knowing the plot was Kobayako Akoshu's only advantage, and he was also a clever man. He had to make Sasuke Uchiha think.
This man can still be used, don't kill him now.
His biological brother was also a sword hanging over his head, so he could only reveal part of the truth. As Kobayako Akoshu spoke part of the truth, Sasuke's hawk-like eyes fixed on him, capturing his micro-expressions and body movements. Moreover, Sasuke would occasionally interject sharp questions during his narration, observing whether the other's instant reaction under pressure matched the previous one. Even so, Sasuke could not be sure he was telling the truth. So shortly after Kobayako Akoshu finished, he heard Sasuke Uchiha say expressionlessly,
Say it again from the beginning.
Kobayako Akoshu had to repeat it. This time Sasuke deliberately introduced false premises to see if he would correct them.
So it was the third Hokage's direct order.
Nanako had no interest in listening to their tedious interrogation, as she knew the plot herself. But she had to endure, nodding drowsily. Just as her head was about to thud onto the table, a cold hand caught her forehead.
Sasuke, I'm so sleepy. I want to sleep.
Confirming that Nanako wasn't making an excuse to avoid the man, Sasuke lifted her body. Nanako naturally wrapped her arms around Sasuke's neck. Kobayako Akoshu, parched from the prolonged questioning, stared dumbfounded as Nanako refused to let Sasuke go. And although Sasuke Uchiha did not utter a word or show any expression, it was clear he was truly enjoying it. This. Even if Sasuke Uchiha had a younger brother, wouldn't he be this soft? Were these two in that kind of relationship? Kobayako Akoshu doubted his own sanity. Could it be that he was being targeted not just as a source of intelligence but also jealousy? That was it. Earlier, Sasuke Uchiha had been very suspicious about why Nanako changed her mind not to kill him. If he didn't explain his brother, Nanako would kill him. If he explained, Sasuke Uchiha would kill him. Of course, Nanako and Sasuke didn't care what Kobayako thought. After Nanako fell asleep, Sasuke turned his gaze back to the bitter-smiling Kobayako Akoshu. The morning light of the second day did not illuminate the room, as it was sealed off. The only source of light was the fire on the wall. Nanako opened her eyes and got out of bed. She saw that on Kobayako Akoshu's tattered clothes there were many irregular black and burned patches of skin, and a faint smell of scorching lingered. She gave the man on the ground a light kick until he woke up, then said,
Congratulations on surviving Sasuke's grasp.
Kobayako Akoshu smiled weakly.
Sasuke Uchiha won't let you talk to anyone but him.
Hearing this, Nanako fell silent and kicked him hard.
Ouch.
A knock sounded, and Nanako opened the door. The first thing
she saw was Suigetsu Hozuki's annoying grin.
Shorty, hey, raise your food, shouldn't you say thank you to me?
A slam of the door was Nanako's response.
Now you can rest assured, Sasuke. The shorty won't defy you anymore.
Suigetsu Hozuki's jagged teeth gleamed even in the corridor. Sasuke, who had set up a perception barrier in the base, using lightning release earth walk detection net Sharingan Jinjutsu marks plus shuriken shadow windmill traps, and explosive tag traps, stood in the shadows, a faint smile slowly curling at the corners of his mouth. That smile vanished in an instant. When he lifted his head, he was still the expressionless Sasuke. Nanako had just finished eating when she saw Sasuke walk in. A glimmer of joy flashed in her eyes, but soon she said disappointedly,
Sasuke, where did you go last night? You didn't sleep with me.
Kobayako Akosha hungry was speechless with grief.
I have to go out for a while,
Sasuke said, pinching Nanako's puffed cheek soothingly.
Except for Suigetsu Hozuki, and anyone who breaks through all the traps and comes to you is not my people. Kill without mercy.
Nanako nodded, then lowered her head, tugged at Sasuke, and whispered,
Sasuke, come back soon, okay?
Sasuke looked at Kobayako Akoshu, who had been lying on the ground since yesterday, without moving, and his 3-mo Sharingan spun. After implanting a false, but plausible memory into his mind, Sasuke swiftly knocked him unconscious with Chidori Stream. Kobayako Akoshu had no chance to resist letting out a pained scream. Nanako stood behind Sasuke quietly watching the screaming Kobayako Akoshu, a strange feeling suddenly welling up in her heart. This feeling seemed to tell her that from now on she and Kobayako Akoshu would go their separate ways, with no connection between them. Nanako forced herself to ignore this strange sensation. As Sasuke left, he turned back and instructed,
Stay here and wait for me to return, understand?
Without asking where Sasuke was taking Kobayako Akoshu, Nanako obediently said,
Okay.
During Sasuke's absence, Nanako, stuck in the room, with nothing to do, and unable to go out, quarreled endlessly with Suigetsu Hozuki. Suigetsu Hozuki always used the fact that Sasuke didn't allow her to talk to others to retort her. Of course she retaliated by reminding him that they would both suffer punishment together. Then Suigetsu Hozuki changed the subject and mocked her height. Enraged, Nanako used various control-type jutsu against him, then stabbed him with her sword, but it had no effect. Because he turned into a puddle of water. She didn't know lightning release, so she could do nothing to him. She might as well have had Yugo or Karen guard her. Days passed, and Nanako's wait for Sasuke's return grew longer. Just as she was feeling sad thinking Sasuke had forgotten her, she heard the explosion of explosive tags. At that moment, Nanako, who was bickering with Suigetsu Hozuki, instantly became alert due to the room shaking. Was it Danzo Shimura's root? Nanako cautiously stood behind the door, drawing her sword in a defensive stance. Suigetsu Hozuki meanwhile leaned against the wall, impatiently wiping his blade. The moment Nanako struck the incoming Team 7 parried her fierce sword with a kunai. Naruto Uzumaki fixed his eyes on Nanako.
We're comrades, damn it. Where is Sasuke? I'm taking you all back to Konoha.
Nanako's eyes were clouded with gloom. She pouted and said,
He's not here. I'm pretty bored. I don't really want to fight you. Stand down.
Suigetsu Hozuki grinned, baring his fangs, and excitedly rested his giant sword on his shoulder.
Oh, so these are the pursuers from Konoha. Finally, some fun has arrived, shorty. Do you know them?
Locked in a stalemate with Naruto Uzumaki, Nanako chose to retreat, jerking her chin towards Sakura Haruno, and sigh with utter disgust.
Kill those two quickly.
Then she glanced at Naruto Uzumaki, hesitated slightly, and added,
As for him, just knock him out.
Sakura Haruno was both shocked and furious.
Nanako.
Sai unrolled his scroll, his smile cold.
Confirmation of target Suigetsu Hozuki, former Miss Rogue Ninja, possesses water body technique, extremely dangerous. Secondary target Uchiha Nanako, control type fugitive, from Konoha, no direct attack power, but a priority target.
Nanako clapped her hands.
Shut up, hey. I'm going to use a jutsu that forbids both sides from using jutsu. Can you beat them?
Suigetsu Hozuki choked.
Shorty, do you want me dead or them dead? Void Soul Summon.
A beautiful yet lifeless woman rose from the ground, moving stiffly toward Naruto Uzumaki and the others. Suigetsu Hozuki.
Shorty is the dead person you summoned strong.
Nanako shook her head.
She's not strong. In fact, she's very weak.
Suigetsu Hozuki stared at Nanako in shock.
Then why did you bring her out? Have you lost your mind, shorty?
Nanako watched the three opponents use ninjutsu to knock down the woman, who approached them, then watched her bounce back like a spring and charge at them again, as if enjoying a show.
Suigetsu Hozuki, just protect me for now. If you're bored, you can have some fun with him.
Suigetsu Hozuki instantly perked up. This jutsu would not be dispelled unless suppressed. It lasted for 30 minutes, and its attack power was very low. But every time the woman was defeated, she would split into one more copy. Defeated twice, she split into two, and so on, increasing rapidly. As long as they were caught by her jutsu, they couldn't move. Watching Suigetsu having fun and Sakura Haruno tightly embraced by the woman, Nanako pouted and glanced out the window. So boring. When will Sasuke come back? Nanako's eyes drooped listlessly. Nanako sat on the bed, watching the battle unfold, occasionally interjecting a few words. She observed as Uzumaki Naruto felled the reanimated corpse she had created with a single heavy punch.
What a joke, utterly useless.
Hozuki Suigetsu turned his head stiffly.
Shorty, your jutsu is too weak. Besides being fast, it's completely useless.
Nanako curled her lip.
Just wait and see.
Suddenly, just as Nanako had anticipated, the fallen corpse split into two identical ones, moving with the same speed as before. Haruno Sakura knocked both down with a single punch, only for them to divide into four, prompting a startled cry.
What's going on?
Sai attempted to engage them with taijutsu, but their speed was too great, and their numbers swelled rapidly. Soon the count on the field had increased, visibly becoming 7 or 8. The identical corpses darted across the area like phantoms, and one nearly grabbed Uzumaki Naruto's leg.
What's with their hands? Why did they suddenly change?
Sai pondered.
Uchiha Nanako's jutsu is a control-type technique. They must not be caught.
The sight made Hozuki Suigetsu burst into laughter.
Ha ha, this is exhilarating.
He hoisted his great sword and charged straight at Team 7, who were beleaguered by the horde of corpses.
Who to cut first? How about you, Blondie?
Suigetsu's blade swept toward Uzumaki Naruto, who was already struggling with the corpses. Nanako was the first to object.
Stop! You should cut Sai and Haruno Sakura.
But it was too late. Suigetsu's blade struck Naruto, and with a puff Naruto vanished from the spot.
Bastard, 2 against 1 is too much.
Nanako retorted immediately.
Who's 2 against 1? It's a crowd against 3.
Sai suddenly said.
We need to knock out Uchiha Nanako. If we capture the caster, this jutsu will be broken.
Nanako saw the door blocked by Team 7, and the walls with no exit.
Hozuki Suigetsu. Don't let them get near me.
Instantly Suigetsu's attacks became unpredictable, and the endless corpses trying to grab them only further exhausted Team 7. Nanako wanted to end the battle quickly, but as she prepared to use another jutsu, a kunai pressed against her throat, forcing her head back.
Given the current situation, we have control of the key target.
Sai said, his entire body tense, ready for any counterattack from Nanako, his expression blank.
I suggest the other one lay down his weapon and surrender, or his safety cannot be guaranteed.
Nanako, completely unconcerned about being subdued, felt a faint scratch on her neck from the kunai and sneered.
Go ahead, kill me if you can. See if the jutsu is undone.
Uzumaki Naruto, while attacking Suigetsu, and using substitution jutsu to deal with the corpses, saw this, and was both shocked and anxious.
Sai, our mission is to bring Sasuke and Nanako back.
Haruno Sakura's heart was conflicted. She felt this was a necessary measure, yet uncomfortable with the treatment of an old friend. After all, Nanako was Sasuke's brother's companion, even if she loved to torment others. Hozuki Suigetsu laughed loudly.
Surrender. How you think that can threaten us? Isn't that right, Shorty?
Nanako didn't reply, silently reciting the name of her sword. Mujoken. The sword on her waist suddenly emitted a black and white radiance, flew out, and hovered above Seiya's head. Just as it was about to pierce Seiya's skull, he reacted swiftly, raising his kunai to block it. But the sword shifted its target, slashing at the hand that held Nanako's arm. Sai was forced to release his grip and dodge. Nanako smirked triumphantly, catching the sword as it returned. Suigetsu, seeing this, resumed his relentless pressure on Team 7. After a grueling 30 minutes, the corpses dissipated on their own, and all the buildings had been reduced to ruin. Nanako and Suigetsu stood together, facing Uzumaki Naruto and the others. The atmosphere fell into a tense stalemate. Hozuki Suigetsu suddenly slung his great sword over his shoulder, revealing his sharp teeth.
Ah, Shorty, you have no place to stay now.
Nanako ignored him, her gaze fixed on Sai, who had injured her. She seized her sword and charged at Sai. Haruno Sakura and Uzumaki Naruto, worried but determined to bring Nanako back to Konoha, also began to run. Suigetsu immediately blocked their path.
Are you ignoring me? The battle between Nanako and Sai reached its most intense moment. Sai used his agile movements and ink techniques to constantly probe for openings in Nanako's defense. Nanako, wielding her longsword shrouded in black mist, deflected each of Sai's attacks. Neither could gain the upper hand, but their killing intent continued to build. Just as Nanako prepared to activate her sword's ability again, Sai readied his substitution jutsu to endure it. Time seemed to freeze. A bone-chilling chakra descended without warning. Sensing something, Nanako sheathed her sword and looked towards Sasuke, who stood atop a ruined building. She called his name in ecstasy. "Come here!" Without hesitation she hid behind him, her breath coming in rapid gasps. Uchiha Sasuke stood silently on the building. He made no move, but his Sharingan with 3 tomos spinning scanned the entire scene, capturing every expression on the floor below. Then his gaze shifted to Nanako behind him. When he saw the fresh bloodstain on her neck, his eyes turned to Sai. Without a word, his expression remained unchanged. His voice low but piercing, like an icicle stabbed into everyone's ears. How do you want to die?" This was not a question but a verdict. On the other side, the moment Sasuke's gaze locked onto Sai, he felt as if a cold venomous snake had coiled around his heart. The dangerous instincts bred by roots screamed warnings, and cold sweat drenched his back. He understood that if he made even a single move, he would face a devastating blow. Naruto and Sakura, who had just climbed to their feet in the distance, also felt this suffocating pressure. They tried to shout, but their throats felt constricted, unable to make a sound. Nanako saw that Sasuke didn't even give Sai a chance to answer. The Chidori in his hand screeched with a piercing sound. Clearly Sasuke's target was Sai. Sai's pupils contracted. He wanted to dodge, but under the combined pressure of Sasuke's Sharingan and killing intent, his feet seemed nailed to the ground, and even his fingers refused to move. This was the despairing gap brought by absolute power. "Sasuke! Stop!" Naruto finally roared, charging forward recklessly. But it was too late. Sasuke's figure vanished from the spot. Yet just as his hand wreathed in Chidori was about to pierce Sai's chest, Nanako saw Uzumaki Naruto standing grimly in front of Sai, and she gasped. If the protagonist of the Naruto world died, who would be its savior? Sasuke. Would Sasuke be willing? If he was willing, then having Sasuke as the savior wasn't bad. But she quickly found the idea absurd and shook her head, dispelling it. No way. Sasuke would never become a savior. His heart was filled with hatred. So she didn't notice that Sasuke's movement had shifted almost imperceptibly. He had heard her gasp. The Chidori didn't strike Sai's heart, but grazed the shoulders of both Naruto and Sai. Sai and Naruto groaned in pain. The immense force of the lightning release blasted them away, and they crashed heavily to the ground, losing consciousness except for Naruto, who remained barely awake. Sasuke coldly withdrew his hand, the lightning of Chidori dying out at his fingertips. He slowly turned around, and finally met Haruno Sakura's eyes. Snapping back to reality, Nanako looked at Sasuke's face, and found no trace of a victor's pride in his eyes, only a cold indifference. Then Sasuke appeared right in front of her, and a faint voice whispered in her ear, "Let's go!" Nanako took his hand, and when she wasn't shaken off, she smiled happily, the corners of her mouth curling up. The sword at her waist lost its ferocity, and the black mist receded. Sasuke didn't even glance at Team 7 again, disappearing with Nanako without a trace. In the distance, Hozuki Suigetsu whistled, and melted into a puddle of water, slipping away. The ruined base fell into a deathly silence. Uzumaki Naruto struggled to his feet, helping the unconscious Sai. Haruno Sakura was providing emergency treatment. Their faces were etched not only with shock, but also a profound sense of helplessness. They realized that Sasuke didn't need to know the circumstances. Just because someone attacked Nanako, he was ready to kill without hesitation. And Nanako's gasp had become the key to saving Sai's life. They didn't know if they would ever bring Sasuke and Nanako back, and even if they could, it would take a very long time. Uzumaki Naruto looked at Haruno Sakura, who was treating Sai, and asked hoarsely, "How is he?" "His vital signs have stabilized, but he must be taken to the Konoha hospital immediately." Her voice was urgent and fearful. Naruto said no more, carefully lifting Sai onto his back. Sakura guarded them. The three left the suffocating place in silence. At a new temporary hideout, Sasuke sat to the side, wiping his Kusanagi sword with a blank expression. Nanako, her neck bandaged, sat quietly nearby, her fingers unconsciously tracing the hilt of her sword. Hozuki Suigetsu was maintaining his decapitating carving sword in another corner.
The atmosphere was heavy. Suddenly Sasuke stood up and walked over to Nanako. Noticing the shadow before her, she immediately looked up.
Sasuke, what's wrong?
Sasuke didn't speak. He gently brushed his fingertip over the bandage on her neck. The pain made Nanako flinch slightly, but she didn't resist. Sasuke rubbed his fingertip lightly and said coldly,
Remember this pain?
Nanako understood this was Sasuke's way of showing concern and replied quietly,
I understand, Sasuke.
Hearing her answer, Sasuke gently stroked Nanako's hair and quickly withdrew his hand. Then he turned a cold gaze toward Hozuki Suigetsu. Suigetsu shrank his neck.
Suigetsu. Yes, you want me to keep protecting the shorty. I'm going now.
Sasuke ignored his words, his tone carrying an undeniable pressure.
Your mission is to protect, not to watch. If your blade is even a step slower next time, I wouldn't mind finding it a new owner.
Cold sweat trickled down Suigetsu's forehead as he quickly nodded.
I understand. It won't happen again.
Having warned Suigetsu, Sasuke returned to his seat and closed his eyes. Nanako saw Sasuke's stern expression, as if he was deep in thought. No longer trying to guess his thoughts, she asked directly,
Sasuke, what are you thinking? Can I know? Konoha has already found that place, meaning the base is no longer safe.
Sasuke was surprised she asked, but his face showed nothing.
Your abilities have been partially exposed. They will definitely find countermeasures.
Nanako declared confidently.
Even if it's exposed, it's fine. As long as Sasuke protects me so.
She gently tugged at the sleeve of his robe, fidgeting.
So please don't leave me alone in a room anymore, okay?
Sasuke's lips curled slightly, a faint glimmer flickering in his eyes.
They'll find a safe place for you during battles.
At the Hokage's office, Uzumaki, Naruto, Sakura, and the weakened Sai, along with Kakashi, who had arrived upon hearing the news, reported everything to the 5th Hokage Tsunade. Sai analyzed the intelligence calmly.
Uchiha Sasuke's target is clear, Shimura Danzo and his root organization. His combat capability must be drastically revised upward, far exceeding all previous estimates. His companion Uchiha Nanako possesses an extremely rare control-type bloodline limit, or secret technique, and her weapon is highly unusual. Her danger level is high, and we need to formulate a specific countermeasure.
Haruno Sakura added details about Nanako's dependence on Sasuke. Uzumaki, Naruto said in a low voice.
He has completely changed. He's not bluffing, he would really kill.
Tsunade frowned, slamming her fist on the desk.
Danzo. So it's related to him after all. This is getting troublesome.
She looked at Kakashi.
We can no longer treat them as ordinary missing men. This involves the village's highest confidential matters and potential internal conflict.
Kakashi's exposed. I was deadly serious.
Yes. Naruto Sakura, your mission has changed. Monitor Root and Sasuke's movements, prevent them from clashing directly near Konoha and causing chaos. Reassess and formulate a combat plan capable of rivaling Uchiha Sasuke. Attempt to analyze Nanako's abilities and find weaknesses.
Uzumaki, Naruto lifted his head, his eyes no longer merely impulsive, but filled with a heavy resolve.
I will become stronger. Strong enough to stop them, to knock some sense into them, and bring them back.
Team 7 entered a hellish training regimen. Naruto trained under Jiraiya, learning advanced chakra control and shape transformation. Sakura trained under Tsunade, honing monstrous strength and medical ninjutsu. Sai, while recovering, used roots, channels, to frantically gather every piece of information on the Uchiha and forbidden techniques to find a countermeasure. Shimura Danzo, through Roots reports, had already learned of the conflict at the Uchiha compound. He sat in the shadows, his single eye gleaming with cold calculation. Instead of fear, he saw it as a perfect opportunity to lure out Uchiha Sasuke and eliminate him completely, while contemplating how to exploit this conflict to further seize power. A month can feel long or short. During this time, Nanako named her weapon, according to its abilities. The Infinite Sword. In the days spent closely beside Sasuke, Nanako shared the abilities she had thoroughly analyzed with him. Seeing him silent, she asked Sasuke, what should we do now? I'm so bored. Little dwarf, if you're bored, go play in the mud, said the grinning Kazuki Suigetsu, his sharp teeth gleaming in the firelight. Though Nanako bared her teeth at him, she did not respond, putting on a demeanor of indifference. Remembering Sasuke's previous words, she sighed in resignation. Meanwhile, Sharon stared obsessively at Sasuke. After casting a warning glance at Kazuki Suigetsu, Sasuke lowered his gaze and said to Nanako, we can act tomorrow night. Nanako understood Sasuke's intention and asked, is there a battle plan? Watching him spread a map across the table, she stood beside him to take a glance. Members of Team Hawk also gathered around. The map marked the itinerary of Shimura Danzo for the next few days, and the potential appearance of the root organization. Sasuke pointed to a certain location, his voice as cold as frost. This is where Shimura Danzo will meet his end, and it is also where we can force Uchiha Itachi to show himself. Sharon adjusted her glasses, and said, according to the intercepted root organization's coded messages, there is a secret base in the forest near the border of the Land of Fire guarded by 2 squads of 6 members skilled in assassination. Nanako quietly watched them discuss their battle plan, resting her head on her hands, not only refraining from interjecting but also feeling a bit drowsy. Nanako wasn't particularly interested in battles. If it weren't for Sasuke's plan, she wouldn't want to listen at all. She just wanted to comfortably take a nap. Her gaze fell on the silent Sasuke, and Nanako couldn't help but recall that in the original story Sasuke had become emotionally unstable and awakened his Mangekyo Sharingan after killing Uchiha Itachi and discovering the truth, then teamed up with Uchiha Obito to kill Danzo. Nanako poked Sasuke's back, and upon seeing his gaze shift to her, she asked, "What's wrong?" Pointing to her eyes, she added, "Sasuke, I want to see your Sharingan." Sasuke fell silent for a moment before closing his eyes. When he opened them again, Nanako saw the pattern in his eyes had changed. He must have activated the Mangekyo Sharingan after confirming that Kizashi Kawakawa wasn't lying. "If you're tired, go to sleep," Sasuke said, noticing her fatigue. After yawning, Nanako nodded and returned to her room, quickly falling asleep. 2 days later, on the border of the Land of Fire, at night, deep in the forest, outside a small secret base, Sasuke stood on a branch of a tall tree, his Sharingan coldly observing the dimly lit base below. Members of Team Hawk stood ready behind or beside him. Standing behind Uchiha Sasuke, Nanako heard him say, "Nanako, the tree behind you is a suitable hiding place, go hide there." "Understood. Do you need my help, Sasuke?" "Watch my hand signals." Nanako said no more, and quickly slipped into the bushes under the tree. This position was neither too far nor too close to Sasuke, and it was night, so there was no worry about being discovered. Sasuke did not look back or make a sound. He slowly raised his right hand, making a downward cutting motion toward the direction of the root organization heading for the base. This motion was the loudest signal for Team Hawk. Nanako watched as Gozuki Suigetsu beside Sasuke made a strange smile and transformed into a puddle of water that flowed underground. Soon after, she heard screams and the sound of a large knife tearing through flesh. Tobirama Senja let out a low growl, his arm mutating as he charged toward the root organization. Sharon concentrated on sensing any potential enemies nearby. All this unfolded before Nanako's eyes, her heart racing slightly as she gripped her sword. It was not out of fear, but rather excitement that made her grip tighten. Sharon suddenly said in a panic, "A lot of chakra is gathering this way, we are surrounded." Sasuke slightly turned his head, his Sharingan glancing back. Even without any words, Nanako completely understood the meaning in his gaze. She straightened her body, hiding in the shadows, as she watched Sasuke surrounded by a group of root members. Taking a step forward, Nanako deeply thrust the infinite sword into the rock beneath her feet, and softly called out the sword's ability, Wailing Sword Domain. An invisible force centered on the sword rapidly spread outward, instantly enveloping all the root members present, including the visibly shaken Shimura Danzo. Nanako could clearly see that the enemy's movements within the domain became sluggish, every hand sign and swing of their blades turning incredibly difficult. Their chakra flow also became obstructed. At that moment, Sasuke's calm voice rang out, "Well done, Nanako, maintain it." Just this simple affirmation made Nanako feel a surge of warmth fill her body, and she smiled. Of course, one of the abilities of the infinite sword, Wailing Sword Domain, is group control, affecting all enemies within the domain with gravitational influence. Not only did their bodies become heavy, but the speed at which they summoned chakra slowed significantly, and the domain emitted wails that disturbed the enemy's minds. The mental disturbance induced anxiety, unease, and confusion in the enemies. Moreover, this was the power of the infinite sword, requiring no chakra expenditure from her. Nanako watched as Sasuke instantly transformed into a blue lightning bolt that charged into the Wailing Sword Domain. The root members struggling within her domain appeared as stationary targets before Sasuke as he elegantly swept through them with his Kusanagi sword. The lives of the root members drained away under Sasuke's flawless swordsmanship. Nanako observed everything from her shadow. The members of the root organization were quickly wiped out, leaving only the elderly man known as Shimura Danzo still standing. He panted heavily, staring at Sasuke and Team Hawk with a mixture of fear and anger in his eyes. Under the pressure of the domain, his movements were riddled with flaws. Sasuke did not immediately deliver a fatal blow. Instead, he used his sharp swordsmanship to inflict shallow cuts upon Danzo. Danzo's voice was filled with rage. "You little brat from the Uchiha. What do you want?" Sasuke did not reply, instead executing a faster slash that severed a strand of Danzo's hair. Nanako understood this was the beginning of Sasuke's execution. Since Danzo had already been defeated, could she not go over? But Sasuke did not allow her to approach. Yet she really wanted to go over. Just as Nanako was hesitating, suddenly a pair of Sharingan that did not belong to Sasuke locked onto her. A buzz echoed in her mind, and she was plunged into darkness. "Long time no see," Nanako said, Uchiha Itachi, his voice as calm as ever. Nanako knew she had fallen into Tsukuyomi, believing he would torment her for 72 hours, which made her hair stand on end. In the world of Tsukuyomi, the infinite sword was not in her hands. Void. Before Nanako could finish, Uchiha Itachi interrupted, saying, "Nanako, I once told you that I saw two worlds. In fact, I do not merely see, but learn from the mouth of a person. You want to tell me about my origins?" Nanako pressed her lips together. "Sorry, but I'm no longer curious." Itachi seemed not to hear Nanako's words, and continued to speak to himself. "Your soul does not belong here, Nanako. Your ninjutsu is not ninjutsu. Your sword is not a sword." Nanako did not interrupt him. "You have been frail and sickly since childhood, which is a root of illness engraved deep in your soul. Your slow progress in basic ninjutsu knowledge and learning signifies you lack the talent to be a ninja, but now you have healed thanks to your biological father. You have never used chakra, instead you use your ninjutsu, which is your innate talent." Biological father. She indeed took the pills given by that old man, which gradually improved her health. Is he her father? What about Gu Nanji? In her memories, Gu Nanji was her father. What nonsense are you talking about? My dad Gu Nanji has long been dead. Nanako's eyes widened in disbelief, filled with confusion. "I'm sure he did not lie to me." Itachi's gaze held complexity. "Your true world is similar yet different from here. Your soul originates from another realm, and one day your power will awaken completely." Huh? I've become a non-human. What is this? What bizarre statement is this? How is that possible? I remember you said my memories are real, but obscured the meaning. Does this mean I lost a part of my memories? Everything Kizashi Kawakawa said was true. Yes, he comes from the same world as you, and your souls are brothers. Moreover, he is much smarter than you. This sentence seemed to imply that she had a head full of empty knowledge. Nanako snorted in displeasure, but her peripheral vision caught a faint smile at the corner of Uchiha Itachi's mouth. "So what is the significance of what you are saying?" "I no longer care about my origins. As for that biological father, I can ask about it when I meet him in the future." Nanako pouted. "He is dead." Itachi opened his palm, revealing 3 pills. "These are his relics. Let me hand them to you." Nanako looked at the pills in Uchiha Itachi's palm. She was quite familiar with these pills. The 3 pills were identical to the one that old man had given her, said to enhance physical fitness. She hesitated to reach out until Uchiha Itachi calmly stated, "Your deal with your father is to pass his relics to your brother. That guy wasn't killed by Sasuke. I thought he had already been killed by Sasuke." Nanako muttered softly. Just as she was about to reach out, Uchiha Itachi dispelled the illusion. Everything returned to normal, except she found 3 pills in her pocket. Meanwhile, Sasuke's Mangekyo Sharingan spun wildly with hatred and pain clearly visible. It was only because he saw Uchiha Itachi, the source of all his tragedies. Sasuke's face bore a frenzied expression. "Uchiha Itachi, you finally come out of your rat hole." Hearing Sasuke's voice, Nanako turned to see him pointing the Kusanagi sword at Uchiha Itachi, but not attacking immediately. Indeed, Sasuke's current hatred was not for Uchiha Itachi's clan massacre, but for his deception. Uchiha Itachi's gaze fell upon the lifeless Danzo. Finally it landed on Sasuke, and Nanako hiding behind the tree, then casually focused on Sasuke's Sharingan. The battle was on the verge of breaking out. The wind seemed to stop howling, with only the suffocating intent to kill remaining in the air, accompanied by the terrifying power of the 2 Mangekyo Sharingan. Nanako tightly gripped the infinite sword standing behind Sasuke's Susanoo. In front of the Susanoo she felt as small as a fallen leaf. Sasuke's Susanoo exuded powerful purple chakra, while Uchiha Itachi remained terrifyingly calm on the opposite side. Suddenly Nanako saw Sasuke's left hand behind his back, quickly making a press-down gesture toward her. Her heart raced. This was a signal Sasuke had agreed upon before the battle. Without any hesitation, Nanako immediately thrust the infinite sword fiercely into the ground. Nanako shouted, "Wailing sword domain." The gray domain instantly expanded from the sword's body, covering the entire base. However, to Nanako's surprise, Uchiha Itachi was within her domain, and his movements seemed almost unaffected. Uchiha Itachi merely tilted his body slightly, and with incredible fluidity dodged the first lightning arrow shot from Susanoo. How is this possible? Is my domain ineffective against him? Truly, the legendary Itachi was formidable. Suddenly Nanako felt a sharp pain in her head, letting out a muffled groan. At that moment, she saw Sasuke's left hand index and middle fingers come together, quickly pointing toward Uchiha Itachi in a rapt gesture. It was the eternal binding sword prison. Sasuke intended for her to trap him. Enduring the mental discomfort, Nanako pointed her sword straight at the sky. Eternal binding sword prison. A black sword energy shot across space straight toward Uchiha Itachi. Yet a bizarre scene unfolded. Uchiha Itachi did not even look at the sword energy. His body rippled like a reflection in water. Nanako's certain hit penetrated Uchiha Itachi's body, striking into emptiness. Again failed. Nanako's pupils constricted sharply, unable to help but internally exclaim how impressive this was. Seeing Nanako's attack fail once more, Sasuke's expression turned dark and unclear. Sasuke's Susanoo grew even larger. Continuous lightning arrows shot toward Uchiha Itachi, while Amaterasu's black flames ignited at his landing spot. The battle rapidly escalated, with both their movements reaching their pinnacle. Nanako's eyes could hardly keep up, only catching glimpses of the purple Susanoo's skeletal frame, and the black flames colliding with Uchiha Itachi's flickering figure. Each collision generated shockwaves that made it difficult for Nanako to breathe. Once more she plunged her sword into the ground, and activated Wailing Sword Domain. Although she couldn't completely bind Uchiha Itachi, she could sense that the domain had somewhat disrupted his rhythm. It hindered him from fully exerting the speed he had in the original story, though it could also be that Uchiha Itachi was holding back. After a violent clash, they temporarily separated. Nanako saw Sasuke's hand behind his back make a gesture similar to communication and then tightened. Taking a deep breath, Nanako felt that she might not succeed but had to try. Nanako aimed the infinite sword at Uchiha Itachi, channeling all her mental energy. Resentment synchronization. She attempted to inject the resentment from the sword into Uchiha Itachi's body. However, the opposing soul and spirit were like an immovable mountain, and the resentment emitted from the sword sank into the sea. Yet, at the very moment she activated her ability, Uchiha Itachi's brow furrowed ever so slightly. His eyes finally took on a scrutinizing gaze toward Nanako. Now's the time. Sasuke Susanoo seized this fleeting opportunity. The massive lightning bow was drawn to its full capacity, launching a devastating arrow. It's over, Uchiha Itachi. At the last moment, Uchiha Itachi dodged the fatal blow. The arrow grazed past Uchiha Itachi's Susanoo, landing far away, and erupting into blinding light and a deafening sound. Smoke billowed. When Nanako saw the thick mist clear, there was no one left, only black crows flapping their wings as they flew away. The battle was over. Nanako, exhausted, knelt on one knee, supporting herself with her sword as she gasped for breath. Sasuke's Susanoo slowly dissipated. A hand appeared before her. Nanako grasped Sasuke's hand for support, standing up, but her legs soon gave way, and her whole body fell towards Sasuke. Nine-Eye held onto Sasuke's clothes to steady herself and heard him say, "He has become weaker." Nine-Eye thought to herself that Uchiha Itachi was indeed weakened due to his physical ailments, and she echoed, "Sasuke. Yes, he must be sick." Sasuke's gaze then fell on Nine-Eye, seemingly casually asking, "Sick?" Nine-Eye nodded. "Sasuke, I have the power of prophecy." Sasuke fell silent for a moment before saying softly, "Nine-Eye, do you have a prophecy about Uchiha Itachi?" Suddenly Nine-Eye noticed Sasuke's gaze fixed on the ground. Feeling puzzled, she followed his line of sight. There was no sign of Shimura Danzo's corpse on the ground, only a pile of Root Organization members lying motionless. Kisame grinned as he carried his large sword, saying, "This is truly delightful. It's been a while since I've had so much fun. More. Sharon remained the same, her eyes filled with hearts as she stared intently at Sasuke. Nine-Eye did not argue with him, as usual, but chose to ignore them, turning to Sasuke and saying, "Regarding Uchiha Itachi, I indeed foresaw." "Don't speak." Sasuke suddenly interrupted Nine-Eye. "Sharon, sense it." Sharon immediately shifted from her infatuated state to a reliable demeanor, quickly using her sensing ability. Suddenly her expression tightened.
Chimera Danzo's chakra is no longer here.
Nine-Eye looked at Sasuke upon hearing Sharin's words, asking,
Should we pursue?
Sasuke closed his eyes, gripping the Kusanagi sword.
No need.
The campfire flickered, casting a stark outline of Sasuke's cold, stern profile. Kisame and Yugo maintained vigilance from a distance, while Sharon occasionally glanced at Sasuke with worry. Nine-Eye chose not to sit close to Sasuke, as before, instead opting for a rock directly opposite him. The Kusanagi sword lay flat on her knees, her fingertips gently brushing over the blade. Nine-Eye pondered the information Itachi had conveyed to her, although she truly did not care much. However, Nine-Eye hesitated over whether to tell Sasuke about her origins. Sasuke was her brother after all. It was unreasonable to keep it from him. But Nine-Eye feared that Sasuke might look at her as a stranger, and if that were the case, she could not accept it at all. Sasuke seemed to sense Nine-Eye's unusual silence, raising his Mangekyo to look at her. Sasuke's voice remained low.
What did Uchiha Itachi's Tsukuyomi do to you?
Nine-Eye was somewhat taken aback, surprised that Sasuke had noticed Itachi used Tsukuyomi on her.
Then why didn't you care about me, Sasuke?
Nine-Eye buried her head in her knees, her eyes occasionally glancing at him.
At that time you showed no signs of anything unusual. Nine-Eye muttered a soft, then asked,
Sasuke, didn't you always want to lock me up before? Why didn't you lock me up again?
Sasuke gazed at Nine-Eye for a moment, slowly turning his head, and after a long pause he said,
At that time you were so with me. They were too weak.
Seeing the red on Sasuke's ears, a sight Nine-Eye hadn't seen in a long time, she felt a rush of joy and quickly sat beside him.
Sharon looked at Nine-Eye with jealousy. After thinking for so long, Nine-Eye decided to tell him about her origins, because Sasuke had the right to know. She shouldn't keep it from him. Nine-Eye turned her head to look into Sasuke's eyes, placing her hand on his bent leg.
Sasuke, Uchiha Itachi told me something, and although I don't care about these things, I thought about it for a long time, and decided to tell you. Because you should know so. After knowing Sasuke, please don't be angry, okay?
Sasuke stared at Nine-Eye's reddening eyes, gently wiping the corner of her eye with his hand, yet coldly said,
Knowing that I will be angry, why tell me?
Nine-Eye avoided Sasuke's piercing gaze.
Because? Sasuke, you dislike being deceived and loathe being toyed with.
Her fingertip that brushed her eye momentarily paused as she heard Sasuke say,
You speak.
Nine-Eye took a deep breath, nervously twitching her lips.
It's a boring story about my origins.
She secretly observed Sasuke's reaction and continued.
Sasuke, Uchiha Itachi told me that my soul is not
your sister.
This was true, but she had to shift the blame onto Uchiha Itachi. Even if Sasuke found out, he should not be angry with her.
Right. Nine-Eye was not very certain. Sasuke's pupils suddenly constricted, and the pressure around him dropped sharply. The patterns of his Mangekyo began to shift slightly, and terrifying chakra fluctuations began to gather. Nine-Eye had anticipated Sasuke's reaction, but did not back down. Instead, she reached out and gently covered the back of Sasuke's hand that gripped the Kusanagi sword. Nine-Eye stared directly into the fury that was about to erupt from Sasuke, saying,
But do you know how I answered him, Sasuke? I told him.
Nine-Eye's eyes sparkled with determination.
I don't care about these things. The only person I care about is you. My destiny is with you, Sasuke. My power is at your disposal. My will is with you. Nothing Uchiha Itachi says can change that. This was not merely a confession, but a veiled declaration of love. Sasuke's anger slowly eased. He grasped Nine-Eye's wrist, staring into her eyes, as if trying to see deep into her soul.
Sasuke did not question Nine-Eye's words, but his attitude remained as cold as ever.
Uchiha Itachi, he will always toy with these tricks. The truth he gave you, I will make him repay with blood.
This was both a promise to Nine-Eye and a confirmation of his goal. Nine-Eye uttered a soft, lowering her head to think of how to make Sasuke abandon the idea of killing Uchiha Itachi. If it was because of her, then it truly was unnecessary. She merely wanted Uchiha Itachi to take the blame. She did not harbor such intense murderous intent towards Uchiha Itachi. Nine-Eye thought this in her heart, yet did not raise any objections to Sasuke's words, instead agreeing with his feelings first.
Sasuke, I understand your anger. I know well the feeling of being kept in the dark. Uchiha Itachi indeed played with everyone.
Uchiha Itachi's purpose was for the honor of the Uchiha clan and world peace, which is why he acted this way. Was his sudden revelation of her origins merely to prevent her from being kept in the dark? To be honest, Nine-Eye did not think Uchiha Itachi was so simple. He had reasons for everything he did. Moreover, he knew that her soul was not their sister.
Sasuke, you learned everything from Hayakawa Koshia since childhood, so you are angry that Uchiha Itachi toyed with your life, but have you ever thought about it? Who gave the order to annihilate the clan? Who had the ability to force Uchiha Itachi to make such a choice? Who hides in the deepest shadows of Konoha nurturing their own power? It is Shimura Danzo. Sasuke, you know this in your heart.
Nine stated the name.
He is the source of all tragedies. Uchiha Itachi.
Nine paused deliberately, using a tone of sympathy.
He is powerful, but he is more like a tragic executor, and Shimura Danzo is the root cause of everything. Looking to kill a coerced executor, or to eliminate the source from which the manipulation derives, which would ultimately cleanse the Uchiha clan's shame more thoroughly.
Which would make you feel more satisfied. Killing Shimura Danzo means destroying the root organization, means severing the decay within Konoha, means proclaiming to everyone that Uchiha Sasuke has returned. And has reclaimed everything.
Nine's eyes sparkled with excitement, her speech quickening.
I will use my power to assist you. Your hatred is my direction.
These words left Nine parched, as she had never spoken so much before, which truly consumed a lot of her mental energy.
Sasuke, I want to drink water.
Nine blinked at Sasuke. This directly left Sasuke speechless. A bamboo tube filled with water was handed to Nine.
Without hesitation, Nine gulped down the water, and as she set the bamboo tube down, Sasuke's low voice echoed in her ears.
Nine, you're not wrong.
Nine looked up to see Sasuke shielding his crimson eyes with one hand, listening to his decision.
Then let's first crush that old rat, making him pay the most tragic price for all he has done.
On the other side, the Hawk team certainly noticed the strange atmosphere between Nine and Sasuke. However, rather than strange, it was more of an ambiguous tension. Nine was getting closer to Sasuke, taking the initiative to hold his hand, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Sasuke clearly understood what Nine was thinking, slightly tilting his head to hold Nine's hand in return, not shying away from her closeness, his pale cheeks and ears gradually warming. Neither of them spoke. Kisame exaggeratedly munched on an onigiri, while elbowing Yugo beside him, raising his eyebrows and saying,
"Hey, did you see? The little girl's face is getting closer to Sasuke's. He didn't reject her. This is an interaction between a couple, right? Are they not siblings? My memory is all jumbled up."
Yugo looked over with confusion.
They are usually very close. Sasuke isn't as irritable now, but it seems even more dangerous.
Sharon's eyes behind her glasses were nearly spitting fire, her teeth grinding together, as she muttered,
"Damn it! Why is this happening?"
How could she look at Sasuke with those eyes? Unforgivable. Sasuke pushed her away.
As Nine's mouth was about to touch Sasuke's, her shoulder was blocked by Sasuke, yet she was not pushed away.
Sasuke suddenly spoke.
"You are the only person I don't need to scrutinize with my Sharingan."
Nine's fingers trembled suddenly.
"Where your soul comes from is irrelevant."
Sasuke's black pupils reflected Nine's shocked face.
"Your existence is acknowledged by me, defined by me. So,"
Sasuke declared firmly,
"your past, present, and future can only be relevant to me, Nine. Do you understand?"
Nine stared blankly into Sasuke's eyes, utterly surprised by his veiled confession. Unable to control herself, Nine gently leaned her forehead against Sasuke's shoulder, whispering a phrase meant for only the two of them.
"Sasuke, I know I only have you."
The flames illuminated. Nine nestled against Sasuke, with Sasuke's fingertips brushing against Nine's ear. The surroundings fell into a profound silence. Kisame's mouth hung open in shock. Yugo quietly turned his head away, while Sharon trembled in anger yet felt powerless to change the situation. A week later, the members of the Hawk team along with Nine and Sasuke arrived at the Konoha headquarters. The Hawk team tore through Konoha's defenses like four sharp blades, plunging the headquarters into chaos. Kisame laughed maniacally while wielding his decapitating sword, scattering the Konoha ninja who had assembled. Yugo entered a berserk state, creating immense chaos and panic. Sharon quickly darted across the battlefield. Her Kagura heart eye precisely sensed powerful chakra sources and trap locations, continuously reporting to her teammates.
"Left flank 3-man squad 1 Jonin. There's an explosive tag trap at 3 o'clock. Be careful."
And at the core of this chaos, Uchiha Sasuke Susanoo had already manifested in a half-skeletal form. Its enormous arms swung chakra blades, effortlessly cleaving through all obstacles. His Mangekyo Sharingan coldly scanned the battlefield, searching for the most important target. Shimura Danzo. Sasuke's gaze locked onto a heavily guarded building deep within the headquarters. He could sense that Shimura Danzo was hiding inside. Without looking back, Sasuke said to Nai, who was closely following him.
Nai there.
Nai understood immediately.
Use your domain to force out the rats inside then.
He paused.
Find a safe spot, don't let anyone find you. I need your strength to keep applying pressure, not for you to be exposed on the battlefield.
This was not underestimating her, but rather the highest level of trust and protection. He entrusted the most crucial control task to Nai, while asking her to ensure her own safety. Nai nodded vigorously.
Sasuke, just leave it to me.
Void formlessness. Nai, now in a state of invisibility, quickly found a place to hide.
Sorrow sword domain.
Nai's deep voice seemed to resonate from all directions. In the next moment, the building indicated by Sasuke and the surrounding large area were instantly enveloped in a heavy gray domain. The bodies of the Konoha ninja within the range suddenly became heavy, their movements becoming extremely sluggish.
What's going on? My body feels so heavy. Chakra is not functioning properly.
Cries of alarm rang out from within the domain. Nai successfully completed the first step of Sasuke's plan. However, just as Sasuke's Susanoo raised its arm preparing to destroy the building in one strike, several figures rushed in from the side of the battlefield at incredible speed.
Rasengan.
A golden figure charged out first, heading straight for Susanoo.
Sasuke-kun. Stop.
A pink-haired kunoichi followed closely behind. Several kunai wrapped in explosive tags accurately shot towards Susanoo. These were kunai fired by Hatake Kakashi. Team 7 had arrived at the battlefield. Naruto's Rasengan struck Susanoo's ribs, bursting forth with a bright light, but failed to break through its defenses. Sasuke's Susanoo swung its arm vigorously, forcing Naruto back. Sasuke's gaze swept over his former companions, his eyes cold as ice.
Get lost, I don't have time to play house with you.
Naruto, landing on the ground, shouted anxiously.
Sasuke!
Do you even know what you are doing? Stop now.
Sakura looked at the surrounding devastation, heartbroken.
Sasuke-kun, please don't go any further.
Kakashi stood in front of the two, his Sharingan serious.
Sasuke, what exactly is your goal? What kind of destruction? Sasuke interrupted Kakashi directly, his killing intent nearly palpable.
Shimura Danzo, hand him over, or I will dig him out of this shell myself.
Hearing the name Shimura Danzo, Kakashi's pupils constricted. Just as tensions escalated, Nai's voice echoed softly.
Resentment synchronization.
Her voice must have revealed her position, so she quickly changed locations. Just then Sai, who was forming hand signs, suddenly let out a muffled groan. The shoulder that had been severely injured by Sasuke moments ago felt an amplified pain, almost causing him to fall from the air. At the same time, several Konoha ninjas charging forward began to falter in their movements due to sudden inexplicable mental anguish and fear. The unforeseen interference from the shadows instantly disrupted Team 7's rhythm. A cold smile crept onto Sasuke's lips. Nai, well done. Kakashi quickly assessed the situation.
There's a mental attack type enemy assisting from the shadows. Be careful.
Sasuke's Susanoo gathered chakra arrows once more. Naruto's Rasen Shuriken began to take shape in his hands, Kakashi's Raikiri crackled ominously, and Sakura stood protectively beside them. Hidden in the shadows, Nai was looking for the next opportunity to interfere. Sasuke's Susanoo condensed a chakra arrow aimed at the building where Shimura Danzo was hiding. Naruto Uzumaki, with his eyes wide with fury, recklessly gathered Sage Chakra once more. The wind-released Rasen Shuriken roared as it spun. Lightning crackled from Kakashi's hands. Sakura Haruno clenched her fists and slammed them fiercely into the ground. The earth instantly split open, with a massive crack spreading all the way to the feet of the Susanoo, attempting to destroy Sasuke's footing. Yet Sasuke's gaze remained unflinching.
Futile.
With a mere flick of its arm, the Susanoo easily deflected Naruto's Rasen Shuriken, while its other arm punched straight into the ground, collapsing the fissure Sakura had created. Kakashi's Chiyori struck the ribs of the Susanoo, erupting in a blinding flash, yet it could not breach the Susanoo's defense.
Water release, great shark bullet technique.
Suigetsu Hozuki seized the opportunity to attack Kakashi. A massive water shark roared and swallowed him, forcing Kakashi to dodge with a body flicker. Sasuke's gaze swept through the Susanoo over the struggling Team 7.
Your bonds, your resolve to protect the village. In my eyes, they are utterly laughable. Shimura Danzo must die. Anyone who stands in my way is my enemy.
His Mangekyo Sharingan locked onto Kakashi.
Kakashi, you taught me that the mission comes first. Now my mission is revenge, and eliminating you is just part of it.
These words severed the last bond between master and student. The Susanu's giant bow aimed at Team 7, and the light of the arrow of destruction reached its peak. Hidden in the shadows, Nanako did not intervene, because the effect of void incorporeality had just faded, and she was attacked by Niji Hyuga. Dodging Niji Hyuga's point strikes to the side, Nanako's eyes transformed into 3-Demo Sharingan to meet his next wave of attacks.
Nanako, I know who your target is, but you shouldn't involve the ninja and civilians of Konoha. Do you think that's right?
Kosuke Kobayako's voice was urgent.
They have nothing to do with me, and neither do you. Just shut up.
Nanako paused briefly, then gritted her teeth and answered. Clearly Nanako was distracted, and that moment of distraction gave Niji Hyuga an opening. The veins near Niji's Byakugan bulged.
Ow! 8 trigrams vacuum palm 128 strikes.
He gathered all his remaining chakra into both palms, and fired countless high-speed, high-pressure palm strikes toward Nanako. Nanako did not flinch at all.
Void Sealing Gate!
A white protective barrier enveloped her, blocking Niji's 8 trigrams vacuum palm. Yet at that moment from the main battlefield came Sasuke's call.
Nanako!
Nanako stopped her hand seals, and began to retreat.
Void Incorporeality!
Niji frowned, as he could no longer see Nanako's figure. Without hesitation, Nanako sped back towards Sasuke. Niji let his arms fall powerlessly. His desperate attempt to block had proven utterly meaningless against her absolute strength. Kosuke Kobayakoa patted Niji's shoulder, the hesitation in his eyes slowly turning into resolve. Under Sasuke's Susanoo, Nanako returned, holding her sword of boundless sorrow aimed at Team 7. The black mist on the blade exuded an eerie aura. Sasuke didn't even turn to confirm, for he knew Nanako would always come back to him. Team 7's despairing eyes, the exhilaration of the hawk, and Sasuke's vengeance near fulfillment were all reflected in Nanako's gaze. Nanako's gaze shifted to the arrow about to be fired from the Susanoo. The arrow's tip pointed directly at the building that had been tormented by Nanako's domain for so long. Shimura Danzo had nowhere left to run. Sasuke's Susanoo arrow had already been loosed, about to pierce the building. Team 7 wished to stop it but were powerless. The main door of the building exploded with a thunderous crash. An icy chakra burst forth violently. Shimura Danzo finally appeared. He tore off the bandages on his arm, revealing a right arm embedded with 10 3-Demo Sharingan.
Izanagi!
Danzo roared as one Sharingan on his arm snapped shut. As he spoke, the Susanoo arrow pierced his body, but the next moment his form rematerialized nearby.
Kodo Amatsukami!
He attempted to use Shizui's eye, but Sasuke would not give him the chance.
Death throes!
Sasuke's Mangekyo spun wildly. The Susanoo drew its bow again. The hawk launched a simultaneous assault, pinning down Team 7, who tried to intervene. Using Izanagi to revive over and over, Danzo barely dodged Sasuke's relentless onslaught. The battlefield descended into a grueling war of attrition. With each Sharingan that closed, Danzo's face grew paler. His defeat was only a matter of time. While the main battlefield raged, Nanako was entirely focused on using the Lament Blade domain to disrupt Danzo's movements. But as a cry of desire barrier rang out, the power of her Lament Blade domain was nullified. The ninjas on the battlefield instantly felt a lightness in their bodies. Nanako instantly fixed her gaze on Kosuke Kobayakoa, whose hands were clasped. Her eyes flickered with disbelief.
You? This power?
His chakra was the same as hers. He really was her brother. Itachi Uchiha had not lied. Sasuke immediately sensed Nanako's anomaly and the other's special power. He frowned.
Annoying insect.
The sword of boundless sorrow in Nanako's hand let out a faint hum as black mist and white mist intertwined around its blade. Blood trickled from the corner of Kosuke Kobayakoa's mouth. Maintaining the barrier cost him dearly, but his eyes were unyielding.
Nanako, your power shouldn't be aimed at former comrades. It can be used to stop the 4 shinobi. Shut up!
Nanako cut him off with a dark expression.
Resentment sink.
Nanako's sword of boundless sorrow aimed at a random injured ninja, and in the next instant, she vanished from her spot. The random ninja let out a scream of agony, as the wounds he sustained in battle were magnified dozens of times by the power of resentment sink. From 1 to 10, the injured Konoha ninja around them were forced to share this pain, and soon the battlefield was filled with a continuous chorus of wails. Then the power of the sword of boundless sorrow was once again cancelled by Kosuke Kobayakoa's chakra. His face grew alarmingly pale. Abruptly, Nanako appeared before him, the tip of her blade aimed at his heart.
So what if you can counter my sword? You can't hold out much longer now.
Even knowing he was her own brother, not her enemy, so what? Their standpoints were different. With no nostalgia in her eyes for her blood brother, Nanako swung her blade without mercy.
Your chakra is no match for mine, Siu.
As long as she left a wound on him, even a tiny one, his pain would be magnified tenfold by resentment. If he cancelled it, she would simply use it more time. Soon enough, he would exhaust his chakra.
Gujio Itachi Uchiha is not in good health, he's dying, and only I can save him.
Kosuke Kobayakawa struggled to hold on, lifting his eyes to look at the approaching blade tip without flinching. Nanako's hand jerked to a halt, the blade tip just inches from Kosuke Kobayakawa's heart. On the main battlefield, 7 Sharingan on Shimura Danzo's arm had closed. His aura was growing increasingly feeble, and the intervals between Izanagi's revivals were lengthening.
Nanako now!
Sasuke seized the opportunity, as the Susanoo wielding a chakra longsword slashed towards Shimura Danzo. This strike was lethal. Nanako shot a deep glance at Kosuke Kobayakawa, then drove her blade into the ground and cried out,
"Lament blade domain!"
Kosuke Kobayakawa, drained from chakra consumption, collapsed powerless to stop Nanako's power. Shimura Danzo's movements instantly froze.
It's over, Shimura Danzo.
Sasuke stared emotionlessly at Danzo's briefly frozen figure.
Amaterasu.
Black and extinguishable flames ignited at Danzo's feet, sealing off all his escape routes.
No!
Shimura Danzo let out a desperate roar, as the last few Sharingan on his arm spun frantically. The chakra greatsword struck him, and smoke rose over Konoha. When the smoke cleared, a massive crater remained in the ground. Shimura Danzo and his sin-laden arm were reduced to ashes, with only a few shattered Sharingan scattered across the broken pit. Such was his end. After Sasuke's Susanoo dissipated, he stood at the edge of the pit, breathing slightly. His Mangekyo closed, and in his black pupils was a look of exhaustion. Having finally avenged his clan, Sasuke felt no expected joy, only a wave of emptiness. Team 7, stunned by the sudden turn in Sasuke's state, momentarily forgot to act. Suigetsu kicked stones idly with his sword on his shoulder. Yugo stood quietly nearby. Karen quickly ran to Sasuke's side, eager to heal him. Sasuke raised his hand to stop her. His gaze passed over the rubble, and landed on Nanako approaching him. Sasuke said nothing but slightly opened his arms to her. It was an extremely rare gesture. Nanako instantly forgot Kosuke Kobayakawa's words, that only he could save Itachi Uchiha. Her eyes held only Sasuke's figure. Quickly reaching Sasuke, she threw herself into his arms, tightly hugging his waist, and burying her face in his chest. Sasuke closed his arms, holding her back just as firmly. He closed his eyes, rested his chin on Nanako's head, and deeply inhaled the unique scent of her. Suigetsu whistled. Whoa! Karen was so jealous she nearly ground her teeth, but dared not approach, only clenching her fists. Yugo watched silently, but seemed to understand. Perhaps this was the bond of the Uchiha clan. Sasuke quickly stood up, cast a cold glance at the stunned Team 7, and said,
"The revenge is over. Nanako, let's go."
Team 7 watched the departing backs of Sasuke and Nanako. Naruto Uzumaki, clutching his injured arm, shouted,
"Sasuke! Nanako! I will bring you both back."
Sasuke's footsteps paused slightly but soon resumed. Nanako turned her head sideways, catching a glimpse of Naruto's unwavering expression, before withdrawing her gaze, then glanced at Sasuke's expression.
"Sasuke'll always be by your side, so don't be sad."
Sasuke turned to look at Nanako's worried eyes, stopped, and brushed his thumb across her eye.
"I'm just a little lost for a moment. Don't worry."
Just then Kosuke Kobayakawa, supported by Niji Hyuga in the distance, used his last ounce of strength to shout again.
"Nanako, believe me. Only I can save him. His body is reaching its limit. Any later, and it will be too late. I'm not lying to you."
Those words were like a stone thrown into a seemingly calm lake. But Nanako acted as if she hadn't heard, and quickly left with Sasuke. That night in a remote forest, Nanako, Sasuke, and the Hawk Squad sat recovering their strength. Seated beside Sasuke, who was meditating with closed eyes, Nanako's mind dwelled on Kosuke Kobayakawa's words. Only he could save Itachi Uchiha. Itachi's body had already reached its limit. She touched the 3 pills in her pocket, and bit her lip. Unlike the original story, Sasuke had already awakened his Mangekyo, while Itachi was still alive, so Itachi wouldn't need to die to provoke him. But would Sasuke still want to kill Itachi now that he knew Itachi was a covert operative? Sasuke still wanted to kill him, because he felt deceived, and because Itachi had told him the truth about his origins. Nanako's fingers unconsciously traced back and forth on her clothes. In truth, her hatred for Itachi was not that deep. She felt almost no hatred, and even a slight desire to save him. But since Sasuke wanted to kill Itachi, she would surely help. Itachi would undoubtedly hold back, with 100% probability remove Orochimaru from Sasuke's body, and then be killed by Sasuke. What would Sasuke feel after killing Itachi? Would he regret it or not? Nanako made her decision. If Sasuke regretted it, she would capture Kosuke Kobayakawa and have him save Itachi. But then she would have to capture him in advance. He still had Niji Hyuga to protect him. If she waited until then, time might not allow it. Yet Sasuke would never let her go alone. Even if she proposed that Suigetsu protect her, Sasuke would likely reject it. If she chose to capture Kosuke Kobayakawa behind Sasuke's back, he would definitely be angry. The only way was to tell him the truth.
Nanako, what did that person's words mean?
Hearing Sasuke's calm but probing voice, Nanako's body stiffened slightly, and she answered almost reflexively,
"He's talking nonsense."
Sasuke's gaze then turned deep, his tone unreadable.
"Itachi Uchiha's fate is already sealed. But you always seem to attract unexpected attention."
He had guessed it, guessed who Kosuke Kobayakawa could save. Nanako looked into Sasuke's black eyes. Since there was no change, he probably wasn't too angry now. Since Sasuke hadn't gotten emotional over Kosuke's ability to save Itachi, it meant he could accept it. Perhaps Sasuke himself was conflicted.
"Sasuke, you guessed right. Kosuke Kobayakawa can indeed save Itachi Uchiha. But I know you want to kill him. Kosuke is an uncertain factor. I can capture him."
That was the probing Nanako managed to formulate. After a moment of silence, Sasuke said,
"No need."
"What? That's impossible." This was not the reaction she had anticipated. Sasuke would surely choose to keep the troublesome Kobayakawa under his control. If he truly intended to kill. Nanako suddenly realized Sasuke's mind had changed. He planned to let Itachi die on his own. Sasuke stood up and ordered the hawk.
"Karen, heal Suigetsu and Jugo's minor injuries, then replenish chakra for all of us."
Karen, though reluctant, obeyed.
"Yes, Sasuke."
Suigetsu grinned and extended his arm.
Finally my turn. I worked hard back there."
Yugo silently sat and offered his arm. Karen began biting each member's arm in turn to replenish chakra, her face filled with concern for Suigetsu and Sasuke. Nanako didn't let Karen treat her. Her peripheral gaze lingered on Sasuke, who seemed lost in thought, and she suddenly spoke.
"Sasuke, Orochimaru is still alive."
Sasuke's cheeks flickered in the firelight. "That waste soul has been devoured by me, leaving not even a scrap behind." This has always been Sasuke's understanding, and it is a testament to his power. He knew Sasuke would not believe him, but if Sasuke could not even accept the fact that Orochimaru was still alive, then what he was about to say would surely drive him insane. Nanako took a deep breath, her trembling hands covering Sasuke's arm. This action drew curious glances from the nearby Akatsuki member, as well as jealous stares from Karin. Sasuke opened his Sharingan in the darkness, turning toward Nanako, as if in inquiry. Nanako's voice was soft. "Sasuke, Orochimaru is really still alive. You know I wouldn't lie to you." Sasuke did not retract his hand, but the aura around him turned icy. "Did you foresee this? Then where is he?" Nanako gazed into Sasuke's red eyes, but did not speak further. The implication was clear. Sasuke's pupils constricted sharply, as he grabbed Nanako's wrist, the force nearly crushing her bones. Sasuke spat out a few words through clenched teeth. "How is that possible?" Nanako gritted her teeth against the pain, her mind racing, ultimately choosing to reveal Orochimaru's intention. "Sasuke, he knows he cannot defeat you, Hiden, so this is his last trump card. Once the time is right, or if there is a gap in your use of the Sharingan, he will take over your body." This news left Sasuke dizzy. He thought he had thoroughly consumed Orochimaru, only to realize that from the beginning he had been a carefully prepared seedbed for the enemy. Just as Sasuke's killing intent was about to erupt, Nanako dropped the final bombshell. "But there is a way to stop him. The only method to completely seal Orochimaru." After a pause, a hint of helplessness flickered in Nanako's eyes, as she uttered the name Sasuke least wanted to hear. "Only Uchiha Itachi's Totsuka blade can seal Orochimaru, only he can do it." A profound silence enveloped them, and the entire Hawk team. Even the crackling of the campfire had vanished. The rage on Sasuke's face froze instantly, then transformed into an extremely complex expression. That gaze contained shock, disbelief, absurdity, anger, and a deep sense of helplessness. Sasuke released Nanako's wrist, and said, "Slowly say that again." His voice was eerily calm, but Nanako knew full well that this was the calm before the storm. He was ready to explode. Nanako was particularly agitated but spoke clearly. "Sasuke, Kazashi Chikuhide's power cannot save you, but it can save Uchiha Itachi. And only Uchiha Itachi's Totsuka blade is the only." Sasuke let out a cold, almost roaring laugh. "Ha ha. Absurd. This is the most ridiculous joke I've ever heard." He suddenly stood up, his chakra scattering embers from the campfire. "I just killed Shimura Danzo. I just deemed him a pathetic executor. I just decided to let him perish on his own. Now you tell me that my greatest hidden danger is the most disgusting tumor within me, and I actually need to rely on him. I need to rely on the man who toyed with my life and destroyed my clan to save me." This mockery of fate was nearly driving Sasuke insane. He felt like a puppet. No matter how he struggled, the strings were forever held in Uchiha Itachi's hands. Nanako saw Sasuke laughing uncontrollably, almost unable to speak, her eyes reddening, tears streaming down her cheeks. Suigetsu rarely showed a look of terror. "Orochimaru is still around within Sasuke. This is terrifying." His fear of Orochimaru was ingrained in his bones. Yugo held his head. The darkness of the soul, is about to emerge. Karine, her face pale, pushed up her glasses, and trembled as she said, If that's true, then isn't Sasuke always in great danger? We must find a way." "But Uchiha Itachi." She felt an immense conflict. Nanako stood up, ignoring Sasuke's violent chakra, and stepped forward to tightly grasp Sasuke's arm, trying to calm him down. "I know this is hard for you to accept. It's 1,000 times more painful than killing you." "But Sasuke, think carefully," Nanako pleaded with a trembling voice. "This is not submitting to Uchiha Itachi nor forgiving him." "Is it?" Sasuke scoffed. Nanako ignored his scoff, and continued, "This is taking advantage, Sasuke. Utilizing Uchiha Itachi's final value. Once he helps you eliminate the hidden danger of Orochimaru, then at that point you can do whatever you want to Uchiha Itachi. Whether to kill or maim, it will be at your discretion. But before that, Sasuke, you must need him to live." Nanako emphasized the word need heavily. Then, disregarding the presence of other members, Nanako tiptoed and gently pressed her forehead against Sasuke. Nanako's words were like seduction, also like a confession. "Sasuke, please. For yourself and for me, who wants to stay by your side forever, I really don't want to lose you." Sasuke's body was tense. He did not push Nanako away, but her words struck against his reason. In Sasuke's mind, one side was the hidden danger of Orochimaru, which could destroy everything about him, while the other side was Nanako's words, "For me, who wants to stay by your side forever." He hated this feeling of being choked by fate. He hated the humiliation of having to seek help from his enemy. Sasuke pushed Nanako away, turned his back to everyone, his shoulders trembling slightly. Nanako did not mind being pushed away. Instead, she lowered her head in despair. All that remained was the sound of the campfire burning and Sasuke's heavy breathing. Several minutes of silence felt like a century. Finally, Sasuke slowly turned around. His expression had returned to calm, but the complexity of Nanako's words swirled in his Sharingan. Sasuke's voice was hoarse yet calm. "Uchiha Itachi cannot die yet." Then he glanced at Nanako, who was in tears, and reached out to touch her hair. "You knew all along, yet you only said it now." Nanako sniffled and looked at Sasuke with moist eyes. "I was scared you get so angry and cut ties with everyone." Sasuke shot her a glare. Nanako quickly raised a smile and dove into Sasuke's embrace, rubbing against his chest like when they were children. Sasuke pinched Nanako's slightly chubby cheek and snorted, "No, next time." Karine watched jealously as Nanako and Sasuke became intimate. Then Sasuke swept his gaze over all the members of the Hawk team, issuing a new command: "Plan has changed. Locate Uchiha Itachi before he cleans the garbage from within me." Sasuke's lips curled into a cruel smile. "Make sure he stays alive." Sasuke's emotionless command sent waves of shock through the Hawk team. Even Nanako was taken aback. She had thought Sasuke would choose a path to the bitter end, determined to kill Uchiha Itachi. Indeed, Sasuke had previously chosen to let Uchiha Itachi fend for himself. Suigetsu scratched his head, then grinned. "Tsk, this is so exciting, changing from a hunt to a protective search. And the target is still Uchiha Itachi. Boss, you always surprise me." Yugo slowly raised his head. "Uchiha Itachi is extremely dangerous. Finding him is more difficult than killing Shimura Danzo." Karin suddenly stood up speaking urgently and anxiously. Sasuke, this is too dangerous. Who knows if this is yet another trap set by Uchiha Itachi? And your body. Nanako sat quietly on a rock watching Karin's genuine concern without reacting. After all, Sasuke never ended up with Karin, and he only used her. However, thinking about how Sasuke would have to bite her skin to heal after getting hurt made Nanako uneasy. But she couldn't interrupt, it was so annoying. Meanwhile, Sasuke shot her a cold glance, silencing Karin instantly. Do I need to repeat my decision? Sasuke's voice was low, but carried an undeniable authority. Then his Sharingan slowly swept over the group. Suigetsu immediately stood up straight. Understood. Yugo silently nodded. I will do my best. Karin bit her lip reluctantly, but ultimately bowed her head. I will do my utmost to sense his chakra. After a moment of eerie silence, Nanako watched as Suigetsu took the initiative to pull Yugo to guard the perimeter, while Karin gloomily walked away, pulling out a scroll to start working. Only Sasuke and Nanako remained by the campfire. Sasuke sat back down under the tree and closed his eyes. As Nanako raised her hand to smooth his furrowed brow, she was caught by Sasuke's grip on her wrist. Sasuke, what's wrong? Nanako blinked at him, looking particularly innocent. Sasuke suddenly embraced Nanako, resting his chin in the crook of her neck, and said softly, Nanako, I've been thinking about what just happened. Nanako pressed tightly against Sasuke, lifting her eyes. After hearing his words, you've already made your decision. Why are you still thinking about it? Have you changed your mind? Her chin was lifted by his cool fingertips, his black pupils locking onto her, while Sasuke's voice was almost a whisper near her ear about Orochimaru. Nanako, how long have you been hiding this from me? Nanako's heart raced as she answered honestly, I knew a long time ago. Sasuke's eyes narrowed slightly. So how long? Nanako gently rubbed against the hand gripping her chin. Do you really want to know? Staring at Sasuke's unspoken crimson lips, her gaze flickered momentarily. At this point, why was she still thinking about this? Sasuke really wanted to know when she learned about this matter. She even deliberately asked him if he wanted to know this question, which he would certainly not answer. Steeling herself, Nanako did not hide. I have known, since I was born into the Uchiha clan. Sasuke could discern the truth in Nanako's words. Having grown up together, how could he not understand? Nanako did not lie to him. Oh, is that so? Sasuke calmly released his hand, but the fist he made revealed his current emotions, ultimately relaxing the fist again, returning to calm. So you knew back then. Why didn't you tell me? Nanako fell silent for a rare moment, then stepped back from Sasuke's embrace, staring deeply into his Sharingan. Because you wanted to become stronger to take revenge. You wanted power, and absorbing Orochimaru would enhance your strength. Sasuke fell silent. An extended period of silence ensued, with only the sound of flames licking at the wood. Suddenly Sasuke reached out slightly toward Nanako. Nanako cautiously leaned closer, gently pressing her cheek against Sasuke's slightly open palm. The cool touch from his palm eased some of her taut nerves. I am very angry. At Uchiha Itachi, at fate, at the filthy thing hidden in my body. Sasuke paused and continued softly, and at you for hiding the truth. Nanako nuzzled Sasuke's palm, like a cat seeking comfort. I'm sorry. Sasuke's thumb gently rubbed her cheekbone, but you're right. You are special. Sasuke's words sounded like a confession. You won't betray me. You belong to me. Nanako tightened her grip on Sasuke's clothes, glaring at him. You belong to me too. Sasuke seemed to chuckle softly, very faintly, so subtle that Nanako doubted her eyes. You're not angry anymore? Nanako asked, looking at Sasuke's Sharingan as it transformed into black. Sasuke pressed Nanako's head into his chest, not allowing her to see his warm ear tips. Let's leave it at that. In any case, I will find Uchiha Itachi and ensure he stays alive. Nanako struggled to break free from Sasuke's embrace, her face barely concealing her excitement. Then we need to capture Kakashi Chikuhide, and then find Uchiha Itachi. After he removes Orochimaru from you, it's not too late for you to kill him. That's fine, Sasuke agreed without opposition, standing up and casting his gaze toward Konohagakure. Nanako looked at the rising sun, clapped her hands, and addressed the members of the Hawk team. Everyone, we are heading to Konohagakure to capture Kakashi Chikuhide. Suigetsu, shouldering his sword, stood up. Yo, shorty, look behind you. Nanako turned and saw Sasuke's slightly gloomy expression, taking a step back and muttering, you're so petty. Nanako, you gave the wrong order. Sasuke glanced indifferently at the displeased Nanako, before addressing the members of the Hawk team. Your task is to prioritize searching for Uchiha Itachi's chakra. Nanako, we are going to Konohagakure. Understood. The Hawk team responded. So they were splitting up. This indeed increased efficiency. Nanako watched their receding figures, thinking to herself until Sasuke's voice reached her ears. Nanako, what are you looking at? They've left. Coming. Don't be angry, Sasuke, I was just taking a look. Nanako sprinted to catch up with Sasuke. Inside the dense canopy near Konohadakura, Uchiha Sasuke and Uchiha Nanako concealed themselves. Sasuke's voice was calm.
The village's security has been tightened.
Nanako scanned the surroundings with her eyes.
But there must be a gap.
Sasuke turned to her.
Wait here, you'll find the gap.
Nanako thought of her own jutsu and shared her idea with Sasuke.
Sasuke, my formless transformation can block perception-type ninja and achieve perfect invisibility. Let me capture Kobayako Akoshu, and you will attract the attention of the Konoha ninja.
Sasuke nodded in agreement with Nanako's proposal, but then heard her concern.
Orochimaru inside you. Is it stable? Will something go wrong? Don't worry, I can still suppress that waste.
Sasuke's black pupils shimmered faintly.
Nanako, that guy to you.
Nanako understood what Sasuke wanted to ask and quickly said.
He is just an insignificant stranger. He can never compare to you, Sasuke. You know, if I cared about him even a little, would I have volunteered to capture Kobayako Akoshu?
Hearing this, the corner of Sasuke's mouth lifted slightly, then quickly suppressed. Nanako responded with a smile, and immediately performed void formless transformation, her entire body becoming hidden. Nanako, who had not yet gone far, heard Sasuke's awkward concern.
Be careful, signal immediately whether you succeed or not. Don't be reckless.
Nanako, who had not yet gone far, said.
I understand, Sasuke.
Dodging the perception of the Konoha ninja, Nanako leaped across rooftops, while pondering the most likely place where Kobayako Akoshu would be now. Since Kobayako Akoshu had the ability to save Uchiha Itachi, the power he mastered must be healing, and he was very concerned about the arrival of the Fourth Shinobi World War. From this perspective, Kobayako Akoshu was a person who cared deeply about lives, so he was most likely to be near the Konoha hospital or in the civilian gathering area performing healing. Meanwhile, Sasuke released a strong burst of chakra and charged straight toward the main gate of Konoha. The alarm immediately sounded. The Konoha ninja, seeing the sudden appearance of Uchiha Sasuke, shouted nervously.
Enemy attack. It's Uchiha Sasuke.
Another guard.
Report to the Hokage immediately. Request Jonin support.
Without even using ninjutsu, he easily defeated several Chunin at the gate with only taijutsu and the inside of the Sharingan. Sasuke's goal was only to create enough chaos, not to kill mercilessly, leaving them with no energy to notice anything else. With his Sharingan constantly scanning the surroundings, Sasuke waited for an opponent that could truly attract enough attention. Come on. Hurry up, Kakashi Naruto. Focus all your attention here. At the same time, a golden figure burst through the smoke, accompanied by a loud roar.
Sasuke!
Following closely behind were Kakashi, wearing his mask, and Haruno Sakura. Kakashi said sternly.
Sasuke, stop! Not long ago you and Nanako attacked Konoha. Isn't that enough?
Haruno Sakura bit her lip and looked at Sasuke.
Stop it, Sasuke, and don't be stubborn anymore.
Sasuke slowly stood up, his Sharingan fixed on his former comrades and teacher.
Kakashi Naruto. Those who stand in my way will die.
Sasuke launched the attack, first thrusting Chidori's sharp spear straight at Uzumaki Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto countered with a Rasengan. The collision of immense energy produced a deafening roar and blinding light, fully igniting the battlefield at the village gate. Sasuke fought, while retreating deliberately, guiding the battle away from Nana's infiltration direction. Inside Konoha, near the hospital district, Nanako moved like a true phantom, slipping through the shadows of buildings and gaps in the crowd. Remembering that Sasuke once mentioned the Sharingan can slightly sense the flow of chakra, Nanako pursed her lips and activated her Sharingan. Nanako, who had rarely used the Sharingan since a few times in childhood, felt unfamiliar. As for why she rarely used the Sharingan ability, it was naturally because she didn't want to go blind. Straining to operate her Sharingan, Nanako carefully distinguished the countless chaotic chakra signatures. Chakra of the crowd. Chakra of medical ninja. Nothing. East. Near the Konoha hospital. Nothing either. Civilian gathering area. Found it. It was Kobayako Akoshu's chakra. Nanako quickly moved toward the target building. At a remote corner, the invisible Nanako stopped. A figure with a lowered head was carrying a medical kit and walking quickly toward the injured villagers. But the subtle characteristics of that chakra could not be completely concealed. Nanako's eyes sharpened.
Found you, Kobayako Akoshu.
Just as Koshu's hand was about to touch the doorknob, Nanako moved. Her speed was so fast that only a blur remained, and she aimed her elbow straight at Kobayako Akoshu's neck. A direct hit would result in unconsciousness. Kobayako Akoshu seemed to have anticipated this, rolling forward abruptly, and barely dodging the palm wind from Nanako. The bottles and jars inside the medical kit shattered all over the ground. When he turned back and saw Nanako's face, his eyes were filled with understanding.
Nanako, it's you indeed. I knew you would come for me. How strange, how did you dodge my attack? The previous you would never have been able to. True, you and I come from the same world. That old man must have filled your mind with many void-type jutsu, right?
Nanako suddenly understood. Kobayako Akoshu did not refute her guess but laughed.
That's true, but I never learned them. After being treated that way by Uchiha Sasuke, I realized I couldn't continue like this. Nanako, the ninjutsu my father taught me is not the void system, but the nirvana system. Just hearing the name can tell you what my ability is. That's why I said only I can save Uchiha Itachi.
Nanako looked at Kobayako Akoshu expressionlessly, the kunai in her hand gleaming with cold light.
Indeed, so you need to take us to find Uchiha Itachi.
Kobayako Akoshu dodged Nanako's attacks with difficulty, while urgently growling.
Nanako, telling you this, I had already anticipated this day. I can go with you, but on one condition.
Nanako sneered.
You're still bargaining with me. Can you beat me? I advise you to come with me obediently. Your only value is to save Uchiha Itachi.
Just as Kobayako Akoshu had said, the Nirvana system was indeed not an attack type, otherwise he would have used it to resist her attacks. Moreover, his taijutsu and combat skills were not his strengths. His arm was soon cut by her kunai, blood streaming down. Kobayako Akoshu leaned against the wall, panting, his eyes filled with sorrow, as he looked at Nanako.
Nanako, we come from the same place. We are each other's last family. Would you rather kill your own brother for Uchiha Sasuke?
Nanako did not pause at Kobayako Akoshu's words, subduing him with one move.
Stop talking nonsense, Kobayako Akoshu. You are just a tool to save Uchiha Itachi.
But Kobayako Akoshu's next words made Nanako's hand strike pause for a moment. Then she ruthlessly knocked him unconscious and hoisted him onto her shoulder. The entire process was clean and swift, attracting no one's attention. Nanako looked up toward the main gate from where the sounds of massive chakra collisions came. No more time to delay. Nanako emitted a faint chakra signal pointing toward Sasuke's direction, then quickly retreated along the escape route. Sasuke, who was in fierce battle with Uzumaki Naruto, and Kakashi, detected Nanako's signal. His heart stirred, and a faint smile slowly appeared at the corner of his mouth. He no longer lingered in battle, using the Grand Fireball technique to force Uzumaki Naruto and Kakashi back, then used the smoke cover to withdraw from the battlefield. Uzumaki Naruto saw this, and wanted to pursue.
Sasuke! Don't run!
Kakashi stopped Uzumaki Naruto.
Wait, Naruto, his goal seems to have been achieved. That faint signal just now.
Uzumaki Naruto.
What signal? Could there be another? Nanako was not beside Sasuke just now, could it be?
Haruno Sakura immediately looked toward Konoha. Sasuke's figure disappeared into the buildings of Konoha, in a few leaps racing toward the rendezvous point agreed with Nanako. His heart felt a slight relaxation at Nanako's success. Now only the final step remained to find Uchiha Itachi. Meanwhile, the members of the Hawk team were searching aimlessly for Uchiha Itachi, but did not even find a single hair of his. Hozuki Suigetsu lazily complained while carrying his sword.
Ah, this is going to take forever. Ugly monster, haven't you sensed it yet?
Karen punched Suigetsu hard.
Stop nagging.
Yugo remained silent. Meanwhile, in an abandoned cave with dim light, only a few strands of moonlight seeped through the cracks. Nanako tied the unconscious Kobayako Akoshu to a large boulder with a rope. With her Sharingan activated, Nanako stood in the shadow of the cave entrance, vigilantly observing the outside, waiting for the familiar figure. Soon Nanako saw a figure pause briefly before landing in the woods outside the cave, as if confirming something. Nanako whispered,
Sasuke! It's me!
After confirming no pursuers, Sasuke deactivated his red Sharingan and stepped out of the shadows into the cave. Nanako's eyes swept over the curse mark on Sasuke's neck, and she immediately stepped forward to support him with concern.
As Orochimaru started to rebel,
Sasuke's fingertips lightly rested on Nanako's arm as he panted.
That waste! Nanako, I'm fine. Don't worry, I just expended a lot of energy.
Then Sasuke's gaze passed over Nanako, and fell on the bound Kobayaka Wakoshu.
Nanako, well done. It seems I underestimated you before.
Nanako immediately puffed out her cheeks.
Sasuke, didn't you think I would succeed?
Sasuke chuckled softly, and did not answer. Nanako turned away in a sulk.
Look at my achievement, I brought him here.
But in her mind, she couldn't help recalling Kobayaka Wakoshu's last words, before she knocked him out.
I knew you would come for me, so I didn't let Niji protect me. I managed to convince him. What does it mean that I appeared here alone? Nanako, are you really so heartless? You won't even call me once his brother.
But Kobayaka Wakoshu's voice broke Nanako's reverie.
Nanako.
You? Heartless and ruthless.
Nanako looked at the sky, the ground, and Sasuke, but avoided looking at Kobayaka Wakoshu.
Sasuke cut straight to the point, his voice low and full of threat.
Kobayaka Wakoshu, you can save Uchiha Itachi, and you know his physical condition, so you know where he is. Then, where is Uchiha Itachi?
Kobayaka Wakoshu struggled, but could not break the ropes.
How would I know? Uchiha Sasuke, I know Itachi's condition through prophecy. Prophecy. And that guy Uchiha Itachi is elusive, how could I know where he is? Nanako, you know it too. You really don't know where Itachi is. I can only save him, that's all.
Nanako also knew very well that he, like her, knew the original story, and was aware of Uchiha Itachi's poor physical condition. But Sasuke wouldn't believe it either, because your value in Sasuke's eyes lies only in providing information. With that, Sasuke won't kill you now, at most you'll suffer physical pain. So Nanako did not stop Sasuke, ignoring Kobayaka Wakoshu's plea for help. The moment Sasuke heard Kobayaka Wakoshu call out Nanako's name, he sneered, and blue lightning crackled at his fingertips.
My patience is limited. Tell me where Uchiha Itachi is, or experience the Uchiha clan's interrogation methods.
The screeching of Chidori stream was particularly piercing in the silent cave, reflecting Sasuke's expressionless face, which looked terrifying. Nanako watched the lightning in Sasuke's hand and noticed Kobayaka Wakoshu looking at her, so she immediately averted her gaze. Kobayaka Wakoshu felt a deep sense of helplessness.
Stop ill talk.
Nanako crouched beside him, tilting her head, and formed a silent mouth shape to Kobayaka Wakoshu. You are lying to Sasuke, aren't you afraid of death? But Kobayaka Wakoshu dared not respond, because the corner of Uchiha Sasuke's eyes had already turned to Nanako, who was moving restlessly. Nanako naturally noticed, and immediately stood up, giving Sasuke an innocent smile.
Nanako, go outside. I understand.
Nanako obediently walked out. Sitting outside the cave, Nanako listened to Sasuke interrogating Kobayaka Wakoshu inside, while her mind repeatedly replayed Sasuke's jealous reaction. Nanako's heart was jubilant.
I don't know Itachi's exact location. He is elusive, no one can pinpoint him.
Was this Kobayaka Wakoshu's slightly trembling voice? Sasuke's eyes sharpened, and the current of Chidori stream intensified.
Are you messing with me?
Kobayaka Wakoshu hurriedly said.
No. But I know a method, or at least a way to make him notice you.
Sasuke narrowed his eyes slightly.
Speak.
Kobayaka Wakoshu looked at Sasuke's Sharingan.
You need to extensively use the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan, preferably by creating a large enough slaughter. Uchiha Itachi seems to be constantly monitoring abnormal fluctuations of the Sharingan, especially Mangekyo level power. Your previous activities might not be conspicuous enough. If you can...
Hearing all this, Nanako immediately realized that he wanted Sasuke to use the Mangekyo to prematurely consume chakra and trigger Orochimaru's rebellion. Then Uchiha Itachi, who essentially cared deeply about Sasuke, would surely appear. But Sasuke would be hurt. This fact made Nanako unable to sit still, because Sasuke would definitely choose this method. No. At this moment, Kobayaka Wakoshu noticed Uchiha Sasuke's hesitation and immediately said,
Nanako, are you just going to watch Uchiha Sasuke use this self-destructive method?
Nanako certainly refused, running into the cave and grabbing Sasuke's wrist.
Sasuke, he wants you to self-destruct. I don't want you to suffer any harm, and you can't allow it yourself.
Sasuke suddenly withdrew the Chidori stream, and the cave fell into dimness again.
Enough.
He turned around and looked at the pitch-black night outside the cave.
Whether it's a trap or not, this is the only clue we have.
Sasuke touched his eyes.
The power of the Mangekyo. Slaughter.
Nanako immediately pressed a kunai against her own neck.
Sasuke, if you do this, I will die before you. If you don't like me, then let me die.
Sasuke's pupils constricted, instantly turning into blood-red eyes, and he gritted his teeth as he looked at Nanako.
Are you threatening me?
Nanako met Sasuke's gaze, her heart pounding.
Yes, I'm threatening you. Will you let me threaten you?
The two were locked in a stalemate, neither willing to concede. Kobayakawa Koshu, who had caused this conflict, tried to minimize his presence. Suddenly Sasuke staggered violently, coughing heavily, and the curse mark on the back of his neck uncontrollably emerged. Black patterns spread rapidly, even climbing up Sasuke's cheek. Orochimaru's aura became extremely intense. Sasuke fell to one knee, clutching his neck and eyes in pain.
Ugh! Damn it! Of all times!
Orochimaru's coldly grinning voice seemed to come from within Sasuke.
Sasuke in your body. I'll take it.
It seems you've run into quite a bit of trouble. Let me help you solve it. Evil chakra began to burst out from Sasuke's body. Nanako's expression changed drastically, and she instantly rushed to Sasuke's side, trying to use her own chakra to suppress Orochimaru.
Orochimaru, you waste, get out of Sasuke's body.
Kobayakawa Koshu was also stunned by the sudden turn of events, shouting anxiously.
Quickly suppress Orochimaru. Uchiha Sasuke's spirit has become fragile due to frequent Sharingan use and battle exhaustion. Orochimaru is taking the opportunity to seize his body.
Just as Nanako began to form hand seals, the power erupting from Sasuke's body knocked her away. As Orochimaru's will was about to completely gain the upper hand, Sasuke forced his head up with strong willpower, his Sharingan turning even more scarlet from pain and struggle.
Orochimaru, go back. My body is not for you. How could I let that disgusting thing take my body?
Nanako looked at Kobayakawa Koshu's indifferent face, and Sasuke's extremely painful expression. Gritted her teeth, ran to Kobayakawa Koshu, and gripped his clothes tightly.
You can save Uchiha Itachi, so you must be very skilled in your Nirvana system ability. You? Quickly tell me. Bro.
This brother.
Was spoken very softly, unheard by anyone except Kobayakawa Koshu and Nanako.
Kobayakawa Koshu stared at Nanako's face, which was almost on the verge of tears, with a look of reluctance.
I can only temporarily relieve his pain, not suppress Orochimaru.
Nanako immediately looked at Sasuke, and without hesitation untied the ropes binding Kobayakawa Koshu.
If you can't do it, it'll make you pay.
In the cave, only Sasuke's suppressed cries of pain echoed, along with the curse mark creeping across his neck. Orochimaru was seizing Sasuke's body from within. Just as Kobayakawa Shu was performing a jutsu, he had recently learned, a figure appeared between Sasuke and him. The man wore the black cloak with red clouds of the Akatsuki organization, his face haggard and pale, as if he did not have long to live. His Crimson Mangekyo Sharingan seemed to conceal something. Nanako's eyes widened in disbelief, never expecting Itachi Uchiha to choose this moment to appear. But then she quickly understood everything. Itachi must have been secretly watching her and Sasuke, otherwise, how could he coincidentally show up here? Kobayakawa Shu shared the same thought. Struggling against the searing pain, Sasuke lifted his head, his Sharingan flickering with complex emotions.
Itachi Uchiha, you finally showed up.
Itachi's gaze first fell upon Sasuke, who was writhing in agony, deep within his eyes an unspeakable complexity. Nanako thought she could read concern or anguish, even a hint of determination. His voice was calm yet tinged with weakness.
My foolish little brother. You have let yourself sink to such a state.
Then Nanako saw Itachi glance indifferently at her.
This vessel flows with Uchiha blood.
Itachi did not continue, his gaze subtly skipping over Kobayakawa Shu. Nanako felt that Itachi had not finished his words, but she could not guess what he meant. Leaning against the wall, Sasuke struggled to stand, roaring.
Spare me the chatter, Itachi Uchiha. Before I kill you. I will not be swallowed by Orochimaru. Let's settle this.
Nanako was the first to disagree, immediately stepping forward to block Sasuke.
No. Your current condition won't allow it.
Sasuke paused, as he passed Nanako, his eyes commanding without question.
Nanako, get out. But?
Before Nanako could say more, Kobayakawa Shu grabbed her hand. His voice whispered.
Nanako, you're too worried, you've forgotten, haven't you?
Kobayakawa Shu's words reminded Nanako of the plot where Orochimaru would be eliminated by Itachi. Biting her lip, she followed Kobayakawa Shu out of the cave. Outside the cave, Nanako and Kobayakawa Shu sat together, while inside Sasuke and Itachi faced off. Nanako listened absent-mindedly to Kobayakawa Shu, but her eyes kept glancing at Sasuke, locked in confrontation with Itachi.
Don't worry. Even if something happens to your Sasuke, I can revive him.
Kobayakawa Shu said, lightly revealing his ability.
Revive?
Nanako was startled.
You can bring people back to life. That's right. That's why I said only I can save Itachi Uchiha. Don't worry so much, you know the story, right? Sasuke Uchiha will be fine.
Nanako looked at him.
You just told me your ability like that. Aren't you afraid he'll force you for Sasuke's sake? Your question assumes Itachi Uchiha poses a threat to Sasuke, but we both know his real purpose. Your premise is flawed, so I'm not afraid.
Kohyakawashu explained clearly.
Besides, I'm your biological brother. Since you care so much about Sasuke, even if Itachi kills him, he'll help you revive him.
Kohyakawashu looked up at the stunned Nanako.
That big brother sounded nice.
Flustered Nanako turned away, avoiding his earnest gaze. Inside the cave, Sasuke and Itachi had already begun fighting. Without any hand seals, Itachi pulled both their spirits into a Jinjutsu space. To Nanako, the two inside the cave stood motionless, their eyes locked in a silent stare. Itachi's voice directly echoed in Sasuke's mind, "You sought power, but let a wolf into your home." Though they appeared still, Nanako and Kohyakawashu could sense the collision of their immense spiritual forces. Suddenly a wine gourd emitting eerie red light appeared in Itachi's right hand. The hilt of the sword of Totsuka extended from its mouth. The movement was too fast for Nanako's eyes to follow. She saw Itachi violently stab the sword into Sasuke's body. Sasuke's body convulsed violently, letting out a muffled groan.
Ugh!
A surge of chakra mixed with Orochimaru's terrified shriek was forcibly pulled from Sasuke's body, swiftly absorbed into the massive gourd. Orochimaru's voice was filled with disbelief.
No, this can't be Uchiha. Itachi.
The voice ceased abruptly, seemingly sealed. The sword of Totsuka and the gourd vanished. Itachi coughed violently, blood trickling from the corner of his lips. This exertion had placed an immense burden on his already depleted body. Sasuke collapsed to the ground, gasping. The curse mark on his neck was gone without a trace, and the cold, slimy sensation within him vanished completely. He looked up at Itachi, who was fading, his eyes filled with shock and confusion.
You?
Wiping the blood from his mouth, Itachi looked down calmly, pressing 2 fingers to Sasuke's forehead.
Sasuke, forgive me. This is the last time.
Then Itachi slumped onto Sasuke's shoulder, his breathing steadily weakening until it ceased entirely.
Stand up. Itachi Uchiha, stand up. Our battle isn't over, stand up.
Sasuke refused to accept a fight that ended before it even began. He stood there trembling, staring at Itachi's corpse for a long time, before finally accepting that he was truly dead. He had thought he would be indifferent to this man's death, yet now that it was done, only confusion and emptiness remained. What should he do next? Where would he go? Seeing Sasuke collapse to his knees, Nanako rushed to his side, not sparing a glance at Itachi's body, tightly gripping Sasuke's shoulders. Nanako called Sasuke's name over and over, but received no response. She pulled him into her arms, as if coaxing a child, stroking his back. Sasuke buried his face in Nanako's neck, wrapping his arms tightly around her, seeming to calm down.
Nanako!
Nanako kept answering him.
I'm here. I'm always here. You achieved your goal. You should be happy. Yeah. I achieved my goal. I killed Shimura Danzo, the one who destroyed the Uchiha clan. The one who toyed with my life is also dead. But? Nanako, what do I do next? Where do I go? Nanako. Sasuke, do you regret it?
Nanako's voice was dry.
If you regret it, there's still one way.
Then Nanako's wrist was seized by Sasuke, his crimson Sharingan fixed on her.
I don't regret it. How could I possibly regret it? Is that so?
Nanako said faintly.
Then since you've achieved your goal, why not find a place with me and live an ordinary life? Isn't that nice? No.
Sasuke's eyes darkened, a restrained smile curling at his lips.
Not yet. I must reform this world. It's too rotten. It needs to be changed.
Nanako could not fathom why Sasuke would choose this path. She understood his desire to kill Shimura Danzo, the root of the Uchiha clan's downfall. She also understood that even after learning the truth, Sasuke still wanted to kill Itachi for manipulating his life. But Nanako had always believed that, after learning the truth and witnessing Itachi's death, for his sake, Sasuke would regret it. Yet Sasuke felt no regret. Was it sincere or just stubbornness? Nanako sneaked a glance at his eyes, and found no trace of deceit. That meant Sasuke truly believed this. Now his thoughts aligned with the original story. The world was too corrupt, and he intended to change it. Nanako could not go against Sasuke's will.
Sasuke, how do you plan to change the world?
Sasuke's gaze shifted past Nanako to Kohyakawa Shu outside the cave, killing intent clear in his Sharingan.
Orochimaru is gone. That guy's value is exhausted. He knows too much, no need for him to exist.
Chidori Iso gathered in his hand again. He took a few steps forward, but Nanako grabbed his sleeve.
Sasuke, wait.
Sasuke paused his crimson Sharingan, turning to Nanako.
You want to stop me? For an outsider.
Nanako had ultimately acknowledged Kohyakawa Shu as her brother, and Sasuke genuinely intended to kill him. One was her biological brother, the other was her brother-in-name and lover. Caught in a dilemma, Nanako glanced complexly at Kohyakawa Shu outside.
His life or death doesn't matter, but his jutsu might still be useful. If we keep him, maybe in the future.
Nanako searched for a reason to convince Sasuke. Sasuke's eyes fixed on her.
Nanako, since when did you leave loose ends for something as uncertain as the future?
He sensed her unusual hesitation. His voice carried a dangerous edge.
Or are you pleading for him?
Nanako's body tensed at the growing coldness in Sasuke's eyes.
Am not,
she said guiltily. Sasuke stepped closer, his presence oppressive.
Nanako, are you saying it's not pleading? That you're not feeling unnecessary pity for someone who should be a tool?
Under Sasuke's relentless interrogation, Nanako took a deep breath.
Sasuke, if you kill him, you might regret it.
Sasuke's eyes sharpened.
Oh.
Nanako met his gaze.
Kohyakawa Shu's ability to foresee is stronger than mine, and his ninjutsu can revive people. That's why I think he might come in handy in the future. But if you truly believe his usefulness is over, I won't stop you.
Sasuke's Sharingan spun, boring into Nanako's eyes. Dead silence filled the cave. After a long moment, Sasuke let out a cold laugh.
Well said.
He lifted Nanako's chin with his fingers stroking her jawline, his voice almost pressed against her ear.
I see your hesitation clearly. I don't want it next time. Understood, Nanako.
Withdrawing his hand, Sasuke gazed at his fingertips for a long moment before gently rubbing them together, as if savoring the warmth of Nanako's skin. He shot one last glance at Kohyakawa Shu, who stood pale-faced outside, then turned back coldly.
Who is he that you should waver?
Sasuke was jealous. How should she cheer him up? The question echoed in Nanako's mind. Helpless, she decided to resort to the tactics she used with him when they were children. After all, Sasuke had always fallen for that, and he probably still would. He still did, though he didn't show it as obviously as before. She had caught him blushing many times at her affectionate gestures. In a flash, Nanako threw herself into Sasuke's arms, looking up at him with pitiful eyes.
I really didn't waver. I wasn't pleading for him. I was truly thinking of you, Sasuke. You have to believe me.
Sasuke, who hadn't seen Nanako act spoiled in so long, quickly covered his face with his hand, his gaze fixed on an uninteresting wall.
Enough. Enough.
But Nanako saw his ears reddening, even spreading, and she played it up even more.
Sasuke, I've always been so obedient, liked you so much. You don't trust me. It breaks my heart.
As she spoke, she rubbed her face against his chest, her voice choked, but clearly feigned. Nanako stared at him with teary doe-like eyes, making him utterly flustered. Sasuke covered his burning face more tightly, his words stumbling, as if all he could say was,
Enough. Sasuke, we've already kissed and everything.
She stood on tiptoe, leaning closer, watching him avoid her gaze.
Why are you so shy? We're lovers. Hug me back.
Sasuke's first reaction was,
Shut up.
Then Nanako's vision went dark as cool lips pressed lightly against her mouth, followed by the sound of a breeze. When her sight returned, Sasuke was nowhere to be seen. Only Kohyakawa Shu stood at the cave entrance, utterly stunned.
What kind of look is that?
Nanako curled her lips, crouching beside Uchiha Itachi's motionless body.
Didn't you say you could save him? Indeed, did you truly expect me to save him?
Kushikawa Koshu picked up the thread.
I never imagined you'd lift a finger for anyone other than Uchiha Sasuke.
Nor did I imagine you and Uchiha Sasuke had transcended mere bonds of kinship. Nanako cast him a silent, somber glance before murmuring low.
I simply refuse to let all my past efforts vanish into nothingness, and besides, Uchiha Itachi once aided me. I am no ungrateful wretch.
Moreover, if Uchiha Itachi were revived by Kushikawa Koshu, Sasuke would abandon his obsession with reshaping the world. Since time immemorial, no single soul has ever altered the world. The world is woven from humanity, its laws are forged by human hands, and every human heart beats to a different rhythm. Some souls radiate kindness, others fester with malice. How many hearts can one person truly transform? Sasuke's path reeks of hubris, the delusion of ending the world itself. To reshape the world. Impossible. Countless will stand against him, Uzumaki Naruto among them. In the original chronicle, they each severed an arm in their final clash. Then let us redirect Sasuke's focus.
I will save him, but not now. If Uchiha Sasuke arrives unexpectedly, I'll be dead before dawn. And you won't protect me.
Kushikawa Koshu voiced the question plainly. Nanako understood instantly.
I know. So take Uchiha Itachi's body and go now.
She then unfurled a scroll dense with inked characters, and turned her gaze upon Kushikawa Koshu.
Do you know how to seal a person within this? I'm hardly proficient,
Kushikawa Koshu admitted. Nanako snapped the scroll shut in an instant, snapping.
Then carry Uchiha Itachi on your back, and move swiftly.
Kushikawa Koshu nodded, hoisting Itachi onto his shoulders, and whispered softly.
Guxiao, take care of yourself.
Nanako pressed her lips together, then let out a faint reluctant hum.
You needn't worry, Sasuke will watch over me. Then I'm off. Farewell.
Watching Kushikawa Koshu recede into the distance, with Itachi slung across his back, Nanako turned away, and scoffed.
Farewell, Suyu.
Yet she knew, once Sasuke returned and discovered both Kushikawa Koshu's escape and Itachi's inexplicable disappearance, he'd unravel the truth in an instant. Nanako leaned against the cave wall, lifting her gaze to the rocky ceiling where firelight danced across shifting shadows. Her earlier intervention, blocking Sasuke from killing Kushikawa Koshu, had already ignited his fury. Had it not been for her quick wit and charm, Sasuke would have cleaved Koshu in two with his Kusanagi blade. Though Sasuke's face betrayed no joy, his eyes spoke volumes. With outsiders present, Sasuke naturally restrained his intimacy toward her, exactly as she'd anticipated. His reaction confirmed her calculation. She had successfully diverted him, thus securing Koshu's escape. Now, she must soothe Sasuke's inevitable wrath. He would rage. Would feigned innocence still work? Perhaps, probably, it still might. When Sasuke returned, he sensed something amiss at once, and fixed his gaze upon Nanako slumped silently against the wall.
Where are they?
At the sound of his icy voice, Nanako stiffened, but offered no excuse. Like a chastened child, she met his glare with wide, guileless eyes.
I'm sorry. Sasuke, I let them go. Nanako, you knew I intended to kill him. You knew his existence endangered us. You halted me once, yet now you've set him free.
Do my words mean so little to you, that you hold them beneath the worth of a stranger?
Yet Sasuke withheld those final scalding words.
Nanako lifted her head, eyes glistening with unshed tears, face etched with raw fear.
You've always dwelled in my heart, Sasuke, only. Uchiha Itachi suddenly rose. He rose from death.
Then carried Kushikawa Koshu away. I couldn't defeat Itachi. I was terrified, brother. I failed you. Her opening plea rang sincere, until she uttered.
Uchiha Itachi rose.
Her voice dropping to a whisper, growing fainter with each syllable, until,
brother,
I failed, dissolved into silence unheard even by herself. She knew the lie was absurd, braced for Sasuke's interrogation, heart-hammering muscles taut with dread. Yet no storm of fury descended. Sasuke stood mute for 10 long seconds, then let out a sharp, incredulous chuckle. His fingers pressed lightly at his temples. A strange blend of exasperation and amusement flickered in his eyes.
Uchiha Itachi rose from death.
Nanako wished the earth would swallow her whole, her head nearly buried in her chest.
Yes, Uchiha Itachi rose from death,
A flimsy, transparent falsehood. Sasuke lowered his hand, and beheld Nanako shrinking inward like a coiled spring. A smile tugged fiercely at his lips. He spun away, clamping one hand over his mouth to stifle the laughter threatening to burst forth. Bewildered, Nanako stepped forward and gently poked his trembling shoulder.
I swear, it's true. Itachi rose, took Koshu. I didn't release him.
She'd braced for every consequence, except this, Sasuke laughing. She stared dazed, as his shoulders gradually stilled.
Enough,
Sasuke said, turning back, his expression once again impassive, as he uttered 2 quiet words.
You aren't angry.
Nanako felt reality tilt. Sasuke began packing their meager supplies.
I refuse to waste anger on a fool.
He paused, then added,
and if you chose this path to set him free, you must have your reasons, even if they're foolish.
Nanako rushed forward, wrapping her arms tightly around his waist, pressing her cheek to the solid warmth of his back.
I'm sorry, Sasuke. Thank you, and I'm not a fool.
Her voice muffled against his clothes. Sasuke made no move to push her away, merely stilled his hands, letting her hold on a while longer. Then he gently tapped her arms, encircling his waist.
We must go.
She released him, brushing non-existent tears from her eyes.
Where shall we go?
Sasuke secured the last pack, his gaze drifting beyond the cave mouth, deep, unfathomable.
To trace the trail left by the risen Uchiha Itachi.
He deliberately stressed the word risen. Nanako's cheeks burned crimson as Sasuke continued.
The risen Uchiha Itachi has only one destination for Kushikawa Koshu. We'll follow his trail and wait. Let us see whether this so-called Nirvana rebirth power can truly snatch a risen soul from death's own grasp.
Left and right, Sasuke repeated risen Uchiha Itachi until Nanako squirmed in mortification, yet dared not deny it. A lie of her own making, she'd endure it to the bitter end. Tears welled, not of sorrow, but sheer helpless embarrassment.
Understood.
Sasuke grunted, stepping out first. At the cave mouth he paused, without glancing back, his voice cool and dry.
Next time craft your lies with more finesse, fool.
Nanako's face flared anew, but watching his retreating silhouette, her lips curved upward, soft and secret.
I'm no fool. I'm brilliantly clever.
Sasuke's fixation on remaking the world had shifted, though even she conceded her method bordered on preposterous. Yet the result was achieved. That was the first step toward success. Standing beside Sasuke at the cave mouth, Nanako watched as his eyes closed, then reopened, the intricate patterns of his Mangekyo Sharingan slowly rotating. She followed him to the spot where Kushikawa Koshu had lingered, watching as Sasuke knelt, fingertips tracing faint marks upon the earth.
Sasuke, what are you doing?
Nanako couldn't decipher his intent.
Footprints. Flattened grass. His taijutsu is weak, he won't choose treacherous terrain. His traces are far more conspicuous than an average man's.
Sasuke rose, studying the settling dust.
This way. The dust's descent differs slightly from the other side. He departed only moments ago.
Nanako gazed at him, starstruck.
Sasuke, you're incredible.
He glanced sidelong, a faint unspoken amusement in his scoff, but offered no denial.
Keep pace. I'll verify these traces remain unbroken. Of course, I'll watch closely.
They surged forward through the forest, one behind the other. Sasuke's Sharingan pierced every subtlety, experience sharpening instinct, while Nanako trailed him with rapt attention, soon noticing he occasionally tilted his head, glancing back at her.
Sasuke, is something wrong? Nothing. Merely thinking. About me.
Moonlight filtered through sparse boughs, spilling silver across the stream. Nanako and Sasuke concealed themselves behind a massive boulder, observing the clearing by the water's edge. Kushikawa Koshu knelt on the flat bank, Uchiha Itachi's body resting serenely before him.
Nirvana rebirth technique.
As he intoned the name, golden light shimmered softly from his palms, hovering above Itachi's form, then flowing downward, seeping steadily into his lifeless frame. Within moments, Koshu's face paled to parchment, sweat beaded and rolled from his brow. Nanako watched, horrified, as his hair grayed visibly, his features collapsing into premature age. Witnessing life wrested back from oblivion, Nanako clapped a hand over her mouth to stifle a gasp, eyes wide with awe.
He truly...
Sasuke stared, breath arrested. His hand clenched around the hilt of the Kusanagi, yet remained still. The golden radiance dimmed, faded, vanished. Koshu convulsed, spitting crimson onto the earth, then crumpled backward, limp and spent. His hair was now starkly silvered, his breathing weakened, slowed, ceased. And in the instant, the light vanished, color bloomed faintly upon Itachi's ashen cheeks. Then, his long lashes trembled. Under Sasuke and Nanako's stunned gaze, Itachi's chest rose unmistakably with a single living breath. He breathed. Sasuke's mind blanked, his Sharingan whirled wildly, locked onto that fragile rising and falling chest.
No, impossible.
Sasuke whispered, stumbling forward, on the verge of bursting from cover. Nanako reacted instantly, gripping his arm tight.
Sasuke, wait! Observe Itachi's first move upon awakening.
Instinct to protect Sasuke overrode all else. She feared Itachi's very first act would be to strike down Sasuke. Her gaze remained riveted on Itachi, complex, layered, unreadable. Sasuke did not pull free. He stood rooted, watching Koshu's immense sacrifice, and Itachi unconscious yet undeniably breathing. Only the murmur of the stream filled the mountain gorge. Nanako whispered, voice hushed.
Sasuke, Koshu paid dearly. Itachi lives, but barely. What do we do now?
Sasuke regained composure swiftly, yet his Sharingan stayed fixed on Itachi.
Wait. Wait for him to awaken, or for that bastard to stir.
The him, and that bastard clearly referred to two distinct men. Nanako said nothing, merely watched silent and still from behind the boulder. Somewhere distant the Hawk team continued tracking Uchiha Itachi's whereabouts. Kisame Hashigaki leaned against his great sword with a sigh.
What a tedious day. I wonder how that short-statured girl will provoke Sasuke next. I'd love to witness it.
Karen shot him an exasperated glare.
Don't utter Uchiha Nanako's name near me, ever.
Yugo remained silent, gazing upward at birds wheeling across the sky. Time slipped by, minute after minute. The first stirrings came not from Itachi, but from Kushikawa Koshu. His lashes fluttered, a low groan escaped his lips, his silvered hair stark under the moonlight. At the same instant Itachi's body jerked violently. He writhed as if trapped in a nightmare, gasping, throat constricted. Sasuke's breath hitched, his body tensed to rush forth. Nanako clamped both hands around his arm, voice urgent, pleading.
Sasuke, wait! Please, just a little longer.
At that moment Uchiha Itachi suddenly opened his eyes. Sasuke and Nanako simultaneously looked at Uchiha Itachi. It appeared that Itachi's eyes could not focus as he stared blankly at the starry sky. His chest heaved violently, accompanied by painful gasps. He couldn't see. At that moment another faint groan reached Nanako's ears, and looking up, she saw the struggling form of Koha Kawakawa sitting up.
Who?
A hoarse voice squeezed out from Itachi's cracked lips. Sasuke's mind buzzed, and he suddenly broke free from Nanako's grip.
Sasuke! Don't!
Nanako exclaimed in alarm. But Sasuke, like an arrow released from a bow, charged forward, instantly placing his entire body between Uchiha Itachi and Koha Kawakawa. Koha Kawakawa had just managed to prop himself up with his elbows, when he saw Uchiha Sasuke appearing before him, like a god of death, nearly fainting again from fright.
You Uchiha! Sasuke!
Sasuke's voice was hoarse.
Shut up! Stay away from him!
Nanako also stepped out, but she did not stand on either side. Instead, she anxiously positioned herself behind Sasuke, vigilantly watching everything around them. Her heart was nearly in her throat, as she had no idea what would happen next. Koha Kawakawa, though currently weak, insisted.
I mean no harm. I just...
Nanako said nothing, quietly guarding Sasuke's flank, her gaze lingering on Koha Kawakawa. She knew that no matter what she said, Sasuke was now completely unable to listen. But was Koha Kawakawa's jutsu saving Uchiha Itachi at the cost of his own life?
Can you still live?
Nanako couldn't help but ask. Koha Kawakawa licked his cracked lips.
Not for long, I suppose.
Nanako fell silent for a moment, took out 3 pills from her ninja tool pouch, and tossed them to Koha Kawakawa, saying,
Uchiha Itachi asked me to give these to you. Take them, they might help you recover.
Sasuke, whose attention was entirely on Uchiha Itachi, did not notice what Nanako was doing. After catching the 3 pills, Koha Kawakawa glanced at Nanako, and swallowed them without hesitation. Seeing him swallow without any hesitation, Nanako felt a mix of emotions. At that moment Uchiha Itachi's cracked lips moved again.
Sasuke!
Those 2 words struck Sasuke's heart like a heavy hammer. All caution and anger crumbled before Itachi's instinctive call. Sasuke's body shook violently, as if drained of all strength. The spinning of his Sharingan gradually slowed down, his black pupils filled with confusion. Nanako also heard Uchiha Itachi's call. She stepped forward to steady Sasuke's body, glanced at him, and asked a useless question.
Are you okay?
After swallowing the pills, Koha Kawakawa felt an inexplicable lightness in his body, as if his stamina and condition had significantly improved. Though his cheeks still looked aged, his voice was youthful.
Uchiha Itachi has just reversed life, and death, his soul and body are both very fragile. Any fluctuation of chakra from you will impact him. Do you want him to die again right after coming back to life? Step back. Let him settle down.
This statement felt like a cold splash of water on the nearly uncontrollable Sasuke. Nanako was shocked by Koha Kawakawa's fierce attitude.
Are you crazy? Sasuke is ignoring you now, you should just be quiet. Why are you being hostile towards Sasuke?
Sasuke lowered his head, looking at Uchiha Itachi, who was frowning at the ground. Koha Kawakawa's words made him realize that his very presence was a significant burden to Itachi at this moment.
Damn it!
Thinking Sasuke was angry, Nanako tried to comfort him, but soon saw Sasuke pulling away from Uchiha Itachi. Nanako not angry. Seeing Sasuke standing like a statue several hundred meters away, she tilted her head. Sasuke was still quite unsettled inside. He probably wanted some peace and quiet, so she decided not to disturb him. Nanako looked at Uchiha Itachi's colorless eyes, and asked Koha Kawakawa, who was sitting across from her.
So it turns out that being revived is very fragile. I thought the first thing Uchiha Itachi would do after revival was to fight Sasuke under the pretense of helping him get stronger.
Koha Kawakawa took out a water pouch and poured it onto Itachi's cracked lips.
I don't think so, he is blind now.
Nanako rested her chin on her hand.
Sasuke hasn't used his Mangekyo much yet, so he hasn't transplanted his eyes.
What should be done next? Sasuke's vision would decline in the future. Not using his Sharingan would mean a decrease in power, which he likely wouldn't accept. And now that Uchiha Itachi was blind, would transplanting his eyes give Sasuke the eternal Mangekyo? Nanako's gaze gradually shifted to Uchiha Itachi's eyes. Should they be taken out?
Are you considering whether to take his eyes out?
Koha Kawakawa wiped the sweat from his forehead.
Did you forget my ability?
Nanako was taken aback.
Your Nirvana can turn Sasuke's eyes into an eternal Mangekyo. Yes, Uchiha Itachi's eyes could turn Uchiha Sasuke into an eternal Mangekyo, but he is already blind. The closer the bloodline, the higher the chance of becoming an eternal Mangekyo.
Koha Kawakawa's implication was quite clear. Nanako understood this layer of meaning.
So that would be me. But my eyes are still only 3 tomo, I haven't unlocked the Mangekyo yet.
Though Uchiha Itachi lying on the ground made no sound, he clearly heard the conversation between Nanako and Koha Kawakawa. He slowly opened his eyes, and what met his gaze was a blinding blurry white light. Nanako and Koha Kawakawa did not notice that Uchiha Itachi was listening to their conversation.
I feel like nothing can make me unlock the Mangekyo. Sasuke will live well in the future.
Nanako's fingertips lightly stroked her chin.
If Uchiha Sasuke were to die, you would unlock it, right?
Koha Kawakawa said. Nanako shot him a glance.
Sasuke won't die, so your hypothesis is invalid.
Just as she finished speaking, Nanako heard Sasuke's cold voice from above.
Of course I won't die. Why should I bother answering such a hypothetical question from that idiot? Nanako, stop wasting time with him.
Koha Kawakawa fell silent.
Sasuke, tomorrow is July 23rd, right?
Nanako suddenly smiled, her eyes narrowing. Sasuke replied.
Ah. What of it? I have a gift I want to give you tomorrow, so I need to prepare it today.
Nanako blinked.
A gift?
Sasuke glanced at Uchiha Itachi, and then at the beaming Nanako.
Ah. Nanako.
Sasuke seemed to come to a realization.
Let's talk about this later.
Nanako, however, disagreed, grabbing Sasuke's arm and shaking and adopting an attitude of,
if you don't agree, you'll keep making a fuss.
Koha Kawakawa remained silent. With no other choice, Sasuke glanced at Uchiha Itachi on the ground again and said,
I'll go with you. Not this time. I want to give you a surprise. If you already know what I'm going to give you, there won't be any surprise.
Nanako huffed. Without waiting for Sasuke to speak, Nanako pulled Koha Kawakawa and said to Sasuke,
this person might give me some ideas, and if there's any danger, he can protect me, so I'll head out first. Wait for me, Sasuke.
Then before Sasuke could react, Nanako dashed away with Koha Kawakawa.
What the hell?
Sasuke turned around calmly, saying a line, before lowering his head to look at Uchiha Itachi's open eyes and slightly parted lips.
So you were here all along?
Sasuke was no longer as uncontrolled as before and said expressionlessly,
did you already know I would come after you?
Uchiha Itachi subtly shook his head, but that action seemed to take all his strength.
Just felt you would come.
His words were broken.
Because it's you.
Sasuke did not speak, but his breathing slowed, instinctively looking at the often inscrutable Uchiha Itachi, who surprisingly said such a thing. At that moment, Uchiha Itachi's brow furrowed slightly again, as if he were enduring some kind of pain. After a night had passed, the sun slowly rose into the sky. Sasuke sat on a piece of dead wood facing away from Uchiha Itachi, his vision seeming even more blurred at the edges than before. This detail made Sasuke increasingly irritable. Uchiha Itachi quietly leaned against a tree, his eyes hollowly gazing ahead. He had slightly regained some strength since last night, at least his breathing had stabilized, but his body was still in a weak state. Blindness is fatal for a ninja, but Uchiha Itachi seemed to have long accepted all of this. A suffocating silence spread between the two. Finally, it was Uchiha Itachi who broke the silence.
He has left.
Sasuke's body tightened slightly. He did not turn to look at Uchiha Itachi, but his voice was stiff. Sasuke did not want to discuss this matter. Nanako suddenly left, leaving only a sentence.
I need to prepare a gift,
while not allowing him to follow. Although Sasuke didn't show it in front of Nanako, he still felt uncomfortable. Uchiha Itachi calmly continued.
The one who was with him possessing the life force has also left.
Sasuke felt a bit impatient.
And then?
Why would Uchiha Itachi mention something so obvious? Uchiha Itachi paused slightly.
I heard their conversation.
Sasuke abruptly turned his head, activating his Sharingan instantaneously, then forced it down, staring intently at Uchiha Itachi.
What did they say?
Nanako's departure indeed had hidden implications. Uchiha Itachi, facing Sasuke's intensified emotions, remained as calm as if discussing the weather.
About your eyes, about the cost of the Mangekyo, about transplantation.
Sasuke's pupils suddenly constricted. He was the most aware of his rapidly declining vision. Nanako could foresee, and he certainly knew, having forgotten this point. Suddenly leaving with Koha Kawakawa, who had healing abilities. Transplantation. Mangekyo. A terrifying guess exploded in Sasuke's mind. Nanako said she wanted to give a surprise gift. Could it be a way to treat his eyes? Or did Nanako want to obtain a pair of Mangekyo Sharingan that could be transplanted to him? Sasuke instantly stood up, furious.
How dare he? That idiot! Who needs him meddling in this?
He understood the determination hidden behind Nanako's words about wanting to give a
surprise gift.
Nanako was going to unlock the Mangekyo. Or was she looking for other eyes? But no matter which option, it was Sasuke could not accept it. Uchiha Itachi listened to Sasuke's furious shouts, and the intense fluctuations of his chakra, saying,
He is as stubborn as you are in certain respects, to the point of being hopeless.
His words carried a kind of helplessness, as if seeing the cycle of fate.
Moreover, she seems to know a lot of things she shouldn't know.
Sasuke was seething with anger, but had no outlet, as he could not unleash his wrath on the weak and blind Uchiha Itachi. He slammed his fist against the nearby tree. With a loud
bang,
wood chips flew.
Damn it! I need to go bring him back.
Uchiha Itachi lightly coughed.
Can you find him if you go now? Since Nanako chose to avoid you, she won't let you find her easily. How could I not find her? That idiot doesn't even know how to hide his killing intent. Finding him should be easy. Then can your eyes still support you in high-intensity tracking and possible combat?
You spent quite a bit of effort tracking someone with life force, right?
Uchiha Itachi directly pointed out the issue that Sasuke was least willing to face.
Sasuke gasped for breath, his whole body stiffening.
Am I just going to watch him do something stupid?
Uchiha Itachi slowly looked in Sasuke's direction, remaining silent for a moment, then softly said,
Perhaps there is another choice.
Sasuke abruptly looked at Itachi, his Sharingan involuntarily activating again.
What choice?
Uchiha Itachi did not answer directly, but made a slight weak motion with his limp hand, as if signaling something.
My eyes, though they can no longer see, contain a power. Perhaps.
His words trailed off, but the implication was already clear. Sasuke felt as if struck by lightning, his face filled with shock and rejection.
Are you kidding me? How could I
accept your eyes? This was even more absurd than Nanako's plan. Uchiha Itachi, in the face of Sasuke's intense reaction, simply tiredly closed his hollow eyes.
This is just a choice, Sasuke. A choice that might prevent another idiot from doing something more extreme.
The dawn fully illuminated the forest clearing, yet it could not penetrate the heavy stalemate between the two brothers. The wind in the forest stung Nainatsu's cheeks, but at this moment she could no longer afford to care. Roughly dragging Xiaoxiao by the wrist through the dense woods, Nainatsu's heart thundered in her chest like a drum, and she kept glancing back over her shoulder. Sasuke had not pursued them. It seemed he had no suspicion of her words. What a relief. In the original story, Sasuke obtained Itachi Uchiha's eyes, and evolved them into the eternal Mangekyo. But now Itachi Uchiha's eyes were already blind. Even if transplanted to Sasuke, they would likely be useless, wouldn't they? Even if they were useful, Sasuke would initially be unable to see anything. So the only option was to give her own eyes to Sasuke as a birthday gift. If only she could awaken the Mangekyo herself. Yet the condition for awakening the Mangekyo was the death of the most important person. The most important person to her was Sasuke, but she knew very well that in the original story Sasuke would never die. But there was no other way. Nainatsu quickly glanced at the silently running Kobayakawa Xiaoxiao beside. Ever since confirming that he was truly her biological brother, she had felt extremely awkward. But he was now the only one who could help her. How could she bring it up? She couldn't just say, "Sorry brother, would you mind stimulating me to open my eyes?" Earlier they had been able to communicate because they were discussing Sasuke. Now that it was just the two of them, those words felt utterly unutterable. But his nirvana power was so miraculous. What if something went wrong with the plan? With him by her side, at least her life would be safe, wouldn't it?
Nainatsu,
Kobayakawa Xiaoxiao interrupted her tumultuous thoughts.
Stop and rest for a while. Your chakra fluctuations are very chaotic. If you keep going like this, you'll collapse before we even reach our destination.
Nainatsu abruptly halted, her chest heaving violently. Releasing her grip on his hand, she lowered her head in slight bewilderment.
Do you have any way
to stimulate me into awakening the Mangekyo? What kind of jutsu are you least resistant to?
Kobayakawa Xiaoxiao sighed. He raised his hand, as if to stroke Nainatsu's hair, but his hand hovered in midair for a moment before falling back down. Jinjutsu. I'm utterly helpless against Jinjutsu.
Nainatsu admitted without concealment.
I don't know any Jinjutsu either.
Kobayakawa Xiaoxiao looked up, pondering for a moment.
In the original story, the strongest Jinjutsu user was Itachi Uchiha, followed by Sasuke Uchiha. I have a way that doesn't require sacrificing your eyes.
Nainatsu snorted.
Your way is to steal Obito Uchiha's eyes. I've already thought of that. Forget it, we can't beat him. No, I mean you and Sasuke go steal Obito Uchiha's eyes. With me around you won't die.
Kobayakawa Xiaoxiao proposed. Nainatsu immediately refuted his suggestion.
It won't work. That guy's ability is Kamui. You know what Kamui is. He's battle-hardened, and behind him is Madara Uchiha. So my jutsu can't hit him, making it useless. Even if Sasuke goes all out and activates the complete Susanoo, his vision will decline, and repeated use of the Mangekyo will only result in self-defense at best. Even if you could guarantee the lives of me and Sasuke, we still couldn't defeat him. Then we can only ask Obito Uchiha for help,
Kobayakawa Xiaoxiao said. Nainatsu blinked, gazing at his face in confusion. Then suddenly she realized what he meant.
You mean, right, isn't the fourth Mizukage being manipulated by Obito Uchiha? Nainatsu suddenly looked at Kobayakawa Xiaoxiao with an unusually amiable expression.
Brother, can your nirvana power dispel Obito Uchiha's Jinjutsu?
No, my jutsu leans toward healing. There are many ways to smoke out Obito Uchiha, like creating public opinion and letting the Hidden Mist village know that their fourth Mizukage is being controlled. Once Obito Uchiha finds out. Nainatsu agreed wholeheartedly.
Right. He'll definitely come to see what's going on, and then I could ask him for help.
But if we do that, we won't make it in time for Sasuke's birthday gift. July 23rd is Sasuke's birthday. A late gift is still a gift.
Nainatsu suppressed her disappointment and looked at Kobayakawa Xiaoxiao, who had returned to his original appearance. His gray-streaked hair had turned gray, and his features were gradually becoming youthful. It was because of those 3 pills. Certainly not ordinary pills for enhancing physique. That old father. At the entrance of the Hidden Mist village, several ninjas were yawning, yet still dutifully guarding the gate. A short boy, his face obscured by a black cloth, walked in. Beside him was a slim, tall youth who sauntered with a nonchalant gait. This youth also had his face covered with a black cloth, looking suspicious no matter how you saw it. The Hidden Mist village ninjas immediately snapped to attention.
Who are you?
Nainatsu produced a forged document and spoke with an air of profundity.
I am from Konoha's Umbu. A rogue ninja has fled into the Hidden Mist village, and we are here to capture him.
The Hidden Mist village ninja glanced at the document in Nainatsu's hand. There was no sign of forgery, and he was taken aback.
A rogue ninja?
Is it the Uchiha who fled and then attacked Konoha? It seemed the news of Sasuke's attack on Konoha's headquarters had already reached the Hidden Mist village. Nainatsu thought to herself as she nodded.
Yes, we are here to capture him. To avoid causing panic among the civilians, you must not make this public.
The Hidden Mist village ninjas nodded repeatedly.
Understood, but we still need to report this to the Mizukage-sama. Please follow me. One person can go.
Kobayakawa Xiaoxiu interjected.
He can stay here. That's also to prevent losing the trail of the rogue ninja. No problem. Follow me.
The Hidden Mist Village ninja harbored no suspicion of Nainatsu and Kobayakawa Xiaoxiu. In about half an hour, Kobayakawa Xiaoxiu, who had come out from the Mizukage's office, reunited with Nainatsu, who had been released.
First spread the false information. If Obito Uchiha doesn't show up, then leak the news that the 4th Mizukage is being manipulated by him.
Nainatsu nodded. The two immediately separated and began spreading various rumors throughout the Hidden Mist Village. At first, the villagers didn't believe them, thinking Nainatsu or Kobayakawa Xiaoxiu were just boasting. Later, when these rumors were confirmed, they practically elevated Nainatsu and Kobayakawa Xiaoxiu to the status of sages. Initially, the 4th Mizukage paid no heed to these rumors. Later, seeing potential benefit, he did not impose strict control. Of course, the thoughts of the manipulated 4th Mizukage were not his own. Then a rumor suddenly spread rapidly through the Hidden Mist Village, causing an uproar.
Have you heard? You mean the rumor that the 4th Mizukage is being manipulated by Itachi Uchiha? So you've heard it too. I wonder if it's true or false. The rumors that came out before were all true. So this time
should be no exception. Hard to say. I think. No. I hope not.
Nainatsu and Kobayakawa Xiaoxiu, who had stopped eavesdropping, exchanged glances and rose to leave the tea house.
When they reached a secluded spot, the space before them rippled like water. A figure wearing a spiral mask and a black robe with red clouds slowly emerged from the center of the distorted space, blocking their path. Obito Uchiha. He had appeared.
My, what a pair of little mice spreading rumors. You've led me on quite a chase. Don't you know that loose tongues get their tongues pulled out?
Malicious chakra instantly enveloped them both. Kobayakawa Xiaoxiu's face turned pale instantly, and he instinctively moved to shield Nainatsu. Nainatsu's heart pounded wildly as she stepped forward, placing herself in front of him. Raising her head to meet the eerie mask, Nainatsu forced a seemingly relaxed smile, though her voice trembled slightly.
Masked man, we're not here to fight.
Obito Uchiha's Sharingan narrowed behind his mask.
Oh, then are you here to die?
Without any preamble, Nainatsu threatened.
We're here to negotiate a deal about how to better protect your secrets.
Emphasizing the word secrets, Nainatsu continued.
You see, since we know about the 4th Mizukage, naturally we know more. For instance, your Moon's Eye plan. For instance, Rin no Hara.
Obito Uchiha. The moment Nainatsu uttered the name Rin no Hara, the nonchalant aura around Obito Uchiha vanished, replaced by an icy killing intent.
You? Who are you?
Nainatsu's scalp tingled from the murderous aura.
Who we are doesn't matter. What matters is that you don't want these secrets known to more people, do you? Like Itachi Uchiha's younger brother. Or the entire ninja world.
Obito Uchiha was silent for a few seconds, his killing intent slightly receding. One red Sharingan gleamed with a scrutinizing gaze.
Interesting. How do you want to trade?
Nainatsu finally revealed her true intention.
Simple. Well, keep all your secrets. In exchange,
she pointed at her own eyes,
you need to help me awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan.
Obito Uchiha seemed to hear the most absurd joke in the world.
Huh? And you think you're worthy of coveting the power of the Mangekyo? And why should I help you? Because I know who you are and what you plan to do. Casting a perfect genjutsu on me sufficient to awaken the Mangekyo costs you nothing. If you refuse to cooperate, can your plan still proceed? Moreover, my awakened Mangekyo will be of greater value to you. Perhaps I can help you with more things in the future. Isn't that better than killing two insignificant people who know too much right now?
Nainatsu had anticipated his question and answered immediately. Obito Uchiha's crimson Sharingan stared coldly at her, as if weighing the value and true intent behind her words. Kobayakawa Xiaoxiu was so tense he could barely breathe. Nainatsu's heart was about to leap out of her chest, but she struggled to maintain the expression of him making a great deal, even looking at Obito, with a hint of anticipation. Finally, Obito Uchiha let out an ambiguous low laugh.
He. An interesting proposal, little mouse. You are bold and also very foolish. Very well, I accept this deal.
Obito Uchiha slowly raised his hand, his fingertip aimed at Nainatsu.
Then prepare yourself to fall into hell.
Nainatsu's pupils constricted sharply. Her gamble was about to begin. Time rewound to a few days earlier by a mountain stream. Sasuke remained silent in the face of the two choices Itachi Uchiha had presented, but the appearance of his Mangekyo clearly revealed his intense anger. Grabbing the weakened Itachi Uchiha by the collar, Sasuke's lips almost twitched.
Shut up! Who asked you to decide for me? Who gave you permission to sacrifice yourselves for me one by one? I decide my own path.
Itachi Uchiha saw through the true emotions hidden behind Sasuke's facade, and let out a faint sigh.
Yes. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Sorry. Your apology is worthless. Sasuke glared at the unresponsive Itachi, and continued through gritted teeth.
And do you think giving me your eyes can repay everything? Don't be so arrogant, Itachi Uchiha. Your eyes aren't worth even a fraction of what you owe.
Itachi Uchiha replied calmly.
I know.
I know.
Sasuke suddenly released Itachi, his expression showing he was done with the conversation, and turned to leave the stream.
That idiot. I'll go drag him back right now, and make him give up this insane idea.
That idiot. I'll go drag him back right now, and make him give up this insane idea.
But shortly after leaving, Sasuke returned holding a rope, and staring expressionlessly at the listless Itachi Uchiha on the ground. He then roughly tied Itachi's wrists, took the other end of the rope, and forcibly pulled him forward.
You're coming with me. Until I've dealt with that fool's matter, you're not allowed to die or disappear. Your sins are far from paid off.
Itachi Uchiha staggered as Sasuke gave a sharp tug on the rope, but did his best to keep pace. As Sasuke's speed increased, Itachi calmly reminded him.
Sasuke! I can't see!
I can't see!
Sasuke yanked the rope again.
Troublesome. Then hold on tight. If you fall and die, I'll kill.
He obviously realized the contradiction in the phrase, if you fall and die, I'll kill you, and his voice trailed off. He clicked his tongue in annoyance.
How troublesome. Itachi Uchiha allowed a faint smile to cross his lips, only to be yanked by the rope again by a mortified Sasuke. There was no expected dizziness or torment. Everything around her vanished instantly. Nainatsu found herself standing in a place that was both familiar and strange. She walked a few steps, and looked at the real dazzling sunlight.
Nainatsu, what are you doing?
Naruto Uzumaki suddenly appeared beside her. Nainatsu looked at him, and realized that although he was looking in her direction, his gaze wasn't on her. Yet the name he called was indeed hers.
Oh, I'm going to find Sasuke.
A voice that belonged to her came from another direction. Nainatsu turned to see her younger self. Nanako watched her younger self after stating she was going to find Sasuke completely ignore the chattering Naruto Uzumaki, and dash into the depths of the forest. That was the direction of the Uchiha clan grounds, the place where young Sasuke often trained alone. That bastard Obito really knew how to exploit weaknesses. He understood that her younger self was most attached to Sasuke. Nanako followed her younger self to that familiar clearing. Sure enough, young Sasuke was there, his back turned to her younger self as he practiced shuriken jutsu. His earnest silhouette was identical to the Sasuke in her memories. Her younger self lunged and wrapped her arms around him, whining,
Sasuke, why didn't you take me with you?
Young Sasuke's face initially showed a flicker of annoyance at being disturbed, but upon being embraced, he recognized who it was, and that irritation faded slightly. These details of their interactions were so vividly crafted by Uchiha Obito. Then the subsequent process would surely make her believe it, wouldn't it? Just as she thought that, Nanako suddenly saw a twisted, malevolent grin spread across her younger self's face, and her eyes instantly transformed into 3 Tomo. Nanako. What the hell? My younger self never awakened the 3 Tomo, alright. Then, with lightning speed, her younger self lunged at young Sasuke, a kunai appearing in her hand, from nowhere thrusting straight toward his heart. Young Sasuke, completely caught off guard, was stabbed in the heart by the kunai, his face frozen in shock. Blood immediately pooled on the ground. Young Sasuke looked down at the kunai in his chest in disbelief, then slowly collapsed. Nanako. That grin was way too fake, too over the top. How could she ever make such a face at Sasuke for no reason? And besides, even if she had the Sharingan back then, given Sasuke's talent and strength, how could he be instantly killed by her younger self? It was too deliberate, utterly unrealistic. Uchiha Obito. You completely underestimated my rationality. Nanako stood still, watching the fabricated murder scene before her. The tears she expected never came. Instead, a mocking smile curled at the corner of her lips. Suddenly, the murder scene reverted to its original setting. She stood there, her eyes still ordinary black, but her temples throbbed violently. Uchiha Obito was visibly taken aback. His Sharingan narrowed slightly behind the mask, apparently very surprised by Nanako's reaction.
Oh!
He let out a meaningful sneer.
Didn't work after all? Your love seems to be nothing much.
Nanako met his probing gaze without fear, her smirk growing more pronounced.
What a sham performance, masked man.
Obito. Nanako tilted her head.
Can't you come up with a more plausible script? Making me kill Sasuke.
Nanako spread her arms theatrically.
Please show me a little respect, will you? Do you think him some clueless fool? I know better than anyone how strong Sasuke is. Even I couldn't kill him with such a childish method.
Nanako stepped closer to Uchiha Obito, her gaze seemingly piercing through his mask.
You're too impatient. You only thought of using the most sensational scenario to provoke my hatred, but you forgot the most important thing. That is truth. A delusion riddled with holes is like the fantasy of a third-rate novelist. It evokes nothing but ridicule from me, no resonance whatsoever. It seems your understanding of pain is still quite shallow. How pitiful.
Each of Nanako's words was like a resounding slap across Uchiha Obito's arrogant face. Uchiha Obito fell silent. The cynical, flippant aura around him vanished, replaced by the anger of being humiliated. Nanako could clearly sense his genuine fury.
Sharp-tongued brat.
Uchiha Obito's voice dropped low.
It seems ordinary stimulation won't work on you. I underestimated you.
His Sharingan began to slowly rotate again.
In that case, let me show you a truly real hell. This time there will be no loopholes.
Nanako's heart sank. It was satisfying to mock Uchiha Obito, but the price might be far beyond her imagination. Behind her, Kobayako Akosha remained silent like a mute.
Huh? Your Jinjutsu didn't work, Uchiha Obito.
Nanako had expected to suffer something horrific, but there was no change at all. She was still standing in the same spot, Kobayako Akosha breathing tensely behind her, and Uchiha Obito still in his original position.
Yeah, my Jinjutsu is useless against you, brat. Looks like I can't help you after all.
Uchiha Obito let out a very Chinibu laugh. Then Nanako watched him use Kamui to leave the place.
Coming to you for help was a mistake.
Nanako muttered, turning to the dumbfounded Kobayako Akosha.
Let's go! Well, think of another way. How long do I have to waste here before I awaken the Mangekyo?
Kobayako Akosha grunted in response.
Amen, let's go.
As they took a few steps, Nanako saw Sasuke walking toward her. Nanako exclaimed in surprise, leaving Kobayako Akosha behind, as she rushed toward Sasuke.
How did you find me, Sasuke? I haven't prepared your gift yet.
But Sasuke gave no response. Just as Nanako was wondering, she heard him call her name flatly. Nanako quickly lifted her head, exposing her neck.
What's wrong, Sasuke? I didn't tell you beforehand because I wanted to.
Before she could finish, her neck was viciously gripped by Sasuke, and her feet left the ground. Kobayako Akosha rushed forward, trying to pry Sasuke's hand away.
Uchiha Sasuke, what are you doing? He's your brother. Let him go. I have no brother.
Sasuke's grip tightened. Was she going to die? Killed by Sasuke? Nanako struggled to breathe, but the oxygen grew scarcer. A rasping sound escaped her throat.
Do you want me to die? Sasuke, if you want my life. Cough, cough.
Her body slammed onto the ground. As Nanako coughed and gasped for air, Sasuke said coldly,
What use would I have for a waste's life?
Nanako barely stood up and tried to tug at his sleeve, but Sasuke brushed her off, without hesitation, followed by a buzzing sound that grazed her cheek. It hurt. Sasuke had used Chidori's sharp spear on her.
Why? Sasuke, are you angry because I didn't tell you what I was preparing?
Nanako tried to explain despite the pain on her face, but Sasuke's answer came in the form of a Chidori sharp spear piercing through her body.
Ugh!
Nanako clutched her head in agony. The distant clamor of Kirigakure seemed to fade away, the rustling of leaves in the nearby wind also disappeared, and even her own heartbeat and breathing vanished. Then the scene before her began to rapidly bleach. Everything lost its color, reduced to a monochrome world of light and shadow. Yet she could still see the colors of her own clothes, as if she were the only one left in this world. Then Uchiha Obito's voice echoed from the depths of her mind again.
You think seeing through a shoddy trick gives you the right to question me? Pain never requires logic. Pain itself is the ultimate truth. It'll make you relive them myself over and over.
The scene played out again and again. No matter how she ran, Sasuke found her, and she experienced the pain of being pierced by Chidori's sharp spear countless times. She was willing to sacrifice herself for Sasuke, that was true. But she didn't want to be treated like this by Sasuke himself. If she were a stranger, this would be the price of deceiving him.
No, I don't want this. See,
Uchiha Obito's voice invaded her mind again.
this is truth. Does the pain he gives you require logic? Hate? Rage? Why does your devotion only bring you this? Why? Shut up. Shut up.
Nanako opened her eyes and lashed out at the empty air.
Fire-style great fireball technique.
Suddenly a tearing pain shot through her eyes. Her vision began to stain with blood. Nanako covered her eyes and fell to her knees screaming in agony.
My eyes.
It hurt so much. Kobayako Akoshi's pupils contracted as he saw Nanako collapse. He rushed over and patted her back.
Can you hear me? Hey, Nanako. Aya.
Nanako let out a piercing shriek as her spirit was crushed. Every nerve in her skull seemed to wail, every thread of thought was being torn apart. The excruciating pain in her eyes was swallowed by a boiling sea of crimson. Complex Mangekyo patterns coalesced and dissipated in the blood-red sea.
Still struggling.
Uchiha Obito was somewhat surprised.
It seems you need more direct help.
The next moment, the pure spiritual force crushed down again. Nanako saw Kobayako Akoshi. He rushed toward her with a panicked expression, trying to interrupt Obito's technique.
Don't come.
Nanako tried to say those words, but before she could, she saw a kunai appear out of nowhere and pierce his heart. Whether Kobayako Akoshi lived or died didn't matter much to her, but the image was too direct. It was obviously fake yet. His pain-struggling movements made Nanako look away. But Uchiha Obito, that master of manipulating hearts, gave her no respite. Sasuke suddenly appeared before her, his back turned. Nanako looked at him in confusion.
What else are you going to torture me with? As long as it helps me awaken the Mangekyo, do whatever you want. Don't tell me you've run out of tricks.
Just as she said that, Nanako saw Sasuke turn his head with difficulty. She saw his face. His pale cheeks were filled with exhaustion, and most importantly, those beautiful black eyes had lost all focus, turning a dull gray. He was blind. Yet his lips still held a smile of relief.
You see,
Obito's demonic voice chimed in at the perfect moment.
This is the price of your failure. You couldn't bring him light, so hell forever sink into darkness. Is this your so-called love?
Boom. A thread of rationality in her mind snapped.
Hawk.
Nanako let out a roar of fury and despair toward the sky. A massive surge of chakra erupted from deep within Nanako, flooding into her eyes. The crimson in her vision rapidly receded, and a new pattern etched itself onto her black irises. The Mangekyo Sharingan had awakened. It succeeded. As the power surged, Uchiha Obito's Jinjutsu and mental suppression receded like a tide. Nanako gasped for air, and blood tears uncontrollably streamed from her newborn eyes. The world appeared even clearer to her.
Humph. Finally succeeded, huh?
Uchiha Obito's voice carried satisfaction tinged with a hint of barely noticeable fatigue. After all, maintaining such high-intensity Jinjutsu and mental suppression was no easy task even for him.
Then, as per our deal,
Uchiha Obito took a step toward Nanako. But at that moment,
stay away from my brother.
A hoarse roar came from beside Nanako. It was Kobayako Akoshi. Without hesitation, he spread his arms and stood between Nanako and Obito. Nanako saw a faint light flicker in Kobayako Akoshi's palm.
You're not taking his eyes.
Uchiha Obito halted in his tracks. His Sharingan behind the mask swept over Kobayako Akoshi's desperate posture, then glanced at Nanako, who was in a weakened state after the power burst from awakening. He let out an ambiguous snort.
You haven't forgotten our deal, have you? Not only must you keep the secret, but you also become my power. Kobayako Akoshi.
Nanako looked at his back, then turned to Uchiha Obito.
Of course I haven't forgotten. I'm not interested in your plans. I'll keep your secret well. If you ever need my help, you can come to me.
Koshi didn't turn around.
Nanako, stop talking. Save your strength.
Uchiha Obito's gaze fell on Nanako, filled with amusement.
I'll wait for the day you come begging to use it. Having power without knowing how to use it, the pain of being unable to save those you want to save. Perhaps that's more interesting than the awakening itself.
With those words, the space twisted, and Uchiha Obito vanished from before them. Kobayako Akoshi's body went limp, nearly collapsing, but he forced himself to turn and stumble to Nanako's side.
Uchiha, how are you? You did it. Your eyes have become Mangekyo.
Kobayakawa Koshu said, half laughing and half crying. Nanako looked up at him with eyes that could now see more chakra.
I'm fine. But you've overdrawn so much chakra. You just learned that Nirvana-style jutsu not long ago. Take it easy.
Kobayakawa Koshu gave a bitter smile.
It's okay. You're my brother. Now as for you.
Nanako closed her eyes.
You do the extraction.
But do you have anesthetics?
Naiko scratched her chin. Little Kobayakawa apologized, saying,
I didn't bring any, so.
Naiko swallowed hard, nodding in fear. Little Kobayakawa trembled as he took out a kunai.
This is my first time too. It's your first time. Don't be afraid. I'll do it gently.
Naiko thought that a quick pain was better than a prolonged one.
Hurry up. Don't waste time.
The kunai approached her eyes closer and closer. It hurt so much. It was a pain that penetrated to the bone.
Her right eye screamed in agony, and her world seemed to spin half in darkness, half in crimson. Naiko curled up on the cold ground, her body trembling uncontrollably. Little Kobayakawa's hand was shaking too, even more violently than her own. In his hand was the kunai stained with her blood along with the kaleidoscope he had dug out himself.
Hurry! Hurry! The left eye!
Naiko urged little Kobayakawa with the last bit of her strength. It must be done. Before Sasuke sees. Little Kobayakawa's face was drenched in tears, his hands smeared with Naiko's blood.
No! Nai! That's enough. Really enough.
He shook his head, his voice choked and broken.
I can't.
Don't hesitate. Why are you crying? Hurry. Hurry up.
Naiko said fiercely.
Little Kobayakawa looked at Naiko's hollow bleeding eye socket, his hand hovering in the air again, unable to bring it down for a second strike.
I can't do it. I really can't do it. I thought I could bring myself to do it, but... You half-hearted fool. Don't talk nonsense. Hurry up. Hurry up. Naiko urged anxiously.
I.
Suddenly a figure as fast as lightning rushed in front of Naiko.
That familiar yet slightly panicked chakra. It's Sasuke. Sasuke has arrived. Naiko's heart dropped, and she couldn't even care about the pain in her eyes. He came. At the moment, she least wanted him to see her. How could she dig out the other eye? Naiko instinctively wanted to hide in the shadows, but she didn't even have the strength to move a finger. Sasuke's figure froze in place. Naiko saw the expression on his face change from extreme anxiety to incomprehensible shock, then to a fury that seemed ready to destroy everything.
What are you doing?
Sasuke rushed forward, his expression one she had never seen before. Behind him, Itachi Uchiha was being dragged along, his blind eyes blankly looking in her direction. Sasuke's gaze fell on Naiko's blood-soaked right eye, then shifted to little Kobayakawa's bloody hands. His pupils suddenly dilated.
Nai!
Sasuke's figure appeared in front of her like lightning, without using any ninjutsu, and forcefully pushed little Kobayakawa away.
Get away!
Sasuke gritted his teeth. The already weak little Kobayakawa fell to the ground with a thud. In the next second, Sasuke was crouching in front of him. Sasuke grabbed her shoulder with such force that it felt as if he could crush her bones.
SAS! Sasuke!
Naiko's remaining left eye stared at Sasuke's slightly blurred eyes, and Sasuke was also staring intently at her. No, he was staring at her bleeding eye.
You? You idiot! Madman! What are you doing?
His voice was filled with fear and trembles.
You let him dig out your eye. Are you crazy? Are you insane?
He shook her vigorously. Naiko, whose body was shaking uncontrollably, stammered.
SAS!
Sasuke. I'm falling apart.
Sasuke seemed to be seeing him in such a distressed state for the first time.
She even temporarily forgot the intense pain in her eye, her mind going blank.
I.
Naiko opened her mouth, blood bubbling from the corner of her mouth, her voice hoarse.
Your eyes! Sasuke! Your vision is failing. My eyes! Can!
Naiko's words were intermittent, but she believed he understood. Sasuke's body stiffened suddenly. The fury on his face instantly froze, his grip on her shoulder softened slightly, but his gaze became even more terrifying.
Just for this.
His voice suddenly deepened, carrying a calmness that heralded a coming storm.
Just because my eyes are about to go blind, you want to dig out your own eyes? Who needs your self-righteous sacrifice? Huh?
His questioning pierced Naiko's heart sharp. She didn't expect Sasuke to be grateful. But she did this for him. However, if given another choice, she would still do it. Even if Sasuke was furious enough to want to kill her, she would not mind. But it was so unfair. She wanted to cry. Tears from her left eye mixed with blood from her right eye and flowed down.
But don't take my eyes. What about you?
Naoko choked.
Itachi Uchiha's eyes are already blind. Only I am left. I don't want you to live in darkness. I don't want to. That doesn't give you a reason to hurt yourself.
Sasuke raised his voice.
I can solve my own problems. You don't have to do it this way. You complete idiot.
Just then, the usually silent Itachi Uchiha suddenly spoke, instantly capturing everyone's attention.
Sasuke.
He calmly called his brother's name, then looked in Naoko's direction.
The potency of his right eye is very special, not an ordinary Sharingan.
Itachi Uchiha tilted his head slightly, as if sensing something.
Moreover, Uchiha Obito's chakra just dissipated here not long ago, and it was very dense. He can't have left long ago.
Sasuke's body trembled again. He abruptly turned his head to Itachi, then sharply looked back at Naoko's bleeding eye, the anger in his gaze gradually replaced by uncertainty.
Uchiha Obito. He was here.
Sasuke stared at Naoko, his tone serious.
What did he do to you? Did he force you to open this eye?
Seeing the sudden rise of vigilance, and a hint of worry in Sasuke's eyes. Even if it wasn't worry, Naoko felt it was worry, and her heart, which had been prepared for death, suddenly opened a crack. All the grievances and fears seemed to have found an outlet. Naoko burst into tears, like a child who had suffered a great injustice, uncontrollably recounting.
He tormented me with illusions. He made me see you killing me. See your eyes going blind. I was so scared. Sasuke, I was in so much pain. But I want to help you. I just want to help you.
Naoko cried incoherently, instinctively wanting to throw herself into Sasuke's arms for comfort. Sasuke suddenly froze in place. Seeing Naoko cry so heartbreakingly, and the blood flowing from her right eye, the anger on his face gradually faded, ultimately transforming into an indescribable expression. There was anger, there was fear, there was shock, there was helplessness, and a rare sense of being at a loss. He seemed to want to scold Naoko, but he also seemed to want to do something else. Finally, he stiffly stretched out his hand, awkwardly wiping the blood and tears from Naoko's face, his tone rigid.
Stop crying. It's so noisy.
Naoko's face immediately became a mess.
Sasuke, you're not gentle at all. It hurts my face so much. Shut up. Just because I gave you a good face doesn't mean you can take advantage of it.
Sasuke wiped even harder. Then he turned to little Chobayakawa, who was struggling to sit up, and said sternly,
What are you still doing? Come over and stop the bleeding. Hurry!
Little Chobayakawa scrambled over, trembling, as he gathered weak green chakra and pressed it onto Naoko's mangled right eye. The cool life force slightly alleviated the excruciating pain. Naoko secretly glanced at Sasuke's tense profile, finding his face still extremely grim, as if he were battling something. But he wasn't yelling at her anymore. That was enough, and Naoko immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Itachi Uchiha stood quietly to the side, as if everything had nothing to do with him, though the slight tightening of his lips revealed his true thoughts. Although her right eye still hurt a bit, it was no longer the piercing pain that struck her mind. More importantly, Sasuke had not left, even though he now emanated a low pressure that screamed, keep your distance. But he didn't leave. He even awkwardly wiped her face, though it was as rough as if he were cleaning the floor. Naoko's thoughts sprang back to life. So how could one eye be enough? Sasuke needed a complete Mangekyo Sharingan. How could a defective eye be worthy of him? Only a complete pair of eyes could give him the best vision and the greatest power. Once this thought arose, it wrapped around all of Naoko's thoughts like wildly growing vines. She had to finish it. Taking advantage of Sasuke's relaxed guard and little Chobayakawa's desperate attempts to stop the bleeding in her right eye. Naoko's hand moved faster than anyone could react, fiercely stabbing towards her intact left eye.
Naoko!
Little Chobayakawa shouted in surprise. A sound. However, Nai's wrist was firmly grasped by a cold and powerful hand less than an inch from her left eye. This force nearly crushed her wrist bone. Nai looked up in shock, meeting Zhuju's eyes that seemed to blaze with fire.
How dare you come back?
Zhuju's voice had completely changed pitch, and he even swore. Nai was stunned. Zhuju had never used foul language before. This was the second time she had seen him so out of control. He swung his other hand, violently slapping Nai-Nai's arm aside with a heavy blow. Her entire arm went numb, instantly unable to move. Nai-Nai wanted to express her thoughts, but Zabuza harshly interrupted.
What the hell is in your head? Huh? He grabbed her wrist and forcefully pulled her up from the ground, forcing her to stand straight. But her body was swaying because she was too weak.
His face closed in on Nai-Nai, his nose almost touching her forehead, his hot breath spilling onto her face.
Who told you I need your eye? Who allowed you to hurt yourself again and again? Do you think you're being noble?
Zabuza's roar crashed down on Nai-Nai like a tempest. Nai-Nai was completely terrified. Her wrist was painfully clutched by Zabuza, and tears once again uncontrollably flowed from her left eye.
But one eye is not enough. Incomplete. It's useless to you.
Nai-Nai, like a child who had done wrong, but didn't know where she was wrong, defended herself in a grievance and fear. Zabuza's gaze was so fierce that it seemed he wanted to devour Nai-Nai alive.
Whether it's useful or not is for me to decide. Not for you, you idiot. His gaze suddenly swept to Nai-Nai's right eye, which was still bleeding profusely. A faint twinge of pain flickered in his fierce eyes.
He suddenly released his grip on Nai-Nai's wrist and brutally snatched the bloody right eye from Xiao Chuan Xiao's hand. Nai-Nai looked at the right eye almost thrust into her face, and looked at Zabuza in confusion.
Look at what you've done,
Zabuza said through gritted teeth.
Is this what you call helping me? Turning yourself into this ghostly state? Digging out a disgusting eye? Is that what you want?
Nai-Nai looked at the gruesome eyeball, and for a moment could not speak. Then she heard Zabuza's words squeezed out almost from between his teeth.
I tell you, Nai-Nai, even if I use Ebo's, would you really go blind and die outside? It's not your turn to save me in this way. Nai-Nai watched helplessly as Zabuza stuffed that eye into his ninja tool pouch. This thing.
Zabuza patted the ninja tool pouch lightly, his eyes fierce, as he warned Nai-Nai.
I didn't throw it away doesn't mean I agree with your stupid idea. Just temporarily kept by me. Confiscated. Do you understand?
His gaze fell again on Nai-Nai's bleeding right eye, his brows furrowed tighter, and his attitude was very impatient.
Xiao Chuan Xiao. Immediately. Right now. Heal his eye. If there's any after effect or he loses another hair, he'll kill you.
Having said that, Zabuza turned around abruptly, and no longer looked at Nai-Nai, as if one more glance would make him so angry it would shorten his life. Nai-Nai looked at Zabuza's tense back, which now stood like a wall firmly in front of her. Standing there dazed, her heart was even more chaotic. Her eye had been confiscated by Zabuza. He didn't want it, and on top of that he scolded her. Nai-Nai, somewhat at a loss, covered her stinging right eye and began to sob quietly.
Did you hear me, Nai-Nai? Don't do anything foolish anymore.
Xiao Chuan Xiao quickly stepped forward to treat Nai-Nai. Meanwhile, Zabuza, who had been silently watching, slightly tilted his head, looking at Zabuza's tense back, then looked at the crying Nai-Nai. A faint emotion that no one could understand seemed to flicker in his hollow eyes. Xiao Chuan's hand was still tremblingly operating chakra near her right eye socket. Although the pain was subsiding, each touch still made her involuntarily gasp. The shoulder of that statue in front seemed to move slightly, but he didn't turn around, just let out a heavy from his nose.
Nai-Nai immediately bit her lip, forcing back her sobs, leaving only her shoulders trembling slightly.
Xiao Chuan Xiao didn't even dare to breathe loudly, his movements becoming even gentler, not even bothering to wipe the cold sweat dripping from his forehead. This tense atmosphere made Nai-Nai feel even more uncomfortable than when she had her eye gouged out. Zabuza was still angry. He didn't want her eye, and he called her an idiot, but she only wanted to help him. Was she wrong? Really? Was she wrong? Nai-Nai felt a bit confused, her consciousness becoming hazy, and her eyelids grew heavier. So sleepy. So want to sleep. Just as Nai-Nai felt she couldn't hold on, and was about to fall asleep. Zabuza, who had been standing silently in the distance, suddenly coughed softly. This cough was especially clear in the quiet environment. Zabuza's back stiffened again. Zabuza's voice was still calm.
Nai-Nai's blood loss has slowed but not stopped. Her vitality is draining quickly. The environment here is very unfavorable for her injury. He didn't say any words of blame, just stated the objective facts. But these words were like a key that instantly unlocked the tense switch on Zabuza.
He instantly turned around, and glared fiercely at Nai-Z. Nai-Z shrank her neck, not daring to make a sound, and secretly glanced at Suzu, finding him staring straight at her right eye, his brows knitted into a tight knot. She wanted to ask what was wrong, but upon seeing Suzu speaking harshly to Xiao Zhao Chuan Xiaoxiu,
"How long will it take to stop the bleeding? Are you capable or not?"
Nai-Z lowered her head. How could she dare to attract Suzu's attention? She only hoped that Suzu would quickly ignore her, and not make trouble for her. Brother Xiaoxiu was so scared by Suzu that he trembled.
Still needs a little time. My chakra is almost depleted. Waste. Suzu muttered a curse. It was unclear whether he was scolding Xiao Zhao Chuan Xiaoxiu or the helpless situation before him.
Suzu clicked his tongue in annoyance. His gaze swept across the three injured people, and finally, as if resigned, his face showed an expression of displeasure mixed with helplessness. Suzu stepped in front of her, looking down at her. She immediately closed her left eye and shrank back. He wouldn't scold her for being an idiot again, would he? Then she felt Suzu bend down, and the next second her entire body was suddenly lifted into the air.
"Ah!"
Nai-Z exclaimed, opening her left eye. Suzu actually picked her up in a princess carry. Thighs. Suzu for the first time did not hide his intimacy with her in front of others. Nai-Z's mind went blank, instantly, completely crashed. Smelling the scent of sweat mixed with faint grass on Suzu, feeling the solid and steady strength of his arms. She could also hear the heartbeat coming from his chest through the clothes. Nai-Z suddenly felt that even being called an idiot was worth it.
Suzu.
Nai-Z's voice was as small as a mosquito's buzz. Her face was flushed red, her eyes darting around completely at a loss.
"Shut up. Don't move,"
Suzu commanded displeasedly, but the tips of his ears seemed slightly red, almost imperceptible. But he deliberately kept a straight face, not looking at Nai-Z, just carefully holding her. Then Suzu turned his head, and said gruffly to the equally stunned Xiao Zhao Chuan Xiaoxiu,
"Follow. If you lose us or something happens to him, I won't forgive you." Finally he looked in the direction of Yuzebo, his tone softening a little.
"You? Can you walk by yourself?"
Yuzebo nodded, slightly fumbling for the blind cane beside him.
"Probably. I can."
Nai-Z wondered when this blind cane had appeared.
"Humph."
Brothers Suzu snorted again, seemingly very dissatisfied with the motley crew of the old, weak, sick, and disabled before him.
Without further ado, Suzu carried Nai-Z and walked away from the direction of Wien village. Xiao Zhao Chuan Xiaoxiu hurriedly staggered after them, and Yuzebo, you also followed unhurriedly, leaning on his blind cane. Meanwhile, Yuzebo said to Xiao Zhao Chuan Xiaoxiu beside him,
"Thank you."
Xiao Zhao Chuan Xiaoxiu let out an ah and said,
"No thanks, no thanks. Saving one life is better than building a 7-story pagoda." Yuzebo Nai-Z curled up in Suzu's arms, motionless, her left eye staring blankly at his tense jawline.
She quietly buried her head a little deeper into his chest, just a little greedily absorbing Suzu's warmth. Suzu. I just wanted to heal your eyes. Don't be angry with me anymore. I was wrong. I won't do it again. So you really don't want my right eye?
Anyway, it's already been dug out, might as well use it, Suzu.
As for the remaining left eye, she would worry about it later. Already too angry to say anything, Suzu completely closed his eyes.
Then Nai-Z instantly felt the arms holding her tighten, even more, almost breaking her waist.
The wordless refusal silenced Nanako, and soon she succumbed to the overwhelming drowsiness, sinking into a deep slumber. Upon waking, she caught a scent that brought her a profound sense of peace. Blinking her eyes open little by little, Nanako. What came into view was Sasuke's clothes. Lifting her gaze, she saw his chin, then lowered her head slightly. She was lying in his arms. Nanako couldn't help but curl the corners of her mouth. After snapping back to reality, she looked around to see where she was. It seemed to be a cave. A campfire crackled beside her, driving away some of the chill that clung to her. Kobayako Akoshu was leaning against the rock wall nearby with his eyes closed, seemingly asleep. On the other side, Uchiha Itachi sat quietly, his gaze fixed in the direction of the flames, as if he were a lifeless sculpture. Nanako moved slightly, and a sharp, clear pain immediately shot through her right eye. She couldn't help but suck in a cold breath.
"Ah!"
A sound of impatient teeth clicking came from above her head.
"If you're awake, behave yourself. What are you fidgeting about?"
Nanako looked at Sasuke's raised chin. His gaze was fixed on the darkness outside the cave, yet the arm holding her tightened a little. Was he worried that she might slip down if she moved? But Sasuke was still so ferocious. Still had he been holding her like this all the while she slept. How delightful. Let him be grumpy. That was the awkward Sasuke she knew. Nanako snuggled closer to Sasuke, pressing her ear against his chest to listen to the steady heartbeat, her mouth pursed in a secretive smile. After noticing the ninja tool pouch on Sasuke, Nanako found herself staring at it uncontrollably. Her eye was inside there. Had it been damaged by being so roughly stuffed in by Sasuke? As if possessed, Nanako extended a finger to touch the pouch. Just as her fingertip was about to make contact with a sharp smack, her hand was slapped away.
What are you groping for?
Sasuke lowered his head and glared fiercely at Nanako.
Move again, and it'll toss you out.
Nanako instantly withdrew her finger, her eyes looking at him, as if she were about to cry. Sasuke seemed choked by her expression for a moment, then grew even more agitated. He abruptly turned his face away, refusing to look at her, yet his arms didn't loosen their hold. Nanako lowered her head, her face no longer bearing that heartbroken expression. After a long while, Sasuke suddenly spoke.
That disgusting thing isn't broken. My eye is not disgusting.
Nanako mumbled softly. Obviously Sasuke heard Nanako's muttering. His attitude was impatient, and his tone was more like scolding.
Your eye is still safely placed inside, so stop putting on that stupid look, and don't get any crooked ideas, got it?
Sasuke. Was he explaining himself to her?
I'm sorry, Sasuke,
Nanako said, fidgeting with her clothes in bewilderment.
I was just afraid the eye would get ruined. Afraid you wouldn't. I was scared that if you lost your sight, you'd do something dangerous.
The arms holding her grew increasingly tight.
Shut up. Stop it,
Sasuke said harshly.
I told you it's not broken. Don't you understand?
Then Nanako heard Sasuke continue stiffly.
My eyes won't go completely blind that quickly. You don't need to worry about me.
Was Sasuke trying to comfort her? Stealing a glance with her left eye, Nanako stared blankly at his tense profile. The firelight cast shifting shadows on Sasuke's face, making him still look fierce, yet somehow not so frightening anymore. Uchiha Itachi, who had been silent all along, suddenly sighed. Kobayaka Wakoshu seemed to have been woken by the noise, and looked at Nanako with concern. But upon meeting Sasuke's murderous glare, he quickly and wisely closed his eyes, pretending he hadn't seen anything. Sasuke seemed agitated by Itachi's sigh, and abruptly adjusted the way he held Nanako. Half of her face was almost buried in Sasuke's clothes.
Sleep,
Sasuke commanded fiercely.
Say one more word and it'll really throw you out to the wolves.
Nanako closed her left eye, and quietly found a more comfortable position in his arms, obediently staying still. Listening to Sasuke's powerful heartbeat, Nanako drifted off into a dazed sleep again. This time the sleep was short and restless. Nanako was awakened by an unusually intense argument. Though the voices were kept low, she could still detect the gunpowder in them. Were they Sasuke and Uchiha Itachi? Nanako cautiously opened her left eye a slit, and listened with bated breath.
I said absolutely not.
It was Sasuke's voice.
Don't even think about it.
Uchiha Itachi's voice remained calm.
This is the best option available. Although my eyes are blind, the basic optic nerves and orbital structure are still intact. The rejection reaction from transplantation will be minimized. Nanako's Mangekyo needs a suitable vessel to preserve its activity long-term, otherwise the dojutsu will continuously drain away. Shut up,
Sasuke growled, cutting Itachi off.
Best option.
Using your eye socket as a vessel. Uchiha Itachi, haven't you learned enough from your meddling? Who do you think you are?
I'm just stating the facts.
Itachi's voice was unruffled.
The dojutsu in that eye is very powerful but also unstable. Being away from a living body for too long will accelerate its decay unless it is immediately transplanted into a suitable host. Host?
Sasuke sneered.
And then what? Let you play the martyr again. Let me owe you again.
Or do you think that by wearing Nanako's eye you'll see some different scenery?
This exchange made Nanako's arm muscles tense like stone.
Uchiha Itachi was silent for a moment. Only the crackling of the campfire and the howling wind outside remained in the cave. After a long pause, Itachi spoke again, his voice weary.
Sasuke, anger won't solve anything. We need to be rational. Rationality means you stop coming up with such lousy ideas.
Sasuke was almost roaring, but quickly lowered his voice, as if afraid of waking someone.
His eye. That idiot's eye. He'll find a way. You don't need to worry. And your way is to let it slowly lose its activity in your ninja tool pouch.
Itachi countered pointedly. Sasuke was choked silent, once more falling into a long stillness. Nanako eavesdropped on their conversation, her heart beating faster and faster. They were arguing over her eye. The proposal that Uchiha Itachi would use his own eye socket as a vessel made Nanako strongly avert. No. Absolutely not. If Uchiha Itachi wanted a different gift, she would give it, but this eye was her present to Sasuke. What was he going to do with it? Restore his own vision. Just as Nanako was about to argue with Itachi, she suddenly heard Kobayako Akushu's pain groan. She suppressed herself again and observed stealthily. Kobayako Akushu struggled to sit up. His complexion was worse than before. His movement instantly broke the tense deadlock at the cave entrance. Sasuke's fierce gaze immediately pinned Kobayako Akushu, transferring his pent-up anger.
What's wrong with you now?
Kobayako Akushu flinched under his glare and swiftly pointed in Nanako's direction.
Nanako's condition isn't right. My chakra is depleted. I could only temporarily stop her bleeding, but there are signs of infection. We need clean water and medicine.
Sasuke gave Itachi a venomous look, then glared at Kobayako Akushu again. Nanako's eyelids trembled slightly, feeling Sasuke's gaze fall on her.
Troublesome, every single one of them.
Sasuke cursed irritably under his breath. Then her body was placed on the ground covered with dried grass.
Watch them.
After Sasuke dropped that curt order, there was the sound of running footsteps. Nanako opened her eyes. Sasuke was gone from the cave. Had Sasuke gone to find water and medicine? He had left her alone with Uchiha Itachi and Kobayako Akushu. Nanako looked awkwardly at the other two. These two, one was her biological brother from another world, and the other was her elder brother, who already knew she wasn't his real younger brother. She wanted to run away. Kobayako Akushu slowly moved to her side, and nervously checked the wound on her right eye, muttering nonstop.
Don't let it get infected. Please don't let anything happen.
Meanwhile, she could feel Uchiha Itachi's hollow gaze fixed on her from nearby. Pretending to sleep, Nanako's palms were sweating with tension. She wondered if Uchiha Itachi would settle scores with her later. Probably not. In the original work, Uchiha Itachi was very strategic, and probably wouldn't bother with her matters.
Right.
Sasuke hurried back. She didn't want to stay alone with Uchiha Itachi.
It's definitely a bit feverish now,
Kobayako Akushu said self-reproachfully.
It's all my fault for being too weak. I couldn't handle it completely. Don't blame yourself too much.
Uchiha Itachi interjected calmly.
The price of reversing life and death is far beyond what ordinary medical ninjutsu can fully compensate for. Repeated bleeding from the wound is to be expected.
Itachi was merely analyzing rationally, but oddly it calmed Kobayako Akushu down a bit. Then Itachi shifted his tone.
Moreover, Nanako should be awake by now. Excessive tension is not conducive to wound healing.
Nanako's heart leaped. He knew he had known all along that she was pretending to sleep. She couldn't keep up the act any longer. With extreme reluctance, Nanako opened the one good eye she had left, meeting Uchiha Itachi's hollow gaze.
Uchiha Itachi.
Nanako's voice was as faint as a mosquito's buzz. Uchiha Itachi's face showed no change in expression. He merely tilted his head slightly, as if trying to listen more closely to Nanako's state.
Does your right eye hurt much?
Was Uchiha Itachi concerned about her injury? He knew she wasn't his real younger brother, yet he didn't mind at all. Didn't he care what happened to his biological brother? Oh, there was no such person as Uchiha Nanako in the original work. Itachi's lack of concern was probably because he had learned the truth from that old man. Nanako bit her lip and nodded, then remembered Itachi couldn't see, so she replied softly.
Compared to when you gouged it out.
Itachi continued as flatly as if discussing the weather. Nanako hadn't expected Itachi to be so direct. Instinctively following his words, she recalled the excruciating pain that was etched into her bones, and her body trembled slightly.
It doesn't hurt as much now.
After Nanako answered, she heard Itachi's calm voice again.
It seems that enduring loss after gain is far more painful than chasing what was never obtained.
Her goal in pursuing the Mangekyo was to give it to Sasuke. To achieve that goal she had indeed been reckless, but losing an eye hurt so much she felt like she was ascending to heaven. That bastard Uchiha Obito was settling a private score, just because she had mocked him a few times. The Uchiha clan really was a clan of petty grumblers. There was no hope.
I don't think I did anything wrong. Sasuke's eyesight was declining too fast. If I didn't give him my eye, he would go blind. I can imagine how furious Sasuke would be if he lost his Mangekyo so.
Even if he gets angry, I had to do it.
Nanako spoke to Uchiha Itachi with great seriousness.
Uchiha Itachi gave her a faint look.
Your choice and sacrifice will ultimately have to be faced and borne by yourself and by Sasuke.
He pointed at her right eye and continued.
Especially when your sacrifice is not what the other person wishes for and even becomes a heavy burden on them.
Nanako's face turned pale instantly. Burden. Was she a burden to Sasuke?
How could I be a burden to Sasuke? If I didn't help him,
she argued angrily,
he would go blind. So you chose what you believed was the only way.
Itachi took over her words. Nanako couldn't tell if he was approving or criticizing.
Very resolute and very foolish.
Nanako glared at him, her mouth puffing with indignation.
If I'm foolish, then so are you.
Uchiha Itachi was silent, then ignored her.
True help is not about blind self-sacrifice. But didn't you sacrifice like that before? Why is it wrong when I do it?
Uchiha Itachi was silent again, then ignored her again. Nanako. What's this? You've ignored me twice already.
Sometimes living on growing stronger and finding a better way is far more difficult than simply offering one's life or a part of one's body, and requires much greater courage.
This time it was Nanako's turn to fall silent, because she never expected to hear such words from Uchiha Itachi. Itachi's gaze shifted slightly toward the cave entrance.
Sasuke would rather endure the pain of declining vision himself, even seek other more remote methods, than ever accept your light in exchange for his own. Why?
Nanako couldn't help asking.
Why would he rather do that than let me help him?
Itachi quietly looked at Nanako.
Because then, he would never be able to repay it. He is already carrying too much. Your sacrifice would be the last straw that breaks him. Sasuke would have an inescapable sense of guilt which would torment him more than blindness.
Nanako was completely stunned. She had never thought from this angle before. She had always believed that giving everything was the greatest expression of love. But she had never considered that her gift might be an unbearable shackle to him. The cave fell into silence. Only Nanako's heavy breathing and Kobayaka Wakushu's suppressed sobs remained. After a long time, Nanako found her voice again.
Then what should I do? That eye is already
gouged out. Could it go to waste? A flicker of exhaustion crossed Uchiha Itachi's face. He sighed softly.
Wait for Sasuke to find an answer he can accept, or... Just as Nanako was concentrating on Itachi's words, an irritable voice reached her ears from the cave entrance. Shut up! What are you two whispering about?
Nanako immediately shifted her gaze to Sasuke. In his hands were some medicinal herbs, and a bamboo tube filled with fresh water. Sasuke strode into the cave, first giving a fierce glare at her and Itachi, who had been chatting so amiably, then directly shoved the herbs and bamboo tube into Kobayaka Wakushu's arms.
Clean it! Apply the medicine. No more mistakes,
Sasuke ordered impatiently. Kobayaka Wakushu quickly took the things and began preparing. Nanako cautiously walked over and gently tugged at Sasuke's sleeve.
Annoying!
Sasuke turned back and scolded her fiercely, but then pulled a relatively clean cloth from his chest and threw it roughly onto her face.
Wipe your face, you look hideous.
Clutching the cloth that still retained Sasuke's body heat, Nanako stared blankly at him pacing inside the cave. At that moment, he looked like a trapped beast. How much had Sasuke overheard? What should she do about her eye? Had he found his answer? Countless questions swirled in Nanako's mind. Uchiha Itachi had already resumed his detached demeanor, sitting quietly, as if the previous conversation had been her illusion. The cave was left with only the sound of Kobayaka Wakushu grinding medicine, the crackling of the campfire, and Sasuke's restless footsteps. Waiting. It seemed that only waiting remained. Burden. Guilt. An impenetrable debt. These words seared into Nanako's heart like branding irons. Had she truly made a mistake? Was her presence bringing Sasuke not aid but deeper anguish? Nanako stealthily raised her eyes to gaze at that restless figure. Was Sasuke pondering Uchiha Itachi's words, or was his mind elsewhere? Kobayaka Wakushu had prepared the medicine, and with trembling hands, he cautiously approached her, a cloth moistened with water in his grip.
It might sting a little, Nanako. Bear with it,
Kobayaka Wakushu murmured as he gently applied the herbal poultice to her wound. A sharp sting made Nanako bite her lower lip. She couldn't cry out. Sasuke would worry. Suddenly the sound of Sasuke's footsteps ceased. He whirled around, his eyes locked onto Kobayako Akosha's movements, or rather onto the wound on her right. What's wrong? Why had his expression turned so grim? Nanako was bewildered. Then, without warning, he strode over in one large step, crouched down, and roughly shoved Kobayako Akosha's hand away.
Clumsy fool! Get lost!
Sasuke snarled at Kobayako Akosha. Then he snatched the remaining herbs and clean cloth from the other man's hands. Kobayako Akosha was shoved to the ground, too intimidated to utter any reproach. Nanako was utterly baffled.
Sasuke!
Sasuke's expression was still murderous, but he picked up the cloth, moistened it with water, and pressed it against her right eye, rubbing vigorously.
Sasuke, it hurts. Easy!
Nanako cried, but Sasuke didn't ease up. She pouted as she watched him stare intensely at her wound, rubbing even harder. Nanako couldn't help but gasp.
SSS.
It hurt so much. She wasn't his enemy. Why was he using such force? And he called Kobayako Akosha clumsy. Nanako grumbled inwardly.
Shut up and bear it.
Sasuke barked, but his movements did soften a little. At least it no longer felt like he was trying to scrub off a layer of her skin. Nanako stared dazedly at Sasuke's face, so close to hers, at the faint beads of sweat on his forehead. And the way he was tending to her wound with such focus. Nanako's heart pounded wildly. Nearby, Uchiha Itachi tilted his head slightly, his hollow gaze seemingly directed toward her. Nanako inexplicably felt that Uchiha Itachi wasn't truly blind otherwise. Why would she sense that he seemed aware of what she and Sasuke were doing? Kobayako Akosha, sitting on the ground, muttered under his breath.
Lovers! Die young!
Nanako saw Sasuke cast a cold glance at Kobayako Akosha, then toss the cloth aside and stand up, his tone vicious.
Don't let me see you in this pathetic state again.
Sasuke couldn't stand the awkward atmosphere, could he? Just as she thought that, Nanako saw Sasuke take an eye out from his ninja tool pouch. Sasuke stared at the mangekyo in his hand, his expression exceedingly complex. Everyone's gaze fixated on the eyeball in his hand, as if awaiting his verdict. Finally, as if drained of all strength, Sasuke said wearily,
Uchiha Itachi.
Uchiha Itachi lifted his head slightly, looking toward Sasuke. Nanako watched him anxiously.
You're a lousy idea. I agree.
Nanako's heart sank abruptly. Sasuke. He was going to give his own eye. Sasuke took a sharp breath, but his tone turned even fiercer, as if warning everyone, including himself.
But this doesn't mean anything. It's only being stored with you temporarily. It's simply because that fool's eye can't go to waste. It's just a temporary measure. Understand? If you dare to use this eye for anything unnecessary, I'll never forgive you.
Sasuke was almost roaring as he said it. Then Nanako watched Sasuke place the eyeball into Uchiha Itachi's slightly raised hand. Having done that, Sasuke stepped back twice, turning his back to Nanako, his shoulders heaving slightly. Uchiha Itachi clutched the eyeball, his hollow eyes gazing at Sasuke's back for a long while before letting out a barely audible response.
Ah!
Brother Kosha covered his mouth, tears streaming down. Whether from relief or sorrow, it was unclear. Nanako lay on the straw mat watching Sasuke's trembling shoulders, her heart a mix of emotions. In short, she felt everything. But the thought that her actions had only added to Sasuke's burden kept her from voicing any further objections. After Uchiha Itachi had transplanted the eye, Nanako bit her lip and posed the question.
My eye has gone where it belongs, but Sasuke, what about your eyesight? If it's not treated in time, you'll lose your sight.
The cave seemed to be filled only with the crackling of the campfire. The one who broke the silence was Uchiha Itachi, but he didn't answer her question.
Kobayako is in.
Kobayako Akosha flinched.
What is it? Your power is attuned to the nourishment and restoration of life force. It is our only hope. Sasuke's eyes cannot be delayed any further.
Sasuke shot a glare at Itachi.
What are you trying to say?
Uchiha Itachi likewise did not directly answer Sasuke, but continued speaking to Kobayako Akosha.
The cause of the Mangekyo's blindness lies in the exhaustion from excessive chakra extraction. Ordinary medical ninjutsu cannot cure it, but your power might.
Then he tilted his head slightly, looking toward Sasuke.
This is not transplantation nor replacement. It is merely to delay the process of your blindness. Perhaps it might stimulate its potential for self-healing. This is currently the only possible method that does not rely on sacrificing others.
Uchiha Itachi stressed the last sentence. Sasuke stared fixedly at Uchiha Itachi, then swept his gaze over Kobayako Akosha sitting on the ground, and finally let his eyes briefly brush past the hollow right eye of Nanako. Nanako also discreetly watched Uchiha Itachi. In her heart, she understood that the method he proposed was the bottom line Sasuke was most likely to accept at this point. Sasuke would definitely agree.
How certain are you?
Nanako looked as if she had expected this.
No certainty at all.
Uchiha Itachi's reply was cold and direct.
This is merely the best theoretical attempt. The process may be very painful, might even have no effect, or there could be unknown risks. But it is the only path.
Uchiha Itachi paused, then added,
I will use the power of this eye to sense and stabilize your chakra flow during the treatment, reducing your risk as much as possible.
Sasuke lowered his head, his bangs hiding his expression. Nanako could only see his clenched fists. Then Nanako saw Sasuke jerk his head up and say,
Fine.
Sasuke's gaze at Kobayakawa Koshu was extremely fierce.
You try. But if you feel anything wrong, stop immediately. Any mistake and it'll kill you.
Kobayakawa Koshu, intimidated by Sasuke's death glare, quickly nodded.
I'll do my best.
The treatment began. Brother Sasuke sat cross-legged in the center of the cave, closing his eyes. Kobayakawa Koshu placed his trembling hands over Sasuke's tightly shut eyes, and a gentle power began to gather in his palms. The treatment started calmly, but soon Sasuke's body suddenly swayed, his jaw clenched tightly. Nanako heard Sasuke's stifled groan, and became so anxious that she paced around the cave, periodically asking Kobayakawa Koshu if it was done yet.
Nanako, panic won't solve anything.
Uchiha Itachi's voice rang out at the right moment.
Focus your power on nourishing.
Kobayakawa Koshu quickly closed his eyes and concentrated on the treatment. Nanako noticed that Sasuke had relaxed a little, so she finally sat down with relief, but still watched him nervously, even her palms sweating. Time passed little by little. Kobayakawa Koshu's face grew paler and paler.
My chakra is almost depleted.
Just as the light in Kobayakawa Koshu's hands was dimming, Sasuke opened his eyes. Seeing this, Nanako hurried over and stared into Sasuke's eyes. Finding that his vision had indeed become a bit clearer, she was so happy that she couldn't stop grinning.
Kobayakawa Koshu, thank you.
Nanako looked at Kobayakawa Koshu drenched in sweat and thanked him sincerely. Kobayakawa Koshu's eyes lit up, and he immediately said,
No need to thank me, no need. It's what I should
do. Oh, thank you.
Nanako repeated her thanks again, then stopped caring what Kobayakawa Koshu was thinking. Her eyes were fixed on Sasuke, who was quickly scanning the cave.
Finally, Sasuke's gaze settled on Nanako's face, and she saw her own reflection clearly mirrored in Sasuke's eyes. Then she heard Kobayakawa Koshu gasping heavily.
Succeeded? Only a little, but really.
Uchiha Itachi also let out a slight sigh of relief. But Sasuke said nothing, just kept staring at Nanako. Just as Nanako was about to ask what was wrong, she heard Sasuke raise his hand and point at her own right eye.
From today, Kobayakawa Koshu, you have only one task: use your power to give priority to healing her eye.
A warm current surged in Nanako's heart.
At least until I find a permanent solution, make up for what you lost.
Now it was more than a warm current. Nanako's left eye was instantly blurred by surging tears. Kobayakawa Koshu was stunned for a moment, then quickly nodded as he understood. Uchiha Itachi remained silent, letting out a soft sigh. Sasuke turned around and closed his eyes again, beginning to sense the faint light regained in his vision. But Nanako knew it in her heart like a clear mirror. Something had changed. Sasuke from Avenger was now beginning to try to repair. However, even the heavens seemed unable to bear this brief warmth. Continuous applause came from the shadows of the cave entrance.
How touching, Uchiha Sasuke!
This voice was familiar. Uchiha Obito. Why was he here? What did he want?
Never thought you'd have such a tender side.
Nanako stood up, cautiously staring at the man with the spiral mask.
Whether Sasuke is caring or not is none of your business, right?
Sasuke stepped forward, completely shielding Nanako behind him. Though he hadn't drawn the Kusanagi sword, a chilling killing intent spread.
So you're the one who tormented Nanako?
Every word Sasuke spoke was wrapped in frost.
Chidori sharp spear.
Seeing Sasuke about to attack, Nanako began to form hand signs.
Void beast trap.
But Uchiha Obito's figure suddenly vanished, only to reappear from another direction. Nanako and Sasuke's attacks missed. As her earlier guess had confirmed, neither she nor Sasuke could do anything to him now. What were the weaknesses of Uchiha Obito's ability from the story? Think. Uchiha Itachi slightly adjusted his sitting posture, his eyes looking toward Uchiha Obito's direction.
Humph. Looks like helping him open his eyes has caused you quite some trouble,
Uchiha Obito said flippantly.
Brotherly reconciliation. So touching, but
his tone turned cold and malicious.
Placing your hopes on such a half-baked medical ninjutsu, Uchiha Sasuke, aren't you being a bit naive?
Then Uchiha Obito's gaze passed over Sasuke's shoulder and fixed on herself.
The power of that Mangekyo isn't meant to be used as someone's tonic.
Nanako's heart sank completely.
You followed me.
Sasuke's killing intent grew stronger.
This has nothing to do with you. Get lost. Nothing to do with me.
Uchiha Obito spread his hands dramatically.
I really do care about my partner, especially when one of his eyes has been gouged out. Look at yourselves now. One barely getting by on someone else's, one making futile attempts, like a quack doctor, and another.
His gaze fell on Nanako again, and he said mockingly,
a little blind girl, who sacrificed her own eye only to become a deeper burden. How pathetic. Shut up.
Sasuke's Chidori sharp spear began to coalesce in his hand.
Did I say something wrong, Uchiha Sasuke? You clearly have a more effective choice.
Uchiha Obito abruptly pointed at Nanako.
Those eyes, that Mangekyo filled with pain and power, its true owner is right here, and the only one it truly yearns to belong to is you. Take it back from that unsuitable vessel, and transplant it into yourself. That is its best home, the only way to truly save your eyesight. Or is it?
Obito's voice turned extremely venomous.
That you'd rather slowly go blind, watch these two fools waste their efforts, let this little blind girl remain incomplete forever, and laughably cling to your principle of not sacrificing.
Obito's words pierced into everyone's most vulnerable wound like the deadliest poison. The cave fell into dead silence. Kobayako Akoshu's chakra glow instantly dissipated. Uchiha Itachi's brows furrowed slightly. The Chidori sharp spear in Sasuke's hand crackled but did not attack. And she herself felt so cold. Just when Sasuke had just changed his mindset, just when things were finally heading in a good direction. Out of respect for Sasuke's decision, even though she didn't want to give her eye to Uchiha Itachi, she didn't complain to Sasuke. But now Uchiha Obito was forcing Sasuke to make a choice. How could she let Sasuke bear this pressure alone? Think quickly. What were the weaknesses of Uchiha Obito's Kamui?
Well, Uchiha Sasuke.
Uchiha Obito's voice became especially languid.
Make a choice. Continue this laughable self-indulgence or accept reality, and take the power that is rightfully yours.
Everyone's gaze focused on Sasuke's tense back. What would he choose? To persist in refusal, or to take it? Sasuke slowly turned around. His gaze passed over the trembling Kobayako Akoshu, over the silent Uchiha Itachi. Finally it settled on Nanako's face. But Nanako wasn't looking at Sasuke's current state, she was desperately recalling Kamui's weakness. The cave was filled only with the heavy sound of Sasuke's breathing. Nanako glared at Uchiha Obito's mask with indignation. Underestimating me will be your regret. After swiftly forming hand seals, she activated Void Trap Beast. As expected, Uchiha Obito used Kamui. In the interval of his technique, Nanako urgently spoke to Sasuke. Sasuke, attack him when he uses Kamui. Finally she recalled the weakness of Uchiha Obito's Kamui. The fourth Hokage had once used this very weakness to defeat Uchiha Obito. Hearing Nanako's words, Sasuke activated his Mangekyo, seizing the fleeting moment, and used Chidori's sharp spear, just before Uchiha Obito fully phased. The Chidori, screeching like 1,000 birds, pierced Uchiha Obito's shoulder before he could fully become intangible. Ugh! A muffled groan escaped his lips. The black sleeve was torn instantly, blood and scattered lightning sparks splattering everywhere. He stepped back sharply, his Sharingan beneath the mask fixed on Nanako. Uchiha Obito, didn't expect that, did you? I told you underestimating people will bring regret. Nanako's remaining eye stared unwaveringly at his bleeding shoulder. Sasuke instantly retreated after landing the hit, standing protectively in front of Nanako, the Chidori sharp spear still crackling in his hand. Uchiha Itachi lifted his head slightly, a flicker of surprise crossing his calm face. Uchiha Obito slowly raised his hand to cover his shoulder, muttering, interesting. I underestimated you. Nanako, however, had another thought. Uchiha Obito was also a member of the Uchiha clan. Since she knew his weakness, why not take his eye? She could attack him during the gap of his phasing, but could her own eyes keep up with Uchiha Obito's phasing speed? If she couldn't grasp it, her ability would be useless. However, Sasuke could grasp it. But would Sasuke agree to her plan? This thought emerged and began to erode Nanako's rationality. Only when Sasuke's voice rang out did she snap back, hearing Uchiha Obito's low laughter. Very well. There have been enough surprises today. He took a deep look at Nanako, then vanished entirely. Sasuke immediately turned and crouched in front of Nanako. Idiot. Nanako smiled. He had been calling her idiot often these past 2 days, and she was getting used to it. Sasuke, I have an idea. I don't know if you'll agree. Sasuke frowned again. What scheme are you plotting? I want to take Uchiha Obito's eyes and give them to you, but I can't fight him alone. So Sasuke. Nanako deliberately blinked at Sasuke, her eyes full of anticipation, pleading say yes. Since he didn't want to use her eyes, she would seize Uchiha Obito's. His eyes were far stronger than hers. Sasuke would agree, he must agree. So please accept her proposal. Nanako didn't hear Sasuke's reply, so she continued excitedly, growing more animated. His Sharingan is incredibly powerful. If we can take it for you, you won't have to worry about your eyesight anymore. And that's an enemy's treasure. Taking it is only natural. It's much better than using my eyes, isn't it? Shut up. A roar cut off all her speculation instantly. Sasuke's face darkened as he stepped in front of her, his tall figure casting a terrifying pressure over her. Is there anything else in your head besides these suicidal ideas? Sasuke roared at her furiously. Take Uchiha Obito's eyes. Do you think he's some random street thug? Do you think a lucky hit means you can defeat him? Do you have any idea how dangerous he really is? Nanako's head buzzed from his voice, her hot-headed idea doused with cold water. She pouted and said pitifully, I just wanted to. You wanted. What use is your wanting? Sasuke didn't give her a chance to act pitiful, cutting off her fake tears. Your ninjutsu is only useful when he's off guard. Against a prepared opponent, it's a joke. Going after his eyes is nothing but suicide. No, it's handing him your other eye on a silver platter. Are you tired of living and want to die? Huh? Nanako refused to back down, raising her voice. If I can catch the gap in his phasing, or match his speed, then I can control him. Hell, be a fish on the chopping board. Taking his eyes for you is no problem. Sasuke sneered, and can you? Nanako. Sorry, no. But Nanako persisted, I don't care. You have to help me. This is good for you, why refuse my request? Are you deaf? Sasuke grabbed her collar in anger. Lifted by the collar, Nanako felt wronged and cried, like a child. I just want to help you. You don't want my eyes, you don't want the enemy's eyes. Kobayakawa's Shoshu only buy time. What will you do? What will you do? Do you have a solution yourself? I'll handle it myself. Nanako, without my permission you're not going anywhere. Sasuke fell silent for a long time before finally uttering that. Just then a calm, but undeniable voice spoke. It was Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Itachi looked toward Nanako. Nanako, your idea is based on 2 false premises. You underestimate Uchiha Obito's strength and vigilance. The difficulty of taking his eyes is far beyond your imagination, and the success rate is nearly 0. This is not courage but recklessness. You overestimate the compatibility of Sharingan transplantation. Even by a miracle, if you obtained his eyes and transplanted them to Sasuke, rejection could occur. The power systems of different Mangekyo are not simply additive. The final result might be not salvation but destruction. Uchiha Itachi's words chilled Nanako to the bone. Rejection, destruction. She had never considered these possibilities. She had only naively thought that stronger eyes were better. Nanako still refused to give up. Then what other way is there? I don't want to watch Sasuke just. She couldn't continue. The true path lies in mastering and surpassing one's own power. Uchiha Itachi tilted his head slightly, looking at Sasuke, whose face was still grim. Whether it's Sasuke's eternal Mangekyo, Kobayakawa's nirvana power, or even the unique potential of your eyes, exploring and mastering them is the right way. Rather than indulging in unrealistic plunder. Nanako was utterly speechless. Was her idea really that foolish? Sasuke snorted, seemingly annoyed by Itachi's interference, but his anger had visibly subsided. Hear that? Idiot. Stop dreaming. Your only task is to stay put, and let him heal your wound. Don't worry about anything else. Nanako stared at Sasuke's relieved face, and lowered her head. I understand. I won't do anything unnecessary. Sigh. The plan to seize Uchiha Obito's eyes was stillborn before it began. Since both Sasuke and Itachi said so, and she couldn't keep up with Obito's speed, she dropped it. Time passed in the oppressive atmosphere of the cave as they healed. It felt like forever, yet just a moment. With Kobayakawa Shashu's relentless treatment, the excruciating pain in her right eye socket gradually turned to an itch. It was a sign of regeneration. She would become a one-eyed person. She needed to buy something to cover it. What kind of eye patch would suit her? Suddenly Uchiha Itachi, who had been resting with closed eyes, looked up toward the cave entrance. A message has arrived. Sasuke's eyes snapped open, his brow furrowed, as he swiftly formed a hand seal. A phantom form of chakra appeared in the center of the cave, flickering and transmitting fragmented information. Emergency summoning of the 5 Kage. Land of Iron. Conference. Suspected to be regarding Akatsuki. Final countermeasures. War mobilization. The 5 Kage Summit. War. The Fourth Great Ninja War was starting this soon. Nanako's heart clenched. The mastermind behind Akatsuki was Obito, and his goal was to create a world with Rin. The Eye of the Moon plan. Sasuke's face turned ice cold. Finally, it begins. Sasuke Itachi reminded him, your eyes. Enough, Sasuke interrupted. This much vision is enough to kill all those troublesome Kage. Kill all, the 5 Kage. Nanako's face went pale with fear. Although she knew Sasuke wanted to destroy the rotten world, attacking the 5 Kage directly with his deteriorating eyesight. This was insane. If his eyesight were perfect, she wouldn't object. She might even be eager. Wait, Sasuke. Nanako hurriedly said, it's too dangerous. Your eyes aren't healed, and the 5 Kage. Seeing Sasuke's cold gaze, she opened her mouth. But? No buts. Sasuke cut her off sharply. This is my path, to destroy Konoha and sever all corruption. That was decided long ago. Now the time has come. His gaze swept over everyone. He paused, then said forcefully, stay here. Don't go anywhere, especially you, his eyes fixed on Nanako full of warning. Stay put, and let him treat your eye. If you dare run off, or have any more stupid ideas, I won't forgive you. What? He wasn't taking her. No, take me with you, Nanako blurted out. I can help. My ninjutsu can. You'll only be a burden. Sasuke snorted. Staying put is the biggest help you can give me. A burden. She was a burden. When have I ever been a burden when we caused trouble together? Didn't my ninjutsu help you a lot? Why call me a burden? Nanako was upset. Last time when we attacked Konoha together you said I did well. Now I'm a burden again. Sasuke folded his arms, and leaned against the wall, with a smirk. I say you are, so you are. Nanako. Fine. Sasuke. It was Itachi. He had somehow stood up, looking at Sasuke, as he spoke slowly. I won't stay here. Sasuke turned to him. What did you say? The 5 Kage Summit concerns the future of the entire ninja world, and the final plan of Akatsuki. Itachi's voice was steady. I need to confirm some things in person. And? He tilted his head slightly. The right eye transplanted from Nanako seemed to twitch faintly. These eyes might be able to see more truth there. Sasuke stared hard at Itachi. Invisible sparks seemed to fly between the brothers. The air grew tense again. Finally Sasuke gave a snort, which was taken as tacit consent. Nanako, why did he agree when Itachi said he wouldn't stay but refuse her when she wanted to go? Just as she was about to protest, she heard Itachi softly call her name. What? What is it? Stay here. No matter what happens, you must survive. Your very existence may be one of the future's variables. Itachi's words were like a mysterious prophecy, making Nanako uneasy. What was he getting at? She wasn't going to interfere in the Fourth Great Ninja War, so how could she be a variable? Itachi should just follow his original path. What did it have to do with her? Sasuke clicked his tongue and gave Nanako one last deep look, his warning almost overflowing. But he said nothing more, turned and left. Itachi followed closely behind. The two instantly merged into the gloomy sky outside. Nanako watched until their figures disappeared, then sighed, and stared at the firelight in the cave. Kobayakawa Shashu, who had been invisible, murmured to himself, the Fourth Great Ninja War is coming so soon. Seeing Kobayakawa's helpless look, Nanako irritably picked up a twig and poked the fire. Not taking me means hell, get beaten by the Mizukage and the Tsuchikage. Nanako drew a turtle on the ground with resentment. Hey, come look. Is it good? Kobayakawa Shoshu awkwardly stepped forward for a glance. Nice, nice. Nanako snorted. Sasuke is a jerk for not taking me. He deserves a beating. Kobayakawa Shoshu just smiled and said nothing. Nanako felt bored after staying in the cave for a few days, and said to the little early river, "Aren't you bored?" The little early river smiled brightly. "I'm fine. Do you want to go out to find Sasuke?" Nanako paused and huffed. "No, he won't take me. I want to buy an eye mask." The little early river retracted her hand, stood up, and looked at the outside sky. "Then I'll go buy one for you." "What kind do you like?" Nanako raised an eyebrow. "You want to go? There's a battle outside, and you don't have attack-type ninja techniques. You might not even make it back alive." Hearing this, the little early river panicked. "You don't want to go by yourself, do you? If Uchiha Sasuke finds out, you'll just get scolded, but I might die, right?" Nanako rolled her eyes. "With me around, I won't let you die. What are you afraid of? You still have value to Sasuke. If I act cute, he won't trouble you." The little early river said, "I can't just stay here all the time. I'm worried about Neji. Neji died in the 4th Great Ninja War, and I want to save him. Don't you find it boring?" Nanako agreed, thinking it was feasible. "All right, let's go find Neji, and buy that eye mask at the same time." However, voices from the Eagle Squad came from outside the cave. "Hey, we're back." This annoying voice was clearly from Suigetsu. Nanako watched the 3 dusty figures stop in front of her. "Hey, what happened to your eyes?" asked Carrie bluntly. Suigetsu, carrying a decapitation sword, grinned. "Wow, we've only been gone for a short while, and it's already so lively here. Even the little shorty is injured. Sasuke is so unreliable." Meanwhile, Jugo stood silently in the back, his gaze scanning Nanako, then cautiously glancing at the little early river beside her, before finally settling on the direction where Sasuke and Itachi had left, his brow slightly furrowed. Seeing them, Nanako rolled her eyes. There was no need to think. They were clearly sent by Sasuke, making it impossible for her to find something else to do. Staying in this cave all day was truly boring. Carrie was always very obedient to Sasuke's orders, crossing her arms and saying, "Sasuke instructed us to keep an eye on you, so you absolutely cannot run around. Just stay put." Suigetsu waved his decapitation sword boredly. "Tch, I thought we'd come back to a fight, but it turns out we're just babysitting." Yet he still found a place to sit down obediently. Jugo silently nodded, and took his place guarding the cave entrance. Nanako just wanted to shake them off, and go out with the little early river, but if she acted against them immediately, Sasuke would definitely find out, which would distract him on the battlefield. She had to think of a way to divert them. Nanako, feeling a headache, leaned closer to the little early river, and whispered, "You want to save Hinata and Neji, right?" The little early river nodded. "With him here, you can't get out. Carrie is a loyal fan of Sasuke, and Suigetsu can be persuaded he loves to join in the fun just like me. When the time comes, with Suigetsu's help, we can sneak out at night." Nanako's eyes turned as she thought of an idea. "I need to come up with a way to ensure Carrie and Jugo don't tell Sasuke that I'm running around, or else Sasuke will definitely be distracted and might even come to catch me." Nanako sighed. The little early river thought for a moment. "Shouldn't you try to get Carrie's consent?" Nanako angrily replied, "Get her consent? What are you joking about? She likes Sasuke. It would be good if I just killed her. You want me to seek her approval? Are you out of your mind?" The little early river was speechless. "You can't reason with her. Carrie will definitely tell Uchiha Sasuke. If you don't want Sasuke to know you're running around, then you want to achieve your goal, right? Or you could bring them along too." Nanako mumbled, "With them following me, how can I play freely? Actually, I think having 3 bodyguards is quite good. At least your safety is guaranteed. Just bring them along. If you don't want to talk to Carrie, I will," the little early river said, as he prepared to discuss with the Eagle Squad. Nanako grabbed the little early river's hand and stood up. "I can handle my own business, you don't need to go." Then she quickly walked towards the Eagle Squad, doing a lot of psychological preparation before finally blinking at Carrie. Carrie shivered. "Don't do that, I'm getting goosebumps." Nanako pretended not to hear Carrie's words and acted cute towards her. "I want to go out and have a look. I promise I won't run around. I just want to know if Sasuke will be in danger." Carrie immediately exploded, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. "Absolutely not. Sasuke clearly ordered that it's too chaotic outside, and we are to watch you. There are ninja from the allied forces everywhere, and monsters from the Akatsuki. If anything happens to you, Sasuke will kill us." Suigetsu lazily chimed in, "Yeah, little shorty, what's so interesting about fighting? It's messy and smelly. Just stay put and recover." Even Jugo turned around and looked at Nanako with a disapproving gaze. Persuasion failed. Nanako pouted and sat back down. If soft tactics wouldn't work, did she have to resort to threats? Nanako's gaze involuntarily drifted to Carrie, and she exchanged glances with the little early river, beginning a silent communication. Nanako, I can only make a move against them. Little Early River no Uchiha Sasuke will definitely think I instigated you, and he will trouble me afterward. Let me think of a way. Nanako glanced at Karui, then looked at the Little Early River. Do you have a way to persuade Karui? Little Early River, leave it to me. Nanako watched him walk over to Karui, who first reacted violently and disagreed, but then reluctantly nodded. Seeing the Little Early River approach her, with a smile, Nanako curiously asked, how did you persuade her? It's simple, I persuaded her using your temper, and Uchiha Sasuke's personality. If you don't go out you'll definitely cause a scene, and complain to Sasuke. Uchiha Sasuke will definitely teach them a lesson, and then I provided a win-win solution. The Little Early River satisfied Nanako's curiosity. There's a win-win solution. What is it? Nanako was surprised. The Little Early River glanced at Nanako. Well, I told you before, everyone takes a step back, just bring them along. Bring them along. Nanako exclaimed angrily, then how can I play? The Little Early River looked up at the sky, avoiding Nanako's gaze, and quickly ran outside. Hurry, we still need to buy an eye mask. Nanako had no choice but to follow with Three Tails behind her. Leaving the dark cave, Nanako suddenly felt invigorated. Her left eye greedily admired the scenery along the way, even if it was just the most ordinary trees and paths. The Little Early River walked beside Nanako. Are you this excited? It's been a long time since I've breathed such good air. It's only natural to be happy. At least it's not so boring anymore. Nanako thought he was stating the obvious. Why ask such an evident question? Suigetsu and Jugo meanwhile hid in the woods a bit further away, keeping watch. Nanako smoothly found a small town that seemed relatively calm and walked in. Looking at the townspeople's faces, though filled with some anxiety, it seemed that the war hadn't fully spread here, and life continued in an orderly manner. Are there still towns that haven't been affected? Nanako couldn't understand. The Little Early River replied, they will be affected sooner or later. Nanako responded with an O and finally chose a black eye mask with dark patterns from a small grocery shop. After paying the owner, she squatted down at the shop entrance waiting for someone. Have you been waiting long? The Little Early River walked over with a bag. Nanako stood up, crossed her arms, and said, you're really slow. What did you buy? Gauze, clean water, food, and soldier pills. The Little Early River opened the bag. Nanako couldn't be bothered to look. Put it away. What's so interesting about that? Where are we going to play next? Just wandering around, I guess. The Little Early River actually didn't know where to go. As Nanako reached the corner of the street, a figure suddenly appeared from around the corner. He was wearing the standard Konoha Jonin vest with his forehead protector tilted to cover his left eye, revealing a half-squinted right eye, holding a book titled Ika Ika Paradise, looking lazy and relaxed. Nanako. How did he end up here? Isn't it the fourth great ninja war? Why would Kakashi Hatake suddenly appear in this unknown town? Kakashi Hatake, are you following me? Nanako was scared of being followed, and her first reaction was to think she was being stalked. I just happened to encounter you while on patrol. Don't misunderstand. Kakashi lazily raised his gaze from the book and glanced at Nanako, before looking elsewhere, his right eye slightly squinting. Oh! Kakashi closed the book and lazily said, what a rare guest to meet at this time in a place like this. Do you need help? You two seem somewhat unfamiliar, yet a bit familiar. What the hell? Kakashi doesn't recognize me, and the Little Early River. Did my face change? I just lost one eye, and he can't recognize me. But? Not recognizing me is good too, that way I won't bring trouble to Sasuke. Nanako nervously replied, we're just passing by to buy something, and we'll leave soon. Is that so? Kakashi elongated his tone, passing by. It's not very peaceful here lately. I heard there's quite a commotion over in the Land of Iron, and this border town is inevitably affected. You two should be careful. Then Kakashi seemed to suddenly remember something, and gently tapped his palm with the book's spine. By the way, looking at this young man's appearance, he seems to be a medical ninja. His techniques look quite professional. Our Konoha hospital is short-staffed lately, especially for excellent medical ninjas. If you're interested. The Little Early River quickly waved his hands. No, thank you for your kindness. We have urgent matters, and will be leaving first. Kakashi smiled and didn't insist, stepping aside to clear the way. Then I won't delay you two. Please go ahead. Wait, how is Niji doing? The Little Early River suddenly asked. Nanako shot him a glare, but the Little Early River didn't notice, his attention focused entirely on Kakashi. Well, he hasn't had any incidents yet. Nanako almost immediately tugged the Little Early River and dashed out of the town, without looking back, plunging headfirst into the woods outside. Only after completely losing Kakashi's gaze did Nanako lean against a tree trunk gasping for breath. Fortunately, Niji hasn't had any incidents, the little early river said with lingering fear. Suigetsu and Jugo emerged from the shadows, their expression serious. Clearly they also recognized Kakashi. We almost got discovered. Nanako patted her still thumping heart. It seems Kakashi Hatake isn't as clever and cautious as in the original story. I managed to get past him without being recognized. The apprehension on Nanako's face faded, and she smiled triumphantly. Let's go play somewhere else. Kakashi at the town entrance did not immediately leave. He stood in place watching the direction where Nanako disappeared, and the laziness in his right eye had long faded, leaving only deep contemplation. His voice was low, just loud enough for himself to hear. It's them. How could Uchiha Nanako be injured? And together with the little early river. It seems the border isn't peaceful either. The moment he finished speaking, Kakashi's figure instantly vanished. Just as Nanako was contemplating where to play next, suddenly Karui clutched her head, groaning in pain. Ugh. What chakra is this? It's so uncomfortable. It's filled with negativity. Suigetsu and Jugo instantly entered battle mode. Nanako looked around and then looked at them in confusion. There's no enemy. The little early river pointed in horror in one direction. So many white zetsu. Nanako. Watching the white bodies wandering in the woods, Nanako was momentarily speechless. I'll kill one if one comes. Suigetsu tightened his grip on the decapitation sword. This is bad. Jugo looked at the increasing number of zombie armies outside the cave, and said solemnly, it's not safe here anymore. Nanako watched as the white figures in the distance began to move towards her. Prepare for battle. Suigetsu spat, and hoisted the large sword. Karui immediately stood in front of Nanako. Why are you blocking me? You just need to bite me when I need chakra. Nanako formed hand seals void summon spirit. A woman suddenly appeared and walked towards a group of white zetsu. Suigetsu's decapitation sword swung fiercely, cutting the approaching zombies in half. Jugo partially activated his cursed seal, and powerful strength smashed the incoming enemies one by one. Karui used chakra chains and medical techniques to assist, while nervously sensing threats in a wider range. The women summoned by Nanako were killed and split apart by white zetsu, but they kept multiplying until they caught a few white zetsu and swarmed them, holding on tightly. The attacks of Suigetsu and Jugo became much easier. Nanako squatted beside the little early river with little enthusiasm. Sigh, it's still so boring. The only time you won't be bored is when Uchiha Sasuke is here. The battle against the white zetsu had dragged on for an entire day.
This isn't working.
Suigetsu shouted, gasping for breath after cleaving 3 white zetsu with his blade.
These damn things are endless. We need to break out. Go where? They're everywhere out there.
Karen replied anxiously, her chakra chain lashing out to whip away a white zetsu that crawled in. Nanako's endless waves of white zetsu swarmed in, but her own jutsu had a time limit and had long since dissipated.
Better to retreat now. Nanako didn't want to waste any more time here. Karen suddenly let out a soft huh, her brow furrowing deeply, as if straining to discern something. A few kilometers away, there's a very distinct chakra. Extremely faint, almost dying out. A gentle fist chakra from the Hyuga clan. And it seems a fierce battle just ended there.
The Hyuga clan. Could it be Niji Hyuga, the one Koide had been so worried about? He would die in this great war. Nanako glanced at the suddenly anxious Koide.
I have to go there. What? You're insane.
Suigetsu immediately objected.
Outside is full of those things. For a dying Konoha shinobi. He's no ordinary Konoha shinobi.
Koide suddenly turned to her, his eyes blazing.
Nanako, if I can save him, maybe we'll find a more effective way to treat Sasuke's eyes.
Related to Sasuke's eyes. Was he lying to her? Nanako was skeptical, but seeing Kohaide's sincere eyes, she nodded with some uncertainty. Koide probably wasn't deceiving her. Nanako lazily addressed the Hawk Squad.
Karen, guide us. Suigetsu, you go clear the path. Hey little one, don't make this worse.
Suigetsu groaned. But faced with Nanako's unusually resolute expression, he resignedly spat.
Damn it, if Sasuke finds out we dragged you into the battlefield, he'll kill us. Then don't let him know.
Nanako shot back.
Karen, if you don't give directions, it'll make sure Sasuke punishes you.
Karen reluctantly provided the bearing and the optimal route. Nanako triumphantly raised an eyebrow at Koide, threatening Karen with Sasuke really worked. Yugo silently charged ahead, first his partially cursed seal fists brutally carving a temporary path through the swarm of white Zetsu. Suigetsu cursed and swung his great sword to cover the rear. Nanako and Koide were shielded in the middle, swiftly moving in the direction Karen had indicated. Along the way, fallen trees and massive craters littered the ground along with wandering white Zetsu. The closer Nanako got to the target, the fiercer the signs of battle. Even broken Konoha forehead protectors and kunai could be seen. So this was the aftermath of the Shinobi World War. Truly horrendous. Nanako felt a pang of emotion.
"We're here,"
Karen announced. Nanako lifted her gaze. The clearing was littered with white Zetsu carcasses, clearly the scene of a brutal fight. And in the center of the clearing stood a monster with 10 tails. Naruto Uzumaki knelt on the ground, cradling someone in his arms, letting out a heart-wrenching cry.
"Niji!" Hinata Hyuga's eyes glistened with tears.
Sakura Haruno stood at the side, her hands glowing with green medical chakra, shaking her head unceasingly.
"It's useless. The chakra pathways are completely severed. The heart too."
Beside her, Kakashi Hatake knelt on one knee, head bowed, his forehead protector covering his expression. Nanako could tell from Kakashi's clenched fist that his heart was far from calm. In Naruto's arms, Niji Hyuga's chest bore a massive wound, blood dyeing his white robes red. His eyes stared vacantly at the sky, all life gone. He was dead. Nanako glanced at the stunned Koide, then saw tears glistening in his eyes, as he rushed forward muttering,
"There's still a chance." "Who?"
Kakashi's head snapped up, his Sharingan, already activated, fixed on Koide as he sprinted over. Nanako watched the lightning in Kakashi's hand fade before she walked over. Koide instantly reached Niji and pressed both hands onto the horrific wound.
"It's useless. He's already—"
Sakura tried to stop him. Koide ignored her, muttering something under his breath. Nanako said to Sakura,
"Let him try one and be clear if it works."
A vast warm light erupted from between Kohaide's hands.
"What is this?"
Kakashi's Sharingan filled with shock. Niji, who had just lost his life, began to breathe again, his heart beating. But Kohaide's hair turned completely white, and wrinkles crawled across his face.
"Niji."
Naruto's eyes widened. Sakura covered her mouth.
"Impossible. This is a miracle."
Kakashi gazed at Kohaide's aged face with profound complexity. Nanako caught Koide as his strength drained away and laid him flat on the ground. Suigetsu let out a wow, which Nanako assumed was in awe of Kohaide's jutsu. Koide struggled to sit up, looking at the stunned Naruto and the others, and gasped,
"He's alive, but he needs follow-up treatment. Take him somewhere safe."
Naruto snapped back, carefully lifted Niji, whose heart had resumed beating, and looked at Koide with profound gratitude.
"Thank you. Really, thank you. But you—"
Kakashi stepped forward, gave Koide a long, deep look, then glanced at Nanako standing nearby and said in a low voice,
"This that Konoha will remember."
For Nanako, all this was just boring. Saving people was impressive, but Sasuke couldn't see it. Now Nanako only cared whether Koide really had a faster, better way to treat Sasuke's eyes. That was the whole reason she had come. But with Koide in this state, had she been tricked? Nanako touched the eye patch on her face.
"Hey Koide, are you lying to me?"
Kohaide's forehead broke out in cold sweat. He gave Nanako an awkward smile.
"If I hadn't said that, Nanako would have taken her sweet time getting here. Sorry."
Nanako. So annoying. But noticing Kakashi's gaze on her, she snapped.
"What are you looking at me for?" "Uchiha Nanako."
Strange. Yesterday, he hadn't recognized her, so how did he know now? Nanako said nothing.
"Nanako, why are you here alone? Where's your brother?"
Naruto asked urgently. Nanako glanced at Naruto.
"I don't know. He said he was going to kill all 5 Kage, and just left, and he wouldn't even take me."
The more she spoke, the angrier she got, and she couldn't control her volume, her complaints piling up.
"Sasuke is so mean. He left me all alone, and went to kill the Kage, calling me a burden. Humph. He must have gotten beaten up badly. That's what he gets for not taking me."
Naruto. Kakashi. Sakura. Kakashi forced the topic back.
"Uchiha Nanako, as long as you don't harm Konoha or the allied forces, I can remain unaware."
That meant he wouldn't actively tell Sasuke she had come here alone. Better Sasuke found out late than early. At least she'd be scolded later. Nanako hummed in agreement.
"I want to attack you myself."
Kakashi gave Nanako one last deep look, as if his eyes said,
"So that's how it is."
Nanako was bewildered. What had she said wrong? It was the truth. She looked at them again, frustrated, seeming to want to say something but holding back. She desperately wanted to know where Sasuke was, but meeting him would bring a scolding. She didn't want to be scolded, but where was Sasuke?
Where's Sasuke?
Nanako's voice was barely a whisper. Sakura asked.
What did you say?
Koide was carefully helped up by Naruto's shadow clone, while another clone cautiously carried the unconscious Neji. They nodded at her, then used the body flicker technique and vanished. Nanako didn't want to stay any longer. She was about to ask where a safe place was, but when she saw a distant figure, her question died in her throat. It was the purple Susanoo and short black hair, Sasuke with his cold profile. And facing Sasuke was Uchiha Madara. Nanako waved cheerfully, but then remembered Sasuke's expressionless face when he saw her, and lowered her hand, though her eyes remained glued to him. He seemed somehow different. Nanako couldn't help stepping forward, but then recalled what Sasuke had said to her before.
Staying put is the greatest help you can give me. If you dare run off again, I won't forgive you.
She should go. Sasuke was fighting Madara now. But going would not only earn her a scolding, but more importantly, it would distract him. But she really wanted to. Two little people were having a fierce battle inside Nanako's heart. One screamed, "Go! Go now! He's right there! Don't you want to know if he's okay?" The other cowered in fear. "Don't go, you'll get scolded." Her left eye stared fixedly at the distant purple Susanoo, and her nails unconsciously dug deep into her palms. "Go! Don't go! Go! Don't go!" While Nanako was in the midst of her intense inner struggle, Sasuke inside the Susanoo seemed to turn his head slightly. Feeling Sasuke's cold glare at her, Nanako immediately decided she'd rather not go looking for a scolding. Then, as if he hadn't seen her, Sasuke turned his head back and refocused on Madara. Nanako lowered her head in disappointment, and instead of watching Sasuke, she watched Sakura treating the wounded, and Naruto rushing to Sasuke's side to fight Madara together. Nanako. Enough is enough. Why was she overthinking this? She could help too. First find a place to hide, and use her jutsu. She found a perfect spot, ignored Kakashi's attempt to stop her, hid herself, drew her sword, and began to channel her ability. Madara suddenly frowned.
The pain is amplified. And my mind?
Sasuke sensed something and fixed his gaze on Madara's movements, ready to strike at the slightest excessive move. Naruto seized the moment of Madara's distraction, and charged at him with an enormous Rasengan. Nanako saw her chance and executed her jutsu.
Void Entwine!
A seed silently landed at Madara's feet. Madara immediately kicked the inexplicable seed away, watching it sprout and grow into a massive entwined tree stump. His frown deepened, and his eyes scanned the surroundings repeatedly. After the tree that grew from the seed failed to capture anyone, it withered without blooming and disappeared. Nanako bit her lip. She shouldn't have used a delayed jutsu. Though Madara was a minor boss, his intellect and experience far surpassed Kagaya's. He was called a minor boss, but he was more than qualified as a major one. And now, he was starting to search for her hiding spot. She had to change positions quickly. After stealthily relocating, Nanako watched Naruto and Sasuke launch their assault on Madara. In that instant, she unhesitatingly unleashed Void Cage Beast. An invisible force immediately trapped Madara, beginning to crush inward. But as it squeezed with a poof, white smoke rose and dispersed. It was a tree stump. Nanako stared at it in dismay. Her cage beast had been broken by a simple substitution technique.
Little brat.
A sinister voice suddenly came from behind her.
Do you want to dance here too?
Her body froze rigid, her mind went blank, and she couldn't utter a single word. Madara had found her.
Nanako!
Sasuke's pupils contracted instantly. He aimed his Susanoo's arrow at Madara, but hesitated to fire. Naruto rushed toward Madara, but was blocked by Madara's shadow clone. Suddenly her body was kicked away. Nanako slid off a shattered rock, and before she could get up, Madara's foot appeared before her. Then her scalp stung. She was forced to meet Madara's cold eyes.
Another Uchiha brat, huh?
Madara sneered at Nanako's Mangekyo. Nanako wiped the blood from her mouth, with her hand, her fingers trembling as she formed hand seals.
Summoning technique.
White smoke burst forth. A pure white fox emerged from the smoke, its claws slashing toward Uchiha Madara. Madara released his grip and retreated, evading the fox's attack. Nanako clutched her neck and coughed. Void form. Her figure vanished without a trace. Madara parried the fox's claws while glancing at the spot where Nanako had been. He opened his Rinnegan, rotating it slightly to scan the surroundings. Soon he gave chase toward an empty patch of ground. As Nanako searched for a hiding place, she looked back and nearly forgot to breathe upon seeing Madara close behind. Why? Even Sense-type ninjas couldn't perceive her while she was using void form, yet Madara could see her. Breath sound. Gone, Madara said with a mocking curl of his lips. But your heartbeat remains. And the sound of your fleeing footsteps still echoes. Ha 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 ha. Seizing the moment Madara was gloating, Nanako shouted fire-style fireball jutsu. A fireball shot toward Madara, who was just inches away. Nanako dared not hope to kill Madara with a single strike. Without pausing, she leaped onto the fox's back. To Sasuke. In the distance. Nanako. Sasuke stared at the blazing clearing, his crimson pupils contracting. You bastard. What did you do to Nanako? He roared at Madara, and the Susanu's giant sword came crashing down toward the fireball. Having already escaped, Nanako saw the descending Susanu blade, and couldn't help shuddering. Is Sasuke trying to kill me too? On the other side, Naruto Uzumaki also witnessed the scene. Sasuke, calmed down. That guy. But just as Naruto was about to rush over to assist, Sasuke disappeared, and instantly reappeared at the spot he had just vacated. That guy Madara is truly a formidable early boss. All three of my jutsu were broken by him. He can find me in the blink of an eye, and I have no bodyguard. I'd better not cause Sasuke more trouble. Nanako watched Sasuke and Madara clash, and thought, you bastard, what have you done to Nanako? Where is he? Unable to find Nanako, Sasuke gritted his teeth through his Kusanagi blade and charged at Madara. Madara evaded Sasuke's attacks and chuckled lowly. Truly astonishing speed and reflexes. Your Mangekyo is a direct pattern one. The two were locked in fierce combat. Just as Sasuke's Kusanagi successfully pierced Madara's chest, where the face of Hashirama Senju was embedded, Madara caught the blade. It seems that little mouse, who vanished, is very important to you, Madara said, his Rinnegan scanning the fox in the air. Sasuke quickly glanced in the direction of Madara's gaze, and saw Nanako standing on the fox's head. He breathed a sigh of relief, only to have Madara punch him in the cheek. His entire body was sent flying. Sasuke adjusted his posture midair, and landed steadily, wiping the blood from his lips. He fixed his eyes on the laughing Madara. Nanako quickly jumped off the fox, and ran to Sasuke, touching his face. Does it hurt, Sasuke? Naruto Uzumaki and Sakura Haruno also came to Sasuke's side to check his injuries. There's no time to think about pain, Sasuke said, using his Kusanagi to support himself. He only answered Nanako's question, then suddenly shouted at Naruto, Naruto, take Nanako, and get the hell out of here. Naruto rolled his eyes. I'm staying here. We haven't beaten that guy yet. Nanako looked at Sasuke with guilt. He clearly wanted to scold her for causing trouble, but couldn't vent his anger at her on the battlefield, so he took it out on Naruto. Sasuke was unmistakably telling her to leave. Nanako tugged at Sasuke's clothes, which he was barely restraining his anger in, and said pitifully, Sasuke, let me say one thing to Madara, and then he'll leave with Naruto's shadow clone. Sasuke glared at Nanako. What else do you want to say? I don't need your help. Get out of here now. But Nanako, ignoring Sasuke's increasingly furious gaze, walked straight toward Madara. Facing Madara, Nanako suppressed the sudden fear rising in her heart. She knew Madara's ultimate fate if she could negotiate with this knowledge. Maybe there would be a turning point. She had to gamble. Uchiha Madara, she said, looking into his Rinnegan. Madara tilted his head slightly. Finally willing to speak, little mouse. Nanako didn't dwell on the nickname Madara had given her, though she wasn't pleased with it. You seek the infinite Tsukuyomi, a dream world of peace. Right. Madara laughed. And if I am? That is none of an ant's concern. But do you know what lies at the end of the infinite Tsukuyomi? Nanako asked, pressing her lips together. The end. Madara scoffed. The end is eternal peace. No, Nanako retorted. The end of the infinite Tsukuyomi is your grave. What did you say? Madara's Rinnegan flickered with the anger of being offended, and the air itself became suffocatingly oppressive. You will die at the hands of Kagaya Otsutsuki's woman, Nanako said, staring at Madara's face, enunciating each word. She is the progenitor of chakra. You and Obito Uchiha are merely the pawns and sacrifices for her resurrection. Nanako's words were like a cannonball dropped into the sea, instantly detonating among the allied shinobi forces. They stared at each other in disbelief. Kagaya Otsutsuki. Madara's Rinnegan contracted repeatedly. Nanako Kagaya Otsutsuki. Who is she? Sasuke stepped forward and looked at Nanako. Nanako turned and simply told Sasuke everything she knew. Sasuke Kagaya Otsutsuki is the progenitor of chakra. Her two sons sealed her away. Black Zetsu manipulated Madara to release Kagaya. It's all Black Zetsu's scheme. Nearby Naruto, Kakashi, Sakura, and all the Konoha ninja, who could hear the conversation, wore bewildered expressions. Kagaya Otsutsuki is the progenitor of chakra. Sacrifice. Pawn. Black Zetsu. What does that mean? What is he saying to Madara? Kakashi's Sharingan spun wildly, as he tried to process the absurd information. Sakura covered her mouth, her eyes filled with confusion. Naruto looked blankly at Madara, then at Sasuke, and finally at Nanako. Hey, Nanako explained clearly. What's going on? Further away, the past Hokage, who were engaged with other enemies, had also clearly heard this earth-shattering revelation. Big brother, he just said. Tobirama Senju said with a grave expression, looking at Hashirama. Hashirama's just usually cheerful face was now filled with solemnity and confusion. He stared intently at Madara's reaction. Madara. What that child said? Minato Namikaze frowned deeply. A name I'd never heard, but Madara's reaction doesn't seem fake. Hiruzen Sarutobi took a puff from his pipe, his eyes deep. A prophecy. Or a provocation. Madara slowly came out of his shock and sneered, ridiculous. Do you think fabricating such a laughable lie can shake me? Kagaya Otsutsuki. I've never heard that name. I am the ultimate victor. Is that so? Nanako knew Madara was shaken, otherwise he would have attacked her instead of wasting words. She persisted. Then how do you explain Black Zetsu? That thing that claims to be the manifestation of your will. Do you truly understand it? Do you know its real purpose? The name Black Zetsu was brought up and Madara fell into a brief silence, his Rinnegan flickering with doubt. Meanwhile, Sasuke had already placed his hand on the hilt of his Kusanagi, ready to counter any sudden move from Madara. He charged at Madara without hesitation at a speed so fast that even Nanako standing beside him didn't react. Naruto yelled, "You bastard! So there is a conspiracy. Madara, have you been deceived too? Sasuke, what are you doing?" Nanako, watching Madara's Rinnegan and his expression, guessed that he was trying to find a flaw in her words. But Madara found none, and was completely enraged by Nanako. Absurd lies. A skulking rat like you dares to judge my path. Dares to speculate on my ultimate fate. Massive truth-seeking balls coalesced behind him. A damn slip from Nanako's lips. She had never expected Madara to throw caution to the wind. No matter what you know, or what you are, just disappear. Nanako retreated quickly, but Sasuke scooped her up, moving even faster, just barely dodging the truth-seeking ball's attack. The gamble failed. He didn't believe her, or rather he chose not to believe. After being set down, Nanako glanced at Team 7 and Kakashi, then nervously tugged at Sasuke's sleeve. Sorry. I caused trouble again. Sasuke pinched her cheek roughly. I've long been used to you running off, but you shouldn't be here. Forget it, it's meaningless now. Have you foreseen Kagaya Otsutsuki's abilities? Nanako nodded. Kagaya Otsutsuki has the Rinnegan, and can use space-time ninjutsu among other things. She's very powerful. It's just, well, she's probably dumber than me. I think that Black Zetsu is actually the manifestation of Kagaya's will. He calls Kagaya his mother. His goal is to rescue his mother. Sasuke said flatly, is that so? The past Hokage, who had been listening to Nanako, lowered their heads in thought. Looking at Sasuke's contemplative face, a sudden idea struck Nanako, and she blurted out without thinking, since Black Zetsu is the real mastermind, why don't we just find and kill Black Zetsu? Nanako's voice was not loud, but in the current highly silent environment, it was exceptionally clear. In an instant, everyone who could hear her words wore an expression of utter peculiarity. Madara hovered in midair, a glint of mockery in his Rinnegan, as if he had heard the world's most foolish joke. Nanako felt that the look in Sasuke's eyes was that of looking at an idiot. Idiot, do you know where it is? Naruto was also bewildered. Yeah, that black thing was attached to Obito before, but then it disappeared. Kakashi said in a deep voice, Black Zetsu excels at concealment and lurking. It has survived for 1,000 years without being discovered. Finding it might be even more difficult than dealing with Madara directly. Sakura frowned. And if it keeps hiding until Kagaya is resurrected, how can we find it in advance? Even the past Hokage, who were maintaining the barrier, and standing alert in the distance showed expressions of gravity and contemplation upon hearing this. Hashirama scratched his head looking troubled. Black Zetsu sounds like a real pain. Tobirama said coldly, Big brother, this is no time for worry. That girl Nanako makes it sound simple, but a consciousness that can orchestrate everything must have unimaginable concealment abilities. Minato said seriously, if we can't strike with certainty, it will only hide deeper. Hiruzen exhaled smoke. The key is information. We know too little about it. Just then a calm, but weak voice spoke up. Nanako's idea is logically correct. It was Itachi Uchiha, though his condition was poor, his mind remained clear and sharp. However, the feasibility is close to zero. Nanako looked at the suddenly appearing Itachi, and couldn't help asking, why is the probability so low? Nanako, you know that Black Zetsu is Kagaya's will. Since it is a will, it is not a physical entity. It has no fixed form or location. It can merge into the earth, or shadows, even lurk in anyone's shadow, or attach itself to special ninja tools or contracts. Until it actively reveals itself, or until its ritual to resurrect Kagaya reaches a certain critical point, trying to find and kill it across the entire shinobi world. Itachi shook his head slightly. This is millions of times harder than finding a needle in a haystack. Madara, listening to the analysis, wore a more pronounced sneer. Humph. If Black Zetsu could be dealt with so easily. Nanako looked at Madara and suddenly asked, are you not going to attack us anymore? Madara sneered and remained silent. Seeing that Madara seemed to have other plans, Nanako felt a sense of helplessness. What use was knowing all this? Her ninjutsu was useless. She had only made Sasuke aware of this enemy, but the mastermind remained elusive. How useless she was. For a moment Nanako felt dejected. Sasuke, is there really nothing I can do to help? Sasuke gently stroked her hair, his voice calm. You will help. But promise me, stay here and don't run off. Nanako let out a muffled If we completely defeat you here, and destroy the infinite Tsukuyomi, his 1,000-year wait will be in vain, and he will be forced to reveal himself. Or, Sasuke's Sharingan flashed. He will hide forever. Naruto immediately understood. That's right. Forget Black Zetsu, or White Zetsu, let's take down the one in front of us first. Well, deal with the rest after we win. Kakashi and Sakura nodded firmly. Nanako was silent. The past Hokage exchanged glances, and understood the only option before them. Hashirama shouted, first deal with the enemy in front. Sage art. Nanako watched as these ninja firmly set their sights on Madara, and she was momentarily stunned. Then she began to think again, where exactly is Black Zetsu hiding? Just as they were about to clash, Nanako suddenly recalled that when Uchiha Madara initiated the infinite Tsukuyomi, he was ambushed by Black Zetsu, and the tail beasts within him were utterly extracted, leading to his death. So that they could seize Black Zetsu at this moment. Nanako grabbed Sasuke, who was about to attack Uchiha Madara, and whispered into his ear. Sasuke, I remember now. When Madara activates the infinite Tsukuyomi, Black Zetsu will strike him. If we seize that chance to capture Black Zetsu, Kagaya Otsutsuki won't be revived. Sasuke looked down at Nanako. Are you sure? Absolutely, this is what I foresaw. Nanako spoke rapidly. Just then Uchiha Itachi interjected. That makes sense. As the mastermind behind the scenes, Black Zetsu ambushing Madara during the infinite Tsukuyomi is the most logical move. My guess is that Black Zetsu is hiding in Madara's shadow. Right. That pitch-black thing is lurking in his shadow. Uzumaki Naruto shouted immediately. Kakashi said in a low voice. If that's true, then we wait until Madara thinks victory is his, and when Black Zetsu reveals himself, we capture him. Nanako stared at them in disbelief. That was my secret whisper to Sasuke. How could you all hear it? Everyone just smiled without answering, including Sasuke, who let out a quiet chuckle. This sudden, highly specific clue instantly shifted the strategic focus on the battlefield. Uchiha Madara, suspended in midair, dealing with the previous Hokages, overheard Nanako's Sasuke and the others, and his expression turned extremely dark. He barked harshly. Preposterous. You'll know if it's nonsense when you activate the infinite Tsukuyomi. Sasuke said, putting down his grass cutter sword and turning to Naruto. Naruto, you sense it. Understood. Naruto entered his Ninetales chakra mode and began sensing. Kakashi also focused intently on Madara, trying to locate Black Zetsu's hiding spot. The previous Hokages instantly grasped the shift in strategy. Hashirama Senju called out. Tobirama, Minato, stop attacking. Uchiha Madara watched the assembled shinobi awaiting his activation of the infinite Tsukuyomi remaining motionless for a long time. Seeing this, Nanako urged,
Madara, why don't you activate the infinite Tsukuyomi?
Madara remained silent, then burst into wild laughter followed by a grinding of his teeth.
Fine, very well. You mere ants dare to try to use me. You think you'll hesitate because of some rumor picked up from who knows where. And you want to see me make a fool of myself.
Nanako tilted her head.
If you don't have it, then just activate the infinite Tsukuyomi.
Madara fell silent again. Seeing Nanako's eager eyes, Madara's once firm resolve wavered once more. What if the brat was telling the truth? The infinite Tsukuyomi was his lifelong dream, the only path to peace. But if the end of that path was truly a gift for someone else, a meticulously planned millennium-long trap, then wouldn't activating it now play right into the hands of the mastermind? Yet to abandon it because of such an intangible possibility, what would that make Uchiha Madara? A coward frightened off by rumors. A pathetic creature whose very conviction could be shaken. Meanwhile, hidden Black Zetsu heard every word of Nanako's prophecy, and his round eyes blazed with murderous intent.
How does he know? How could he know Mother's plan? Know that I would strike at that very moment?
This was entirely beyond his expectations. A millennium of careful planning shattered by an seemingly insignificant brat. He must be eliminated. This variable must be dealt with immediately. But he could not move now. Revealing himself now would be walking into a trap. 1,000 years of lurking and patience must not be destroyed by a moment's impulse. He could only wait. Wait for an opportune moment of chaos, or for Madara to make his decision. The atmosphere in the center of the battlefield was as heavy as the calm before a storm. Everyone was waiting for Madara's next move.
Madara, go ahead and activate it. Prove your path. Don't listen to me. Everything I said is false. Activate the infinite Tsukuyomi.
Nanako, hiding behind Sasuke, poked her head out and urged Madara. Sasuke glanced at her smug expression and looked away in exasperation. At the peak of the stalemate, Uchiha Madara suddenly burst into laughter.
Ha ha ha. Do you think the path of Uchiha Madara can be shaken by the idle words of mere ants? The infinite Tsukuyomi is the sole truth leading to peace. Whether it is real or false, I shall witness it with my own eyes. If it truly is a trap,
Madara's eyes widened, revealing his Rinnegan filled with ferocity.
Then I will crush the mastermind behind it as well. Feel despair. Infinite Tsukuyomi.
Madara clapped his hands together. The sky instantly darkened, and the colossal outline of the moon faintly emerged.
It's coming, everyone be careful.
Uzumaki Naruto shouted a warning. Kakashi commanded,
watch Madara's surroundings closely. Don't miss any anomaly.
Sakura and the previous Hokages all entered their highest alert state, pushing their perception to the limit. Only Nanako unable to sense anything threw herself into Sasuke's arms. Sasuke tightened his arm around Nanako and activated Susanoo. He heightened his defense to the maximum, keeping his gaze fixed unblinkingly on the area behind Madara's heart. He was waiting for the backstab Nanako had foretold. Nanako stared intently at the scene, her heart nearly leaping into her throat. Here it came, the most critical moment. Just as the light was reaching its peak, and a smile of imminent dream fulfillment crept onto Madara's face, a pitch-black mass oozed out from his shadow.
Too fast.
Nanako froze mid-hand seal.
Sasuke, my jutsu can't catch him,
Sasuke said calmly.
Leave it to them. You don't need to interfere. Now!
Kakashi and Minato Namikaze's voices rang out simultaneously.
Senpo Myojinman.
Hashirama's attack slammed into Black Zetsu's trajectory.
Flying Thunder God.
Minato's form turned into a flash of light. Naruto's true-seeking balls and Sasuke's Susanoo arrow were also poised to strike. Everyone was ready to capture or eliminate Black Zetsu the moment he appeared to attack Madara. A jet-black arm stabbed fiercely at Madara's back. But what happened next stunned everyone, including Nanako, who never expected Madara to actually do this. Seeing Madara sneer,
finally couldn't hold back, could you?
Madara moved half a step sideways faster than Black Zetsu. With that seemingly insignificant half-step, Black Zetsu brushed past Madara's robe, lunging forward and stabbing at empty air. Black Zetsu thought it's over. Uzumaki Naruto's mouth fell open.
He dodged,
Kakashi said in shock.
He actually believed Nanako's words.
Sasuke and Nanako stood speechless. The previous Hokages exchanged glances, and Hashirama blurted out,
Madara! You?
Madara slowly turned around, his Rinnegan coldly fixed on Black Zetsu, frozen midair. The earlier fanaticism had vanished from his face.
Surprised,
Madara said coldly.
From the moment that brat spoke your name and your goal, I knew a filthy bug had wormed its way into my long-planned scheme.
Nanako stared straight at Madara, pointing at Black Zetsu, listening to his increasingly furious words.
Did you think Uchiha Madara was so easily manipulated? The infinite Tsukuyomi is my dream. And my dream shall never be tainted by any filth, least of all by a thing like you that dares not even show its true face.
Madara's truth-seeking balls gathered again, but this time their target was unmistakably Black Zetsu.
The moment you dared to covet my power, your fate was sealed. Now vanish from my shadow for good.
The truth-seeking balls mercilessly shot toward the panicking Black Zetsu. The situation had reversed in an instant. Uchiha Madara. Had he actually taken her words to heart? And was he already on guard? So everything before was just an act. And now Black Zetsu. Nanako looked at the dying Black Zetsu, feeling a sudden absurdity. It all felt so unreal. Yet the scene before her eyes was undeniably real. Coming back to herself, Nanako felt the arms holding her loosen slightly.
You did a good job this time, idiot.
Sasuke's tone was still as harsh as ever. But Nanako couldn't help grinning foolishly as she saw Sasuke avoiding her gaze. Suddenly an agonized roar cut off the words Nanako was about to say.
Arg!
Nanako turned to the source of the sound. It came from Uchiha Madara.
Madara! You?
Hashirama stared at his old friend in shock.
He's destroying Black Zetsu as the key and the connection point.
Minato instantly understood Madara's intent. Thud. The ceiling sphere, having lost all energy support, crumbled into a pile of ordinary gravel, scattering noisily on the ground. In the sky, the moon returned to its serene pure radiance. Nanako looked at Madara, whose rinnegan on his forehead was completely closed, and said,
Uchiha Madara, my ancestor. Thank you for believing my words.
Madara was panting heavily, his body swaying slightly, but his spine remained straight. Hearing Nanako, he gave a sarcastic smile, but said nothing. Nanako stared at the dead Black Zetsu, then instinctively looked up at the moon. Kagaya Otsutsuki had not been revived, and the infinite Tsukuyomi had been voluntarily shut down by Madara. So was this great ninja war finally over? The surviving shinobi alliance looked at one another, joy of having cheated death lighting up their faces.
Is it over?
Uzumaki Naruto scratched his head, bewildered, as he looked at Madara and the pile of rubble.
Yeah, it seems so.
Kakashi sighed with relief, his Sharingan returning to normal under his forehead protector. Sakura slumped to the ground, covering her face and crying with joy. The previous Hokages looked at Madara with complicated expressions. Hashirama opened his mouth as if to say something to Madara, but in the end it turned into a heavy sigh.
Naho.
Huh? Sasuke called her Naho instead of Nanako. Nanako gazed into Sasuke's dark eyes as he said calmly,
Your eye. I will accept it.
Nanako immediately threw herself at Sasuke, revealing her fangs.
Really? Why did you suddenly accept my eye? Then I'll give you my other.
Sasuke slowly raised his hand toward his own eye. Nanako watched his approaching fingertips without blinking, until Sasuke's fingertip gently touched her empty eye socket.
I'll use this one of yours. Take good care of your other eye. Naho. Don't let me grieve again. Sasuke.
Nanako felt her nose sting as she watched Sasuke close his eyes. She nodded hastily.
I know. It'll be good from now on and tell you everything. So, you should tell me what you want to do too, alright?
Sasuke wiped away the tears at the corner of Nanako's eye.
Don't cry.
Just then Uzumaki Naruto and Sakura Haruno walked over.
Sasuke Nanako, do you want to return to the Hidden Leaf?
Naruto asked casually.
I won't go back to the leaf, nor will I pursue revenge anymore,
Sasuke said indifferently to Naruto.
Oh, then where will you go?
Naruto asked urgently. Sakura looked anxious.
Yeah, if you're not going back to the leaf, where will you go? Will you ever return?
Nanako said softly, looking at Sasuke.
I want to see the truth of this world and find my own path. So I won't go back to the leaf for now.
Naruto looked downcast, but could only accept it. Sakura was deeply disappointed. Looking at Sasuke, she hesitated.
Then, Sasuke, my feelings. I.
But she couldn't continue. Jealousy flared instantly in Nanako. She stepped in front of Sasuke and glared at Sakura, saying fiercely,
What about your feelings? Sasuke won't accept them. Right, Sasuke?
Her heart pounded wildly. Nanako was terrified that Sasuke might end up with Sakura, like in the original story. Sasuke's ear tips slowly turned red.
I already have someone I love. Sorry, Sakura Haruno. You will find your own happiness.
Nanako instantly breathed a sigh of relief. But Sakura froze at Sasuke's words.
Sasuke, can I know who that girl is? I will bless her.
Nanako stole a glance at Sasuke, curious what he would say. However, Sasuke flatly refused Sakura's request, and then turned his gaze to Nanako.
What's wrong, Sasuke?
Nanako was puzzled by his fixed stare.
If you still want to follow me, stop acting on your own, stop sacrificing yourself so easily. Use your remaining eye to clearly see the path I am about to walk.
Nanako nodded emphatically, a determined light shining in her left eye.
Wherever Sasuke goes, I go. I promise I'll use this eye to watch you properly.
As for what the future held, who cared? As long as she could stay by his side and watch him. Uchiha Madara had shut down the infinite Tsukuyomi. Black Setsu was dead, and Kagaya had not been revived. And Sasuke Uchiha's journey seemed to be only truly beginning. With a little tagalong who determined to be good had only her left eye left.